Abandoned by his girlfriend and burdened with insurmountable debt, Lin Mo found himself at the nadir of existence, believing that his doom had finally arrived. Little did he anticipate that his dilapidated convenience store would transport him to the apocalypse era. This humble establishment not only traversed dimensions, but also possessed the remarkable trait of absolute safety, transforming it into the sole sanctuary and supply station amidst the desolate wasteland of the end times. As he exchanged instant noodles for gold, Lin Mo ultimately realized that once overlooked inexpensive commodities had now become invaluable currency capable of procuring immense wealth. What did it matter to be heavily in debt? What significance did his girlfriend's abandonment hold? In a world rife with zombies and scarcity, Lin Mo's convenience store stood as an unparalleled treasure trove. Harnessing his dimensional traversal ability, he began to sell worthless instant noodles, bottled water, and sausages at exorbitant prices in the perilous wasteland, crafting his own commercial empire. From the depths of despair to the throne of the apocalypse, he vowed that those who had looked down upon him would pay dearly for their past scorn. Chapter 1. The Abyss of Life. Lin Mo, let's part ways. The voice of his girlfriend, Zhang Qian, on the other end of the line was colder than ice. Why? Lin Mo's voice was hoarse. Why? Zhang Qian's voice echoed with a mocking laugh from the phone. How dare you ask me why? Lin Mo, take a look in the mirror at your current wretched state. 3 years post-graduation, you've changed jobs 8 times and have now been dismissed, with pockets emptier than your face. What do you have to offer me for the future? Is it this decrepit convenience store with peeling paint? Her voice suddenly escalated, piercing and shrill. My rent is $2,500 next month, and I owe $8,000 on my credit card. You can't even scrape together a penny. I've had enough. I refuse to continue living a life where I need a calculator just to afford a meal at KFC. Wang Hao bought me a car. He registered it under my name at his newly opened company. Do you understand? Lin Mo, we are no longer in the same world. Do not disturb me again. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone rang out. Lin Mo slumped despondently onto the creaky folding bed in his convenience store, surrounded by the mingling scents of cheap tobacco and expired snacks. This was his last bastion of refuge. Ding. The screen of his phone illuminated, revealing a debt collection message. Lin, you have 3 days left. The principal plus interest amounts to $350,000. If you fail to repay, I will take an arm as collateral for the interest. In a desperate bid to pay for his parents' medical treatment, he borrowed $200,000 at exorbitant interest rates. Within a year, compounded interest ballooned to $350,000. Ultimately, his parents departed, leaving him unable to repay the debt, with only this half-dead convenience store and a mountain of obligations. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. This store was the culmination of his parents' lifelong efforts and his sole refuge. Without it, he would truly possess nothing. Taking a deep breath, he felt a suffocating anxiety in his chest. He longed to rise and drink some water, yet it felt as if fire burned in his throat. However, just as his toes touched the ground, the entire world seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, shaking violently. The streetlights outside began to distort and stretch ominously. With a crackling sound of electrical chaos, all illumination on the street extinguished in an instant. Everything outside the convenience store began to tremble and reconfigure in a frenzy. The asphalt road, after a violent visual distortion, transformed into cracked patches of gray concrete. The residential buildings across the street were supplanted by abandoned high-rises, their walls shedding layers of paint. A strange amalgamation of rust and decay seeped through the cracks of the door. The entire process unfolded in less than 10 seconds. When stability was restored, Lin Mo remained frozen in place, vacantly gazing through the glass door of the convenience store at the utterly unfamiliar world outside. Dilapidated and crumbling skyscrapers loomed. Streets lay fractured and sunken. Rusted car wrecks sprawled across the ground like the carcasses of colossal beasts. The sky was a nauseating shade of grayish yellow, devoid of moon or stars, engulfed in an unending sense of oppression. Where is this? Am I filming a movie? Or have I gone mad? The agony of heartbreak and debt collection was, at this moment, wholly consumed by a more absurd sense of terror. Just then a chime sounded. A crisp mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Immediately thereafter, a pale blue, translucent screen, visible only to him, abruptly hovered before his eyes. Dimensional travel completed for the first time. Current world, apocalypse era. Your convenience store has been bound to a dimensional anchor, activating absolute safety features. Within the store's confines, you will be immune to all forms of harm, and any unauthorized entities cannot enter. Dimensional travel? Apocalypse era? Immunity to harm? Lin Mo's mind was filled with questions. He extended his hand, yet his fingers passed through the screen with no resistance, causing not a ripple. This is not an illusion. Is all of this real? I am still within my convenience store. Yet the store has transported me to an apocalyptic world? Haha. An eerie howl, reminiscent of a decrepit bellows being wrenched, drifted from the corner of the street. Lin Mo's heart momentarily halted. He abruptly turned his head, following the sound. A dozen staggering figures emerged from the shadows of a derelict building. They were clad in tattered garments that had long lost their original form, their movements grotesquely rigid, with limbs contorted unnaturally. Are they human? No. Lin Mo could see clearly that the skin of those humans was an ashen gray, devoid of vitality, their faces expressionless, with hollow, murky eyes rotating vacantly. One of the people had half of its cheek rotted away, revealing a stark white jawbone and muscle tissue beneath. Zombies. This term, which existed solely in movies and games, struck Lin Mo's blank mind like a bolt of lightning. The dozen zombies initially wandered aimlessly, until one of them seemed to catch the scent of the living. Its vacant eyes abruptly focused, fixating intently on the direction of the convenience store. In the next moment, all the zombies simultaneously looked toward the only illuminated convenience store amidst the dark ruins. A sharp, piercing scream shattered the silence. All the zombies lunged forward with rigid, yet astonishing speed, charging toward the convenience store. Their pace far exceeded anything portrayed in films. In that instant, every drop of blood in Lin Mo's body turned to ice. Run. That single word echoed in his mind. But where could he escape? This diminutive shop, barely 20 square meters, had no back door, and the only exit faced the horde of zombies. As the foremost zombie reached the door, raising its claw-like hand to smash through the thin glass barrier, he screamed, "No!" Lin Mo was paralyzed with terror, his heart racing to his throat. A thunderous boom echoed ominously. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the sound of shattering glass did not ensue. Lin Mo, still in shock, opened his eyes to behold the zombie's fist forcefully striking the glass door. However, that door, which appeared as if it would shatter upon the slightest touch, remained utterly unyielding. A barely perceptible, pale blue ripple flickered across the surface of the glass door. Roar! Failing in its initial assault, the zombie grew increasingly frenzied, relentlessly battering the glass door with its body, head, and every available appendage. Bang! 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 A horde of over a dozen zombies gathered outside, their sharp claws producing a grating sound against the glass, while their decayed, oozing faces pressed against the door, distorting grotesquely as they silently roared at Lin Mo within. Beyond the glass door lay a scene of chaotic pandemonium reminiscent of hell itself. Inside, Lin Mo felt not even the slightest tremor. The merchandise on the shelves remained steadfast, and even the few packets of instant noodles that had fallen to the ground did not roll an inch. Utterly secure, immune to any harm. The cold yet sacred notification from the system reverberated in Lin Mo's mind. Observing the frenzied zombies battering the door, then glancing at the unscathed convenience store, his wildly beating heart gradually steadied. He was safe. Chapter 2. Capitalizing on the Apocalypse. After confirming that the zombies could not breach the premises, Lin Mo's taut nerves finally began to relax. He slumped onto the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion that came from narrowly escaping death. At this moment, he sought clarity on two pressing matters. Where is this place? How does he return? System? He silently murmured. Before him, a faint azure light screen materialized once more. Dimensional convenience store. Owner, Lin Mo. Current world, apocalypse era. Store status, absolute safety, protected by dimensional anchor. Function, dimensional travel, cooling down, remaining time, 115945. Note, the convenience store will remain in the target world for 12 hours after each travel. It can return at any time once cooling is complete. During the travel, the original world will not perceive any anomalies regarding the store's disappearance. He could return. Lin Mo fixated on the countdown, feeling a surge of clarity wash over him. The heavy weight that had pressed upon his heart suddenly lifted. As long as he could go back, everything else would be manageable. Yet, soon after, new questions arose. He had to remain here for a full 12 hours? Lin Mo glanced at the relentless creatures outside, and a shiver ran down his spine. He instinctively checked his pockets, only to find them empty. In an effort to save money, he had even given up smoking. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, his gaze sweeping across the cramped confines of his store, barely 20 square meters in size. The shelves were laden with various products. Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles, Waha mineral water, along with ham sausages, bread, and biscuits. These were all procured from the cheapest outlets, many nearing their expiration dates. In his original world, these items were hardly worth anything. Mere trash that couldn't even cover the loose change on Zhang Qian's credit card. But what if they were valued here? An idea, unbidden, surged forth from the depths of Lin Mo's mind, proliferating uncontrollably. He was a staunch supporter of the Tomato Novel Network, In a world of apocalypse, what held the greatest worth? It was neither gold nor diamonds. It was clean food and water. Lin Mo's breathing quickened in an instant. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the shelves, grabbing a bottle of the most ordinary mineral water. The cool sensation of the bottle sharpened his chaotic thoughts to crystal clarity. This bottle, in his world, sold for 2 yuan. How much was it worth in this zombie-infested realm? What about a ham sausage? A pack of instant noodles is sufficient to satiate hunger? Lin Mo's eyes gleamed brighter. A terrifying brightness. The despair and hopelessness from his breakup and debt were incinerated by a fervent ambition and desire. He recalled that 35,000 in usury. He remembered Zhang Qian's scornful words over the phone. What will you give me for the future? Future? Lin Mo turned, gazing at the howling, crashing zombies outside, a grin involuntarily spreading across his face, revealing a row of white teeth. Wasn't this the very future he sought? To hell with the breakup. To hell with the usury. I'm going to get rich. An unprecedented thrill coursed through his veins like electricity. He was no longer the cornered stray dog. He was the sole supplier in this apocalyptic world. This shabby convenience store, with its peeling paint, was not a mere shack. It was a gold mine capable of traversing dimensions. Lin Mo approached the entrance, observing the zombies outside through a layer of impenetrable glass, intrigued. They seemed tireless, continuing their futile assaults. Now, looking at these creatures, Lin Mo felt no fear. Instead, an absurd sense of familiarity washed over him. These were not zombies at all. They were stacks of walking cash. As long as these entities roamed outside, the cheap goods in his possession could fetch exorbitant prices. Lin Mo twisted open the bottle of water and gulped down a hearty swig. The icy liquid slid down his throat, extinguishing the last flicker of panic within him, leaving only a blazing inferno of ambition. His aim was not to merely endure 12 anxious hours here, but to utilize this time to secure his first pot of gold. He had even begun to calculate. 1 bottle of water in exchange for a gram of gold? No, that was too little. At the pinnacle of the food chain, he needed to establish a superior pricing power. 1 bottle of water for 10 grams of gold. A pack of instant noodles for 100 grams. Not just gold, but he also needed items of even greater value. Weapons, armor, or unique techniques and items that could empower him in this world. After the fervor subsided, Lin Mo forced himself to regain composure. Impulsiveness was a devil, especially in a perilous and entirely unfamiliar apocalyptic world. True, he was the sole supplier, but that was contingent on having customers. In this desolate world, where were the survivors? They were surely hiding in some corner like frightened mice, wary of everything outside. Would he simply open the door and beckon? He was unafraid of zombies, but the other survivors certainly were, with a dozen zombies blocking the entrance. Which survivor would dare approach, standing idly for 12 hours, only to return defeated to confront the 35,000 in debt? Lin Mo was resolutely unwilling. He needed bait, a temptation so irresistible that the survivors lurking in the shadows would be willing to risk their lives for it. His gaze fell once more upon the shelves. Finally, it settled on a box of bright red packaging, Kong Shuifu braised beef noodles. In this world rife with rust and decay, what could be more lethal than a steaming bowl of fragrant instant noodles? The aroma of food could penetrate reason, evoking humanity's most primal instincts. This would be his bait. Lin Mo dragged out a dusty electric kettle from beneath the shelf and found a large enamel bowl. These were items he had previously used for his own meals. He plugged it in and pressed the switch, and the kettle hummed to life. There was still electricity in the convenience store. He glanced up at the flickering old fluorescent light above, feeling a sense of reassurance. This space, bound to the system, seemed entirely independent from the outside world. The water soon boiled. Lin Mo tore open the noodle package, dumping the noodles and all the seasoning packets into the bowl. Boiling water cascaded down. With a splash, an intense, dominating aroma erupted within the small store. It was the cheap scent of industrial flavoring mixed with dehydrated vegetables. Yet at this moment, it appeared irresistibly enticing, as if it were the finest delicacy in the world. Lin Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. The aroma was present, but a new problem arose. How to accurately convey this enticing scent outside. He couldn't just open the door. Lin Mo circled the store, and his gaze finally landed on a small exhaust fan in the corner of the ceiling, coated in thick grease. It had been used by his parents to vent smoke while cooking, long forgotten, and he wasn't sure if it still worked. He fetched a stool, climbed up, and struggled to toggle the switch. Creaking and groaning, the exhaust fan reluctantly began to turn. A breeze. Lin Mo swiftly placed the steaming bowl of noodles directly beneath the exhaust fan. The rich aroma was swept up by the airflow, wafting through the small passage to the outside world. It was as if a piece of fresh meat had been thrown into a bloody sea teeming with sharks. Having accomplished all this, Lin Mo returned to his post at the entrance, intently watching the outside commotion while keeping an eye on the countdown. Chapter 3. The woman who can ignite flames. Time inexorably ticks away, each second slipping past. The aroma of instant noodles has thoroughly dispersed, to the point where even Lin Mo can scarcely detect it. Outside, the world remains enveloped in an eerie silence. Save for the relentless zombies futilely clawing at the glass door, their persistence yielding no change. Could it be that he was mistaken? Is there truly no living soul in this vicinity? Or perhaps the survivors are simply too far away to catch a whiff. With each passing moment, Lin Mo's heart sinks deeper. The noodles in his bowl have begun to congeal. If there is no sign of life in another half hour, he will have no choice but to concede. He cannot place all his hopes on a mere bowl of instant noodles. Just as his patience wanes and he prepares to consume the bowl, a sudden explosion reverberates. A furious crimson flame, akin to a tongue of hell itself, materializes from a void, instantly engulfing the dozen or so zombies that were battering against the wall. The flames burn with a terrifying intensity, leaving the zombies no time to emit even a single cry before they are reduced to charred, human-shaped charcoal in the searing heat. The air becomes thick with the acrid stench of scorched protein. Fortuitously, Lin Mo remains unharmed, shielded by the absolute safety of the convenience store. Yet, rather than relax, he sharpens his gaze, vigilantly peering outside. A tall figure emerges from the darkness of the street corner, the rhythmic click of high heels echoing against the gravel as she approaches. It is a woman, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit. She accentuates her breathtakingly voluptuous silhouette. Her visage is pristine, devoid of any fatigue from the apocalypse, as her deep burgundy curls cascade casually over her shoulders. A small beauty mark graces the corner of her eye, imbuing her with a touch of allure and flamboyance. The woman pauses at the entrance of the convenience store, her gaze initially intrigued by the incongruity of this establishment amid the surrounding ruins. Then, her eyes penetrate the invisible barrier, landing squarely on Lin Mo behind the door. How intriguing! She speaks, her voice laced with a natural languor and seduction. In this forsaken place, someone dares to run a shop. Lin Mo remains silent, his expression calm as he meets her gaze, while his mind races. This woman exudes strength. The flames that manifested so suddenly wield incredible power. Are you not inviting me in for chat, shopkeeper? She flirts, casting a coy glance towards Lin Mo as her long, leather-clad legs stride confidently toward the entrance. In the next moment, bang, a dull thud reverberates. The woman appears to collide with an invisible glass wall, propelled backward by a gentle yet unyielding force. The languid smile on her face freezes, morphing into shock. She extends a gloved hand, feeling the air before her, and soon her fingertips brush against a solid cold, yet entirely transparent barrier. You're an awakener as well? Is this your ability? The languor vanishes from her face, replaced by a keen interest akin to a hunter discovering a novel prey. A spatial barrier? Or some sort of force field? I've never encountered this type of awakening ability. Lin Mo remains silent, yet he is now 100% certain that she perceives him as a so-called awakener. This misunderstanding works to his advantage. Seeing Lin Mo's silence, the woman is unfazed. Instead, her lips curl into a brighter smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Nightingale. Lin Mo Nightingale's gaze shifts past him, swiftly locking onto the instant noodles on the shelf. How much for that? Noting her lack of intent to force her way in, Lin Mo finally utters two words. Gold. Gold. Nightingale blinks, then bursts into laughter as if she has heard the funniest joke of the century, her bosom heaving dramatically, nearly straining her attire. Mr. Lin, have you lost your wits hiding here? What century are we living in? Who still trades in that worthless metal? I only accept gold. Lin Mo's tone remains unwavering. He possesses absolute confidence and sees no need to show trepidation. Moreover, he has discerned that Nightingale is of a domineering disposition, one who cannot be treated with conventional logic. The more one panders to her, the more she will take advantage. In contrast, this assertive demeanor may serve to calm her. Clearly, you require a lesson on how to converse with the powerful. Before he can finish, her fair fingers illuminate with a flicker of orange-red flame. Though the flame is no larger than a thumb, it emanates an alarming heat that warps the surrounding air. With a flick of her finger, the flame shoots forth silently toward Lin Mo's face. However, upon making contact with the invisible barrier, the flame dissipates as if it were a needle plummeting into the ocean, failing to create even a ripple before vanishing entirely. The heat potent enough to melt steel does not even graze him. Throughout, Lin Mo does not so much as blink. Nightingale's pupils constrict sharply. She realizes this barrier is peculiar, yet she never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Her flames have been completely nullified. This exceeds her understanding of awakening abilities. Observing the unmasked astonishment on her face, Lin Mo feels a sense of reassurance. This safe haven is even more formidable than he had imagined. Now, shall we discuss business? Lin Mo takes the initiative, steering the conversation back on course. He has come to prosper, not to brawl. Nightingale inhales deeply, her breathtaking curves rising and falling as she forcibly suppresses her inner turmoil, reattaching a semblance of smile, though this one carries a weight of seriousness and caution. Very well, Mr. Lin, she concedes, her tone markedly more courteous. What is your asking price for this bowl of noodles? 100 grams of gold. 100 grams? Nightingale's pitch soars, as if she has heard the most absurd proposition. Why don't you just go rob someone? Her brows furrow in disbelief, the anger she had just quelled resurfacing. This price is utterly outrageous. Even if gold were as unwanted as scrap metal today, it does not mean she can be trifled with. You're free to decline, Lin Mo replies nonchalantly. Chapter 4. The temptation of the instant noodle trio. Nightingale is infuriated by Lin Mo's dismissive attitude, her chest tightening with frustration. Having navigated this wasteland for so long, relying on her formidable fire abilities, every survivor she encountered treated her with deference, even flattery. Yet here stands this man, appearing utterly ordinary, daring to speak to her in such a manner. And yet, she finds herself utterly powerless against him. That invisible wall has rendered her frustrations moot. Nightingale stammers, at a loss for how to express her indignation. Lin Mo pays her no mind, leisurely approaching the bowl of noodles. Though the noodles are slightly congealed, the aroma lingers enticingly. He picks up a fork and, oblivious to her presence, scoops a generous mouthful, savoring the taste. A loud slurp reverberates through the desolate street, its clarity almost jarring. Rich broth, chewy noodles, and a blend of cheap yet overpowering spices explode in his mouth. Lin Mo believes this to be the most delectable instant noodles he has ever tasted. Nightingale's throat betrays her, involuntarily swallowing as she recalls how long it has been since she enjoyed a warm meal. Typically, she survives on scavenged canned goods and energy bars, which sustain her life but provide no satisfaction for her palate. Her stomach emits a soft, unexpected growl. The voice was faint, yet in this environment, it resonated like thunder. Nightingale's cheeks were instantly tinged with an unnatural blush, a blend of embarrassment and yearning. Lin Mo appeared oblivious, leisurely picking up a piece of dehydrated beef smaller than a fingernail from his noodles, savoring it with an expression of delight. This action shattered Nightingale's final psychological defenses. You are ruthless. She bit her silver teeth, squeezing out those 3 words. I don't have that much gold on me right now. Could you possibly keep a tab? As she uttered those words, she felt her cheeks flushing even more. A tab? Lin Mo swallowed the noodles, casting a look of incredulity towards the woman outside the door. Our establishment does not extend credit. His voice was not loud, yet each word was pronounced with a chilling indifference. What a joke. In a world where human life is worth less than that of a dog, credit is tantamount to a gift. He was not here to engage in charity. Moreover, in less than 12 hours, he would be leaving. Who knew if Nightingale could retrieve the gold in time? Nightingale's chest heaved violently, her face shifting from pale to flushed in a tumultuous dance. She had never endured such humiliation. If a gaze could kill, Lin Mo would have been reduced to ashes 100 times over by her fiery glare. Lin Mo, indifferent, returned his attention to the bowl of noodles, which was now an unrecognizable mass. At last, he finished the last bite, draining the bowl completely, and contentedly burped. He stood up and casually grabbed the most unassuming package of sausage from the shelf. With a flick of his finger, the sausage sailed effortlessly through an invisible barrier, tracing a small parabolic arc before landing precisely on the gravel at Nightingale's feet. The motion was so casual it resembled tossing food to a stray cat. Nightingale's body froze, her alluring phoenix eyes locked onto Lin Mo with a ferocity that seemed to ignite flames from within. This was no longer mere humiliation. It was naked contempt. Yet, the mingled scent of inferior meat and starch seemed to strangle her throat, stifling all her fury. Logic dictated that she should turn on her heel and leave this audacious man and his odd establishment far behind. Yet her body's instinct rooted her to the spot. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, watching her with leisurely patience, utterly unhurried. He was confident that Nightingale would pick up the sausage. Time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, Nightingale slowly bent her proud waist. As that familiar, Tantalizing scent bursting with synthetic allure hit her taste buds. Her body trembled ever so slightly. She had not tasted such flavor in far too long. In just a few bites, she devoured the sausage entirely. After this act, her cheeks radiated an alarming heat. "This is my sincerity." Lin Mo's voice broke the awkward silence at the perfect moment. 100 grams of gold for a bowl of noodles. Fair and square. Nightingale lifted her gaze, her expression a complex tapestry as she regarded Lin Mo. The hunger that had not abated now surged with renewed vigor. Fueled by the sausage's provocation, that steaming bowl of instant noodles appeared more alluring than any jewel. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within, she declared, "Wait for me," before turning on her heel to leave. Given her abilities, acquiring 100 grams of gold from a survivor gathering point or a pre-cataclysm bank vault would pose no challenge. "Wait," Lin Mo called out, halting her steps. She paused, glancing back with a wary expression. Lin Mo ambled to an old, battered refrigerator, opening it to retrieve a red can. The crisp sound of the can opening, accompanied by the effervescent fizz, echoed starkly in the desolate ruins. Lin Mo tilted his head back and took a swig. The icy liquid, with its invigorating bubbles, slid down his throat, causing him to squint with pleasure. Nightingale's pupils dilated in an instant. She recognized that drink. Coca-Cola, a beverage once ubiquitous before the apocalypse. Yet today, it was more luxurious than any fine wine, and it was chilled, in a world where even clean water had become a luxury. The allure of a cold Coke was devastating for someone parched. Nightingale's throat involuntarily convulsed again. Noodles need a drink to accompany them. Lin Mo shook the can of Coke in his hand, the condensation glistening under the light. "This is 50 grams of gold per can." Nightingale's breathing quickened noticeably. However, Lin Mo was not yet finished with his performance. He set down the Coke and then grabbed a shiny package of spicy snacks from the most conspicuous spot on the shelf. Tearing open the packaging, a pungent, dominating aroma rapidly eclipsed the lingering stench in the air. It was spicy strips. After a meal, one must have some snacks for leisure. Lin Mo leisurely ripped off a piece and popped it in his mouth. This one was cheap, costing 30 grams of gold per bag. Chilled Coke, spicy strips, hot noodles. These three items were the most affordable trifecta found in any internet cafe before the end times. Yet now, they combined to form an irresistible temptation, laden with sin and decadence, that Nightingale could not resist. Her fists clenched at her sides with a crackling sound. She gazed at the man as if he were a devil who knew precisely how to toy with human desires. "You better prepare enough stock." She squeezed those words through clenched teeth, not casting him another glance as her tall silhouette vanished into the shadows of the street corner. She would acquire the gold. Now, immediately. Chapter 5. "Miss, would you like an egg with that?" Watching Nightingale disappear into the distance, a playful smirk lingered on Lin Mo's lips. He was not concerned that she would not return. That bowl of noodles, that can of Coke, that bag of spicy strips, these had transformed into primal bait, ensnaring not just her stomach, but her very soul. He leisurely settled back onto his folding bed, opening the system panel. Dimensional travel, cooling down, remaining time, 103215. Time was ample. Lin Mo felt no urgency. He stood up and began to survey his modest shop, his demeanor akin to a king preparing to open his realm. Counting the arms capable of overthrowing the world. Kong Shui Fu, 10 boxes. Waha, 15 boxes. Spicy strips, sausages, sunflower seeds, peanuts, everything in abundance. These inexpensive goods, barely sufficient for survival in his previous world, had now transformed into formidable bargaining chips capable of shaking this new world. He even unearthed half a carton of eggs from the corner refrigerator, which he had previously bought to save money for cooking. There were 5 left. Gazing at those utterly commonplace eggs, Lin Mo's lips curled into a familiar, devilish smile. A brilliant new idea had taken root in his mind. An hour later, just as Lin Mo was on the verge of dozing off, a dull thud echoed from the darkness of the distant street, like some heavy metal being violently torn apart. Lin Mo's spirits surged as he stepped to the door to peer outside. Before long, that fire-red, tall figure reappeared, swift as a ghost. Nightingale had returned. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her fitted leather jacket marred by large patches of dust, and her breath came in quickened gasps, evidently having endured a considerable ordeal. Yet in her hand, she clutched a heavy black cloth bag. With a thud, she carelessly tossed the bag at the entrance of the convenience store, where it struck the concrete floor with a dull clang reminiscent of metal colliding. 200 grams of gold, if not more. The Nightingale's voice carried a hint of suppressed fatigue, but more significantly, it brimmed with an insatiable yearning. "Where's the merchandise?" Lin Mo did not immediately produce the goods. His gaze lingered on the bag. How could he verify the contents if he could not step outside? As if sensing his thoughts, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected specified item outside the shop. Is one-way entry into the safe zone permitted? Indeed, Lin Mo silently thought. Allow. In the next moment, the black bag lying outside was lifted by an unseen hand, effortlessly passing through the transparent barrier and gently landing at Lin Mo's feet. The Nightingale's pupils constricted sharply. This method of material acquisition once again reshaped her understanding of Lin Mo. This man was more enigmatic than she had ever imagined. Lin Mo bent down to pick up the bag and opened it. Inside, instead of gold bars, lay several chunky gold necklaces and distorted gold rings, glimmering with a layer of dust under the light. He rummaged beneath the counter for a small electronic scale, powered it on, reset it to 0, and poured all the gold onto it. The numbers on the screen flickered rapidly before ultimately stabilizing at 2,085 grams. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. The high-interest loans that had troubled him for so long were now alleviated by a third. And his cost? Merely a bowl of instant noodles, a can of cola, and a packet of spicy strips. This was not merely profit. It was akin to printing money out of thin air. Goods. Outside, the Nightingale's voice had taken on a distinct impatience. The faint aroma of food wafted in the air, transforming into countless ants that ravenously gnawed at her sanity and stomach. Lin Mo strolled back to the shelves at a leisurely pace, extracting a packet of Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles, a chilled can of cola, and a pack of spicy strips. He then proceeded to boil a kettle of water in full view of the Nightingale. Steam rose as he leisurely tore open the packaging, placing the noodle block and all the seasoning packets into a large enamel bowl. The moment boiling water cascaded into the bowl, a powerful and enticing aroma erupted. The Nightingale felt her saliva breach the dam. Lin Mo, cradling the steaming bowl of noodles, approached the door. Just as the Nightingale assumed he would hand over the items, Lin Mo suddenly halted. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket, producing an object as if conjuring a magic trick. A brown, round egg. In this desolate wasteland where even living creatures were scarce, a fresh egg held a value equivalent to that of a diamond. No, it was worth 1,000 times more than a diamond. At that moment, the Nightingale's breath completely stilled. She fixated on the egg, her beautiful phoenix like eyes filled with pure shock and longing for the first time. Lin Mo raised his head, offering a smile that could make even gods tremble before the now petrified woman at the door. Beautiful lady, would you like an egg? The Nightingale's body tensed instantaneously. All her defenses, her pride, her pretense, shattered before this egg and those words. Her voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. How much? Lin Mo leisurely ran his fingertips over the smooth eggshell, as if admiring a rare treasure. He lifted his gaze and casually uttered a few words. 50 grams of gold. You must be insane. The Nightingale exploded, her wine-red hair rising as if caught in an unseen wind, a searing wave of heat radiating from her center. 50 grams of gold for an egg. Why don't you go rob someone? She had just cleared out a dozen zombies from an abandoned gold shop to muster that amount of gold. Now, for a single egg, he demanded 50 grams? This was not extortion. It was a demand for her very life. Lin Mo remained unfazed by the tempest of fury and heat emanating from her, not even raising an eyebrow. He merely stated with indifference, you need not purchase it. The eggs in this shop are only sold to those with fate. If you find it too expensive, then so be it. With that, he pretended to retract the egg, which contained all the beauty of the world, back into his pocket. Wait, the Nightingale nearly screamed, the words spilling from her lips. Chapter 6, The Crystal Core. Lin Mo paused, regarding the Nightingale with a leisurely demeanor, a smile on his face that made her teeth clench in frustration. He said nothing, but his expression conveyed everything. The choice is yours. The Nightingale had never felt so humiliated. As a powerful flame awakened her, she was accustomed to overwhelming everything with absolute strength, forcing others to submit. Yet in front of this small shop, before that invisible barrier, all her power became a mere joke. The Nightingale's voice was hoarse. She wanted to say she didn't want it, but the yearning surging in her throat stifled all her words. It was not merely hunger. It was a longing for a semblance of normalcy, a chance to momentarily escape this damned apocalyptic world. Closing her eyes, she opened them again, and the fire in her gaze had extinguished, leaving only calm. She reached into an inconspicuous, small leather pouch at her waist. Moments later, she opened her palm. A crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, grayish-white and covered in irregular patterns, lay quietly in her gloved hand. Within the crystal, a faint ethereal light seemed to flow. Exuding en indescribable. I don't have more gold for now. I'll trade this for your egg. The nightingale's voice regained some steadiness. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What is this? A rock? He was looking for hard currency to settle his debts, not some mysterious object of dubious origin. This shop only accepts gold. Without a second thought, he rejected her offer. Just as his words fell, the familiar light blue screen materialized before him without warning. This time, the text made his heart skip a beat. Warning, high-energy reactive substance detected. Identifying item, primary zombie crystal core. Value assessment. Core strategic resource of this dimensional plane. High-value extraordinary item. Strongly recommended to complete this transaction. Lin Mo's mind buzzed blank. He had been calculating how to trade instant noodles for gold to fill a shortfall of 350,000. Yet the system had directly informed him that he was mistaken. The unassuming rock before him was the true diamond of this world. The purpose of the convenience store was not to allow him to peddle gold for petty gains, but to acquire these crystal cores. In an instant, Lin Mo understood everything. However, his face maintained an expression of indifference tinged with disdain. He lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a casual glance at the crystal core in the nightingale's hand, feigning impatience as he scoffed. What a disgusting piece of junk. The nightingale's complexion darkened at once, her hand tightening into a fist. This is the crystal core from a zombie's brain. It's essential for awakeners to cultivate. Its value surpasses that of gold 1,000-fold. Oh, Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, though a storm raged within him. So that was it. This object was the spiritual stone of this world. He forcibly suppressed his racing heart and elongated his tone. What use would this thing be to a mere convenience store owner like me? You. The nightingale trembled with rage, the searing heat once more surging uncontrollably. This man was not only impervious to reason, but also blind to the treasures before him. Lin Mo gazed at her, observing the almost explosive expression on her face, as if she were utterly exasperated, and he let out a reluctant sigh. Very well, seeing your earnestness, I shall make an exception this once. As the words left his lips, he silently intoned, collect. In an instant, the crystal core vanished from Nightingale's palm, only to reappear in Lin Mo's hand the next moment. It felt icy to the touch, its texture as hard as jade. Without a second glance, he casually stowed the priceless crystal in his pocket. He then leisurely picked up the precious egg. Under Nightingale's almost burning gaze, he gently tapped the egg against the rim of the enamel bowl. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking seemed, at that moment, to be the most melodious music in the world. The golden, plump yolk and the clear, viscous egg white slid together into the steaming broth of instant noodles. Sizzle. As the egg mixture made contact with the scalding soup, the edges immediately solidified, forming a beautiful ring of white. The half-cooked yolk trembled slightly in the rich, braised beef broth, resembling an enticing heart. A pure aroma of egg, mingled with the domineering scent of beef, intertwined and transcended. Ultimately, it coalesced into an ultimate fragrance potent enough to make one's soul tremble. Nightingale's eyes widened in astonishment. This time, Lin Mo did not keep her in suspense. He delivered the luxurious, egg-enhanced instant noodles, along with a chilled can of cola and a pack of spicy strips, through the invisible barrier to Nightingale. She almost snatched the bowl and clutched it tightly to her chest. She didn't even spare a glance at the cola and spicy strips. All her attention was consumed by that bowl of noodles, especially the quivering, perfect golden fried egg at its center. She picked up a fork, as if partaking in a sacred ritual, and carefully pierced the half-cooked yolk. The golden liquid flowed out like lava, merging instantly with a bright red broth. She could hardly contain herself, twirling a hefty forkful of noodles laden with egg and broth, and without even pausing to blow on it, shoved it directly into her mouth. A deeply satisfying, almost tearful sigh escaped her lips. In that instant, she was no longer the decisive queen of the apocalypse who purified everything with flames. She was simply an ordinary woman, starved for far too long, finally indulging in the food of her dreams. She devoured the noodles heartily, the scorching broth splashing onto her smooth chin and neck, yet she paid it no mind. She finished the noodles, drank every drop of the broth, and even polished off the scallions at the bottom of the bowl. Then, she cracked open the can of icy cola and gulped it down, the cold liquid sending a delightful shiver through her, causing her to squint her eyes in pleasure. Finally, she tore open the pack of spicy strips, savoring each piece as if it were a long-lost treasure of civilization. Throughout the entire process, Lin Mo quietly leaned against the doorframe, observing. He felt neither triumph nor mockery. Nightingale lifted her gaze, regarding Lin Mo with a complex expression. In her eyes, there was satisfaction, reminiscence, deep-seated wariness, and even a hint of anticipation that she herself had yet to realize. "I shall return." With that parting remark, she spoke no further and vanished into the darkness around the corner. Lin Mo watched her depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He knew Nightingale would undoubtedly return. Closing the exhaust fan, he resumed his place on the creaking folding bed. Lin Mo retrieved the icy, hard crystal from his pocket. He was eager to discover what this object would bring him. Chapter 7. Zero Risk, High Reward. Lin Mo cradled the grayish-white crystal in his palm. The chill and hardness of it, along with the irregular patterns etched into its surface, stirred an indescribable sense of unease within him. "System, analyze this item," he silently commanded. A pale blue light screen materialized in response. Item, Beginner Zombie Crystal. Function, contains a small amount of chaotic dimensional energy, which can be used to break the genetic lock of the human body, with a certain probability of allowing the user to become an awakened. Warning, this energy is extremely unstable, and the absorption process will cause severe impact to the user's genetic chain. Failure consequence 1. The genetic chain collapses entirely, resulting in the user disintegrating into fundamental particles, essentially vaporization. Failure consequence 2. The genetic chain undergoes malignant mutation, and the user will transform into a zombie in extreme agony, which is irreversible. Comprehensive assessment. Success rate below 1. Classified as a high-risk extraordinary item. Lin Mo's hand trembled, nearly tossing the crystal away. What is this? A success rate below 1%? If I fail, I either die or become one of those ghastly creatures outside. This was no opportunity at all. This was clearly a one-way ticket to hell. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. The icy stone in his hand now felt akin to a searing iron. That woman named Nightingale had gained her terrifying fire abilities through such a perilous means? A cold sweat broke out on Lin Mo's back. He suddenly recalled the system's previous prompt. Strongly recommend completing this transaction. Was this system attempting to lead him to his demise? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the text on the screen refreshed once more. Detecting host in contact with high-risk, extraordinary item. Detecting that the absolute safety feature of the dimensional convenience store has been activated. Within the store's vicinity, the host will be immune to any form of harm, including but not limited to physical damage, energy impact, mental pollution, genetic collapse, and malignant mutation. Conclusion. Absorbing the crystal will not produce any negative effects upon failure. Lin Mo's breath hitched abruptly. He stared intently at the final lines of text, reading each word one by one, confirming its meaning 3 times before finally digesting its implications. Immune to genetic collapse? Immune to malignant mutation? No negative effects upon failure? After a long silence of several seconds, he let out a chuckle. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lin Mo could no longer contain himself, erupting into a low, manic laughter. The fear and apprehension he had felt moments ago were swept away by an overwhelming wave of ecstasy. This was not a perilous venture at all. For him, it was a zero-risk, high-reward opportunity. He gazed at the crystal in his hand, his expression transformed. He was no longer looking at a dangerous stone, but rather at a gateway to a new world. No wonder the system had urged him to exchange it. What could gold do? Pay off high-interest loans and then what? Continue to guard this crumbling shop, living as a barely surviving ordinary person in the original world? Even if he amassed countless fortunes through dimensional travel, what would it matter? This crystal could empower him to become a formidable being like Nightingale. In this apocalyptic world, and even in the former world, strength was the true currency. Lin Mo's chest heaved, his blood coursing rapidly, causing his cheeks to flush. He could hardly wait. How do I use it? Swallow it directly. The system's response was blunt and straightforward. Swallow it? Lin Mo glanced down at the pigeon egg-sized crystal in his hand, his brow furrowing into a knot. This thing certainly did not appear edible. Yet, recalling Nightingale's ability to conjure flames seemingly out of thin air, the last shred of his hesitation dissipated. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and popped the icy crystal in his mouth. Contrary to his expectations, it did not have the hard texture that would hurt his teeth. The crystal melted instantly upon contact, transforming into a cold liquid imbued with a strong metallic taste, sliding down his throat into his stomach. The next moment, Lin Mo let out a suppressed groan of pain, his entire body arching like a shrimp. A wave of indescribable agony erupted from his abdomen, instantly engulfing his entire being. It felt as though a myriad of searing steel needles were frantically piercing and stirring within every cell of his body. His bones moaned in lament, muscles tore apart, and his blood seemed to boil. Under the excruciating pain, Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot. He felt as if he were a living person thrown into a meat grinder, being crushed inch by inch. Yet, paradoxically, amidst this torment that could shatter anyone's sanity, his consciousness remained tethered to a thread of clarity. He could distinctly sense his body disintegrating, but equally, he felt a gentle yet potent force enveloping him, repeatedly yanking those disintegrating cells back into place. Was this what it meant to be absolutely safe? To teeter on the brink of annihilation, yet never truly plummet into the abyss? Time became an enigma. Perhaps a minute had passed, or maybe a century. At long last, that heart-wrenching pain receded like a tide. Lin Mo lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, resembling a fish just pulled from the water, gasping for breath. After a full 2 minutes, he managed to prop himself up against a shelf. Creak! The shelf bore the imprint of his hand. Lin Mo was taken aback. He swung his fist and felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Is this what it means to be an awakened one? Such terrifying power. Lin Mo was overwhelmed with excitement. Then he recalled that Nightingale could summon flames. Mimicking her, he extended a finger and silently chanted in his mind, "Fire! Flames! Fire!" Yet, nothing materialized at his fingertips. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Had he failed? After enduring such agony, the only outcome was an increase in strength, without any other effects. While that was a gain, it was utterly different from what he had envisioned. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he slammed his fist down on the nearby shelf. Buzz! In that instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. The iron shelf, along with the 7 or 8 packets of spicy strips atop it, vanished into thin air before his eyes. It wasn't a matter of speed rendering it invisible. It was a literal disappearance. Only an empty space remained. What was happening? At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged in Lin Mo's mind, as if an independent space had been forcibly grafted onto his consciousness. Within that space, the vanished shelf and its spicy strips floated serenely. With a thought, he commanded, and suddenly whoosh, the vanished shelf reappeared, perfectly intact, back in its original position, not a speck of dust to be found. He extended his hand again toward the packet of spicy strips. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Retrieve. Whoosh. The packet vanished from his sight, appearing in that dark independent space. Retrieve. The spicy strips instantly returned to his palm. Lin Mo's breathing quickened. He promptly summoned the system interface, fixating on the information displayed. Avakant, Lin Montak. Awakened ability, dimensional warehouse. Current capacity, 1 cubic meter. Note, isolates time and space, thought access. He had succeeded. Chapter 8, someone is cooking noodles. Dimensional warehouse. Isolating time and space, thought access. Lin Mo repeatedly stored and retrieved a packet of spicy strips, his initial exuberance gradually transforming into profound contemplation. He glanced at his fists, feeling the boundless power surging within. This was true wealth. Gold could merely alleviate his debt crisis 3 days hence. Yet, the strength bestowed by this crystal core could liberate him from the fate of being at the mercy of others. The system's suggestion to exchange for crystal cores was no mere act of kindness. It illuminated a genuine path for him, a path toward the extraordinary, a path to becoming a powerful being. Lin Mo once again gazed at the pale blue interface. Dimensional travel, cooling down, remaining time, 8:55:21. Less than 9 hours remained. Once the time elapsed, he would be transported back to his original world. When would the next travel occur? Would he return to this world? If he ventured into a realm devoid of zombies and crystal cores, how would he enhance his awakened abilities? Too many unknowns loomed before him. He could not place all his hopes on Nightingale alone. That woman was formidable, but also shrewd. By the time she fully comprehended the situation, the terms of their next transaction would likely be far less favorable. He must hoard as many crystal cores as possible before departing. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the small shop. The aroma of instant noodles wafted in, attracting Nightingale. What if he amplified that scent tenfold, 100-fold? A bold plan rapidly took shape in Lin Mo's mind. Without hesitation, he pulled out a larger cardboard box from the bottom shelf. Inside lay a large-capacity electric cooker, purchased in bulk but never used. He tore open the packaging, wiping the pristine pot clean. Then, he executed an extravagant act that would drive any survivor in this world to madness. He unscrewed several bottles of fresh Waha mineral water, emptying the clear liquid into the pot. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles in total, barely filling the cooker. Next, he took an entire box of Kangshifo braised beef noodles. Ripping open the packaging violently, he tossed the noodle cakes, seasoning packets, vegetable packs, and sauce packets into the pot without a second glance. 1, 2, 20 packets of noodles piled into a small mountain within the pot. But that was not the end. He tore open a bundle of ham sausages, discarding the red plastic wrapping, and snapped the starchy meat sausages in half, tossing them into the pot. Finally, he carefully retrieved the last 4 eggs from the freezer. This was his final trump card. After completing all this, he plugged in the power and turned the dial to maximum. Buzz. The electric cooker whirred to life, the red indicator light glowing. Lin Mo reopened the creaking exhaust fan, setting it to the highest setting. What he aimed to create was not merely a bowl of noodles, but a stew potent enough to obliterate the sanity of every survivor within miles. He sought to weave an invisible net from this overpowering aroma, ensnaring every lurking soul in the ruins, regardless of size. The water temperature gradually rose. Inside the pot, the industrial fragrances and dehydrated seasonings began to meld with the clear water. A faint aroma began to waft forth. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Mo waited in anticipation. Time flowed slowly. The bubbling sound emitted by the electric cooker was the only sign of life in the vicinity. The water reached a rolling boil, the reddish-brown broth surging and enveloping the mountain of noodle cakes, ham sausages, and seasoning packets. The previously restrained fragrance erupted in full force. No longer mere wisps. It transformed into a potent torrent. The dominant flavor of braised beef melded with the starchy essence of ham sausages and the concentrated essence of all the industrial seasonings from the 20 packets, creating an overwhelming olfactory wave. This aroma was shattered by the exhaust fan, spreading through every corner and crack of the desolate street, frantically reaching farther afield. 3 blocks away, a building lay partially collapsed. Cough, cough, cough. A gaunt young man huddled in a corner, covering his mouth with a rag, emitting suppressed coughs. Beside him, a middle-aged man dressed in a tattered jacket, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, meticulously wiped the barrel of a semi-automatic rifle with a filthy cloth. Tiger. Xiao Lu's wounds have worsened. If we can't find medicine soon, a bespectacled young man, looking delicate and troubled, approached with a furrowed brow. The scarred man, known as Tiger, paused, lifting his head, his eyes filled with fatigue and despondency. I know. Their small team had dwindled from a dozen members to just the 3 of them. Food had long since vanished, and medicine was a distant hope. They had scoured this area countless times, finding nothing but increasingly ferocious zombies. Despair enveloped the space. Suddenly, an indescribable aroma wafted in, entering without warning. At first, it was merely a faint hint, casting doubt on its reality. What does that smell? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, uncertainty lacing his voice. It seems like meat? The once dull eyes of Xiao Lu sparked with a glimmer of terrifying brightness. Tiger, the scarred man, fell silent, abruptly rising and rushing to the drafty doorway, greedily inhaling the scent. It was no illusion. There was indeed a fragrance, and it was intensifying at an astonishing pace. Soon, they discerned the source of the aroma. It was instant noodles, the junk food they had long grown weary of before the apocalypse. Yet now, in this moment, the scent shattered their last vestiges of reason. Gulp. The sound of 3 throats swallowing was distinctly audible. Tiger, someone is cooking noodles outside. Xiao Lu struggled to rise, his voice trembling with excitement. Shut up, Tiger growled, though his expression betrayed his own inner turmoil. Reason warned him that this was undoubtedly a trap. In this wasteland, anyone bold enough to cook openly was either insane or a hunter of formidable strength. Yet, the gnawing hunger in his body roared in desperation. Go, find it, eat it. Tiger, we're running out of time. The bespectacled man was frantic. The aroma was too overpowering. Surely others could smell it too. If they delayed, they might miss even the broth. The muscles in Tiger's face twitched violently. He knew better than anyone that if they continued to linger, they would all perish from starvation here. Perhaps a gamble would yield a flicker of hope. Ultimately, the struggle in his eyes was replaced by a resolute determination. Let us go. Chapter 9. The whole city is craving. The aroma of instant noodles frantically spread through the desolate urban ruins. It seeped into broken sewer pipes, climbed the precarious high-rises, and permeated the airtight underground shelters. Deep within the city, in a chamber sealed with heavy steel plates, a man who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes, his nose twitching uncontrollably. In a corner, survivors clinging to life, whether strong or weak, were stirred by the scent, igniting the primal hunger within them. Hunger. A hunger potent enough to scorch reason. Hurry. Tiger crouched low, swiftly traversing alongside a crumbling wall. His movements were agile and alert. His eyes, honed by the apocalypse, scanning for any lurking dangers. The bespectacled man and Xiao Lu followed closely, both armed and nervously guarding their flanks. The scent grew stronger, making it increasingly difficult for them to concentrate. They craved it. They craved it desperately. They had never yearned for a bowl of instant noodles so intensely. Tiger, it's just ahead. The bespectacled man suppressed the tremor in his voice, pointing toward the street corner. The source of the aroma lay right there. The three exchanged glances, slowing their pace as they silently approached. Behind the wall was a relatively open square. At the far end of the square, a small shop was illuminated by a glaring incandescent light. That glow, in this city consumed by darkness, appeared both jarring and comforting. The rich aroma, almost tangible, wafted from that shop. Through the open door, they could clearly see a large electric pot positioned at the entrance, bubbling with reddish-brown broth, golden noodles, and red sausages bobbing within. A young man in casual attire lounged against the doorframe, his relaxed demeanor at odds with the world around him. A trap. This was the first thought that crossed Tiger's mind. It was too blatant, too abnormal. This was not how survivors behaved. It was clearly bait set by a hunter, waiting for desperate prey to fall into its snare. The bespectacled man and Xiao Lu beside him evidently shared this realization. Both breathed heavily, their eyes fixed on the pot, their throats convulsing, yet they dared not step closer. Reason screamed in alarm, while their instincts cried out. Xiao Lu's stomach growled loudly, the sound piercing through the eerie silence. Tiger's expression darkened ominously. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of movement in the shadow of an abandoned vehicle across the way. It was not a zombie. In the shadows, a tall, slender man clad in a black trench coat was also lying in wait. The man seemed to sense Tiger's scrutiny, his body stiffening slightly before slowly raising his head and signaling for silence. Tiger's heart sank. They were not alone. He quickly averted his gaze, forcing himself to calm down, reevaluating the seemingly tranquil square from a new perspective. Soon, he noticed more. In the second-floor window of a collapsed building to the left, a vague silhouette was discernible. To the right, at the entrance of a narrow alley, metallic reflections glinted among the piles of debris. Even not far behind them, the faintest rustling emanated from another wall. More than one group, at least 4 parties. All were drawn by the tantalizing aroma, yet were equally captivated by the eerie scene, instinctively choosing to remain hidden and observe. The air was thick with the scent of food and a more perilous odor of gunpowder. Everyone's objective was the small shop, the man in that pot. But before any could act, the greatest threat lay in their mutual presence. The first to move could become the target of all. Xiao Lu and the bespectacled man sensed the shift in atmosphere. Their faces paled, palms slick with cold sweat around their grips. They had thought themselves the first adventurers to discover treasure. Now they realized they were merely small fish in a shark tank. Beads of sweat formed on Tiger's forehead. He looked once more at the small shop. The young man still leaned against the doorframe, even yawning, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around him. Lin Mo was certainly aware of the presence outside, and not just one group. The water in the pot had reached a full boil, bubbling vigorously, the intense aroma serving as a net cast over the ruins. Now the fish had gathered. Lin Mo stretched, the joints in his body cracking satisfyingly. He sauntered to the door, glancing around the dark corners. "Everyone, have you been watching for so long and aren't hungry?" His voice was soft yet crystal clear, reaching the ears of every lurking observer. A profound silence ensued. No one responded, yet in that moment, every heart felt as though it had lodged in the throat. "He has discovered us." Tiger's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his fingers instinctively tightening around the rifle. There was no need for such tension. Lin Mo retrieved a steaming piece of sausage from the pot, stuffed it into his mouth, and continued speaking, albeit with muffled words. "Opening a business means being amiable. Harmony breeds prosperity. Here I have noodles, water, and sausages to fill your bellies." His words elicited heavier breaths from everyone present. From the shadows across the street, a tall, gaunt man licked his cracked lips and finally could no longer refrain from speaking. "How much?" "Very simple." Lin Mo swallowed his mouthful and clapped his hands. "Gold or crystal cores?" The tall man was taken aback. What did that mean? He could comprehend the crystal cores, as they were undeniably hard currency. But gold? That was inedible and undrinkable. And in this wasteland, it held less value than a steel plate that could be used to reinforce doors and windows. "Damn it, are you toying with us?" A coarse voice erupted from behind a pile of garbage at the alley's entrance. "Brothers, this kid has no intention of trading. He is merely toying with us. Let's take him down, and we'll split what's in the pot." With those words, the atmosphere shifted to one of heightened strangeness and danger. An invisible intent to kill began to permeate the air as various factions weighed their options swiftly. Yet Lin Mo remained unfazed, leisurely pulling up another serving of noodles, blowing on it, and twirling it with deliberate slowness. He did not lift his head, but addressed the darkness softly. You may try, but I must forewarn you, those who strike will lose their trading privileges. Chapter 10. Dare to strike? You lose your trading privileges. Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet it sent a chilling shiver through all present. Losing trading privileges meant that even if you offered a plethora of gold or crystal cores, you could only watch helplessly as others feasted on noodles and soup. This fate was more agonizing than death itself. The air seemed to freeze, each second stretching infinitely. The bubbling noises from the pot became the only sound, each gurgle echoing like a hammer, striking the hearts of everyone. The coarse man behind the garbage pile had his facial muscles twitching violently, his eyes fixed on the pot. Heavy breaths betraying his internal struggle between reason and hunger. Ultimately, the overpowering aroma crushed all resistance. Damn it, I don't believe this. A roar shattered the silence. The man lunged from behind the garbage, brandishing a makeshift shotgun fashioned from pipes and parts. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at Lin Mo. Altogether, yes, just one man. At his command, two equally gaunt men emerged from the shadows behind him, wielding machetes and steel pipes. A sudden shift occurred. Those lurking in other corners felt their hearts leap. Tiger's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively drawing his body tighter. He did not move. The gaunt man in the black trench coat remained crouched behind the car, utterly still. They were all waiting for these reckless few to test the waters. The coarse man's face twisted in a snarl as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp gunshot resonated through the silent night. The makeshift shotgun expelled a burst of orange flame, countless steel balls mixed with iron sand forming a deadly barrage, hurtling toward Lin Mo at the doorway. However, what transpired next left all onlookers agape. The barrage, potent enough to perforate a cow, met an invisible wall approximately a meter from the shop's entrance. There was no sound, no spark, not even the slightest pause. All the steel balls and iron sand instantaneously lost their momentum at that invisible boundary, softly dropping to the ground with a clattering sound, as if they had never been fired but instead casually scattered by hand. Throughout it all, Lin Mo, standing inside the door, did not even raise an eyebrow. He leisurely retrieved another serving of noodles from the pot, blowing on the steam, and slowly stuffed it into his mouth. The entire square descended into an eerie silence. The coarse man who had fired stood frozen. His previously menacing expression now morphed into sheer confusion. His two companions, armed with machetes and pipes, were equally dumbfounded, their advancing steps suspended in midair, unable to move forward or retreat. Impossible. This cannot be, the man muttered, his face draining of color, overtaken by a profound fear. At that moment, the tall man in the black trench coat, who had been lurking behind the abandoned vehicle, flickered with a glint of something unusual in his eyes. Instead of being deterred by the bizarre scene, he appeared to have discovered something, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Physical attacks are ineffective? What about non-physical ones? He silently raised his right hand, palm directed at Lin Mo, who was still eating. An invisible wave began to coalesce in his palm, causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. In the next second, an imperceptible telekinetic shockwave, akin to an invisible arrow, silently shot toward Lin Mo's temple. This was his awakened ability, telekinetic piercing. Silent and formless, it was the ultimate trump card for survival in this apocalypse. He believed that any attack directly targeting the mental realm could not be thwarted by physical defenses. However, that unassailable telekinetic shockwave met the same invisible boundary and fared worse than the steel balls. It failed to create even the slightest ripple, evaporating completely without a trace. The tall man staggered, blood spurting from his mouth as he wilted, disbelief etched across his face. Backlash. His attack had not only been nullified, but had been reflected back intact by that barrier. In that instant, everyone understood. That little shop and the man within were truly invincible. He was unconcerned whether these individuals would act against him, for no one could harm him. A terror deeper than facing a horde of corpses gripped every heart. Tiger's back was thoroughly soaked in cold sweat, relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Finally, Lin Mo finished the noodles in his mouth. He speared a whole sausage with his fork, raised his gaze to survey the paralyzed survivors in the square. His eyes ultimately landed on the coarse man who had fired the shot and his two companions, whose bodies trembled like sifted chaff. I mentioned earlier, Lin Mo's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. Those who strike will lose their trading privileges. Now, does anyone still wish to test their luck? Silence. A silence more suffocating than before enveloped the entire square. The coarse man and his two companions remained poised for attack, yet their bodies had stiffened like three statues. Fear crept up from their feet, inch by inch, consuming them. Others hidden in the shadows held their breath. The scattered iron sand shattered their last sliver of hope. The young man before them was not a force they could contend with. Had it not been for the tall man's discreet attack, the onlookers would have likely knelt in surrender upon realizing that even awakened ones had been bested. The aroma wafting from the pot was no longer a temptation. It had transformed into a death warrant, relentlessly tormenting their taut nerves. Lin Mo finished the last bite of his sausage, carelessly stirring the pot with his fork, intensifying the delectable aroma that wafted through the air. He did nothing overt, yet an intangible pressure enveloped the gathering, weighing heavily upon all present. Just as the tension was about to drive them to madness, a rhythmic, crisp sound of high heels echoed from the shadowy depths of the block, approaching steadily. In this desolate setting, the sound was more jarring than gunfire. Hearts raced in unison as everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the noise. A tall, striking figure emerged from the darkness, her long burgundy curls cascading down, clad in a fitted black leather jacket, and bearing a face that radiated both allure and boldness. It was the Nightingale. Chapter 11. The Nightingale's warning. The appearance of the Nightingale shattered the stifling air of the square, which then regrouped in a heavier, more oppressive manner. The breaths of all lurking survivors ceased abruptly. Brother, whose body was taut, as if drawn back like a taut bowstring. He recognized this woman. In fact, any survivor who had endured long enough in this wasteland had heard the name Nightingale. A top tier awakened, wielding fire as her weapon and the city as her hunting ground. What was she doing here? The Nightingale paid no heed to the mixed gazes of fear and greed directed her way. Striding in her high heels, she approached an invisible boundary and halted. Her presence rendered the boiling noodles in the pot pale in comparison. "You've certainly made quite the commotion," she remarked, her tone ambiguous, laced with either mockery or mere observation. Lin Mo shrugged and gestured with his fork towards the three attackers, who appeared utterly stunned. There are always those who refuse to believe. A cold smile curved her crimson lips as she finally shifted her gaze towards the surrounding shadows. "I advise you all to suppress any inappropriate thoughts." Her voice resonated clearly throughout the square. "Do not think for a moment that your meager weaponry can intimidate me. Nor can I be harmed by this establishment." Before her words fully settled, a flicker of orange flame ignited in her pale palm. The flame, though small, radiated enough heat to ignite the very air around it. The temperature in the vicinity surged, and the hidden survivors' faces reflected sheer horror. This was the power of a top-tier awakened. However, her next words plunged them into an icy abyss. "Even I cannot inflict harm upon this establishment." As her statement lingered in the air, the flame extinguished abruptly, as though it had never existed. The square fell into a profound silence. If the invisible barrier had merely invoked an air of strangeness and apprehension, the Nightingale's declaration confirmed their final shred of hope had been utterly obliterated. If even the Nightingale acknowledged her inability to affect this place, what were they, mere survivors struggling for sustenance, worth? The rugged man who had fired his weapon crumpled to his knees, his legs giving way beneath him, the makeshift gun clattering to the ground with a hollow thud. His two companions followed suit, collapsing in despair, their faces stripped of any semblance of defiance. Setting aside the loss of their opportunity for negotiation, they realized that a man who could compel the Nightingale to bow would find it easier to eliminate them than squashing an ant. They were finished. Brother, who inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his shock, and slowly emerged from behind the wall. He slung the semi-automatic rifle over his back, spreading his hands to demonstrate he bore no ill will. The remaining lurkers gradually revealed themselves from the shadows. A tall, gaunt man in a black trench coat clutched his chest, his pallor betraying his fear. Fortunately, his attack had remained sufficiently concealed. For now, the enigmatic shopkeeper seemed oblivious to his presence, which meant he still had a chance to negotiate. The Nightingale disregarded the others, retrieving several items from a leather pouch at her waist. They were not crystals, but 3 gleaming gold bars, each stamped with a weight of 100 grams. "I have no need for face," she declared. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised. "I seek biscuits, canned food, and water. Any food that is easily transportable and storable." She had regained her composure, realizing that while steaming noodles were tempting, for a hunter who needed to remain mobile, convenient, ready-to-eat industrial food was the more rational choice. "Certainly," Lin Mo replied with a smile. He relished doing business with the astute. He turned and entered the shelves, soon emerging with a plastic bag filled with compressed biscuits, luncheon meat, and bottled water. "You could be considered a returning customer. Allow me to offer you a discount. 3 gold bars for these. Is that agreeable?" The Nightingale glanced at the contents of the bag and nodded. This was a far more advantageous deal than her previous transaction. where she had exchanged 200 grams of gold for a mere instant noodle, soda, and spicy strips. With a thought, the 3 gold bars vanished from her grasp, and simultaneously, he extended the bag filled with food toward her. The transaction was completed effortlessly before the eyes of all present. The nightingale accepted the food without lingering for a moment, turning swiftly to vanish into the darkness from whence she came. Her arrival had been sudden, and her departure decisive. Yet she had irrevocably altered the dynamics of the situation. Now, all eyes returned to Lin Mo, but this time devoid of suspicion or malice. Only pure desire and a hint of reverence remained. Leaning against the doorframe, he tapped the edge of the large pot with his fork, producing a crisp sound. Well, the interlude has concluded. It is now your turn. I trust you understand the rules? Gold or crystals in exchange for food. He pointed to the 3 men still kneeling on the ground. Of course, they are excluded. The 3 disqualified men became the focal point of all gazes in the square, particularly the rugged man, whose face had drained of color, leaving only a pallid mask of despair. The savory aroma rising from the pot was a relentless torment to his will. He could no longer endure it. The man discarded his makeshift gun and crawled desperately towards the invisible boundary. Boss, I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. I am no better than an insect, failing to recognize the mountain before me. Please, in your magnanimity, let me off the hook. Tears streamed down his face, his voice hoarse, stripped of its previous arrogance. I beg you, grant me a morsel of food, just a sip of broth. I will serve you like a beast. My life is yours. His 2 companions quickly followed suit, kneeling in supplication, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud. Their desperate wails echoed through the silent square. The surrounding survivors looked on, a chill creeping into their hearts. They felt no sympathy, only relief that they had refrained from acting impulsively. Lin Mo lowered his gaze, stirring a piece of sausage in the pot with his fork, not bothering to glance at them. I have stated before, he finally spoke, his tone remaining flat. Those who take action lose their opportunity. The rugged man froze, confusion and despair flooding his eyes. He could not comprehend it. He had knelt, relinquished all dignity. Why was there no chance for redemption? Lin Mo chose to ignore them, raising his gaze to scan the remaining figures in the square. Who else wishes to trade? Brother who moved. Rather than approaching the 3 still groveling, he made his way to the shop's entrance from the opposite side. He stopped at a safe distance, bowing solemnly towards Lin Mo. Boss, we wish to trade. Chapter 12. I detest those who disrupt the rules. Brother who did not produce gold, but retrieved a crystal from a hidden pocket within his clothing. Unlike the gem provided by the nightingale, this crystal core is somewhat smaller. Its hue more opaque, with an ethereal glow that is nearly imperceptible. Yet, it is undoubtedly a crystal core. Lin Mo's brow twitched slightly as he silently intoned, receive. The crystal core vanished from Brother Tiger's palm and found its way into Lin Mo's pocket. Wise individuals tend to survive a little longer, Lin Mo remarked. An unusual commentary for him. He turned and retrieved 3 large enamel bowls from beneath the counter, filling each to the brim with steaming noodles, ham sausages, and rich broth using a large ladle. As the 3 bowls of steaming instant noodles traversed the barrier and were presented before Brother Tiger, the bespectacled man and Xiao Lu behind him felt their eyes instantly redden. Brother Tiger's hands trembled, holding the bowl. He could almost feel the long-lost warmth emanating from its walls. Thank you, boss. He bowed deeply once more before swiftly retreating behind the low wall with his 2 subordinates. They did not devour their meal ravenously, but their speed was astonishing. They buried their faces in the bowls, emitting suppressed yet satisfied slurping sounds, oblivious to the scorching broth trickling down the corners of their mouths. That was the taste of survival. With the first to take the plunge, the rest could no longer contain themselves. Boss, I'll trade too. I have a crystal core. The crowd began to stir. The previously pallid, tall man in a black trench coat, who had been rebuffed by psychic backlash, stepped forward, clutching his chest. He dared not look at Lin Mo, instead lowering his head as he fumbled in his pocket, revealing 2 crystal cores. One was similar to Brother Tiger's, while the other was much smaller, nearly the size of a fingernail. Lin Mo expressionlessly accepted them, offering him a generous bowl of noodles in return. The man took the bowl and retreated into the shadows, as if fleeing. Once the floodgates of trade were opened, they could never be closed again. Survivors approached one after another. Some presented long-cherished golden jewelry, while others produced crystal cores of varying sizes. Lin Mo accepted them all. For gold, he weighed it on an electronic scale and estimated a fair exchange. For crystal cores, he simply collected them, relying on intuition for compensation. Soon, a small pile of gleaming jewelry and a dozen colorful crystal cores accumulated beneath the counter at his feet, while the large pot of noodles visibly dwindled. The entire square, once tense and fraught, had transformed into an aromatic open-air cafeteria. Only the three men kneeling on the ground were forgotten by all. Their hopes were being inexorably devoured. Bit by bit, the rugged man watched those savoring the steaming bowls of noodles, their faces alight with happiness, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Why? Why could they eat? Just because he acted first? A profound resentment and madness burgeoned within him. He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on a frail survivor who had just completed a trade and was turning to leave, a steaming bowl of noodles in hand. If I can't eat, neither shall you. He lunged at the survivor like a mad dog. The turn of events unfolded too swiftly. The survivor, taken completely by surprise, was tackled to the ground, his bowl of noodles flying from his grasp. Crash! Scalding noodles and broth splattered everywhere, the enticing aroma instantly mingling with the dust. My noodles! The survivor screamed, not for being knocked down, but from the loss of his bowl. The rugged man, heedless, dropped to the ground, frantically scooping up the noodles mixed with dirt and shoving them into his mouth. Stop! A thunderous voice, the roar of Brother Tiger. He set down his bowl, his eyes glinting with menace. The other survivors, who had been eating, halted their actions, casting icy glares at the madman who had disrupted the order. Lin Mo, too, paused in his task of serving noodles, leaning against the doorframe, silently observing the farce with an inscrutable expression. Just then, a flash of fire erupted from the darkness of the street corner. Pop! A faint, muffled sound. The rugged man, who had been ravenously consuming the noodles, suddenly froze. A small flame ignited at the back of his neck and swiftly expanded. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire form was engulfed in orange flames, rapidly turning to char, ultimately reduced to a handful of ash. Even his two stunned companions were ignited by the dispersing sparks, following in his tragic fate. In less than 3 seconds, 3 living beings had completely vanished from the world. The square fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes turned toward the dark street corner. The nightingale silhouette had reappeared there, seemingly an unknown moment. Everyone stood frozen in place, their gazes darting between her fiery figure and the 3 heaps of ash on the ground. I detest those who disrupt the order. The nightingale's voice was cold. It was not directed at Lin Mo. She was delivering her final ultimatum to all the living in the square. Lin Mo retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator. Rather than drinking it, he tossed it casually toward the nightingale. The can traced an arc, crossing the invisible barrier. The nightingale instinctively reached out to catch it, the icy sensation of the can momentarily startling her. She looked at Lin Mo, who said nothing, simply resuming his stirring of the remaining noodles in the pot, signaling that trade could continue. The nightingale gripped the cold can tightly, not drinking immediately, but instead leaning against the nearby wall, her sharp gaze surveying the entire scene. At that moment, no one dared entertain any further thoughts. Brother Tiger exhaled a long, heavy breath. Here, it was safer than any corner of the ruins, as long as one adhered to the rules. The slender man in the black trench coat, hiding in the shadows, was drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had attempted a psychic ambush on the shopkeeper. Though it had rebounded, it seemed the other party had not noticed. But now, he dare not take any chances. The woman named the Nightingale was ruthless and sharp-eyed. What if she perceived something? He dared not think further, silently disappearing into the deeper darkness while still clutching the bowl of noodles he had yet to eat. The trade continued amidst an absolute order. Clang! A small team set down a bag, opening it to reveal gleaming gold bars. They had retrieved these from a derelict bank based on memory, weighing at least 3 kilograms. They exchanged not only for instant noodles, but also for convenient food and bottled water. Lin Mo felt immense satisfaction. Just this transaction alone was sufficient to clear all his debts, with a considerable surplus remaining. Chapter 13, The Second Ability. Those 3 kilograms of gold bars splashed into the calm pond of existence like a boulder. The breaths of all survivors grew heavy. They looked at the well-equipped team, then at Lin Mo. So, this was another way to trade. So, there truly was everything here. The Nightingale leaned against the wall, pulling the tab on the cola, producing a crisp pop. The icy liquid slid down her throat, easing her taut nerves somewhat. She did not interfere further, but her mere presence was the strongest form of order. Brother Tiger and his companions had finished their noodles, even slurping up the last drop of broth. They did not leave, but retreated into the shadows, stunned by the scene unfolding before them, an event that seemed impossible in this apocalypse. Boss, I have this. A diminutive man squeezed to the front, pulling out a velvet jewelry box from his coat. Opening it revealed a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering brilliantly under the incandescent lights. This used to be worth a whole house. The man exclaimed eagerly. Lin Mo cast a glance. I do not accept diamonds, gold, or crystal cores. The man's expression instantly crumbled, clutching the diamond ring as he retreated to a corner, utterly despondent. This fleeting episode made it abundantly clear to all present the rules of this domain. What once symbolized wealth and status held no value here. Only the weight of gold and the energy contained within crystal cores could be bartered for sustenance. The torrent of trade had been irrevocably unleashed. An increasing throng of individuals surged forth from the desolate corners of the ruins. Some dragged half-filled bags of necklaces and bracelets looted from jewelry stores, which clattered as they fell to the ground. Others cradled assorted crystal cores of varying colors, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Lin Mo had transformed entirely into an emotionless trading machine. He casually tossed gold into a dimensional warehouse, forming a continually rising mound. The crystal cores, however, he stored with meticulous care. The shelves in the small shop were being emptied at an astonishing rate. Instant noodles, ham, biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, these items, the most inexpensive and commonplace industrial foods in Lin Mo's world, have become the hard currency for survivors wagering their very lives. A single gold bar could be exchanged for merely 2 cans of luncheon meat. The most inferior crystal core might not even suffice for an entire case of mineral water. Yet, no one complained about the pricing, for a woman capable of incinerating a person with flames was quietly sipping a cola nearby. Time passed. The large pot of noodles and broth had long been depleted, but trading showed no signs of ceasing. A burly man who appeared to be a leader of some faction summoned his subordinates to bring over a heavy safe. Upon prying it open, it revealed neatly stacked gold bricks. "Boss, I want everything you have here." The bald man's voice boomed. Lin Mo did not even lift his head. "Queue up." The bald man's countenance froze. His subordinates instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. However, when they caught sight of the red-haired woman nearby, who had crumpled a cola can into a ball of scrap metal, all of them relaxed their hold. The bald man took a deep breath, forcing an unpleasant smile onto his face. "All right, we will queue." Lin Mo ignored him, continuing the transaction at his predetermined pace. This was truly wealth that belonged solely to him. Finally, when the last survivor exchanged a shattered gold bracelet for the final pack of spicy strips on the shelf, the entire convenience store was nearly emptied, save for Lin Mo himself. The crowd in the square, satisfied with their newly acquired food, dispersed in small groups. Nightingale discarded the cola can in her hand and approached the invisible boundary. "You struck it rich?" she remarked flatly. "Not bad." Lin Mo stretched lazily, surveying the barren shop. "When will we come again?" Nightingale inquired, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Lin Mo glanced at the display screen. Dimensional transit, cooling down. Remaining time, 3:15:42. I don't know. Indeed, he was uncertain. Though Lin Mo speculated that the cool-down period upon returning would also take 12 hours. It remained mere conjecture. Nightingale gazed at him intently, refraining from further inquiries, before turning and vanishing into the deepest darkness before dawn. The square finally fell into a profound silence. Lin Mo extinguished the glaring incandescent light and switched off the creaking exhaust fan. The world returned to tranquility. With a thought, he delved into the dimensional warehouse. Inside lay a mountain of gold reserves, with an initial estimated weight exceeding 100 kilograms. Beside the pile of gold rested 33 crystal cores of varying sizes and colors. These were the true currency of this world, the keys to the extraordinary. The agonizing transformation process brought on by the last crystal core was still vividly etched in his memory. Yet, Lin Mo's face bore no hint of hesitation. With the assurance of absolute safety, pain was merely a phase, strength was the ultimate outcome. He opened his mouth and unceremoniously poured the entire handful of icy crystal cores into his mouth. No chewing was necessary. The crystalline entities, as hard as jade, melted swiftly upon contact with his oral cavity. This time, it was not the excruciating pain of a myriad of steel needles piercing him, but rather an overwhelming sensation of expansion. Ugh! Lin Mo's body suddenly fell backward, crashing heavily onto the folding bed. An incomprehensibly vast torrent of energy erupted within him. The ferocious energy surged into every corner of his being, every single cell. His skin flushed crimson, the blue veins bulging and twisting beneath the surface, as if countless serpents writhed within. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, as though they were on the verge of shattering under the weight of this power. His muscle fibers were forcibly stretched, only to be instantaneously replaced by even more resilient tissue. Destruction and rebirth existed on a razor's edge. The gentle force enveloping him was the absolute baseline, permitting Lin Mo's body to be transformed and enhanced, yet forbidding any real explosion. Time lost its significance amidst this extreme sensation of inflation. Finally, when the last vestige of energy was fully absorbed by his body, the sensation that threatened to tear him apart gradually receded. Lin Mo lay sprawled on the bed, drenched as if he had just stepped out from beneath a high-pressure water hose. He remained in that position for an extended period, nearly convinced he might drift off to sleep. Eventually, he slowly opened his eyes. The world had changed. He could distinctly see the insects on the ceiling, beating their wings at a specific frequency. He could clearly hear the mindless groans of a zombie outside the roll-up door. He could even distinctly smell the lingering aromas of instant noodles, blood, and the earthy scent of soil in the air. His senses had been heightened to an unfathomable degree. Lin Mo gradually sat up from the bed. He extended his right hand and gestured towards the now empty metal shelf beside him. With a hum, an invisible force enveloped the shelf. After a slight tremble, the heavy metal shelf began to levitate, rising nearly half a meter off the ground. Then Montauk's pupils dilated and shook. This was not the ability of the dimensional warehouse. This was psychokinesis? With a mere thought, the shelf crashed back to the ground with a resounding thud. Lin Mo immediately summoned the system interface. Avakant, Lin Montauk. Awakened Ability 1. Dimensional Warehouse. Current capacity, 1,000 cubic meters. Note, isolate time and space, access through thought. Awakened Ability 2. Psychokinetic Control. Current strength, capable of manipulating objects weighing up to 50 kilograms at a distance. Note, the stronger the mental power, the greater the control. Dual abilities. He had unexpectedly awakened a second power. Chapter 14. A Lion's Share. After absorbing all the crystal cores and clearing out the goods. Although the cooldown timer had yet to expire, Lin Mo had no intention of venturing out to explore. He chose instead to wait patiently. A familiar sensation of distortion enveloped him once more. However, this time, Lin Mo felt no panic. With a pop, the grayish-yellow sky of the apocalypse was abruptly replaced by the cityscape at 4 in the morning. Outside the window, the streetlights cast expansive orange halos on the ground, glistening after the light rain. In the distance, the faint melody of a cleaning truck's sprinkling music could be heard. The odors of rust and decay dissipated, replaced by the refreshing scent of earth mixed with grass after rainfall. He had returned. Dimensional transit complete. Current world, Earth safe. Next transit cooldown, 1:15:59. Lin Mo glanced at the countdown displayed on the screen and, with a thought, casually dismissed it. He approached the entrance and pulled open the seemingly mundane glass door, which remained unyielding amidst the apocalypse. A gentle, cool night breeze swept in, refreshing his body, which had been warmed by an overwhelming surge of power. The burdens of separation, usury, and dismissal, once colossal boulders that suffocated him and robbed him of sleep, now felt as light as a feather upon his heart. With a flicker of thought, 2 hefty gold bars, imbued with a hint of chill, materialized in his hands. Each weighed 500 grams. The over 100 kilograms of gold reserves in his dimensional warehouse constituted his greatest trump card, yet revealing too much at once would draw undue attention. 1 kilogram, neither too much nor too little, remained within the realm of plausible explanation. As dawn had yet to break, Lin Mo felt no urgency. He returned to his foldable bed and enjoyed a few hours of stable slumber. By 9 in the morning, he found himself at the largest antique trading market in the city. This place was a veritable melting pot of characters, serving as a natural venue for disposing of stolen goods and handling various items of dubious origin. He swiftly located a nondescript shop, distinguished by the keen gaze of its proprietor. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he inquired, "Do you accept gold? What is the quality? Where does it come from?" The shopkeeper leaned back in his chair, too lethargic to lift his eyelids. Lin Mo remained silent and gently placed the 2 gold bars, wrapped in newspaper, on the counter. Thud! The dull thump startled the proprietor, causing his eyelids to flicker. He straightened his posture, seemingly pausing his breath. With a quiet determination, he donned his reading glasses and retrieved his professional tools, performing tests with fire, weight, and a magnifying glass to examine the cuts. After 10 minutes of meticulous scrutiny, he exhaled a long sigh, his expression complex as he regarded Lin Mo. Good stuff. Quality is impeccable. A flat price of 580,000. 700,000. Lin Mo replied calmly, his tone as serene as if discussing an unrelated matter. Brother, that price is exorbitant. I have risks to consider and bribes to pay. 700,000. Lin Mo reiterated, his tone unwavering, devoid of any hint of threat, simply gazing at him. Yet, the proprietor discerned an undeniable authority in Lin Mo's overly tranquil eyes. Silence enveloped the room for a full half-minute. All right. He finally nodded, cash or transfer. Transfer. 15 minutes later, Lin Mo received a bank notification on his phone. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction on X month X day at 10:12. Credited with 7,000,000 yuan. Current account balance, 70,032, 200 yuan. Stepping out of the antique market, Lin Mo basked in the sunlight and directly dialed the debt collector's number, a call he had once dreaded immensely. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello? Who is this? A coarse voice, laced with the remnants of a hangover and impatience, responded. It's Lin Mo. Shit. You actually had the nerve to call? So, have you gathered the money? Indeed. Good for you. Meet me at the abandoned No. 3 cement factory in the west of the city at 3 in the afternoon. Bring the cash and come alone. The voice concluded, abruptly hanging up. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Mo entered the vast, dilapidated factory alone. Sunlight streamed through the numerous holes in the roof, casting mottled beams of light, while the air was thick with cement dust and a faint odor of urine. In the center of the factory, a heavy-set man adorned with cheap tattoos of dragons and tigers lounged on a tattered sofa, bare-chested. He was known as Brother Biao. Behind him stood 7 or 8 thugs wielding steel pipes and baseball bats, their heads tilted, eyes narrowed, glaring at Lin Mo with palpable hostility. You got some guts. Kid, coming here solo, Brother Biao spat out a cigarette, but slowly inquired, where's the money? Lin Mo retorted, where's the IOU? He had no time for idle chatter with these thugs. A mere 35,000 was at stake. He simply wanted the IOU back to conclude this matter. Brother Biao chuckled as if he had heard the grandest joke. Rising from the sofa with deliberate slowness, his corpulent frame exuded an oppressive presence. The IOU? Sure. But prices have skyrocketed lately, and my boys need to eat. You know? He wiggled 5 thick fingers in front of Lin Mo, 50,000. Interest and emotional damages included. That is the final offer. He would burn the IOU before Lin Mo's eyes once he paid. The thugs behind him erupted in laughter, rhythmically banging their makeshift weapons against their palms. Lin Mo's brow twitched imperceptibly. He despised those who disrupted the rules. Whether in the apocalypse or here, repaying debts was a matter of principle. However, raising the price unilaterally was a violation of the most fundamental norms. I initially intended to repay you 35,000, but now I will only offer 20,000. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the expansive factory, silencing all laughter. Brother Biao's grin faltered. He rubbed his ears, seemingly unable to believe his own hearing. How much did you say? 20,000. Not a penny more. Lin Mo repeated, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Fuck your mother. A nearby thug with bleached hair could no longer restrain himself, cursing as he swung his steel pipe toward Lin Mo's head. The whoosh of the wind was deafening in the factory. A malevolent grin spread across Brother Biao's face. This was the effect he desired. They would beat Lin Mo until he begged for mercy, and then 50,000 would suffice. However, the grin on Brother Biao's face froze the next moment. Chapter 15, Persuasion Through Virtue. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. The heavy steel pipe came to a halt merely 10 centimeters from Lin Mo's head, effortlessly caught in his grasp. He did not even lift his gaze, standing there with one hand raised, firmly halting the blow that could have shattered bones. The factory fell into a deathly silence. A piercing scream shattered the stillness, but it did not belong to Lin Mo. It emanated from the thug with bleached hair, whose hands were now bloodied from the crushing grip on the steel pipe. A tremendous force surged back through the pipe, not only thwarting his attack, but sending him reeling backward. The pipe clattered to the ground as Lin Mo released it, glancing at the writhing thug on the floor. In a heartbeat, Lin Mo's body moved swiftly, a speed that transcended the limits of ordinary human perception. To the others, Lin Mo's figure merely blurred for a moment. The nearest thug, brandishing a baseball bat, charged at him, a cruel smile still plastered on his face. Bang! The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh echoed painfully. The thug's body bent backward as if struck by a speeding truck, lifting him off the ground and sending him flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a pile of discarded cement bags, instantly knocking him unconscious. Lin Mo resumed his original stance, retracting his fist with a leisurely motion as if merely brushing off the dust from his attire. Let's all go at once. Kill him. Brother Biao finally snapped back to reality, his voice a frantic roar. The remaining thugs, roused by their leader's command, suppressed their fear and charged from all directions. Steel pipes, machetes, and baseball bats intertwined to form a chaotic array of glinting cold steel, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Lin Mo. Yet, Lin Mo had no intention of evading. He stepped forward, directly colliding into the embrace of a thug. Crack! That was the sound of shattered ribs. The thug let out no cry of anguish, collapsing limply to the ground. Without a glance back, Lin Mo thrust his left elbow backward. Bang! A second thug, attempting a sneak attack from behind, felt as though his jaw had been struck by a sledgehammer, spewing a mixture of teeth and blood as he fell backward, sprawled on the ground. The tumultuous brawl before Lin Mo transformed into a one-sided slaughter. His movements were devoid of any ostentatious technique, relying solely on the simplest of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Yet each of his strikes carried an irresistible, terrifying force. When Machete swung towards him, he effortlessly pinched it between two fingers, bending it gently until the finely crafted steel snapped with a resounding crack. In less than 10 seconds, amidst the factory center, there stood no one but Lin Mo and the hulking figure of Biao Ge. The once arrogant thugs now lay scattered on the ground, curled up in agony, emitting pain groans. None bore fatal injuries, yet every one of them had suffered broken bones, rendering them incapacitated. The air was thick with dust from the cement, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood. Biao Ji's jowls trembled violently, not out of rage but sheer terror. He gazed upon the unscathed young man, whose breath remained undisturbed, feeling as though he were staring at a monster. Is this really human? Lin Mo advanced step by step towards him, each footfall resonating like a stomp on Biao Ji's heart. "Do not come any closer." Biao Ge croaked, his throat dry, his voice trembling with a facade of bravado as his legs involuntarily shuffled backward. "I'll tell you, my brother is—" Lin Mo halted, cutting him off. "The IOU." He extended his hand, his voice devoid of any emotion. Biao Ji's body quaked, the instinct for survival overwhelming all else. In a fluster, he fumbled through his pocket, retrieving a crumpled, folded piece of paper, trembling as he handed it over. Lin Mo accepted it, unfolding it to confirm it was the IOU he had signed for 300,000, with a principal of 200,000. He took out his phone, opened the banking app, and in Biao Ji's presence, entered his account number. Transfer amount, 20,000,000. I detest those who disregard the rules. Lin Mo illuminated his phone screen for Biao Ge to see, revealing the successful transfer confirmation. Originally, it should have been 350,000. Now, it was worth only 200,000. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Mo tore the IOU into shreds right before Biao Ji's eyes, tossing the fragments into the air. The confetti danced in the beam of light, slowly descending. Having completed this, Lin Mo turned and walked away, casting not a single glance at the now paralyzed figure of the frightened fat man on the ground. He walked past the groaning thugs, as if they were mere inconsequential obstacles. It was only after Lin Mo's silhouette vanished at the factory entrance that Biao Ji's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He stared at his writhing subordinates, and then at the recent bank notification on his phone. 200,000. Not a cent more, not a cent less. A wave of relief washed over him, intertwined with a deeper, more profound fear gripping his heart. What manner of being had he provoked? Lin Mo exited the cement factory. The matter of the loan shark was now settled. He felt not an ounce of relief. Throughout the ordeal, it had stirred little turmoil in his heart. To Lin Mo, a person like Biao Ge, who preyed on the weak and feared the strong, was no different from an ant on the roadside. Time was precious. He had more pressing matters at hand. Lin Mo first ventured to the second-hand car market. He required a truck, one that was unremarkable yet capable of carrying a substantial load. Half an hour later, he departed the market in a slightly worn silver-gray Wuling Hongguang. The vehicle cost 30,000, and he did not haggle over the price. The truck headed straight to the city's largest food wholesale market. This was the source for various restaurants and convenience stores, the air saturated with the mingled scents of cardboard boxes and assorted seasonings. Lin Mo pushed a massive flatbed cart directly into the largest warehouse-style wholesale supermarket. "Hello, I need 200 cases of bucket noodles, 5 different flavors." Lin Mo addressed an employee who was restocking shelves. The employee halted, looking up at Lin Mo with an expression of disbelief. "How many?" 200 cases, Lin Mo reiterated. "Additionally, I require 100 cases of the largest packaging of ham sausages, 200 cases of compressed biscuits, 100 cases of beef king goods, 500 bottles of mineral water." With each request, the employee's jaw dropped further. Eventually, even the manager was alerted, rushing out in person. "Sir, are you opening a supermarket?" The manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, regarded Lin Mo with a mix of confusion and curiosity. The volume of his order was substantial, yet it consisted solely of basic survival foods, which was rather peculiar. Close enough, Lin Mo replied, not wishing to elaborate further. The manager did not press the matter. Why bother with details when the one paying is the king? No problem. Absolutely no problem. We'll prepare your order right away. Forklifts buzzed around, retrieving pallets of goods from towering shelves, quickly forming a mountain of cardboard boxes in the space outside the checkout area. After settling the payment, Lin Mo drove the Wuling Hongguang to the loading zone. Boss, the truck might not be able to fit all of this, a worker overseeing the loading remarked, eyeing the small vehicle and the small mountain of goods with concern. I'll make multiple trips, Lin Mo replied indifferently. He instructed the workers to first load 20-some boxes of noodles and mineral water, filling the rear of the small truck to capacity. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he started the engine and drove away. As the vehicle exited the wholesale market, Lin Mo turned into an abandoned industrial park that had lain dormant for years. With a thought, the entrance to the dimensional warehouse unfolded before him. He directed the cargo with precision, loading it neatly within, the entire process quiet and efficient. This was the convenience afforded by power. Chapter 16. Bidding farewell to the submissive past. After emptying the truck, Lin Mo immediately turned around and returned to the wholesale market. For the second and third trips, he resembled an indefatigable ant, tirelessly transporting goods from the wholesale market time and again. The workers at the market transitioned from initial astonishment to eventual numbness. They simply observed this young man, brimming with energy, undertaking the workload of a small transport fleet single-handedly. No one suspected that the goods being taken away would vanish into thin air shortly after leaving their sight. Furthermore, Lin Mo did not need to handle the items himself. The entire process was effortless and enjoyable. By the time the last box of mineral water was loaded onto the truck, dusk was approaching. Boss, all your goods are ready. Take care. The manager personally escorted him to the door, his face beaming with joy. Lin Mo nodded, driving one final time to the abandoned industrial park. After securing the last batch of goods into the dimensional warehouse, he gazed at the empty truck bed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Inside the dimensional warehouse, noodles, biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water piled high. These inexpensive industrial products would serve as hard currency for exchanging gold and extraordinary powers in another world. The last time he had brought only a small amount, and the news had spread limitedly. Dimensional transit, cooling down, remaining time, 2:11:34. 2 hours remained. With the loan shark matter resolved and a balance of several 100,000 still in his account, alongside over 100 kilograms of gold in the dimensional warehouse, Lin Mo felt the tension in his nerves begin to ease. Let us refrain from hasty interdimensional travel. Let the news over there ferment a little longer, allowing more individuals to become aware of a quaint little shop where one can exchange goods for gold and crystal cores. The inaugural transaction occurred yesterday, with limited impact, as much of the gold was hastily gathered from the ruins. Moreover, the transactions were conducted by scattered survivors, lacking any substantial strongholds. Lin Mo understood clearly that in order to maximize profits, a volume-based approach was essential, necessitating collaboration with various strongholds to facilitate gold collection. If hundreds of awakened individuals were mobilized to gather gold, the efficiency would be remarkable. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo activated his Wuling Hongguang and returned to the shop. After a refreshing hot shower and changing into a clean t-shirt and jeans, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The sense of power coursing through his body evoked a profound detachment from his past. Suddenly, he felt an urge to do something, a desire to bid farewell to his timid past. A fine meal would suffice. Lin Mo started the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang and drove toward the city center. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a stop outside the city's most prestigious French restaurant, the Crown of Cloud. At the restaurant's entrance, the impeccably dressed doorman froze momentarily, his professional smile faltering as he beheld the incongruity of the van among a row of luxury cars. He hastened forward, intercepting Lin Mo as he exited, his tone courteous, yet imbued with an unmistakable air of aloofness. Sir, I apologize, but our parking spaces are currently full. If you're a dining guest, I would recommend the public parking lot at the intersection ahead. Lin Mo regarded him silently, fully comprehending the implication that someone driving such a vehicle was unlikely to be here to dine. Even if they were, parking here would detract from the restaurant's ambience. I have no cash, Lin Mo finally replied. The doorman's forced smile intensified, laced with a hint of barely concealed disdain. Indeed, he seemed to be a source of trouble. Sir, he began, but his words were cut short. Lin Mo reached into his pocket and, Upon withdrawing his hand, revealed an irregular nugget of gold the size of a soybean. Casually, he tossed the golden piece into the doorman's gloved hand. Is this sufficient for the parking fee? The weighty feel of the gold left the doorman momentarily paralyzed. He stared down at the gleaming nugget in his palm, his mind blank. As a doorman at a top-tier restaurant, he had encountered the wealthy, seen checks, and various black cards. But he had never witnessed anyone using a piece of gold to pay for parking. The impact was far more substantial than merely tossing a wad of cash. That's more than enough. Sir, this way, please. I shall arrange the best parking spot for you immediately. The doorman's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his posture bending as he exuded genuine respect and trepidation. Lin Mo paid him no further heed, striding directly into the restaurant. Under the guidance of a waiter, Lin Mo settled into a window-side table. The soft lighting, soothing piano melodies, and elegantly dressed patrons engaging in hushed conversations created an atmosphere of utmost grace and tranquility, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic wasteland he had previously endured. As he perused the menu, resembling an ancient tome, a sharp voice, tinged with incredulity, broke through the ambience. Lin Mo. He lifted his gaze to find a couple at a nearby table. The woman, adorned in a designer gown with meticulous makeup, was his former girlfriend, Zhang Qian. Beside her stood a man in a tailored suit, a luxury watch adorning his wrist, none other than the wealthy heir, Wang Hao. Zhang Qian's face was a canvas of disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom encountering Lin Mo here. Wang Hao, after a moment of surprise, displayed a smirk filled with both amusement and derision. He wrapped an arm around Zhang Qian's waist and swaggered over, looking down at Lin Mo with condescension. If at ISNT Lin Mo, what brings you here? Has the little shop closed, and now you're auditioning for the role of a dishwasher? Wang Hao's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was sufficient to draw the attention of several nearby diners. Wang Hao, please don't, Zhang Qian interjected lightly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Wang Hao chuckled, snatching the menu from Lin Mo's table and exaggeratedly flipping through its pages. Let us see. The Angus steak here is 3,800 plate. Does your monthly salary even cover a bite? Or are you here to dine and dash? Lin Mo chose to ignore Wang Hao's taunts, not even sparing Zhang Qian a glance. Previously, he had deemed her betrayal unforgivable. But after experiencing interdimensional travel and awakening his powers, he suddenly found her utterly inconsequential. This is tedious, he remarked, his gaze drifting over Wang Hao's shoulder to the approaching waiter. What do you recommend? Lin Mo's voice was calm. The waiter, caught in an awkward predicament, glanced between Wang Hao and Lin Mo, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Wang Hao, incensed by Lin Mo's dismissal, seized the menu again, pointing to a line of French text with exaggerated flair. Look at this, Romanicani, 1990, 88,000 a bottle. Do you even understand? Someone like you probably can't even pronounce it correctly. Zhang Qian erupted into laughter, her expression radiating superiority. Finally, Lin Mo raised his eyes to regard Wang Hao. You're being excessively loud. He then turned back to the flustered waiter. Please consult your chef. I wish to have what he recommends, his specialty. Chapter 17, 300,000. The waiter's professional smile was on the verge of faltering. He had worked here for 3 years, encountering various difficult patrons and ostentatious tycoons. Yet he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. An ordinary-looking young man was being verbally assaulted by a wealthy heir, yet he remained completely unfazed, calmly requesting the chef's recommendations. Wang Hao felt as though he had struck damp cotton at that. No echo returned from his aggression. The sensation of being utterly disregarded was 1,000 times more excruciating than being openly insulted. Are you deaf? Wang Hao's face turned an angry shade, his voice rising several octaves. I'm talking to you. Zhang Qian's expression shifted to one of complexity. In her memory, Lin Mo had always instinctively furrowed his brow and pursed his lips under pressure, revealing signs of anxiety and embarrassment. Yet the man before her was a stranger. His tranquility exuded a dispassionate indifference, as if everything around him was mere background noise, inconsequential. Sir, please remain calm and do not disturb the other guests. The restaurant manager finally intervened. He was a man in his 50s, impeccably groomed, with an unassailable smile. Upon seeing the manager, Wang Hao's arrogance surged. Manager Zhou, you arrived just in time. Tell me, is this restaurant now allowing just anyone to waltz in? Allowing someone like him to sit here is a disgrace to your establishment. Manager Zhou cast a glance at Lin Mo, then at the irate Wang Hao, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. He recognized Wang Hao, the son of a local real estate mogul and a frequent patron, but he was also adept at reading the room. The young man being berated had maintained his composure throughout, not even shifting his posture. Such excessive calmness was itself a rarity. "Mr. Wang, we treat all our guests equally." Manager Zhou replied, neither obsequious nor confrontational. "What a fine notion of equality." Wang Hao scoffed with a twisted smile. "Very well, today's meal is on me. Let him leave. I'll pay him off to get him out of here." He pulled out a thick wad of cash from his wallet and slammed it onto the table. "Is this enough? If not, I'll add more." The patrons at the surrounding tables had ceased their conversations, casting curious glances in their direction. Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed with warmth as she tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve, whispering, "Let's go, Wang Hao, this is too embarrassing." "Embarrassing? Today, I shall make him understand the true meaning of disparity." Wang Hao forcefully shook off her hand. Lin Mo finally made a move. He did not glance at Wang Hao or the pile of cash, but directed his attention towards Manager Zhou. "Is there a private room available?" His voice, though soft, resonated like a stone cast into a bustling pond, creating ripples of clarity amidst the noise. Manager Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, "Yes, sir. Our finest star hall is available, though it requires a minimum spend." "What the hell? You still want a private room?" Wang Hao erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. Lin Mo interrupted the manager's words. "Please provide me with your corporate account details." Manager Zhou was once again taken aback, but, adhering to his professional training, recited a string of account numbers. Lin Mo retrieved his phone and tapped the screen a few times. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. The deposit was sent. The remainder could be settled after the meal. A voice crackled through Manager Zhou's earpiece, inquiring about the transaction. "Manager Zhou, there's a transfer of 300,000 marked as a deposit. Do you have any information on your end?" The professional smile on Manager Zhou's face vanished. 300,000? A deposit? He stood frozen, his mind buzzing. Wang Hao continued to shout, "What a farce. Do you think a few taps on a phone will suffice? If you're broke, get lost and stop embarrassing yourself." Manager Zhou took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He ignored Wang Hao and, bowing slightly to Lin Mo, performed a formal 90-degree bow. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for our inadequate service, which has affected your dining experience." In that moment, the cacophony of the restaurant seemed to be muted. Wang Hao's shouting abruptly ceased. His face contorted in a grotesque expression, as if frozen in a poorly painted tableau. Zhang Qian covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. All gazes converged on the deeply bowing restaurant manager and the young man seated calmly, his posture unaltered. What is happening? Wang Hao's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Manager Zhou straightened up, his expression regaining composure, but now imbued with an unmistakable reverence. He turned to Wang Hao, his smile replaced by a chilling detachment. "Mr. Wang, I must insist that you cease your raucous behavior immediately, or I will have to ask the security to escort you and this lady out." "What the hell did you just say?" Wang Hao felt he must have misheard. "You want me to leave? Do you have any idea who my father is? Do you know how much I spend here every year? This gentleman has just reserved a one-on-one exclusive dinner with the chef for 300,000, Manager Zhou stated calmly. He gestured to Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin, the Star Hall is ready for you. Please follow me." Lin Mo stood up leisurely, never casting a glance at Wang Hao or Zhang Qian, as though they were merely two inconsequential disturbances in the air. He strode behind Manager Zhou deeper into the restaurant. "Stop right there." Wang Hao finally reacted to the overwhelming shock, letting out a frantic roar. Impossible. Where could he possibly get that kind of money? 300,000? He wouldn't even be worth 30,000 if he sold his little convenience store. Lin Mo paused for a moment, not turning back. He merely turned his face slightly, catching Wang Hao with the corner of his eye for the first and last time. What a gaze it was. There was no anger, no disdain, no mockery, only utter indifference. Wang Hao felt a chill creep over him, the remaining words lodged in his throat. He felt like a clown stripped of his costume, performing on stage while the sole audience member yawned and exited. An unprecedented sense of humiliation washed over him, far more unbearable than receiving 100 slaps in public, instantly dismantling all his reason and dignity. Zhang Qian swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. She gazed at Lin Mo's retreating figure, once familiar yet now strikingly alien, as if an invisible hand had tightened around her heart. 300,000 as a deposit. Those words echoed in her mind, shattering the prideful choices she had clung to and obliterating her sense of superiority. The reason she had left him was that he was poor, but he couldn't provide the life she desired. Wasn't he it? Yet now, the man she believed would forever be confined to a dilapidated convenience store casually tossed out 300,000 without a second thought. Meanwhile, the wealthy Wang Hao, whom she thought would offer her everything, now resembled a defeated rooster, his face flushed and powerless to do anything but rage. How utterly ironic. Chapter 18. Return to the Apocalypse Era. The Star Hall is located at the pinnacle of the restaurant. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lies the city's most resplendent nightscape. A river of lights flowing together in a dazzling brilliance. Beneath his feet is a soft Persian carpet, and the air is infused with the delicate aroma of unknown flowers. Mr. Lin, the chef, will prepare all the dishes for you tonight, ensuring the freshest ingredients and the finest culinary creations. Manager Zhou humbly pulled out a chair for Lin Mo. What about the wine? Lin Montauk inquired. We have Romanicani and no need for introductions. Lin Mo interrupted. Just bring what you deem appropriate. Understood, understood. Manager Zhou responded promptly. I shall not disturb your meal further. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ring. With that, he bowed once more and cautiously exited the private room, gently closing the door behind him. The world finally fell silent. Lin Mo leaned back against the plush chair, gazing out at the city's night view. The earlier commotion left no trace in his heart. Bidding farewell to a timid past did not necessitate proving anything to anyone. It was enough for him to know that he had transformed. That knowledge sufficed. Soon, exquisitely crafted dishes, resembling works of art, were presented before him. The melt-in-your-mouth foie gras, accompanied by a hint of seared aroma. The tender blue lobster, paired with a specially crafted sauce, burst forth with exquisite flavors on his palate. Each dish epitomized the zenith of culinary artistry. Just days prior, Lin Mo would not have had the privilege to savor such delights. Yet now, it felt merely ordinary. The meal lasted nearly an hour. Lin Mo set down his cutlery and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He rang for service. Manager Zhou promptly entered with a sincere smile. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with your meal? Not bad. Let us settle the bill, Lin Mo replied succinctly. Certainly, the total comes to 78,000. How would you like to handle the excess? Let it remain for now. I'll return next time, Lin Mo casually remarked. Very well, sir. I will process your membership card, Manager Zhou said, exiting the room only to return shortly with a black card, presenting it with both hands. The card was crafted from a unique material, its surface embossed in gold, feeling notably weighty. This is our VIP card. We'll look forward to welcoming you back, Mr. Lin. Lin Mo accepted the card and slipped it into his pocket. He nodded at Manager Zhou in acknowledgement before turning to leave. As he stepped out of the restaurant, the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang remained parked prominently, contrasting sharply with the surrounding luxury vehicles. The doorman, who had previously obstructed his path, now stood upright beside the car. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he promptly jogged over and respectfully opened the door. Lin Mo settled into the driver's seat and started the aging van. The engine roared with a humble yet robust sound as it joined the flow of the city traffic. He did not look back even once. The vehicle glided through the brilliantly illuminated streets, ultimately veering back to the familiar convenience store. Lin Mo halted the car and cast a glance at the light screen. Dimensional transit, cooling, remaining time, 000314. Time was drawing near. He stepped in the store, pulled down the shutter, and closed his eyes behind the counter to gather his thoughts. At the moment the 3-minute countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Mo silently issued his command. Transit. The scene before him began to warp and fold. The vibrant cityscape of the night was swiftly extracted, replaced by an eternally unchanging sepia sky and the desolate silhouettes of dilapidated buildings. Dimensional transit complete, cooling, remaining time, 105945. Lin Mo paused for a moment. The cooling time had diminished from 12 hours to 11 hours. This sparked a bold hypothesis within him. Perhaps, with the increasing frequency of dimensional transits, he could traverse between the apocalyptic era and the real world without restrictions. Such a development would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Regaining his focus, Lin Mo approached the window and peered through the slats of the blinds. The street lay deserted. However, from the opposite abandoned building, behind a collapsed billboard and within the shadows of an alley, he sensed multiple gazes directed toward him. The news had spread. The previous scattered survivors had conveyed the tale of a mysterious convenience store where food could be exchanged for gold to every corner. Now, the visitors were no longer famished wanderers, but scouts dispatched by organized factions. Ignoring the prying eyes, Lin Mo raised a shutter. Open for business. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, a figure finally emerged from around the corner, approaching the convenience store at a measured pace. This was not one of the ragged, despair-ridden survivors from before. The individual donned a relatively clean combat uniform, albeit somewhat worn, with protective gear intact in critical areas. He carried a rifle on his back. a pistol and a combat knife at his waist, moving with steady steps, each footfall carefully placed, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. A seasoned veteran, the man paused at the entrance. "Boss," he began, his voice hoarse yet steady. "I am Scorpion, representing the Rock Stronghold. I wish to discuss a matter with you." The Rock Stronghold? Lin Mo had not heard of this before, but it was of little consequence. "What do you propose?" he inquired. "We at the Rock Stronghold require a substantial amount of supplies." Scorpion's voice resonated clearly in the empty street, maintaining a safe social distance from the invisible boundary. "Food, water, medical supplies, weaponry, and ammunition. We need it all." Leaning against the counter, Lin Mo polished a clean enamel bowl. "I do not sell weapons," he replied curtly, extinguishing any unrealistic hopes. Scorpion's expression revealed no disappointment. He seemed to have anticipated this response. "Very well, we will take all the food and water you can provide," he stated, retrieving a small yellow fish from a pocket of his tactical vest and placing it on the ground before him. "This is a deposit. We seek to establish a long-term partnership and hope for favorable pricing." Lin Mo raised his gaze to meet Scorpion's. "My prices are uniform for all." The air seemed to thicken once more. Subtle fluctuations of hidden presences emerged in the shadows behind Scorpion. Clearly, he was not alone. Scorpion raised a hand in a calming gesture. "We are earnest in our intentions." Lin Mo remained silent, simply lifting his hand and gesturing toward a box of luncheon meat cans on the top shelf. With a mere thought, the heavy tin cans began to levitate slowly from the shelf, traversing several meters before silently landing on the counter before him. Scorpion's pupils dilated in shock. Telekinesis. Chapter 19, By My Rules. Prior to this encounter, Scorpion had believed that Mr. Lin's advantage lay solely in his impenetrable defenses. Little did he realize that Lin Mo was a formidable awakener in his own right. "1 box of canned goods, 1 gold bar," Lin Mo stated, tapping the box on the counter. "That is the price." Scorpion fell silent, rapidly weighing the pros and cons. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke again. "We require a precise quantity. We need to know exactly how much stock you possess." This was also one of the objectives of his visit, to probe the depths of this establishment and ascertain Lin Mo's capabilities. If it were merely a small shop with some spatial abilities, the Rock Stronghold could easily swallow him whole. "Quantity?" Lin Mo chuckled lightly. He snapped his fingers. Clatter. In the center of the convenience store, a mountain formed from blue plastic packaging material materialized out of thin air. Hundreds of bottles of mineral water piled together, instantly occupying half of the store's space. The spectacle rendered Scorpion's mind blank for 3 seconds. From the shadows behind him, several suppressed gasps were audible. "Is this sufficient?" Lin Mo's voice struck like a hammer upon Scorpion's heart. If not, Lin Mo snapped his fingers once more. Beside the mountain of mineral water, another mountain formed from yellow cardboard boxes appeared. Compressed biscuits. Again, there were hundreds of boxes. The 2 small hills nearly filled the entire convenience store, leaving only a narrow pathway. The pungent scent of industrial food packaging at that moment was more striking than any aroma. Scorpion's throat tightened. Dual abilities. This man before him possessed not only telekinesis, but also spatial manipulation. Scorpion forced himself to avert his gaze, no longer looking at the 2 enticing mounds of supplies. He returned his focus to Lin Mo, his voice hoarse. "How shall we calculate the price?" "I have stated it. 1 gold bar for 1 box of canned goods." Lin Mo replied, his tone unchanged, as if the vast quantities before him were nothing more than worthless refuse. "We will take it all." Scorpion inhaled deeply, making a decision. "We need time to gather the gold." Upon receiving the news, the Rock Stronghold had breached an abandoned bank's vault. Gathering a few hundred gold bars was feasible. However, Lin Mo shook his head. "No." The single word caused Scorpion's previously steadied nerves to tighten anew. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, these items cannot be acquired solely through gold." Lin Mo leisurely returned the box of luncheon meat cans to the shelf using his telekinesis. This action caused Scorpion and all those behind him to feel their hearts plunge. Gold could exchange for the scattered items on the shelf. Lin Mo pointed at the 2 mountains of supplies. "But to procure bulk goods from me, you must pay another price." Scorpion's expression darkened. He understood. From the very beginning, the other party had no intention of engaging in a fair trade. They were flexing their muscles and setting the rules. "What do you desire?" Scorpion inquired. "Gold is the foundation. Crystal cores are the ticket." The muscles on Scorpion's face tightened. "Crystal cores cannot be used for trade." His voice became low and hoarse. It was the source of the Awakener's power, the very foundation of the Stronghold's existence. "Oh." Lin Mo's reaction remained flat. "That is your problem, not mine." No sooner had the words left his lips than the mountain of compressed biscuits began to vanish before Scorpion and his comrade's eyes. In mere seconds, the mountain was reduced to a thin layer at the base. The process was silent, yet more imposing than any cannon's roar. Cold sweat instantly drenched Scorpion's back. From the shadows behind him came the sound of weapons being gripped tightly, accompanied by several labored breaths. A threat. It was the most raw and effective form of intimidation. The adversary was demonstrating through action that while he could dispense these supplies, he could just as easily reclaim them at any moment. The initiative in this transaction was firmly held in the opponent's grasp from the very beginning. Wait, Scorpion finally spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of difficulty. Lin Mo paused his movements. The last few boxes of compressed biscuits lay forlornly on the ground. Have you come to a conclusion? Lin Mo inquired. Scorpion remained silent, frantically weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Exchanging the strategic reserves of their outpost for food was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet, if it did not engage in the trade, how long could they rely on the deteriorating food scavenged by the outpost? Moreover, the existence of this enigmatic shopkeeper was a significant variable. Should the rock outpost refuse to trade while other factions opted to do so, their standing would inevitably become precarious. We require a specific exchange rate, Scorpion finally uttered with great difficulty, abandoning any thoughts of haggling, seeking only a clear rule. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, looking beyond Scorpion into the deeper darkness behind him. Come out. Isn't hiding exhausting? Scorpion's body tensed abruptly. After a slight commotion in the shadows, 3 similarly armed men emerged. They were members of Scorpion's team, having remained concealed at the most discreet sniper positions, tasked with support and vigilance. Yet now, their positions have been unceremoniously revealed by the adversary. A chill of being utterly exposed surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. 100 gold bars, plus 10 crystal cores. Lin Mo extended a finger toward the seemingly untouched pile of bottled water. Water can be exchanged. As for the biscuits, the price is doubled. Scorpion clenched his fists tightly by his side. This was no mere act of boldness. It was akin to robbery. The 10 crystal cores were sufficient to stabilize the abilities of a newly awakened member or slightly enhance the prowess of Season 1. This was the most vital resource of the rock outpost. I cannot make that decision. Scorpion took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. I need to return to report to the leader. Very well, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. My door is always open, but my patience is limited. He cast a glance at the small yellow fish that Scorpion had placed on the ground. With a flicker of thought, the gold bar vanished. Consider this gold bar a fee for your directions. Scorpion's face twitched violently. He said nothing, merely nodded gravely at Lin Mo before retreating swiftly into the shadows with his 3 equally pale-faced teammates. They had arrived in silence, but left with an unmistakable air of distress. Before the convenience store, silence reigned once more. Leaning against the counter, Lin Mo exhibited no emotional fluctuations despite having repelled a significant force. He understood well that they would certainly return, for what he offered was an irresistible proposition. In the face of absolute survival pressure, notions of foundation and bottom lines were fragile and easily shattered. Chapter 20. Discussing economics with me? My words are the law. After Scorpion and his group melted into the darkness, the square once again succumbed to a silence that could swallow all sound. Lin Mo did not reclaim the 2 mounds of supplies. They remained quietly piled at the store's entrance, like 2 silent monuments, delivering the most ruthless proclamation to every inquisitive gaze lurking in the darkness outside. A herald of a new era's arrival. Returning to the counter, Lin Mo picked up a clean cloth, leisurely wiping the barren surface. Dust did not exist. What he was polishing was the rule of the old world. His movements were gentle and steady, as if the individual who had just single-handedly repelled an elite team from a large outpost was not him at all. This extreme calm was far more chilling than any display of arrogance. In the shadows, several concealed figures stealthily retreated. They were scouts from other factions, having witnessed the entire progression of the rock outpost from probing to faltering. This news needed to be relayed back with utmost urgency. The skies above this ruin were about to change. However, not everyone chose to retreat. After about 10 minutes, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the crumbling buildings. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He donned a faded white shirt, over which he wore a heavy bulletproof vest, an incongruous blend of the refined and the brutal. He bore no weapon, merely cradling an aged tablet computer, as if it were a shield. 2 armed guards flanked him, their eyes vigilant and muscles taut. Good evening, sir. The bespectacled man halted just beyond an invisible line, forcing a smile he believed to be the most amiable, exuding scholarly charm. My surname is G. They call me Professor G from the Lighthouse Sanctuary. Lin Mo ceased his wiping, folding the cloth into a neat square and placing it aside. He offered no response, merely observing the man with a scrutinizing gaze. Professor G felt somewhat unnerved under Lin Mo's inspection, yet he adjusted his glasses and continued, his tone imbued with a theoretical confidence. Sir, we have observed your interaction with the personnel of the rock outpost. If I may be so bold, the trading rules you have established present some fundamental issues. From an economic perspective, such a plundering model, akin to draining a pond dry, cannot be sustained in the long run. The crystal cores are the cornerstone of the outpost's existence, the source of the extraordinary powers. Should they dwindle significantly, it would inevitably lead to the collapse of the entire survivor system. At that point, no matter how excellent your goods, to whom will they be sold? He spoke eloquently, his tone brimming with rational analysis, as if he were not a desperate survivor, but rather engaged in a high-level academic discussion from a civilized world. At the Lighthouse Sanctuary, we possess the most elite technicians and pre-war databases. We can collaborate to establish a more stable, scientific, and mutually beneficial news system, rather than this. Finally, Lin Mo reacted. He raised his hand, pointing towards the pile of bottled water. Professor G's voice abruptly ceased. He watched in astonishment as the topmost box of water vanished into thin air. Now, Lin Mo's voice was calm and unperturbed, yet it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. The remaining ones have become even more valuable. Professor G's smile froze completely. The theoretical arguments he had prepared were rendered mute in that moment. The other party was utterly indifferent to any notions of systems, futures, or economics. He was communicating in the most unreasonable manner that the power to dictate prices resided solely in his hands. The rules were defined by him. Sir, you Professor G attempted one last plea, his lips quivering. Lin Mo, however, was too disinterested to even glance at him, simply raising his hand again. The second box of bottled water vanished. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Professor G's forehead, trickling down the edges of his glasses. In the midst of this suffocating standoff, the sound of crisp, rhythmic high heels echoed once more. Nightingale, clad in a fiery red figure, emerged from the street corner at a leisurely pace, like a flame flickering in the darkness. She did not spare a glance at the apprehensive trio of Professor G. Her gaze remained fixed on the man within the convenience store. Nightingale approached the invisible boundary, retrieving something from a delicate leather pouch at her waist. A crystal core, radiating an ethereal blue luminescence. The energy fluctuations contained within far surpassed those previously presented by Brother Tiger. With a deft flick of his finger, the crystalline core traced a precise and elegant parabola across the night sky, crossing the boundary and landing squarely on the counter before Lin Mo with a soft chime. This delicate sound resonated like a heavy hammer, striking Professor G's heart. Throughout the entire process, Nightingale uttered not a single word. Yet this action wielded more power than any spoken language. Lin Mo glanced at the crystalline core, noting its commendable quality. With a mere thought, the core vanished. He then retrieved a box of self-heating rice, a can of beef, and 2 bottles of mineral water from the shelf, levitating them gently until they hovered in front of Nightingale. She accepted the items and turned to leave, as fiery as she had arrived, vanishing like the wind. A silent transaction unfolded before the eyes of Professor G and his 2 guards. This scene struck Professor G's rational and scholarly countenance with the force of a resounding slap. The so-called fundamental issues he proudly analyzed were rendered a grand jest in the face of stark reality. While he debated the rules of rationality, others had already accepted them and executed the exchange. Professor G's breath grew heavy. Did the Lighthouse Sanctuary lack food? Indeed, but what it lacked most was water. Their antiquated purification system rendered each drop as precious as gold, and the entire sanctuary adhered to a rigorously harsh rationing system. The pile of mineral water before him loomed as an irresistible, deadly temptation, a miracle capable of saving countless lives. 100 gold bars and 10 crystalline cores. Professor G's voice was hoarse. We'll exchange for that pile of water. Ultimately, he chose to capitulate, or rather, he realized he had never had a choice to begin with. A faint smile finally graced Lin Mo's face. Agreed. Professor G exhaled in relief. However, Lin Mo's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. You must add more. Professor G's head snapped up, his expression one of utter disbelief. Lin Mo extended a finger, lightly tapping the counter before him. Your previous trifling remarks wasted 3 minutes of my time. Now, it will cost you 15 crystalline cores. Chapter 21. The Sincerity of the Rock. Lin Mo's voice was soft yet struck Professor G's temples like a heavy blow. His lips trembled violently, rendering him speechless. The muscles of his two guards tensed instantaneously, their fingers gripping their weapons so tightly that their knuckles turned white. 15 crystalline cores, solely due to 3 minutes of idle chatter. This was not merely a transaction, nor was it robbery. It was an unabashed humiliation. Lin Mo did not spare him another glance. He merely raised his hand. The fourth box of water vanished. This action extinguished the last flicker of anger and resentment within Professor G. He comprehended fully. The other party was indifferent to whether he bought or not. Unconcerned with his esteemed title as a professor, and had no regard for the lighthouse sanctuary. The only thing that mattered was this. Here, he was the law. Any challenge to that law would come at a cost. You. Professor G's voice was hoarse. He yearned to reproach the injustice of the situation, to roar that this was an affront to all survivors. Yet he could not. Lin Mo's hand rose slightly once more. We shall exchange. Professor G nearly shouted those 3 words with all his might, his body collapsing under the weight of defeat, feeling as if all his strength had been siphoned away. He had lost, utterly, without a shred of dignity remaining. His pride in his intellect, the eloquence upon which he relied for survival, was rendered worthless in the face of absolute power, even becoming a liability that would cost him dearly. The man before him might not be the strongest awakener in the wasteland, but his small shop was an invincible domain. Bullets could not penetrate, and abilities could not breach. He stood in a position of unassailable strength. Lin Mo's hand hovered in midair, the 5th box of mineral water remaining safely untouched. Professor G produced a military communicator from his pocket, his voice trembling as he issued orders. Bring 100 gold bars and 15 crystalline cores here. The response from the communicator was a muffled gasp, quickly drowned out by Professor G's frantic insistence. Immediately, right now, execute the command. He hung up, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant, standing dejectedly in place. A suffocating silence enveloped the small shop. Approximately 20 minutes later, the distant roar of an engine broke the stillness. A heavily modified off-road vehicle halted at the far end of the block. 4 members of the lighthouse sanctuary disembarked, carefully carrying 2 heavy metal boxes towards Professor G's rear. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to cross that invisible line. The items are here. Professor G's voice was low. Lin Mo remained silent, simply raising his hand. Buzz. The 2 metal boxes sprang open automatically. One contained neatly stacked golden bars. The other housed 15 crystalline cores, each emitting a spectrum of colors, resting quietly upon a black velvet cushion. In the next moment, the contents of the boxes vanished into thin air. Subsequently, the mound of mineral water began to shift, row by row, moving outward until it precisely halted beyond the boundary. Transaction complete, Lin Mo's flat voice announced. The soldiers from the lighthouse rushed forward, frantically transporting the precious, life-sustaining water. Just as they finished with the last box and prepared to make a hasty retreat, shadows emerged silently from the darkness. It was Scorpion. He had returned, and not alone. Trailing behind him was a cadre of nearly 20 armed individuals, every one of them exuding a heavy, resolute aura, their gazes sharp as eagles. Clearly elite members of the Rock Stronghold. They too bore heavy metal boxes. The 2 groups encountered one another in this desolate, silent plaza. The air became instantly charged with tension. Professor G's guards instinctively aimed their weapons at Scorpion's party, while the Rock Stronghold members raised their own weapons, dark barrels glinting with cold, murderous intent. Conflict was imminent. Scorpion's hand rested on the hilt of his knife, yet he averted his gaze from Professor G, focusing entirely on the man who had leaned against the counter throughout the exchange. Boss, Scorpion's voice was respectful. We have brought you what you requested. He gestured to his companions, who placed several metal boxes down and opened them. Gold bars and 20 crystalline cores, 10 more than Lin Mo had demanded. Scorpion's direct action unequivocally signaled his stance. The Rock Stronghold had not only accepted the rules, but was willing to invest heavily to seize the initiative within this new paradigm. Professor G's complexion turned ashen, more ghastly than that of a corpse. Here he was, lecturing about a few crystalline cores, only to turn around and find someone doubling the offer. He felt an urge to exclaim, in this apocalypse, and you still quibble over trivialities. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the boxes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The biscuits are yours, he casually waved his hand, summoning a pile of compressed biscuits from his dimensional warehouse, along with every biscuit on the shelf, all landing steadily before Scorpion. Among them were even several boxes of canned beef. A gift for you. The Scorpion's breath quickened for a fleeting moment. He had placed his bets wisely. Before this enigmatic shopkeeper, any attempt at clever maneuvering or haggling was utterly foolish. The Scorpion bowed deeply towards the convenience store, then gradually straightened up. Turning to face Professor G and his entourage, his gaze brimming with unmasked coldness and warning. Professor G, we, the Rock, have come for a transaction and wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. However, should the lighthouse attempt to take action here, we shall respond in kind. Clatter. The elite soldiers behind the Scorpion stepped forward in unison. The sound of their weapons being readied echoed sharply in the dead of night. Professor G's countenance turned ashen. Yet he understood that engaging in a firefight at that moment would yield no beneficial outcome other than mutual destruction. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter through clenched jaws, "We are leaving." The lighthouse's personnel hastily retreated, taking with them their supplies. Lin Mo leaned against the counter, observing the scene with keen interest. One was the lighthouse, built on technology and knowledge. The other was the Rock, revered for its might and discipline. At this moment, the two elite models of the old world clashed, vying for the meager survival resources he so casually offered, much like two beasts confronting one another. Fascinating indeed. He neither intervened nor expressed any stance. He was merely a merchant. What transpired outside the store was of no concern to him, as long as they did not spill blood on his territory. Chapter 22. Q for transactions. Professor G departed, his stooped silhouette carrying the humiliation of the entire lighthouse sanctuary as he vanished into the darkness. The Scorpion did not leave immediately. He commanded his subordinates to meticulously inventory and load all resources, the entire process executed with impeccable order, creating not a single unnecessary sound. Before departing, he once again approached the invisible boundary alone. "Boss, the Rock Base will always be your most reliable trading partner." After speaking, he bowed deeply once more, then turned to lead his laden team swiftly away. Lin Mo leaned against the counter, storing all the crystals and gold into his dimensional warehouse. Both the lighthouse and the Rock's gold came in 500 grams specifications. Merely from these two transactions, Lin Mo had acquired 100 kilograms of gold, added to his previous holdings. The total exceeded 200 kilograms, with a cash value surpassing a small target. This was an unimaginable fortune he had never dared to dream of before. Silence did not linger for long. In the distance, the roar of engines grew louder, echoing back and forth. This time, more than one faction was approaching. 3 distinct convoys, each with its unique style, converged from different directions, ultimately forming a temporary triangular standoff around the square. Clearly, they had all received word and had witnessed the Rock and Lighthouse's forces en route. No one dared to make a hasty move. Yet, the gathering of humans attracted the true masters of this desolate landscape. Roars echoed from all directions. In the darkness, pairs of eyes gleamed with a menacing red light. Unsteady figures converged like a surging tide, rushing from the ruined buildings toward the sole source of light and life in the square. Prepare for battle. The 3 factions issued commands almost simultaneously. A torrent of gunfire instantaneously tore through the night. The roar of heavy machine guns, the staccato fire of assault rifles, and the fireballs and ice shards released by awakened individuals erupted into a dazzling yet deadly display amid the onslaught of corpses. These newcomers were formidable in their own right. They appeared to be well acquainted with such scenes, establishing an impenetrable defense that firmly held the tide of corpses at bay outside the square. Lin Mo watched the small-scale war unfold outside with an impassive expression, as if witnessing an unrelated fireworks display. The battle persisted for roughly 10 minutes. Once the last zombie was dispatched with a bullet to the head, the square returned to a temporary calm. The 3 factions, exhibiting a tacit understanding, ceased fire and cautiously sent representatives toward the convenience store. "Boss, we are from the Battle Axe and wish to conduct business with you," a burly bald man intoned, his voice deep and resonant, accompanied by 2 others carrying heavy boxes behind him. "We from the Ark also come with sincerity," added a woman clad in a white lab coat from the opposing side. The representative of the 3rd faction hurriedly chimed in as well. Lin Mo raised a hand, signaling for silence. The din abruptly ceased. "Here, I have my own rules." Lin Mo's tone was flat, pointing to a fractured tile 10 meters in front of the convenience store. "From there, form a Q." The air froze. "Q?" The bald man's face contorted, disbelief evident in his expression. They were the Battle Axe, one of the actual rulers of the eastern district of this wasteland, with dozens of awakened individuals and an arsenal at their disposal. Now this shopkeeper was demanding they queue like refugees collecting rations? "What do you mean, boss?" The bald man's tone darkened. "We came with sincerity, having cleared the zombies outside. And you," Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I said queue. I detest those who disrupt the rules. If the Battle Axe cannot adhere to the regulations, then I must regretfully inform you that I will not sell you anything." "Boss, let us negotiate." The bald man suppressed his anger, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. We from the battle axe hold some weight in this eastern district. Making a friend would be beneficial for you. Lin Mo's demeanor remained unchanged. I am indifferent to gaining or losing a friend. Either follow the rules or leave. The bald man's complexion shifted from a deep purple to a steely gray. Hugh, where do we save face as the battle axe? Damn it, the bald man growled. As if making a decisive resolution, he gestured sharply to his subordinates. Bring the things over. I'm buying first today. Two members of the battle axe stepped forward, hefting the heavy metal boxes. Lin Mo glanced at the woman in the white lab coat and the other faction's representative, stating coolly, someone has broken the rules. The transaction is over. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo stowed all the goods from the shelves into his dimensional warehouse. In an instant, the entire convenience store was left barren. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. All actions froze, including those of the two battle axe members carrying the metal boxes. The bald man's fierce expression solidified into a grotesque mask. The expressions of the representatives from the Ark and the other faction transformed from urgency to shock, then to a grave seriousness. If they returned empty-handed, punishment awaited them. Many cast fiery glances at the bald man. What the hell are you barking about? The bald man snapped back to reality, a surge of blood rushing to his head. Are you messing with us? I brought gold and crystals to give you face. Don't push your luck. In the Eastern District, we from the battle axe have our say. No one dares to defy us. What are you even worth? His roar reverberated across the empty square, and his comrades raised their weapons, black muzzles aimed at the convenience store. However, Lin Mo merely replied, I detest barking dogs. The bald man's pupils constricted suddenly, his features contorting in extreme rage. This statement was more agonizing than a death sentence. Open fire. Reduce this wretched store to rubble. Hot, 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 hot. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Dozens of bullets, accompanied by the shriek of rending air, hurtled toward the glass door of the convenience store. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. All the bullets halted abruptly, mere inches from the glass door, as if they had struck an invisible wall, suspended in midair, their tips deformed by the immense force. The next moment, the sound of clanging metal echoed. All the projectiles had lost their potency, falling helplessly to the ground with a series of crisp sounds. Within the convenience store, Lin Mo's gaze traversed the unscathed glass door, landing upon the imposing figure of the bald, muscular man. I have changed my mind. Not only will I cease supplying any resources to the battle axe, but I shall also offer 100 boxes of canned beef for your head. Chapter 23. Heads for Canned Goods. Lin Mo's words detonated in the square like a bomb, leaving everyone stunned in place. The ferocity etched on the bald man's face solidified into an absurd farce. The members of the battle axe behind him were equally frozen, unsure of whom to aim their weapons at. What did you say? The bald man's voice trembled slightly. Lin Mo did not respond. He simply raised his hand and gestured lightly towards the empty ground beside him. With a whoosh, a sight more magnificent than the previous mountains of bottled water and compressed biscuits unfolded. Brand new military green cardboard boxes were stacked into a formidable fortress, each emblazoned with enticing images of braised beef. 100 boxes. Not a single box more, not a single box less. The rich, industrial aroma of the meat cans mingled with the scent of fresh cardboard, instantly permeating the nostrils of every survivor, assertively infiltrating their senses. This fragrance at that moment became the most lethal poison. The woman in the white coat from the Ark shelter instinctively adjusted her glasses perched on her nose. The representative from another faction, a lanky man who had remained silent, quietly gripped the hilt of his knife at his waist. All attention shifted to the bald man. It was no longer the gaze of a peer or a competitor. It was akin to observing a moving repository of supplies. The bald man sensed this shift, the air behind him thickening with danger. He could even feel the breaths of his subordinates grow heavy and unstable. Damn it! What are you all staring at? The bald man bellowed at his subordinates. Do you want a rebel or something? I am a third in command of the battle axe. His roar echoed through the square. It sounded hollow and powerless. Boss, the woman in the white coat from the Ark spoke up suddenly, her voice coldly composed. We at the Ark shall accept this bounty. The lean man from the other side immediately echoed. We at the Hive also accept. The bald man's body trembled violently, not from rage, but from fear. He spun around sharply, fixing his gaze on his group of subordinates. What about you? Are you two going to betray me? The battle axe members exchanged glances, none daring to meet his eyes, all bowing their heads. Loyalty? In this apocalypse, loyalty is the most worthless of commodities, especially in the face of 100 boxes of canned beef. All right. The bald man grimaced in a twisted smile. You all want to kill me for canned goods. Come on, let us see who dies first. He raised his gun suddenly, preparing for a desperate struggle. However, he had no opportunity to act. A soft thud resonated as a blade pierced flesh. The bald man's movements froze. In disbelief, he looked down to see the bloodied tip of a knife protruding from his chest. Slowly turning around, he beheld the familiar face behind him. It was his deputy. Why? The deputy's face bore no expression as he forcefully withdrew the military knife, allowing the bald man's body to slump to the ground like a puddle of mud. Third in command, we all need to eat, he whispered to the still-warm corpse before raising his head to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Boss, we have killed the man. This business now belongs to the battle axe. Lin Mo's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He simply observed the swiftly unfolding and equally swift demise of this betrayal. I said, I will not sell a single resource to the battle axe. The deputy's face turned ashen. But we are the ones who killed him. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded, but I will not provide the battle axe with any resources. The deputy and his fellow battle axe members drained of color, realizing they had personally slain their third in command, yet gained nothing in return. At that moment, the woman in the white coat from the Ark turned to Lin Mo, tentatively inquiring, Boss, what if these individuals are no longer members of the battle axe? Lin Mo replied with a sardonic smile, I simply do not trade with those from the battle axe. As for others, they are not included in this restriction. This statement was tantamount to a clear indication. The woman stepped forward. I am Bai Lu, the resource supervisor of the Ark shelter. Now, I officially invite you to join us on behalf of the Arkansas. The deputy suddenly raised his head, taken aback. The individuals behind him began to stir restlessly. Bai Lu adjusted her glasses and continued. You now have two choices. First, remain here, becoming rootless wanderers, hunted relentlessly by the battle axe. Second, join the Ark and receive our protection. The deputy and his subordinates' breathing grew heavy. However, the lanky man from the other side also moved. He stepped forward, exuding a serpentine aura of danger. The hive also welcomes capable friends. The two factions began to openly vie for the individuals in front of Lin Mo. The coveted prize was the very soldiers who had just executed their own third in command. The deputy's mind raced. He had dealt with both the Ark and the hive before, and soon made his decision. We are willing to join the Ark, he declared, bowing his head to Bai Lu. The dozen or so individuals behind him likewise set down their weapons in unison, signaling their allegiance. A victorious smile finally graced Bai Lu's face. She turned to face the convenience store, adopting a posture more humble and respectful than ever before. Boss, these individuals are now members of our Ark shelter. Leaning against the counter, Lin Mo casually raised his hand. With a hum, the mountain of 100 boxes of canned beef shifted forward, crossing an invisible boundary before settling squarely in front of the deputy. Just as Lin Mo had previously stated, he simply would not trade with the battle axe. Now that the deputy and his companions had fully joined the Ark, he honored his word, delivering the 100 boxes of canned goods directly. Though these cans could have been exchanged for dozens, if not hundreds of kilograms of gold, Lin Mo understood better than anyone that the power of discourse must be firmly grasped in his own hands. On the other side, the deputy, fully understanding the situation, respectfully approached Bai Lu and said, Supervisor Bai Lu, we are grateful for the Ark's protection. We are willing to offer these cans as a token of our meeting. Bai Lu adjusted her glasses once more. This time she struck gold. Not only had she acquired 100 boxes of canned beef, but she had also gained an elite armed squad. The members of the hive looked on with envy, yet they dared not entertain any other thoughts. Lin Mo could use the cans as a bounty for the head of the battle axe's third in command, and thus he could just as easily place a bounty on theirs. The resources were in his possession, and many would be willing to act. This wasteland was not short of desperate souls. The bald man, through his demise, had declared to all that Lin Mo's rules were not to be challenged. Chapter 24. Unexpected Delight, High-Energy Batteries. The transaction continued. Lin Mo's calm voice reverberated throughout the square. As per usual, he pointed to the cracked pavement. Form a line. This time, no one dare voice any dissent. The corpse of the bald man, slowly growing cold, served as the most profound lesson. The air was a strange blend of the metallic scent of blood and the aroma of canned goods. Bai Lu from the Ark shelter adjusted her white coat and was the first to step forward, standing behind the cracked pavement. Not far behind her stood the recently surrendered members of the former War Axe, dutifully guarding 100 crates of canned beef. Following closely was the gaunt man from Hive, silently aligning himself behind White Egret. Once, various factions had roamed this desolate land, wielding power and territory as their currency of influence. Now, they stood like a gaggle of elementary school students waiting for the cafeteria to serve lunch, obediently arranged in a line. The absurdity of the scene was chilling. The sky above the wasteland had shifted. Lin Mo gazed at White Egret, who occupied the foremost position, and spoke. What do you desire? Compressed biscuits, water, instant noodles? White Egret promptly declared, having prepared his list, while signaling his subordinates to bring forth 2 crates. One contained 50 neatly stacked gold bars, and the other held 20 crystal cores. Lin Mo remained silent. Instantly, the contents of the 2 crates vanished. In the next moment, the once barren shelves of the convenience store brimmed with boxes of compressed biscuits, tubs of instant noodles, and well-packaged mineral water. These supplies floated forth, coalescing into a neat pile, silently crossing the boundary and hovering before White Egret. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any semblance of chaos. With a slight relaxation of her taut nerves, White Egret directed her subordinates to transfer the goods. She did not hasten to depart, but instead inquired, Boss, do you accept pre-orders? Certainly. What do you require? Medications, antibiotics, cold remedies. The more the better. At this, Lin Mo nodded. Draft a list and bring a deposit next time. I shall prepare the items for you. Thank you, boss. White Egret's face lit up with joy as she bowed slightly before departing with her entourage. Next came the gaunt man from Hive. Mimicking White Egret, he summoned his prepared gold and crystal cores, successfully completing his transaction while also placing an order for supplies. In addition to medical items, he requested tobacco and alcohol. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. He had momentarily overlooked the value of such vices. For those survivors battling through the apocalypse, the temporary numbness offered by cigarettes and liquor could, in some respects, surpass that of food, especially for the higher echelons of various factions and those awakened. All right, I will ensure to bring an ample supply of tobacco and alcohol next time, Lin Mo agreed. As the individuals from Ark and Hive departed, scattered survivors began to emerge from the corners of the square. A scruffy man, summoning his courage, was the first to step to the cracked line of tiles. From his pocket, he rummaged for a while before producing a cloth-wrapped object, carefully unveiling it. It was a gold ring. Boss, I'd like to exchange this for a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread. His voice was hoarse, tinged with desperation. Lin Mo shook his head. I cannot offer that much. Half a bottle of water for 1 loaf. The man gritted his teeth. Fine. The ring soared from his hand, disappearing upon reaching the counter. Moments later, half a bottle of mineral water and a vacuum-sealed loaf floated from the shelves, hovering before him. The man, exhilarated, grasped the food, retreating to the side to devour it ravenously. The remaining survivors formed a disheveled line, producing gold pieces collected from the ruins. Some were rings, others earrings. These fragmented pieces of gold, though modest, accumulated to form a significant income for Lin Mo. The transactions proceeded methodically. Before long, a somewhat frail man, wearing broken glasses, found himself at the front of the line, appearing anxious. Boss, I have no gold. He lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. What about crystal cores? I don't have those either. Discontent murmurs rippled through the crowd, with some impatiently urging him to leave. No gold, no crystal cores. And yet you waste everyone's time? The irritation was palpable. Wasting their time was one thing. But if the proprietor were to grow displeased, the consequences could be dire. Can I exchange this? The man produced a worn canvas bag from behind him, carefully revealing a palm-sized metallic block, its exterior crafted from a dark gray alloy, with a row of faintly flickering azure indicator lights along the side. It resembled a component of some device. This is a Thor 7 vehicle battery, the man explained eagerly. With an extremely high energy density, before the disaster, only top-tier luxury cars were equipped with it. The terms battery and energy density caught Lin Mo's attention. His gaze settling on the metallic battery. What is its energy density? He inquired. The man hesitated, seemingly taken aback by the technicality of the question, but quickly responded. Approximately 400 Wh/kg. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. What about its full cycle lifespan? The laboratory data suggests over 6,000 cycles. In practice, it can guarantee 5,500. The man's answers became increasingly fluent. Lin Mo swiftly compared these parameters with the civilian battery technology from his own world. The results jolted him. The energy density and cycle lifespan of batteries in this world were nearly double that of his own. This was not merely a technological advantage. It represented a generational leap. Suddenly, Lin Mo realized he had long viewed this world merely as a simple gold ATM, perhaps with the addition of crystal cores, neglecting the scientific advancements that existed before the catastrophe. He regarded the battery as if gazing upon an undiscovered gold mine. Raising his hand, the Thor 7 battery lifted from the man's trembling grip, coming to rest upon the counter before Lin Mo. The man held his breath in anxious anticipation. In the next moment, 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and 2 packets of sausages floated from the shelves, suspended before him. The man was utterly dumbfounded. So much, even meat. The surrounding survivors were equally astonished, their gazes toward the frail man filled with shock and envy. Lin Mo raised his voice, addressing the entire square. From now on, I will also accept this type of battery. Chapter 25, A Leap to Greatness. Lin Mo's proclamation instantly altered the atmosphere of the square. Every survivor's gaze fixated on the frail, bespectacled man, their expressions shifting from mere jealousy to unabashed greed, coldly assessing him as prey. Such a decrepit battery can be traded for so much food? He must have more. At the back of the crowd, several formidable lone wolves subtly spread out, gradually forming a tightening encirclement around Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling dread surging from his feet to his head. Clutching his heavy provisions, he trembled uncontrollably. These supplies were not a glimmer of hope. They were a death warrant. In a world where human life was worth less than that of a dog, possessing such immense wealth rendered him the most delectable target in the square. Just then, a calm voice cut through the din, clear and assertive above the noise. I have a question for him. If anyone dares to move, I wouldn't hesitate to exchange a few more crates of canned goods for his head. Lin Mo's voice pressed a figurative pause button on the restless crowd. The lone wolves, who had just moments before been akin to starving wolves, froze in place, cold sweat suddenly soaking their backs. Even the self-important awakened ones quickly suppressed their movements. Ridiculous. The corpse of the war axe's third in command still lies nearby. No one wished to become the next casualty. The square fell into a profound silence once more, all eyes filled with reverence, focused on the figure behind the counter. "What is your name?" Lin Mo inquired, fixing his gaze on the bespectacled man. "Zhou Yuan." The man adjusted his damaged glasses, his teeth chattering as his voice trembled uncontrollably. "Where did this battery come from?" Lin Mo posed the pivotal question. Zhou Yuan forced himself to regain his composure, aware that this moment would determine his fate. It was a choice between continuing to exist like a maggot amidst the ruins or seizing this lifeline that had fallen from the heavens. Perhaps the only opportunity of his life. Skyvault Technology Park. He endeavored to make his voice sound clear and resolute. "I was once a battery engineer at Skyvault Technology. This Thor 7 model is our flagship product. The Skyvault Technology Park is our research and manufacturing base, located at the northern edge of these ruins." Lin Mo silently repeated the name in his mind. He envisioned a treasure trove filled with gold and diamonds slowly opening before him. "How many of these batteries are still in the tech park?" Lin Mo continued to inquire. "Many." Zhou Yuan's voice quivered with excitement. When the disaster struck, "We had just completed a production run. There are at least tens of thousands of finished batteries in the company's warehouse. Moreover, the park still has a complete production line." As if struck by a thought, Zhou Yuan hurriedly added, "However, it's extremely dangerous in the tech park. The disaster occurred on a weekday, and there were thousands of employees. They all turned into zombies. The conservative estimate is over 5,000. Lin Mo nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. He was more concerned with another question. Assuming the production line has been destroyed, can we obtain the complete technical documentation for producing these batteries? This includes all raw material formulas and processing procedures. Rebuilding a production line in the apocalypse seemed like a pipe dream. Yet, if he could acquire the comprehensive technical documentation, Lin Mo could bring it back to his world. He could utilize the gold he possessed to directly replicate a production line. The overwhelming performance parameters of the Thor 7 model were sufficient to ignite an energy revolution. In such a scenario, every renewable energy giant across the globe would kneel at his doorstep, pleading for collaboration. This would not merely be a matter of billions or tens of billions, but the creation of an empire worth hundreds of billions, even trillions. With such a formidable industry backing him, his status in the modern world would be unassailable. No one could easily shake it. This was a security guarantee more powerful than any supernatural ability. At that moment, Zhou Yuan provided Lin Mo with the answer he sought. Yes. The park's servers contain complete documentation. As long as there's access to the server, I can retrieve the information. The look in Lin Mo's eyes shifted dramatically as he gazed at Zhou Yuan. He was no longer a downtrodden engineer, but a walking key to a treasure trove, a golden bridge to a trillion-dollar empire. Naturally, Lin Mo understood that excavating the treasures of the tech park could not rely solely on Zhou Yuan. He would need the support of local powers, such as the large survivor factions like Ark and Bastion. Although he lacked direct contacts, he believed the news that batteries could be exchanged for supplies would swiftly spread throughout the ruins. Those factions would come knocking at his door. Furthermore, the people from Ark and Hive would return with down payments, creating a perfect opportunity for a meeting. With this in mind, Lin Mo looked at Zhou Yuan and said, "From now on, you will work for me. Your task is to identify and evaluate all the technological products I receive. In return, I will provide you with food and water." An uncontrollable surge of elation surged within Zhou Yuan. In an instant, he transformed from a struggling ant in the ruins to the employee of this enigmatic shopkeeper. The avaricious and fierce gazes around him vanished, replaced by a complex mix of awe and envy. They feared not Zhou Yuan, but the man in the small shop. It turned out that ascending from hell to heaven could be achieved with a mere phrase. The remaining transactions paled in comparison. Initially, the survivors had deemed it a momentous occasion to exchange gold for food, but after witnessing Zhou Yuan's rapid elevation, regret filled their hearts. Y&T they picked up a battery. Had they done so, they would have been the ones hired. Yet, some survivors were quick-witted. If Zhou Yuan could turn his fortunes around with a single battery, why couldn't they? This mysterious shopkeeper clearly had a keen interest in high-tech items. So they would seek them out. Countless relics from the bygone era lay buried in these ruins. Perhaps among them was the opportunity that could elevate them as well. In an instant, a gold rush erupted among the survivors. What had previously been discarded junk, ignored by passers-by, was now eagerly scrutinized by survivors, who retrieved it from the ruins and brought it back to the shop. A military drone's damaged motherboard, a sealed biogenic sample refrigerator, even half a burned academic journal on polymer materials. Lin Mo welcomed everything, handing it all to Zhou Yuan for preliminary identification, filtering out the valuable items to be stored in the dimensional warehouse. These were not mere scraps. They were the very foundation upon which he would build his commercial empire. Chapter 26. An Opportunity for Wealth. The gold rush triggered by a single battery continued into the late hours of the night. Zhou Yuan had never felt more valuable than at this moment. He was seated on a chair arranged by Lin Mo at the entrance, surrounded by heaps of electronic waste unearthed by survivors from various corners of the ruins. He was engulfed in a state of extreme excitement and tension. Every survivor approaching him bore a gaze tinged with reverence, flattery, and anticipation. They awaited the final judgment from this former ant regarding the junk they held. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained leaning against the shadowed counter, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. In the dimensional warehouse, those items deemed valuable by Zhou Yuan had already formed a small corner, damaged yet flickering with the remnants of civilization. Just then, two beams of blinding headlights tore through the darkness of the square, followed by the steady rumble of powerful engines. Bai Lu and the Gaunt Man disembarked almost simultaneously. They were from Ark and Hive, respectively. Behind them trailed a cadre of elite warriors, each bearing heavy metal crates, striding purposefully towards the shop. An imposing aura instantly permeated the air. The scattered survivors, still queuing, immediately retreated like a herd of frightened sheep, falling silent in trepidation, hardly daring to breathe. This was no longer a venue they could participate in. "Boss, we bring the down payment from Arkansas." Bai Lu stepped forward, gesturing for her subordinates to open the crate, revealing glimmering gold and shimmering crystal cores that instantly illuminated her face. "Hive's contribution has also arrived," the Gaunt Man succinctly stated, and upon opening his crate, an equally substantial wealth was revealed. Lin Mo didn't even bother to open his eyes, merely waving his hand casually. The two heavy metal crates vanished into thin air. "The down payment has been received. For our next transaction, I will have your goods ready," he stated indifferently. "Thank you, boss." Both Bai Lu and the Gaunt Man bowed, their postures exceedingly humble. The transaction concluded, yet neither seemed inclined to depart. Their gazes converged on Zhou Yuan and the heap of junk before him. The news of exchanging batteries for food had clearly reached their ears. Lin Mo's eyes remained calm and unwavering. "It seems you have heard as well." He made no attempt to keep them in suspense, his tone as flat as stating a fact. In the northern district of the ruins lies a Sky Vault Technology Park. There, tens of thousands of finished Thor 7 batteries await. However, it is overrun by more than 5,000 zombies. 5,000. This number represented a maelstrom of death capable of consuming all. Even forces as formidable as the Ark and the Hive would find themselves gnashing their teeth against this daunting challenge, risking not only their teeth, but potentially their entire battalion. "Boss, what do you mean?" The Gaunt Man, codenamed Hornet, was the first to speak, detecting an unusual atmosphere. Lin Mo leaned slightly forward, emerging from the shadows. He reclined against the back of his chair, surveying the two factions before him, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I offer you a lucrative opportunity. I will provide the funding, and you will supply the manpower. Assist me in clearing the tech park and return the server hosts intact. The minds of both Bai Lu and Hornet raced. The risks were hellish, yet the rewards were equally heavenly. This was not merely a matter of food and water. More importantly, it was an extraordinary opportunity to forge a deep alliance with this enigmatic shopkeeper. We have accept. Hornet's voice was low and resolute. He understood that opportunities are fleeting. Any hesitation would be foolish. Our Hive's Ripper Squad possesses the strongest individual assault capabilities in the entire wasteland. We guarantee the completion of a task. Hornet, do not speak so assuredly. Bai Lu immediately countered, her voice cold as ice. The internal structure of the tech park is complex, the security systems unknown, and there are thousands of zombies. This cannot be resolved by a mere band of brutes. We possess the finest technical team in the wasteland. We can crack, disassemble, and transport. We are the only ones capable of ensuring success. The two factions stood at odds. Tension palpable in the air, their teammates behind them standing tall, eyes narrowed with hostility. However, before they could determine a victor, a series of blinding headlights pierced the distance. The thunderous roar of engines echoed in unison, exuding an air of ironclad lethality. The convoy from the rock stronghold had arrived, led by Scorpion. Concurrently, another vehicle discreetly pulled up, and Professor G emerged. The appearance of Scorpion and Professor G added a weighty gravity to the already taut atmosphere in the square. "Boss, we have arrived." Scorpion disregarded the bickering duo, striding directly to the invisible boundary, standing erect like a javelin. The argument between Bai Lu and Hornet abruptly ceased. "We from the Rock will take on the Tech Park mission." Scorpion's tone was resolute. "We have the most awakened individuals, ensuring the servers will be returned intact." "Nonsense. 5,000 zombies. How many can your awakened even kill before exhausting their strength? It's a death wish." Bai Lu chimed in coldly. "Scorpion, this cannot be resolved through sheer brute force. Without our technicians, you won't even be able to breach the gates of the tech park." "Who says we lack them?" A remarkably resolute voice interjected. It was Professor G. He adjusted his glasses, a confident expression gracing his features. "The chief electrical engineer of the tech park, Wang Chongming, is with us at the lighthouse. No one knows that place better than he does." At this revelation, the expressions of Bai Lu, Hornet, and Scorpion transformed drastically. The lighthouse held such a trump card. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square ignited. "We from the Rock have the largest number of awakened and the strongest frontal assault capabilities. Technical decryption is paramount. This mission must be led by us, the Ark." "Nonsense. We from the Hive can execute a decapitation operation, directly infiltrating the core area to seize the mainframe. Without Engineer Wang, you won't even locate the servers. The lighthouse must participate." The four factions were locked in a standoff, each unwilling to yield, each eager to monopolize or dominate this operation. Their voices crescendoed, seemingly oblivious to who the true master of this domain was. "Enough." Lin Mo's voice, though soft, silenced the square instantly. He surveyed the representatives from each faction, his expression inscrutable. "None of you can achieve this alone. Therefore, you must collaborate." Lin Mo's gaze swept across each face as he spoke deliberately. "I am not soliciting your opinions. I am informing you. Whether it be the Ark, the Rock, or any other entity, I demand results. Should there be even the slightest error regarding the servers, should I fail to obtain what I desire." He paused, a chilling smile curling at his lips. "In the future, none of you shall ever procure even a grain of rice from me." With this proclamation, the faces of the four representatives turned ashen. Chapter 27. The threat of the battle axe? Were they worth a few boxes of canned goods? Lin Mo's words were like an invisible hand constricting the throats of the four faction representatives in the square. So direct, so merciless. The first to react was Scorpion. He stepped forward, the sound of military boots crunching over gravel piercing the silence. "The Rock agrees to collaborate." His voice held no hint of hesitation. In the face of absolute power, the Rock had no bargaining rights. With the first agreement, the second followed. Professor G adjusted his glasses, his eyes glimmering with complex emotions. He inhaled deeply, his throat constricting, his voice hoarse. "The lighthouse agrees." Bai Lu and Hornet exchanged glances. In the depths of each other's pupils, they saw reflections of surrender. They had no other choice. "The Ark agrees." The Hive has no objections. In a matter of seconds, the four most elite factions of the wasteland formed an unprecedented alliance. Not due to shared ideals, not due to common enemies, merely because of Lin Mo's words. "Excellent." Lin Mo leaned back against his chair, his demeanor indifferent. Seemingly unfazed by the outcome, the representatives immediately gathered together, just outside that invisible boundary, discussing rapidly, the atmosphere tense yet efficient. The Rock would deploy 30 awakened and 50 combat personnel to form the main assault team. Scorpion spoke first, his voice low. We Ark shall send 20 awakened, along with a technical team, responsible for cracking the park's security and internal networks, while providing logistical support. Bai Lu followed closely. The Hive shall dispatch 5 Ripper squads to clear the flanks, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Hornet's voice was cold as steel. We Lighthouse will contribute 10 awakened and 100 soldiers to bolster firepower. With Engineer Wong directing the server's location and disassembly, Professor G added, adjusting his glasses. A preliminary operational framework rapidly took shape under this suffocating efficiency. Each faction presented its core assets. Thus, a terrifying legion, composed of nearly 100 awakened and hundreds of elite soldiers, capable of sweeping through any corner of the wasteland, was born. Lin Mo raised his hand, gesturing to the side. There, Zhou Yuan stood rigid with tension, his body as stiff as stone. He will accompany you. Bring him back without losing a single hair. The discussion among the four halted abruptly, their gazes converging on the seemingly inconspicuous bespectacled man. Rest assured, we guarantee Mr. Zhou Yuan's safety. Bai Lu was the first to assure, her tone exceedingly grave. Zhou Yuan's heart thundered in his chest, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. He was about to partake in an endeavor capable of altering the entire landscape of the wasteland. Just then, Bai Lu abruptly shifted her tone. Boss, there's a potential risk associated with this operation. Her voice was not loud, yet it captured everyone's attention. The battle axe. Their third-in-command perished here. Although it was an internal conflict, that tempestuous individual, Thunderstorm, is vengeful and will not let this go lightly. I fear they may disrupt us from behind while we assault the tech park. Both Hornet and Scorpion furrowed their brows simultaneously. This was indeed a grave concern. Though the strength of the battle axe may not rival theirs, if they were to wholeheartedly engage in destruction, any minor disturbance during their fierce clash with thousands of zombies could yield irreparable consequences. They sought to procure survival supplies, not to provide a feast for the undead. All eyes once again converged upon Lin Mo, awaiting his decisive judgment. His countenance remained as impassive as ever. He merely extended his hand towards the barren counter. With a soft thud, a pristine can of braised beef materialized upon the surface. Under the dim light, the image of the braised beef on the can glistened alluringly, vibrant enough to seem as though it could drip with savory juices, emanating a dangerously enticing aroma. The head of an ordinary member of the battle axe could be exchanged for 10 boxes of canned beef. For a minor leader, it would be 100 boxes. Lin Mo's voice was devoid of inflection, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He paused, surveying the changing expressions of the four, then slowly extended a finger. As for the chief, Thunderstorm, I would offer 1,000 boxes of canned goods for his life, regardless of whether it be you or any wanderer amidst the ruins. Whoever delivers his head to me shall claim the cans as their own. Inform everyone, this is what I decree. 1,000 boxes. The weight of this figure struck deeply into the souls of all present. White Egret's breath hitched. Scorpion's hawk-like eyes narrowed to dangerous pinpricks. Professor G's mouth opened unconsciously, producing a series of meaningless sounds. The veins on Wasp's hand, gripping the knife handle, bulged like malevolent serpents. They finally comprehended. The risk spoken of by White Egret was, in the presence of this man, not a risk at all, but rather a transaction that could be precisely quantified. A deal potent enough to plunge the entire ruins and all survivors into utter madness. In this moment, the battle axe ceased to be a mere threat. It transformed into a colossal, dripping piece of succulent meat, suspended above the heads of all present. White Egret could vividly envision the horrific plight that would befall the battle axe once this news spread. They would instantly become the public enemy of all scavengers, drifters, bounty hunters, and even other factions. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Their greatest adversary would arise from within. The deputy of the third-in-command had already demonstrated the potency of 100 boxes of canned goods through action. Those 1,000 boxes could incite Thunderstorm's closest brothers, his most trusted subordinates, to wield the most lethal knives against him. This was a far more insidious tactic than direct extermination, a heart-wrenching betrayal, let alone the destitute wanderers who barely scraped by. Even the four major factions felt parched and their hearts raced uncontrollably. That was 1,000 boxes of canned goods, enough to sustain a full army. The plaza fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Representatives of the various factions gazed at the man behind the counter, whose tranquility was maddening, a chill creeping up their spines, coursing through their limbs. They no longer dared to entertain even the slightest thought of insubordination. Today it could be the battle axe. Tomorrow, it could be any one of them. Conversely, As long as they complied and cooperated, adhering to the rules set forth by this Mr. Lin, the benefits they could reap would far exceed their imagination. Boss, we understand, White Egret said, bowing deeply, his posture exuding utmost respect. We shall disseminate your bounty notice to every corner of the ruins. Chapter 28. Evolution of Abilities. Once the bounty notice was issued, there was no room for negotiation. The palpable tension in the air was replaced by a new atmosphere, a blend of greed and fear. White Egret, Wasp, Scorpion, and Professor G, these four individuals capable of causing tremors across the ruins, exchanged no further words. They swiftly completed the task assignments, exchanged contact information, and departed with their subordinates, engines roaring, piercing the night's stillness before fading into the depths of the desolate landscape. They had to return and mobilize the most elite forces within their factions immediately. No one dared to delay, nor did anyone dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards that man. Before departing, White Egret approached Zhou Yuan, lowering his stance considerably and speaking with utmost courtesy. Mr. Zhou Yuan, please accompany us. We require further details about the technology park along the way. Zhou Yuan instinctively glanced at the indistinct figure within the convenience store. After receiving a nearly imperceptible nod of consent, he tremulously followed the ARC members into the vehicle. Soon, the vast plaza was once again left desolate, save for the gradually cooling corpse of the third in command of the battle axe, silently recounting the events of the night. Lin Mo rose and walked to the entrance. With a swift motion, he drew down the heavy roll-up door, severing the outside world's gaze and the bloodshed of the ruins from within. He did not hasten to return to the other world. With a mere thought, he summoned all the crystal cores obtained from the day's transactions, piling them high upon the counter. In total, there were 87, more than double the previous amount. These crystalline cores emitted a faint glow in the darkness, resembling a collection of magical eyes imbued with death and energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo grasped a handful and placed them into his mouth. The icy, hard texture melted away into an uncanny sensation upon entry. A muffled groan escaped Lin Mo's lips, his body jolting violently. His consciousness was abruptly yanked from his corporeal form and thrust into a chaotic, tempestuous maelstrom of energy. The resentment of countless zombies in their final moments. The primal bloodlust of mutated creatures, fragmented roars, despairing wails, and frenzied bloodlust surged like a deluge, threatening to taint his very psyche. They sought to transform him into a monstrous being, one solely driven by slaughter and consumption. Just as Lin Mo's consciousness teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed, a gentle force unique to the convenience store manifested once more. It stood as an unchanging lighthouse, radiating a tranquil light amidst the storm of chaos, steadfastly shielding Lin Mo's core consciousness. Regardless of how violently the storm raged, it could not disturb this sanctuary in the slightest. Simultaneously, this force began to filter and purify the rampant energy, converting the most refined essence into a gentle stream that slowly infused back into Lin Mo's spiritual source. This was a process of destruction and rebirth. Time became an abstract concept. When the last vestige of energy was finally absorbed, the tempest subsided. Lin Mo's consciousness returned to his body. He abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the cold ground. Sweat drenched his form, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, an unprecedented clarity and strength enveloped him, as if the entire world had transformed within his perception. His gaze fell upon the iron shelf in the corner, previously levitated by his telekinesis. This time, he did not grasp at it nor even raise a hand. He merely observed in silence. With a resonant thrum, an ominous sound reverberated. The heavy iron shelf, along with the remnants atop it, warped visibly in the surrounding space. In the next instant, it was compressed into a high-density, dark metallic sphere by an invisible and terrifying force. The entire process was silent, yet brimming with a spine-chilling aesthetic of violence. Lin Mo immediately summoned a light screen. Avakana Lin Montak. Awakened Ability 1, Dimensional Warehouse. Current capacity, 3,000 cubic meters. Note, Isolation in Space-Time, Thought Access. Awakening Ability 2, Telekinesis Control. Current strength, capable of manipulating objects weighing up to 200 kilograms from a distance. Can reshape and accelerate objects. Note, the stronger the mental power, the greater the control, and the more methods of manipulation available. The warehouse capacity has tripled. The telekinetic limit is 200 kilograms. More importantly, new applications of reshaping and acceleration have emerged. This is no longer a mere ability to retrieve object from afar. This is a true weapon. Lin Mo stood up, stretching his limbs. He could feel his mental power becoming denser, as if transforming into countless invisible tendrils, easily extending outward to perceive and interfere with the physical world around him. He cast a glance at the corner of the light screen. Dimensional transit cooling down, remaining time, 001217. 12 minutes left. It was time to return. This time, Lin Mo's mindset was entirely different. The emergence of the Thor 7 battery was akin to a seed, planting a forest named ambition within his heart. He was no longer content to be a mere second-hand dealer in this realm. He aimed to establish his own commercial empire in this secure modern world. The cornerstone of that empire required a considerable amount of startup capital. The hundreds of kilograms of gold in his dimensional warehouse must swiftly be transformed into liquid cash. However, it was utterly impossible to discreetly dispose of such a large quantity of gold through conventional channels. A name surfaced in his mind. Brother Biao, that lone shark, undoubtedly entrenched in the gray and even black markets of the city. Having him as an intermediary was currently the most efficient and reliable method. As for whether Brother Biao would agree, a cold smirk crept on Lin Mo's lips. He would agree. Once the funds were secured, it would be a frenzied acquisition of supplies to completely fill the 3,000 cubic meter warehouse and convenience store. Then, he would register a tech company, laying the groundwork to prepare for the acquisition of technological data from the Sky Technology Park. Lin Mo's thoughts were crystal clear, each step pointing toward that colossal goal. Lost in contemplation, the countdown on the light screen quietly reached 0. Dimensional transit ready. With a thought, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him once more. Dimensional transit completed. Current world, Earth safe. Next transit cooldown time, 105,959. The cooldown time had again diminished. Lin Mo was quite pleased. This indicated that his ability to control two worlds was growing ever stronger. Standing in the convenience store, the neon lights and bustling traffic of the city outside contrasted starkly with the desolate ruins from mere moments ago, as if they belonged to two distinct universes. This extreme disparity further solidified Lin Mo's resolve to firmly grasp this newfound power. Chapter 29. The Startled Brother Biao. Lin Mo did not immediately leave the convenience store. Instead, he walked over to the folding bed and lay down fully clothed. The surge of mental power had significantly reduced his need for sleep. However, a few hours of stable rest would still allow his bodily functions to recover to their optimal state, letting that boiling mental energy settle completely. When he opened his eyes again, the daylight outside was radiant. The clock's hands pointed steadily to 11 o'clock. After taking a shower and changing into a fresh set of casual clothes, Lin Mo drove the unassuming Wuling Hongguang and casually sought out the cleanest-looking eatery along the roadside. He ordered a steaming bowl of beef noodles. This time, there were no oblivious, rich, second-generation individuals, nor any ex-girlfriends jumping out to cause trouble. The world was remarkably tranquil. The only sounds were the fragrant steam rising from the noodle soup and the hushed conversations of diners at the neighboring table. After finishing his bowl of noodles, Lin Mo paid and returned to his car. He pulled out his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen until he found that number which had once plagued him with anxiety, yet now felt as light as a feather. He dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello, who is this?" Brother Biao's brash voice resonated from the other end, the background noise chaotic, filled with the sharp sounds of mahjong tiles clashing. "It's me, Lin Mo." Lin Mo uttered just 3 words, his tone devoid of emotion. Instantly, silence fell on the other end. The raucous background noise, along with the clattering of mahjong tiles, seemed to be severed by an invisible hand. The stillness lingered for 3 seconds. Then, a voice laced with flattery and acute nervousness cautiously emerged. "Elangier, what can I do for you?" Brother Biao's voice trembled, akin to a leaf caught in a cold wind. "I have a batch of goods I wish to sell." Lin Mo's tone revealed no hint of emotion. "Goods?" Brother Biao momentarily faltered, his mind racing as he asked in an exceedingly polite tone, "Lin Go, may I ask if these items are legitimate?" It wasn't that he had a vivid imagination. The shadow Lin Mo had cast the previous day was too profound. To him, a person with such terrifying capabilities, opening a conversation with goods meant they were hardly legal. Yet, he dared not refuse, nor could he ask too directly, fearing that the grim specter might appear before him at any moment. His underlings were still groaning in their hospital beds. Lin Mo didn't think much of it, casually replying, "There's a bit of risk, but not much." Upon hearing this, Brother Biao's heart sank, but he immediately altered his tone. "Rest assured, Lin Go, whatever the goods, I guarantee to handle them properly and securely." He pounded his chest in assurance, terrified that Lin Mo might harbor even the slightest dissatisfaction. Don't discuss it over the phone. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the same cement factory as last time. Come alone. Understood. Understood. I will be there on time. Brother Biao responded repeatedly, as if he had been granted a royal decree. Lin Mo said no more and hung up the phone. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at Cement Factory No. 3 in the west of the city. Once again, it was the same dilapidated factory, the same dusty sofa. But this time, it was Lin Mo who sat on the sofa, while Brother Biao stood before him like a chastened schoolboy, not daring to breathe. Lin Yi, what goods do you wish to sell? Brother Biao rubbed his hands together, a fine sheen of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. Lin Mo did not respond. He simply reached down to the woven bag at his feet and casually extracted a gleaming golden bar. Gold. Brother Biao's pupils constricted slightly. Initially, he felt a flicker of surprise. While a 500-gram gold bar was valuable, it could be easily disposed of at any larger gold shop, seemingly requiring no assistance from him. Just as he was pondering this, Lin Mo casually tore open the bag. With a rustle, blinding golden light poured forth from within. Brother Biao's eyes were almost blinded by the brilliance. His breath halted entirely in that moment. He stood frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. The dim light of the factory illuminated that bag filled with glistening metal. It was not just one. It was a heap. Lin Mo paid no heed to his petrified reaction, casually pulling out several more bars from the bag and tossing them onto the nearby sofa as if they were mere firewood. A total of 20 bars, each weighing 500 grams. Lin Mo's voice remained flat, as though he were discussing 20 sausages. 20 bars, 500 grams each. That totals 10 kilograms. Brother Biao's lips trembled violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. A terrifying thought, as dreadful as a black lightning bolt, cleaved through his chaotic mind. Is he robbing a vault? Or perhaps directly hijacking an armored truck? Brother Biao's legs weakened, and his knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel before Lin Mo on the spot. Just moments ago, he had been inquiring whether this endeavor would cost him his head. Lin Mo remarked that there was a bit of risk, but not much. Is this really what one would call minimal risk? Once involved, it is far from a mere dance with one S-head tucked into one S waistband. It is akin to neatly packaging one S-head and dispatching it to the guillotine. Biao Ge felt tears welling up. He was merely a street thug engaged in usury and extorting protection fees, and the gravest offense he had ever committed was sending someone to the hospital. Such a colossal crime was beyond the realm of his wildest nightmares. His voice trembled, choked with emotion. You're asking for my life. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa, casually weighing a gold bar in his hand, contemplating whether it could be swallowed. Biao Ge wanted to say he dared not consume it, that he felt unworthy of it. Yet, under Lin Mo's piercing gaze, the words of refusal lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. He had firmly concluded that this Lin Yi before him was a remorseless pirate. If he dared utter a word of dissent, he would likely find himself buried here today. However, if this gold was indeed tied to a grand conspiracy, merely assisting in its distribution would make him an accomplice. For a moment, Biao Ge envisioned countless peanuts enthusiastically beckoning him forward, seeing his pallid complexion and his prolonged silence. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Can't you stomach this little bit of gold? Just this small amount? Biao Ge's heart quivered, and the last vestige of hope vanished. It was over. This Lin Yi, no Lin ancestor, must have been involved in something monumental, and this was merely a fraction of it. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Biao Ge's face, Lin Mo's tone grew impatient. I can't believe you, a lone shark. Can't handle such a trivial matter. Biao Ge shuddered at the rebuke, on the verge of tears, and mustered the courage to say, Lin Yi, such a major case. I truly cannot touch it. A major case? Lin Mo was initially taken aback, but then realized Biao Ge's misunderstanding and found it amusing. Rest assured, this gold is entirely clean, with no criminal ties. I simply find it tedious to sell each piece individually. Do you understand? No criminal ties? Biao Ge lowered his head, his eyes darting nervously, half convinced, and tentatively probed. Lin Yi, may I make a call to consult with my brothers on the street? Go ahead. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Upon receiving permission, Biao Ge felt as if a great weight had been lifted and tremblingly retrieved his phone to dial a number. He dared not step aside, even pressing the speakerphone button out of an instinct for self-preservation. The phone connected swiftly, and a gruff voice answered. Hey Biaozi, what is up? Biao Ge forced a smile, engaged in brief pleasantries, then cut to the chase. Hugo, I just wanted to ask if there have been any significant cases involving gold in our area recently? The other end sounded puzzled, but replied honestly, "What case could there be? The streets are crawling with surveillance. Who would dare touch that? You looking to get rich and buy gold?" With that affirmative response, Biao Guo's anxious heart finally began to settle. He hung up the phone, and his gaze toward Lin Mo had transformed completely. He inhaled deeply, as if making a momentous decision, and spoke rapidly. "Lin Yi, I cannot handle all this cargo alone, but I know someone who can." Lin Montauk nodded in satisfaction. "Go contact them." Chapter 30. 1 ton. Biao bent over, dialing a number he knew by heart. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity, long enough for beads of cold sweat to nearly drip onto the screen before it was finally answered. "What is it?" came a cool, feminine voice. Biao Gu immediately bowed lower, his tone dripping with respect and flattery. "Sister Sue, it's me, Biaozi. Spit it out." The woman on the other end clearly had little patience. "Sister Sue, here's the thing," Biao Gu said, casting a furtive glance at Lin Mo on the sofa. His voice lowered to a whisper, each word carefully chosen. "I have a distinguished guest who possesses a considerable stash of gold." There was silence on the line. A few seconds later, that cool voice inquired, "How much?" Biao Gu swallowed hard. "10 kilograms, with more to follow." This time, the silence on the other end stretched longer. Long enough that Biao Gu nearly assumed the signal had dropped, his heavy breathing the only sound. "Haven't come over. Same place in half an hour. I'll inspect the goods personally." All right. Rest assured, Sister Sue will be there shortly," Biao Gu replied, relief flooding through him. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Mo. "Lin Yi, Sister Sue will meet you." Lin Mo stood up, lead the way. Half an hour later, a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang came to a halt in front of a private club named Jingxin Tea House. Nestled in the suburbs, there was no sign at the entrance. Only 2 stone lions flanking a tightly shut crimson door, exuding an air of forbidding exclusivity. Biao Gu bowed and led the way, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Inside was an enchanting realm, complete with pavilions, flowing water, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. In a lakeside tea room, Lin Mo encountered the so-called Sister Sue. She was a woman clad in a simple yet form-fitting qipao, seated gracefully behind a pear-wood tea table, brewing kung fu tea with an exquisite elegance. Around 30 years of age, she possessed a striking beauty, her calm, impassive Danfeng eyes briefly glancing over. Her gaze swept past the obsequious Biao Gu, settling instead on Lin Mo and the incongruous burlap sack he held. "Sister Sue." Biao Gu nearly buried his head in his chest. The woman appeared not to hear him, and merely gestured for Lin Mo to take a seat. Lin Montauk, unfazit, strode over and sat down on the cushion opposite her, casually tossing the burlap sack onto the table. With a resounding thud, the metallic clatter shattered the room's tranquility and elegance. The tea table trembled slightly. The woman known as Sister Sue, steady as a rock, continued her movements without the slightest pause, pushing a cup of brewed tea toward Lin Mo. The tea was golden and bright, with an alluring fragrance. "How should I address you, my friend?" "Lin Mo, Mr. Lin." Sister Sue's gaze returned to the burlap sack. "May I inspect the goods?" Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Be my guest." Sister Sue meticulously untied the sack, her movements remaining graceful. 10 gold bars lay before her, yet she exhibited little reaction, delicately pinching one between her slender fingers for closer inspection. Holding it up to her eyes, she scrutinized it carefully. The quality was excellent, pure 999 gold. She set it down and picked up another, noting its weight, confirming it was standard. Her examination was thorough and professional, each piece receiving her keen gaze. Finally, she raised her head slowly, locking her eyes onto Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, such a large batch. Where did it come from?" Though she did not finish her sentence, the implication was clear. Lin Mo lifted the teacup, savoring a sip. "The goods are clean. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't trust you." Sister Sue's face bore a professional smile, perfectly measured yet distant. "However, in this line of work, certain protocols must be followed. 10 kilograms is not a trifling amount. I must inquire thoroughly to avoid any irreparable complications." As she spoke, her peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to every subtle response from Lin Mo standing beside them. Biao Gu felt his heart racing, nearly leaping from his throat. He fixated on Lin Mo, fearful that this esteemed figure might unleash chaos within the refined ambience of the tea room. However, Lin Mo refrained from any superfluous gestures. He merely set down his teacup and cast a fleeting glance at Brother Biao. Just that single glance was sufficient for Brother Biao to comprehend the situation instantly. He promptly bowed and said, "Sister Sue, Brother Lin, you two continue your conversation. I shall wait outside." Once Brother Biao exited, the door to the tea room was closed again. Lin Mo casually produced a gold bar from his bag. Then, under Sister Sue's watchful gaze, he applied a slight pressure with his 5 fingers. Distinct 5 fingerprints were deeply embedded into the gold. Sister Sue's hand, which held the teacup, trembled violently for a moment. The scene before her was far more persuasive than any explanation. To manipulate gold as if it were mere Play-Doh, surely, crushing a person's bones would require minimal effort. The origins of this batch of gold suddenly became inconsequential. A person with such prowess had no need, nor would they deign, to engage in a troublesome venture involving black money. Sister Sue slowly set down her teacup, the professional smile on her face fading into a semblance of sincerity. Mr. Lin, I understand. I will take this batch of goods. She inhaled deeply and presented her offer. In terms of price, I can offer 700 per gram. For 10 kilograms, that amounts to 7 million. Lin Mo did not express any approval or disapproval regarding this price. He neither accepted nor rejected it. He simply countered with a question: what is the maximum quantity you can handle? Sister Sue's expression wavered slightly. The question of how much she could handle fundamentally altered the nature of this transaction. It was no longer a mere sale. It was a contemplation of the throughput limits of her entire network. The tea room fell into a haunting silence. Sister Sue slowly lowered her teacup, the bottom of the cup meeting the pearwood table with a crisp sound. She reassessed the man before her. Young, composed, dressed modestly, even somewhat shabby. The woven bag containing millions in gold looked as if it had just been retrieved from a vegetable market. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable individual exuded a terrifying aura that suggested he could control everything. After a long pause, Sister Sue tentatively spoke, stating a figure she believed would impress anyone. Mr. Lin, if the goods are all this clean, my channel could help you digest 50 kilograms each month. 50 kilograms. 35 million. And that is monthly. This was a number sufficient to drive any underground force into a frenzy. However, upon hearing this, Lin Mo merely shook his head gently. Sister Sue's delicate brows furrowed instantly. Mr. Lin, is it too little? Far too little, Lin Mo replied, his tone still calm, yet delivering a revelation that was nothing short of astonishing. He extended a finger and gently shook it in front of Sister Sue's incredulous gaze. At least this number per month. Sister Sue's pupils contracted sharply at that moment. She almost exclaimed 100 kilograms. A semblance of a smile finally graced Lin Mo's face as he corrected her misunderstanding. 1 ton. Those 2 words detonated like silent thunderclaps within the elegant tea room. The air solidified into a palpable entity. Sister Sue could no longer maintain her composure. Mr. Lin, her voice became husky, losing its previous clarity. Are you joking? Lin Mo remained silent. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his face. He simply gazed at her with tranquility. Sister Sue's breathing quickened suddenly, her chest heaving violently, the meticulously tailored qipao she wore straining at the buttons. 1 ton of gold. At current market rates, that equated to nearly 1 billion in cash flow. Her channel could not withstand such a terrifying volume. Impossible, Sister Sue blurted out, her voice tinged with a sharp edge. No private channel could digest 1 ton of gold in a month. This transcends the issue of money. It is tantamount to declaring war on the entire modern financial regulatory system. She forced herself to regain her composure, slowing her tone, and analyzed with utmost sincerity. Mr. Lin, even if I could manage to absorb that much gold, ensuring that this astronomical sum of money safely reaches your hands would pose an almost insurmountable challenge. Although we personally do not face charges of substantial property origin, the movement of several hundred million would inevitably attract unwanted attention and complications. Her reasoning was sound. Lin Mo had certainly contemplated these matters before arriving. His solution was straightforward: to hedge with tangible industries. His ultimate aim in liquidating gold was to construct his own commercial empire, beginning with the Thor 7 battery. He intended to leverage the entire battery industry and subsequently expand into other fields. If he could directly exchange gold for an existing industrial park or a battery manufacturer, it would undoubtedly alleviate countless troubles. However, achieving this was beyond Lin Mo's capabilities. He required Sister Sue's connections and network. Even if Sister Sue couldn't manage it, she could still reach out to others, just as Brother Biao had found her, layer by layer, until he reached someone capable of accomplishing the task. With this in mind, Lin Mo slowly spoke. What if I do not require all of it to be converted into cash? Sister Sue's pupils once again constricted sharply. She instantly grasped the key information within that statement, a ray of light piercing through her chaotic thoughts. You mean asset exchange? I need an industrial park or a battery manufacturer. Lin Mo calmly articulated his ultimate demand. A battery manufacturer? This unexpected answer left Sister Sue utterly stunned. She had envisioned countless possibilities, yet never once considered that the other party's elaborate maneuvering with gold was not for indulgence, but for industrial investment. A person capable of effortlessly manipulating gold bars, who could produce a ton of gold monthly, aspire to be an entrepreneur? This notion was even more absurd and inconceivable than the ton of gold itself. However, it was precisely this thought that rendered the entire situation's logic suddenly coherent. Using questionable money to acquire legitimate tangible assets is the most efficient and elite method of laundering in existence. Sister Sue's mind raced as she reassessed the man before her and this so-called transaction. No, this was no longer a mere transaction. This was a capital operation of scale beyond her wildest imagination, and she found herself at the very epicenter of this storm. Mr. Lin, this matter has completely exceeded my authority. Sister Sue regained her composure, or rather, entered a heightened state of vigilance, and informed him candidly. I need to report to my superiors. Of course, Lin Mo responded with an unperturbed demeanor, as if everything was well within his grasp. Upon receiving permission, Sister Sue stood, approached the window of the tea room, turned her back to Lin Mo, and dialed a number she had concealed deeply. Her voice was subdued, each word laced with utmost respect. Boss, it's me, Suwan. There's a business opportunity, quite substantial. On the other end of the line, her superiors seemed to respond, and Suwan straightened her posture, resembling a soldier awaiting orders. The goods are gold, very clean. As for the quantity, here. Suwan hesitated, turning her gaze towards Lin Mo with an inquisitive look. Lin Mo understood her unspoken question and replied nonchalantly. I currently have 300 kilograms on hand. The rest will arrive gradually. Suwan, what do you mean by only 300 kilograms? However, with Lin Mo's response, Suwan was now aware of how to report back, and she returned to the phone, stating the counterpart can provide 1 ton of goods monthly. At present, they have 300 kilograms in stock. The line fell into a prolonged silence. The primary demand of the counterpart is not cash. Suwan continued her report, revealing that he wishes to acquire a battery company or an associated industrial park and intends to conduct an asset exchange using gold directly. Yes, he is here with me. His capabilities are unfathomable. Understood. Very well. The call concluded. As Suwan turned and walked back towards Lin Mo, her demeanor, aura, and even her gaze had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, she was the judge and orchestrator of the transaction. Now, she was merely a pure messenger. Mr. Lin. Suwan inclined her body slightly. My boss wishes to meet you in person. The time is set for tomorrow evening at 7. The location remains the same. That works. Lin Mo nodded, then gestured towards the rustic woven bag on the tea table. Let us clear this batch first. Absolutely. Suwan responded immediately, her voice tinged with urgency. She could still exercise authority over a business worth millions. To convey sincerity and to compensate for her earlier slight awkwardness, she proactively added, Mr. Lin, to demonstrate our goodwill. We can offer this batch at 800 per gram. Instantaneously, the price escalated from 7 million to 8 million. Lin Mo certainly did not disdain an abundance of funds. He needed sufficient startup capital for his upcoming purchases. Filling that 3,000 cubic meter dimensional warehouse was no trivial endeavor. All right, proceed with the transfer. Suwan moved with astonishing swiftness. A single phone call and a few succinct directives later, within 5 minutes, Lin Mo's phone vibrated with a bank notification. Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 800,000,000 yuan. Current balance 812,000,035 yuan. 8 million. Not a cent less. Lin Mo pocketed his phone without a single superfluous pleasantry and rose decisively to depart. Mr. Lin, allow me to see you out. Suwan followed closely, personally escorting him to the entrance of the tea garden. She remained there, watching the dilapidated Wuling Hongguang vanish from sight, before slowly turning back. In the courtyard, Biao Ge was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Suwan return, he immediately approached her with a beaming smile. Sister Su, how'd it go with that Lin master? Suwan did not meet his gaze, merely walking past him. From now on, do not inquire a single word regarding Mr. Lin. Do whatever he instructs you to do. Her footsteps paused momentarily as she turned her face, her eyes icy. If anything goes awry, no one will be able to save you. Do you understand? Biao Ge felt a chill race up his spine. The latter part of his sentence swallowed back as he nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Understood, Sister Sue. Understand. Chapter 32. Money is spent too easily. The Wuling Hongguang weaved through the steel jungle of the city. Lin Mo did not return to the convenience store, but drove directly into the largest second-hand car market in the city. Half an hour later, a well-conditioned white van replaced the illustrious Wuling. The C license plate was perfectly sized, aligning impeccably with his upcoming plans. To be honest, had it not been for the mismatched driver's license, Lin Mo might have even considered acquiring a 100-ton truck, as it would expedite the transport goods. With the accelerator pressed down, the truck sped towards the suburban wholesale center. Upon arriving at the loading area, the manager from last time spotted Lin Mo and immediately approached him. "Mr. Lin, back again. What can I get for you this time?" Lin Mo leapt from the driver's seat, his expression indifferent, and directly placed a list in the manager's hand. "According to this list, multiply all categories and quantities by 10. 10 times. The manager glanced at the list, his hands trembling. This was no mere restock. This was an endeavor to empty his warehouse. "Mr. Lin, this quantity." His voice trembled with excitement. Lin Mo cast a sharp glance. "Is there a problem?" "No problem. Absolutely no problem." The manager jolted, thumping his chest confidently. "I will arrange that for you right away." Under the manager's coordination, crates upon crates of goods were precisely delivered to the open space. Last time it was a small hill. This time it transformed into a veritable mountain. Instant noodles, biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, various products piled high. After paying $2 million in goods, Lin Mo resumed his ant-like transportation strategy, making repeated trips between the wholesale market and the abandoned industrial park. Once the food and drinking water had filled more than half of the dimensional warehouse, Lin Mo did not relent. He had more critical items to procure. Medicines. In that crumbling world, a box of ordinary antibiotics surpassed even gold in value. Lin Mo drove to the city's pharmaceutical and medical equipment wholesale street. He did not opt for the flashy large companies, but instead turned into a secluded alley, seeking a nondescript medical equipment firm. "Hello, I want to buy medicine." Inside, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses lifted his gaze from the ledger, scrutinizing Lin Mo prescription or hospital procurement credentials. The man's tone was businesslike. "None," Lin Mo replied succinctly. The man's brow furrowed instantly. "Come on, are you not even going to put up a pretense? That won't sell." Lin Mo remained unmoved. He silently retrieved his phone, opened his bank balance, and presented the screen horizontally on the counter before the man. That long string of glaring zeros struck like a hammer upon the man's pupils. The corner of his eye twitched uncontrollably. Amoxicillin, cephalosporin, norfloxacin. Tourniquets, gauze, iodine, saline. Lin Mo's voice was calm and clear. "I want exactly what you have in stock." The man's breath halted at that moment. If this deal materialized, the commission alone would allow him to lounge for a year. "Why are you buying so much? What do you intend to do with it?" The man maintained the last shred of vigilance. "That is none of your concern." Lin Mo retracted his phone, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You simply need to answer me. Sell or not?" The man fell into a silent internal struggle. The risks and potential profits teetered wildly on opposite ends of the scale. Ultimately, the weight of greed overwhelmed all else. "The storeroom is in the back." He took a deep breath, involuntarily lowering his voice. "Follow me." Half an hour later, the back of the small truck was crammed full of medicine boxes of various sizes, with not a single gap to be found. Fortunately, he had changed vehicles. Otherwise, just for this batch of medicine, the previous wooling would have required multiple trips. After transferring over $1 million in payment, Lin Mo's procurement journey continued. In the hardware and electrical market, Lin Mo swept through, clearing the inventory with a flick of his finger. "I want 20 units of this model diesel generator. All in-stock solar panels and matching batteries. I'll take them all. Wrenches, pliers, welding machines, cutting machines. Yes, don't dismantle. Just move them in whole boxes." Finally, he headed to a gas station. The regular channels could not satiate his appetite. But fortunately, Biao Ji's connections were wild enough to provide him with an address. A private oil depot hidden in the urban-rural fringe. When Lin Mo indicated he wanted several hundred barrels of gasoline and diesel, the oil depot owner looked at him as if he were a walking deity of wealth. Especially when Lin Mo hinted that this would merely be the first batch, with a continuous stream of orders to follow. The owner nearly shouted out in gratitude. After transporting multiple trips between the city and the abandoned industrial park, when the last barrel of diesel was quietly absorbed into the dimensional warehouse, night had fully descended. Lin Mo had already squandered more than half of the $8 million in his bank account. The speed of expenditure so rapid that even he had to marvel at how easily money dissipates. Yet within, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and tranquility. With a mere thought, his consciousness sank into the dimensional space. The vast expanse of 3,000 cubic meters was now nearly saturated with a dazzling array of supplies. Food formed towering walls, pharmaceuticals were stacked into mounds, and barrels of fuel and toolboxes were constructed into fortifications. Even in the corners, the spiritual sustenance represented by Huazi and Mutai was piled into a small hill, radiating an enticing aroma. These industrial commodities, commonplace in modern civilization, served as the bedrock of his existence in another world. They were the capital he needed to establish a new order. The millions spent would, in that realm, return to him at 100-fold, even 1,000-fold profit. He stole a glance at the light screen. Dimensional transit, cooling down, remaining time, 003203. As the cooldown for the transit approached, Lin Mo intended to take a moment to pause. In the apocalyptic world, the major factions of Rock and Ark were gathering to conquer the Celestial Technology Park. It was a formidable battle. Thousands of zombies could not simply be charged at recklessly. That was not a means of acquiring wealth, but a pathway to death. Moreover, the timing was not ideal. Traveling now would mean arriving at night. It would be terribly inconvenient in the darkness. Lin Mo decided to adjust his timing. It would be best to traverse during the day. The next cooldown period would be reduced to 10 hours, allowing him to travel before 8 in the morning and return by 6 in the evening. Considering the driving time, he would be able to meet the mysterious boss behind Su Wan by 7 o'clock. After a long day, even Lin Mo's robust physique felt a tinge of fatigue, necessitating a moment of rest. With this thought, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the truck into the dazzling river of city lights. He was off to dine. Once again, he chose the crown of the clouds. When the box truck halted at the entrance, the expression of the parking attendant from last time was nothing short of spectacular. Really? A wooling yesterday was one thing, but today he arrives in a truck? Upon a closer look, oh, it's the same person. Handing over a golden coin, the attendant's smile instantly transformed into one of utmost sincerity. He understood. The tastes of this gentleman were beyond his comprehension. From wooling to truck, next he might arrive in an excavator, and he would no longer be surprised. The manager of Crown of the Clouds had already heard the news and was waiting at the entrance, his demeanor even more respectful than last time. A patron capable of transferring 300,000 without batting an eye was indeed the most esteemed of guests. Mr. Lin, the usual? The manager inquired, personally leading the way to the best table by the window. No need. Lin Mo waved his hand, striding directly to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city illuminated by neon lights. The bustling traffic and vibrant life felt like a dream, and he was destined to leave an indelible mark on this era. Calming his thoughts, Lin Mo turned to the manager and said nonchalantly, "Bring me a bowl of beef noodles." Chapter 33. Have you had breakfast? Lin Mo's request caught the manager off guard. They were the most upscale French restaurant in the city, and yet he asked for a bowl of beef noodles? Nevertheless, the manager went to make arrangements. When a distinguished VIP requested beef noodles, it was an imperative to fulfill. The steaming noodles arrived shortly, and Lin Mo devoured them with remarkable speed before departing with the same swift decisiveness. The manager couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable nature of today's wealthy individuals. Upon returning to the ground, the parking attendant had already driven the white box truck to the entrance. Lin Mo climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the city's neon glow. He parked the truck in a secluded alley near the convenience store, where there were no cameras, and no one would pay heed to an ordinary delivery vehicle. Back at the store, he lowered the roll-up door. Lin Mo refrained from turning on the lights, instead walking to the simple folding bed and lying down fully clothed. He closed his eyes, but felt no inclination to sleep. His growing mental acuity had reduced his reliance on slumber, and at this moment, his mind was extraordinarily alert, calmly reviewing each step that lay ahead. The Celestial Technology Park. The four major factions, Zhou Yuan and the chief engineer, Wang Chongming, and the technical documents capable of instigating an energy revolution. Each aspect needed to be executed flawlessly. Time flowed silently in the darkness. As the morning sun streamed through the gaps, Lin Mo opened his eyes. A glance at the clock revealed it was 6 o'clock. Just right. It was time. Lin Mo stowed away his phone, and with a mere thought, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The darkness before his eyes replaced by an even deeper void. Dimensional transit complete. Current world, apocalyptic era. Next transit cooldown, 095959. Excellent. Just as anticipated, the cooldown period was indeed 10 hours. With a swift motion, Lin Mo rolled up the door, allowing the cool morning light to flood in. The survivors who had been awake all night in the square stirred like sharks sensing blood. Boss Lin is back. Boss, I have a battery here. Take a look. A filthy man rushed forward, proudly presenting a mud-stained Thor 7 battery. Lin Mo merely glanced at it before waving his hand, causing the battery to vanish into thin air. Bang! 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water landed at the man's feet. The man's eyes lit up as he snatched the food and began to devour it ravenously. This action ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. The survivors surged forward, piling the various electronic items they had scavenged at the entrance of the convenience store. Boss, I have a server's cooling fan. I have the motherboard for a surveillance camera. Although Zhou Yuan was absent, he had previously assisted in appraising many items, and Lin Mo had a general idea of their value. He accepted everything of worth, providing food in return. In no time, the square was filled with cans and biscuits, the cheers of the survivors rising and falling in jubilant waves. This small-scale celebration continued until just past 7. A rumble reverberated through the ground, the sound of synchronized, heavy vibrations. In the distance, a fleet of steel giants appeared on the horizon, leading the way were the heavy trucks of the rock stronghold, their bodies adorned with menacing horns and reinforced steel plates. Following closely were the white off-road vehicles of Ark, equipped with communication antennas and searchlights, exuding professionalism and efficiency. To the side, several modified motorcycles painted in dark camouflage glided through like phantoms. They were the terrors of the hive. Bringing up the rear were the military transport vehicles of the lighthouse, filled with armed soldiers. The 4 factions of the ruins had arrived. The atmosphere in the square solidified into an iron block at their arrival. The scattered survivors still engaged in trade fell silent, intimidated by the oppressive aura, scrambling to retreat to the farthest corners. Scorpion, Egret Wasp, and Professor G disembarked almost in unison. Behind them were the elite warriors and awakened ones from their respective factions. Nearly 100 awakened individuals gathered together, their collective energy creating a palpable distortion in the air. The 4 strode swiftly to an invisible line, halting in unison, respectfully bowing their heads to the indistinct figure within the convenience store. Boss, we are ready. Scorpion's voice was as concise and powerful as ever. All technical personnel and equipment are in place, Egret added. The scout from the hive have already departed to clear the obstacles along the way. Wasp's tone was chilling. Engineer Wang Chongming has confirmed the exact location of the server. We can depart at any time. Professor G adjusted his glasses. Lin Mo approached the door and surveyed this formidable coalition, which could be deemed the strongest in the ruins. Have you all had breakfast? The sudden inquiry left Scorpion and the others momentarily stunned. Before they could respond, Lin Mo waved his hand, unleashing a deluge of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and canned goods that amassed at the entrance of the convenience store, forming an awe-inspiring mountain of supplies. These were not the moldy remnants of old rations, nor the foul-smelling flesh of mutated beasts. Instead, they were boxes of instant noodles adorned with vibrant designs, rice accompanied by self-heating packs, and hefty cans of luncheon meat. In this apocalyptic world, each item was a precious commodity. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp, and Professor G felt their throats tighten uncontrollably. Though they had encountered supplies before, they had never witnessed such a breathtaking display. Even in this desolate wasteland, where numerous factions existed, securing a full meal was no easy feat as for a hearty meal. That was a distant dream. In fact, even before Lin Mo had made his appearance, Scorpion was the first to react, abruptly turning to face the warriors of his rock stronghold. What the hell are you all standing around for? He bellowed. The boss is treating us. Eat. Fill your bellies. Only then will you have the strength to slay the zombies. His roar ignited a spark among the crowd, whether ordinary soldiers or awakened ones. Their eyes blazed with a burning desire. However, they did not rush chaotically. Instead, they formed an orderly queue to receive their provisions. My heavens, it's braised beef noodles. Self-heating rice. Damn. And there's fish-flavored shredded pork, exclaimed one. And milk too. A plume of white steam rose, carrying the long mist aroma of cooked rice. The eyes of a soldier glistened with tears as he clutched the steaming rice box, his hands trembling as he devoured it mouthful by mouthful, tears mingling with the food as it slid down his throat. This scene unfolded repeatedly in the square. Each person's heart ignited with fervor. Just the breakfast before their departure was so lavish. If they truly completed their mission and retrieved what Boss Lin required, what could they expect? Meals filled with meat? Daily access to clean water? Perhaps a life akin to the one before the cataclysm? Once this thought took root, it grew uncontrollably in the depths of every heart. While everyone was engrossed in their meal, savoring the most luxurious repast in this dystopian reality, Lin Mo made another gesture. With a flourish, several large cardboard boxes tumbled to the ground. This time, they contained not food, but rather, as the boxes opened, revealed a series of red and white striped hardshell packages. Cigarettes. Even Scorpion dropped the can he was holding in shock. In this apocalypse, cigarettes were second only to crystal cores as a hard currency. They could soothe frayed nerves, serve as the finest social currency, and symbolize status. As leaders of the 4 major factions, they usually had to settle for rolling their own inferior tobacco. Now, before them lay hundreds of high-quality cigarettes. Lin Mo's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Distribute them. Ordinary soldiers, 2 packs each. Awakened ones, 1 carton each. Chapter 34. The mission begins. Scorpion seized a cigarette, roughly tearing open the package and extracting one to hold to his nose. With just a deep inhalation, the long-forgotten scent of tobacco exploded in his nostrils, sending him into a euphoric state. With a flick, he ignited a lighter, drawing in a deep puff of smoke that made his eyes squint with pleasure. This is the flavor. Egret, Wasp, and Professor G each took one as well, their faces betraying their overwhelming astonishment. This was no ordinary supply. It was a luxury for the spirit, a sacred object that could grant soldiers a fleeting moment of peace amid despair. Lin Mo's gesture proved more effective than any pre-battle rallying cry. He not only filled their bellies, but also calmed their taut souls. Just when everyone thought this was the extent of Lin Mo's generosity, he raised his hand once more. This time, several black briefcases marked with intricate symbols appeared on the ground. Professor G was the first to rush forward, trembling as he opened one of the cases. Inside, nestled within black foam padding, lay a folded reconnaissance drone and a remote control with a high-definition screen. A reconnaissance drone. Professor G's voice trembled with excitement as he delicately lifted the device, his fingers gliding over the cold metal shell, his eyes aglow with fervor. With anti-jamming capabilities and ultra-long endurance. My heavens, with this, we can avoid 90% of the dangers ahead. The other boxes contained matching walkie-talkies, stable signals, encrypted communications, with an effective range covering the entire Tianxiong Technology Park. Scorpion, Egret, and Wasp gathered around, their breaths growing heavy. They were combat specialists, instantly recognizing the value of these tools. In the wasteland, information was life. In the past, they had to rely on scouts risking their lives for reconnaissance, with communication primarily relying on shouts. Now, they could sit securely in armored vehicles, controlling the entire battlefield from a godlike perspective. This was no mere edge in equipment. It was a dimensional strike. 1 drone and 1 communication device per team, Lin Mo's voice stated flatly. Maintain communication. The 4 of them trembled in unison. Food, cigarettes, high-tech equipment. How many more aces did this Lin Mo possess? He was like an extraordinarily skilled magician, leaving them guessing what he would unveil next. As cigarettes were distributed to each combatant, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, impossible to suppress. Even the wandering survivors, who had previously huddled in the shadows, could not resist inching closer. They had no right to receive cigarettes, but even inhaling secondhand smoke was a treat. With bellies full and spirits lifted by the addition of cigarettes as their mental sustenance, the morale of the combatants soared to unprecedented heights. Scorpion tossed the remaining butt of his cigarette to the ground and growled, "Move out." The roar of engines coalesced into a tide of steel, shaking the ground beneath them. The 4 factions of the wasteland surged forth toward the Tianxiong Technology Park with an unprecedented vigor. The Rock's heavy trucks led the charge, easily tearing through any abandoned vehicles in their path. The Ark's convoy positioned itself centrally, with Egret in the command vehicle, using the drone to survey the surroundings and calmly coordinating the advance of the units. The Hive's motorcycles flanked the sides, with Wasp leading them personally, their speed and maneuverability reaching their zenith in this moment. The Lighthouse's transport vehicles trailed steadily behind, with Professor G and his technical team, along with engineer Wang Chongming, being given priority protection at the center. Scout reports a small horde of zombies approximately 500 meters ahead, around 30 in number, no special mutations. Came the clear voice of the Hive scout over the communicator. Arc Team 2, clear them out, Egret commanded succinctly and efficiently. Several off-road vehicles immediately diverged from the main convoy, their mounted machine guns spitting fire as a hail of bullets instantly shredded the wandering zombies into pieces. The entire operation was seamless, devoid of any delay. Meanwhile, inside the convenience store, Lin Mo reclined on a folding bed, the monitor before him displaying the aerial view transmitted by the drone. The steel convoy came to a halt 1 kilometer away from the Tianxiong Technology Park. The entire area was sprawling, resembling a small city. Over 5-meter-tall alloy walls stretched endlessly, enclosing several square kilometers of land, with a red-lit watchtower situated every 100 meters along the wall. The combat troops quickly dispersed into defensive formations. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp, and Professor G huddled together, their expressions grave as they focused on the real-time footage relayed by another drone. The main gate system is completely locked down and will require high explosives to breach. Egret analyzed coolly, pointing at the enlarged image of the gate structure on the screen. Wasp's brow furrowed deeply. The violent explosion of the gate would undoubtedly attract all the monsters within the compound, drawing them in only to annihilate them. Scorpion exhaled a ring of smoke, his tone laced with an air of ruthless certainty. This plan, albeit brutish, sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of Egret and Professor G. Very well. Egret responded promptly, her mind racing as her fingers traced the images relayed by the drone. Centering the defense around the gate, we shall construct a fan-shaped bastion. We will treat the breach as the sole meat grinder, shredding the oncoming tide of corpses here. My men can handle the demolition, Professor G remarked, adjusting his glasses, their lenses glinting with the screen's light. With precise calculations of the explosive yield, we can detonate the breach without compromising the main structure, thus averting a secondary collapse. The hive will maintain vigilance on both flanks and eliminate any stragglers. Viper's voice was cold, signaling his readiness for battle. The Rock's forces would hold the front line. Scorpion extinguished his cigarette on the armored vehicle's steel plating. There was no debate, no dissent. United under the absolute interests and formidable logistical support provided by Lin Mo. The four major factions exhibited remarkable synergy and efficiency. Action. With a single command, the entire coalition moved as if a finely tuned war machine, springing into motion. The soldiers at the Rock outpost hastily erected the first line of defense before the gate, hoisting heavy metal shields and sandbags. Heavy machine guns were set up on the high ground, their ominous barrels aimed at the gate, poised to become a passage of death. Meanwhile, the technicians from ARC swiftly deployed directional mines, their movements professional and precise, ensuring each connection was flawless. A few Earth Element Awakeners advanced to the forefront, pressing their hands firmly against the ground. With a low hum, the solid earth began to writhe and swell. Trenches, 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide, materialized out of thin air, crisscrossing to form a complex obstacle zone. Subsequently, the excavated earth solidified behind them, forming thick earthen walls, providing excellent cover for the soldiers in the rear. In mere minutes, a rudimentary yet lethal defensive structure had taken shape. Everyone understood that once the gate was blown open, they would face thousands, if not more, of ravenous zombies. Yet what did that matter? In this wasteland, combat was the prevailing theme. It was either battling zombies or contending with other survivors. Their bellies were filled with rice, their pockets stuffed with cigarettes. For all of this, and to continue possessing it, they were willing to stake their lives. Chapter 35, A Fierce Battle. A demolition expert affixed a square block of high explosive material precisely to the most vulnerable joint of the alloy gate and swiftly retreated. Everyone prepared to charge. Scorpion's roar resonated clearly through the intercom to each ear. Behind the defensive line, all soldiers chambered their rounds, fingers poised lightly on the triggers. Their gazes as cold as iron. The Awakeners began to radiate various energy auras, the air temperature seemingly dropping several degrees as a result. Egret focused intently on the footage from the drone, calmly initiating the countdown. 3, 2, 1, detonate. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the long-standing silence of the ruins. The terrifying shockwave manifested as visible ripples, wildly expanding outward and stirring up clouds of dust. The dozens of tons of alloy that comprised the gate were violently torn open, creating a jagged breach, the twisted metal curling inward like a gaping maw of hell. Silence. Following the explosion, a heart-stopping stillness lingered for several seconds. Then, with a roar that resembled a disturbed hornet's nest, countless inhuman howls surged forth from the depths of the breach, coalescing into a sound that could chill the soul. A black tide poured forth from that opening. An uncountable mass of zombies, densely packed and stacked upon one another, charged towards a defensive position with a reckless abandon. Open fire. Egret's command was devoid of emotional fluctuation, as cold as a machine. Tot, 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 tot. The heavy machine guns stationed at the high ground were the first to roar, unleashing scorching whips of bullets into the horde. The zombies at the forefront were effortlessly torn apart, limbs and severed body parts mingling with blackened blood, splattering everywhere. The riflemen from the rear began to concentrate their fire, a torrential downpour of bullets carving bloody furrows through the mass of zombies. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. Those that fell were immediately replaced by others trampling over their fallen comrades, driven solely by an instinct to surge forward. In the blink of an eye, the tide had reached the forefront of the trench. Thud, thud. The zombies that fell and were instantly trampled by their following brethren. The trench filling with corpses within mere seconds. More zombies surged forward, crossing the makeshift bridge of bodies. Boom! The directional mines were triggered, and the deadly fan of steel balls and shrapnel instantly cleared a large area, Yet the void was immediately filled by the relentless black tide. "Hold the line," Scorpion bellowed, personally wielding a light machine gun, unleashing a hail of fire into the horde, the hot casings clattering to the ground. The Rock's soldiers behind him grimaced fiercely, resolutely maintaining the defense. The entire battlefield transformed into a highly efficient meat grinder. Zombies poured in frantically, only to be mercilessly shredded by bullets, explosions, and the powers of the Awakeners. The monitor displayed a scene of carnage. The battle was fierce, yet everything remained under control. Lin Mo observed it all with an impassive expression. For him, exchanging industrial goods of negligible cost for cutting-edge technical data from this world was a lucrative trade. For the soldiers and Awakeners of the four major factions, risking their lives meant securing food, water, canned meat, and cigarettes, essentials for survival for themselves and their families. It was also a profitable exchange, a perfect win-win situation. Lin Mo elevated the drone, surveying the entire tech park, watching as the tide of zombies within visibly thinned. Just then, a familiar clattering sound echoed from outside. Lin Mo shifted his gaze from the screen, landing it calmly on the street corner. The striking figure of Nightingale reappeared. Clad in a form-fitting black leather suit that accentuated her perfect curves, her burgundy hair danced gently in the breeze. Yet this time, she was not alone. Following her were a dozen figures, varying in height and build, dressed in an array of styles. Nevertheless, without exception, they emanated a fierce air that warned others to stay away. They were all Awakeners. This group halted just beyond the invisible barrier, eyeing the shelves filled with a myriad of goods within the store, many revealing unabashed greed and desire in their eyes. However, they had heard of the store's peculiarities, knowing that neither firearms nor abilities could breach the invisible barrier at the entrance. The third in command of the battle axe had also proven through experience that their heads could indeed be measured by the weight of canned beef. Nightingale remained composed, her gaze passing over the shelves and locking onto Lin Mo within, cutting straight to the chase. "I hear you're assaulting the Sky Vault Technology Park." Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, nodding without a word, as if awaiting her next statement. Nightingale lifted her chin slightly, gesturing towards the group behind her. "Myself and these individuals are free Awakeners. We can assist." Lin Mo's gaze swept over the faces of those present before returning to Nightingale, a playful smirk curving his lips. "Assist?" He echoed the word softly. "Egret, Scorpion, and the others are already sufficient." Lin Mo's tone was flat, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water on the heads of the Awakeners behind Nightingale. The arrogance and haughtiness etched upon their faces abruptly froze. Indeed, the man before them wielded the most precious resource in the wasteland, with the four great factions bowing to his will. What reason did he have to require their insignificant group of a dozen? Nightingale's expression shifted subtly. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. What they could accomplish, so too could they, perhaps even better. A hint of indomitable tenacity colored her voice. "Oh," Lin Mo finally expressed interest, his fingers gently drumming on the table, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. His gaze shifted toward the immense display screen before him, where the battle raged on. "Then prove it to me." Lin Mo's voice resonated clearly. "Do you see that breach?" He pointed at the gaping gate on the screen, from which zombies incessantly poured forth. "Now, the zombies that surge out from there belong to you. Clean them up, and you shall earn your place at my table." He paused, adding with an undeniable authority, "As a form of advance payment, you may first head to the store and claim a can of beef each. Then, let me see if you merit more." Chapter 36, A Rabble. Lin Mo's words struck like an invisible slap, harshly landing on the faces of every free awakened one. The greed and yearning reflected in their expressions froze in an instant, swiftly replaced by indignation and fury. "What does he take us for? Beggars?" A burly man with a scarred face growled in a low voice, veins bulging on his neck. "He expects us to risk our lives for a mere can of beef. He should go to hell. Sister Nightingale, this is utterly insulting. We cannot take this job." The clamor rose, fueled by a sense of being belittled. They were awakened ones, beings at the pinnacle of the food chain in this desolate land, revered wherever they went by the major factions. How could they endure such contempt? Nightingale paid no heed to the raucous din behind her. Her gaze pierced through the shelves, fixated on the indistinct yet composed figure within the small store. Her red lips pressed into a thin line. Insulting? Perhaps, but it mattered not. This was an opportunity, a singular chance to grasp the strongest leg in this wasteland. Why did the four great factions set aside their grudges and unite to assault the Sky Dome Technology Park? Because their soldiers needed to eat, their families needed to survive, and the man in the store could bestow upon them a steady supply of food. In such circumstances, Even if the leaders of the four factions wished to maintain their pride, their subordinates would not acquiesce. Silence. Nightingale's sharp reprimand instantly quelled the noise. She slowly turned, her icy gaze sweeping over the unruly companions behind her. Those who wish to leave may do so now. Those who wish to stay, follow me to claim your cans, and then we shall work. With that, she cast no further glance at anyone, her long legs concealed beneath her leather attire. Striding purposefully toward the technology park, the group of free awakened ones exchanged looks, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and struggle. Ultimately, the scarred man spat contemptuously on the ground, muttering an expletive, and clenched his teeth as he followed. With a leader, the remaining individuals' meager pride quickly crumbled, and they began to trail behind Nightingale. Inside the store, Lin Mo observed the entire scene, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. What he saw was not a band of mercenaries driven solely by money, but rather to forge a loyal force. These untamed, free, awakened ones were the first rough gem he had chosen. However, a gem must be refined to become a tool. He intended to gradually chip away at their sharp edges, instilling in them the understanding of who truly set the rules in this wasteland. When Nightingale appeared with a dozen awakened ones, Bailu's brow furrowed slightly. Lin Boss's orders, Nightingale stated succinctly, her voice devoid of emotion. From this moment, that breach belongs to us. Bailu regarded her intently, refraining from further inquiries. She merely waved her hand, summoning the quartermaster to distribute a box of beef cans. Watching as Nightingale and her companions accepted their meager reward with stoic expressions before resolutely turning to face the tide of corpses. A flicker of incomprehensible complexity crossed Bailu's eyes. She could not fathom why Lin Mo would send these undisciplined rabble into battle. The strongholds of their four factions could easily annihilate all the zombies that emerged. Everyone conserve ammunition. Direct fire to the flanks. Bailu suppressed her doubts and issued new orders through the intercom. Instantly, the roar of machine guns at the front line diminished. A deadly gap appeared in the metal storm that constituted their defensive line. Endless zombies, like sharks sensing blood, surged toward this opening with frenzied abandon. The terrifying pressure bore down upon Nightingale's hastily assembled team. Go! The scarred man bellowed like a beast, the first to charge into the tide of corpses. His body expanded rapidly as he ran, skin hardening into a rock-like gray, transforming him into a towering humanoid beast over 2 meters tall, crashing into the horde. Boom! Dozens of zombies were sent flying, their bones shattered like discarded sacks. Damn it! I'll make sure 1 can of beef earns 10. Others were stirred to ferocity. Joining the fray, a slight man clapped his hands to the ground, countless sharp metal spikes erupting from the earth, impaling a wide area of zombies into a bloody mass. A seductive woman spread her arms wide, unleashing an invisible psychic shockwave that caused the heads of the foremost zombies to explode like watermelons. Various awakened abilities erupted on the battlefield, wild and sanguinary. They were like a sharp dagger, forcibly wedged into the black tide of corpses. Yet soon, the fundamental issue became painfully evident. They fought individually, with no coordination whatsoever. The scarred man focused solely on his own slaughter, completely exposing his flanks to the swarm, forcing his comrades behind him to scramble to cover him. The slim man controlling the metal nearly impaled his own allies with the spikes, inciting a chorus of curses. Their attacks were wild and efficient, but their defense was riddled with gaps, akin to a sieve. Occasionally, a stray zombie would roar past their lines, only to be swiftly dispatched by the soldiers of the four factions behind them, their eyes glinting with unabashed disdain. Nightingale stood at the rear of the group, an observer, coldly watching. It was not until she witnessed the formation beginning to falter under the assault of the corpses, already showing signs of collapse, that she finally moved. She slowly raised her pale, jade-like right hand, finger splayed. A bizarre crimson fire lotus blossomed silently in her palm, exuding a heart-stopping aura of annihilation. Fall back! Her cool voice rang out. The beleaguered free awakened ones summoned their strength, pushing back the zombies before them, frantically retreating. Nightingale stepped forward, her posture elegant, as if she were not confronting a hellish tide of corpses, but rather strolling through a garden. She gently propelled the fire lotus forward. The lotus floated away, soundlessly, drifting toward the most crowded center of the horde. Upon making contact with the first zombie boom, a crimson sun erupted on the battlefield. Terrifying flames coalesced into a swirling inferno, soaring skyward and engulfing a radius of dozens of meters. Nos crimes, nos trages. Hundreds of zombies were instantly reduced to ashes amidst the terrifying heat. As the flames subsided, the ground was transformed into a patch of charred, gleaming glass. This strike rendered everyone speechless. Whether it was the beleaguered Freedom Awakener retreating in disarray or the soldiers of the four major factions observing from afar, all were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the vitrified ground, their throats tightening. Is this the true power of Nightingale? In the convenience store, Lin Mo observed the charred area displayed on the monitor, his slender fingers gently tapping the tabletop. This Nightingale possesses a certain intrigue. Upon their first encounter, he had dismissed her as merely a woman with talent, overly proud of her abilities. However, it seems he had underestimated her. Not only is her strength formidable, but her mind is also remarkably clear. She understands the virtue of patience and knows how to showcase her irreplaceable value at the most critical moment. She is indeed a person of great potential. As for the others, Lin Mo's assessment could be summed up in 4 words: a rabble. Yet, he found himself with little choice but to make do for now. In his contemplation, he noticed that the zombies pouring out from the breach of the tech park began to thin. The horde inside was nearly cleared out. The front line, including by Lu and Scorpion, quickly recognized this, their morale surging. Brothers, push harder. The zombies are almost gone. We can rush in soon, Scorpion exclaimed, standing atop an armored vehicle, his voice hoarse from exertion. Once we take the tech park and retrieve the good stuff inside, I'll throw a victory feast for everyone. I'll personally plead with Boss Lin. We'll get canned meat and fine tobacco and liquor for everyone. Eat and drink to your heart's content. His crude yet highly motivating promises infused the air, thick with the scent of blood, with the aroma of barbecued meat. Everyone's breathing grew heavier. The last few zombies staggered out of the breach, barely comprehending the world around them before being shredded by a barrage of crossfire. The relentless tide of the undead, which had persisted for nearly an hour, was finally severed. All units advance. Bai Lu's calm voice resonated through the intercom across the entire battlefield. Maintain a vigilant formation. Enter the park and secure the central plaza. The roar of engines erupted once more as the steel tide rolled over the debris and corpses, officially surging into the long silent tech park. The sights within the park were far grander than they appeared from the outside. Expansive asphalt roads branched out in all directions, and buildings adorned with glass facades reflecting the cold light of dawn stood tall. It resembled a city forgotten by time, eerily quiet and unsettling. Inside the command vehicle of the 4 major factions, Professor G successfully accessed the park's local network, projecting a 3-dimensional map into the air. We must act separately to maximize efficiency. Bai Lu's finger swiftly traced over the map, dividing it into 4 distinct colored zones. Rock, East District. The structures here primarily consist of large production workshops and warehouses, with simple designs. You're responsible for clearing them out as quickly as possible. Engineer Zhou Yuan will accompany you to check if the production lines are intact. After a brief pause, Bai Lu added, Zhou Yuan must not come a harm. Scorpion nodded earnestly. I will personally lead a team to protect Zhou Yuan. Hive, your mobility is the greatest. You're tasked with clearing the outer areas and the rooftops of all buildings, establishing lookout points. Huang Feng nodded, blending into the shadows. Arc, West District. The administrative building and data center have complex structures. We will handle them ourselves. Lighthouse, your mission is the most crucial. Bai Lu's expression turned serious as she pointed to the most magnificent building at the center of the map. Escort Professor G and Engineer Wang Chongming into the central research building and locate the main server. Understood. With the orders given, the vast joint forces swiftly broke into 4 efficient combat teams, rapidly advancing towards their designated objectives. Only Nightingale and the group of Freedom Awakeners remained isolated in place. Watching the orderly departure of the 4 major factions, complex emotions were etched on everyone's faces. They had breached the park, but what would come next? The 4 factions clearly intended to deny them any share of the spoils. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. Just then, Bai Lu returned and addressed Nightingale. Boss Lin has relayed a message for you to clear the employee living quarters on the northern side, 6 dormitory buildings. Any objections? Nightingale did not turn back, merely responding with a soft hum. A new task had arisen. The scar-faced brute spat and grumbled, damn it, those are just run-down buildings with no value. Nightingale offered no explanation. She simply raised her hand, a small crimson flame dancing at her fingertips, the heat distorting the surrounding air. The man's complaints abruptly ceased as he felt the terrifying energy that could incinerate him, a dry swallow escaping his throat. Get to work. Nightingale extinguished the flame and strode towards the dormitory area. This time, no one dared voice any dissent. Professor G's lighthouse team arrived at the avant-garde Central Research Building. This is it. Wang Choming's breath quickened as he pointed at the building. The main server is 3 floors underground, where there is an independent physical defense system. Professor G did not rush inside. He dispatched personnel to locate the ventilation ducts and maintenance passages leading underground. Soon, an exhilarating report came through. Report: there are only a few zombies underground, and they have been completely cleared. The overall structure is intact. Professor G's spirit soared. Good. Prepare to enter the main building. Accompanied by a team of elite lighthouse soldiers, Professor G and Wang Chongming descended smoothly to the third underground level via a dedicated elevator. The elevator doors slid open silently, revealing a corridor constructed of special alloys, culminating in a heavy, astonishingly thick circular blast door. Wang Chongming stepped forward, quickly inputting a long string of complex passwords on the control panel beside the door. With a click, the heavy mechanical lock began to turn, emitting a jarring metallic grinding sound. The blast door slowly retracted, a gust of cold air laced with the scent of ozone rushing forth. Inside the main server room, towering black cabinets were neatly aligned, countless indicator lights flickering in the darkness, coalescing into a sea of azure stars. In the center of the room stood a core array protected by a glass enclosure, white mist flowing from low-temperature liquid nitrogen. We found it. Wang Chongming's voice trembled with excitement. Professor G quickly followed suit, and the technicians he brought dispersed, connecting various external devices to the server ports. Begin the transfer, Professor G commanded. On the screen of a laptop, a green progress bar began to advance slowly yet steadily. Calling Boss Lin, the lighthouse has reached the target location. Data transfer in progress. Estimated time: 40 minutes, Professor G reported calmly into the communicator. Received. Meanwhile, within the colossal production workshop of the East District, the last zombie's head was crushed by Scorpion's rifle butt. He directed the soldiers to maintain their guard and shouted, "Zhou Yuan, it's all yours from here." Zhou Yuan navigated around the corpses on the ground and hurried to a massive production machine, his fingers flying over the dusty control panel. With a beep, the indicator light above the machine switched from red to green. It's operational. The main structure of this production line is intact. We just need to replace a few consumable parts and reconnect the power, and it can be restarted. Zhou Yuan shouted with exhilaration. The Scorpion was somewhat bewildered by the conversation, as his concerns were solely centered around practical matters. The batteries. Where are the batteries that Boss Lin requested? Over here. Zhou Yuan gestured towards a tightly shut warehouse door deep within the workshop. Two warriors from the Rock faction stepped forward, employing crowbars and sheer strength to force the door open. At the moment the door swung ajar, everyone held their breath. Inside the warehouse, shelves densely packed with items extended into the darkness. Neatly arranged upon these shelves were pristine boxes, each emblazoned with the striking Thor 7 logo. One soldier dashed inside, slicing open a box with his bayonet. Clatter! A dozen brand-new batteries, still encased in plastic wrap, tumbled out. The entire garrison erupted in jubilation. Zhou Yuan, exhilarated, sprinted into the warehouse, weaving through the aisles while swiftly scanning the inventory codes with his tablet. Oh my god, he murmured. There must be at least 30,000 batteries here, in an excellent condition, with a damage rate of no more than 5%. The Scorpion seized a battery, weighing it in his hand, unable to suppress his ecstatic joy. 30,000. If we bring these back, the canned beef reward from Boss Lin will surely pile up like a mountain. Not just that. Zhou Yuan's voice rang out again as he emerged from another passage, his face flushed with overwhelming excitement. Not one production line, but two. Two complete Thor 7 battery production lines. This news was even more shocking than the 30,000 batteries. The Scorpion whipped around, fixing a fierce gaze on Zhou Yuan. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhou Yuan held up his tablet. The equipment list and maintenance records are all intact. As long as we have sufficient raw materials and power, we can produce batteries ourselves. Ha ha ha. The Scorpion let out a thunderous laugh, seizing the radio. Report to Boss Lin. 30,000 intact batteries found in the East District warehouse. Additionally, 2 complete production lines. Repeat, 2 complete production lines. In a small shop, Lin Mo reclined on a folding bed, as the images transmitted by the drone hovered before him. The communicator buzzed with good news. The Hive had secured all strategic points, with no large-scale enemy presence detected. The northern dormitory had been cleared, and a secondary sweep was underway. The data copying progress stood at 50%. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Finally, there was the Scorpion's resounding roar. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He simply used his telekinesis to retrieve a can of cola from a shelf. Pulling the tab, a crisp hiss echoed in the quiet shop, sounding particularly clear. This transaction was becoming increasingly lucrative. Chapter 38, Celebration Feast. Plenty of meat. The Scorpion's roar had yet to subside when Professor G's composed report followed. Boss Lin, The data copying is 100% complete. All data packets have been verified without error. Zhou Yuan has confirmed that there is a complete production process. Excellent. Lin Mo's voice came through the encrypted channel, resonating in the earpieces of the four commanders, calm and unperturbed. Mission accomplished. Take what can be used, securely store what cannot be transported for now, and prepare for withdrawal. As the four teams regrouped in the plaza before the gate, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the air. The fatigue from the bloody battle was inevitable. Yet there was an undercurrent of suppressed exhilaration and apprehension towards the unknown fate. Would Boss Lin fulfill the Scorpion's promise of a celebration feast? Or would it merely amount to each person receiving an extra can of beef? Contemplating this, the Scorpion felt a ripple of anxiety in his seasoned heart. He had perhaps become overly presumptuous. In front of everyone, he had boasted of a celebration feast, promising abundant food and drink. Such a proclamation was a grave transgression in any faction. What if he displeased the enigmatic Boss Lin? The Scorpion dared not think further. Stealing a glance at the drone hovering nearby, its cold lens seemed to scrutinize him, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Lu approached him, her voice a low whisper, laced with a chilling warning. You have acted rashly. The Scorpion's face twitched, his rough palm clenching and unclenching, his voice betraying a hint of unease. I was merely trying to boost morale. Bai Lu offered no further comment, simply casting a calm glance towards the small shop's direction. Everyone understood the reasoning. But who could truly fathom Boss Lin's thoughts? The convoy slowly came to a halt in front of the plaza by the shop. The engines quieted one by one. Instantly, a strange, suffocating silence enveloped the surroundings. Nearly 200 warriors, who had just emerged from a bloody battle, stood at attention, their formations precise. Yet none dared to breathe audibly. All gazes were magnetically drawn to that small, tightly shut roller shutter door. On their weary faces lay expressions filled with anticipation and a deeper sense of reverence. Nightingale and the awakened freedom fighters behind her stood at the outer edge of the formation, maintaining their silence as well. They were outsiders, yet not entirely so. The deposit for that can of beef had already entwined their fates with the man behind that shutter door. At long last, the roller shutter began to rise slowly. Lin Mo emerged, his demeanor as unflappable as ever, taking measured steps forward. However, his presence seemed to freeze the air in the plaza, intensifying the pressure. The Scorpion inhaled deeply, preparing to step forward and acknowledge his misstep. Yet, Lin Mo's gaze had already settled upon him. Scorpion. Yes. The Scorpion jolted upright, his spine straightened like a spear. Lin Mo's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. You previously stated that you would hold a celebration feast? It is here. The Scorpion's heart plummeted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, I acted on my own accord, Boss Lin. Lin Mo interrupted him, uttering a single word. A commendable idea. The Scorpion's head snapped up, momentarily stunned. Bai Lu, Yellow Bee, and Professor G were equally taken aback. All the warriors with ears perked up in the plaza were rendered speechless. Before they could process this monumental twist, Lin Mo raised his hand and gently waved it. There was no thunderous sound, no blinding light. Yet, an aroma wafted through the air. A fresh, meaty scent tinged with blood. Almost instantly, in the center of the plaza, a small mountain materialized out of thin air. It was neither cold cardboard boxes nor hard cans. It was meat, fresh flesh, exuding a chill, still glistening with frost. Entire slabs of pork ribs, beautifully marbled beef, and perfectly arranged platters of chicken wings formed a staggering mountain of meat that could overwhelm one's senses. But that was not all. Beside the meat mountain, new items began to appear. Lush, dripping green vegetables, plump potatoes, and several large boxes of glistening, tightly sealed oysters. The most extravagant of all was the final addition. Clang! 1 box, 10 boxes, 100 boxes. Hundreds of boxes of chilled beer, stacked taller than a person, materialized into a wall. The droplets of condensation on the bottles sparkled like deadly, tempting jewels under the spotlight. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The collective sound of countless people swallowing their saliva resonated, creating a stark contrast in the otherwise silent plaza. The lingering scent of gunpowder and blood was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming primal hunger for food. Clatter. The radio in the Scorpion's hand fell to the ground. Yet he remained oblivious. He was transfixed, staring at the mountain of meat, his lips trembling, his eyes brimming with tears, unable to utter a single word. Even Bai Lu, usually calm and composed, found her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling violently. In the stillness, Lin Mo's voice resonated once more, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What are you still waiting for? Take action. Today, the There will be more than enough meat. These words served as the final spark igniting the powder keg. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted, piercing the heavens, nearly overturning the sky itself. The soldiers could no longer contain themselves, charging towards the mountain of meat, laughing, shouting, and crying, tears and saliva mingling. There was no chaos, no disorder, only a fervor akin to a pilgrimage. The warriors of stone spontaneously set up grills and ignited charcoal. The people of the Ark began washing vegetables, prying open beer bottles with their knives. The scouts of the hive instinctively spread out, their eyes glinting with vigilance, assuming the role of sentinels for this grand feast. Sizzle. The first succulent piece of beef was placed upon the searing grill. The rich aroma of meat and the crackling of fat instantly ignited the taste buds of all present, shattering the last remnants of their rationality. A burly warrior from stone skewered an entire rack of perfectly roasted ribs with his knife and took a hefty bite. Wincing at the heat, yet experiencing a bliss so profound that tears streamed down his face. As he devoured ravenously, he shouted incomprehensibly to his comrades nearby, "Damn it! It's meat! Fresh meat!" A young soldier, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, cradled a bottle of beer in his left hand and clutched a grilled chicken wing in his right, his mouth smeared with grease, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Memories of his parents surfaced. In his recollections, they had not enjoyed a full meal in what felt like an eternity. Nightingale stood at the periphery of the crowd, and the scar-faced giant eagerly offered her a bottle of beer and a skewer of freshly grilled meat. She did not refuse, silently accepting the offerings. The icy beer slid down her throat, carrying with it a malt fragrance reminiscent of a time long before the calamity. She observed the faces in the square, each illuminated by the purest joy derived from food, and glanced at the man leaning against the doorframe, calmly observing it all. Suddenly, she understood. This man did not offer them humiliation or mere charity. Instead, he presented a choice: to continue as a solitary wolf, fighting over scraps in the wasteland, or to submit and become part of the pride, savoring the feast bestowed by the Lion King. Nightingale lowered her head and took a bite of the meat in her hand. She had made the right choice. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, still holding a can of cola. He gazed upon the scene of revelry before him, listening to the cacophony of laughter, his expression placid. Scorpion approached, his face aglow, brandishing a large piece of the finest roasted beef ribs. "Boss Lin, would you care for some?" Lin Mo shook his head. Scorpion, undeterred, grinned widely, taking a hearty bite of meat before guzzling down a mouthful of beer. He wiped his mouth and suddenly ceased all mirth, bowing deeply before Lin Mo, his head nearly touching his chest. "Boss Lin, from now on, Stone shall be your most loyal ally. My life belongs to you. You direct me east. I shall not stray west. You command me to slay. I shall not flinch. If I utter even a word of dissent, let the zombies outside devour me whole." Lin Mo remained silent, casually crushing the empty cola can and accurately tossing it into a nearby trash bin several meters away. He turned and retreated into the shadows of the small shop, leaving behind a singular phrase that resonated clearly across the bustling square, reaching every ear. "From now on, obey. There will always be meat to eat." Chapter 39, The New King of the Wasteland. That phrase, "there will always be meat to eat," wielded more power than any military command. It struck like a nail, embedding itself deep within the bones of everyone present. Lin Mo's silhouette faded into the darkness of the small shop, yet his presence loomed over the square, more tangible than the moon hanging high above. The revelry continued unabated. Fat dripped onto the charcoal, producing a sizzling sound, and the intense aroma of meat mingled with the malty scent of beer, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. The soldiers fully let loose, linking arms and singing heartily, employing the coarsest language to extol the virtues of grilled meat and beer. Praising the man who had gifted them all this, Boss Lin. Scorpion became the center of attention, akin to a victorious bull, weaving through the crowd with a bottle in hand. Accepting toast from everyone, his chest thumping robustly. His declaration of loyalty resonated with all. In another corner of the square, a relatively quieter tableau unfolded. Egret Wasp and Professor G clustered around a makeshift table adorned with grilled meat and beer, yet their enthusiasm was notably lacking. The atmosphere felt somewhat somber. Wasp downed an entire bottle of beer in one go, slamming the empty bottle heavily onto the ground. Mr. Lin does not require allies. He only needs obedient enforcers. His voice was hoarse, reflecting a bitter truth. Professor G adjusted his glasses, his focus always diverging from that of the others. "I've been pondering a question. Mr. Lin exhibits considerable interest in the Thor 7 batteries, yet he has not instructed us to transport the entire stock from the warehouse. opting instead to take only a small portion while leaving the rest sealed. Such a simple sealing cannot possibly deter the greedy scavengers. His brow furrowed. And those two production lines, he appears indifferent to as well. Instead, he places an unusual emphasis on the documentation. Is he contemplating relocating to establish a new production line himself? None of that matters anymore. Egret finally spoke, her voice cold, interrupting the thoughts of the other two. She did not touch the food before her, merely holding a glass of beer, watching the bubbles rise and swirl within. What is important is that from this day forth, the rules of this wasteland have changed. She cast her gaze towards the distance, where Scorpion was being surrounded by the warriors of stone, raised high in celebration. Scorpion's earlier words effectively staked the entire stone stronghold on this gamble. Wasp's expression shifted subtly. Scorpion was merely the deputy leader of stone, and such a declaration could very well lead to his neck being wrung by the Rock King. No, he will not. Egret shook her head, her tone resolute. The Rock King is more pragmatic than anyone else. No one would refuse a leader who can ensure that his subordinates enjoy fresh grilled meat at every meal. Scorpion was not overstepping. He likely received the Rock King's endorsement before coming here today. Egret's gaze swept past Wasp, finally resting upon Professor G's face. What the Hive's queen? What the sage from the lighthouse? How would they choose? This question seemed to crystallize the raucous atmosphere around them. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp, and Professor G, they were all powerful figures within their respective factions, commanders issuing orders on the battlefield. Yet, none of them were true leaders. Above them loomed the Rock King of Stone, the Queen of the Hive, the Sage of the Lighthouse, and the most enigmatic captain of the Arkansas. Should Stone choose to bow, what are the others? Would they submit or resist? This was an unavoidable choice. The thought of resistance flickered momentarily in Wasp's mind before being extinguished by his own reasoning. Resist what? With what means? The soldiers were not blind. Even if they could not grasp the larger picture, they at least understood who could provide them with sustenance. As for the awakened ones among the four great factions, they were even more pragmatic. Mr. Lin's domain not only offered food and water, but also luxuries like tobacco and alcohol. For them to oppose Mr. Lin, it would be fortunate if they did not turn hostile on the spot. The third in command of the battle axe had set an example, demonstrating the importance of resources. When hunger strikes, who cares if you're the third in command or a leader? No mercy would be shown. As the embers began to fade, the mountain of meat had been entirely consumed, leaving nothing but whitened bones. The soldiers, satiated and content, bore expressions of ethereal satisfaction as they leaned against the armored vehicles, belching occasionally, their gazes drifting into a haze of bliss. This feast surpassed the total amount of meat they had consumed over the past year. The roll-up door ascended silently, and Lin Mo emerged once more, his demeanor as impassive as ever. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him, and the previously lax atmosphere transformed into one of solemnity and reverence. Lin Mo remained silent, merely raising his hand for another sweeping gesture. Before them, a mountain of supplies materialized once again in the square. Stacks of boxed compressed biscuits, bags of pristine white rice, neatly arranged cans of luncheon meat, and countless cigarettes appeared. These items, once mundane before the calamity, now represented life itself, the most valuable currency in this desolate wasteland. There were two portions. One was the promised reward, to be evenly divided among the Rock, Ark, Hive, and Lighthouse, while the other was to be distributed to every participant in today's battle, based on their merits. Lin Mo's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Bai Lu, you will distribute the supplies. Scorpion, assist her. With that, he turned and retreated once more into the shadows of the convenience store, seemingly indifferent to the provisions that could ignite a war. The square erupted into thunderous cheers once more. Occasionally, a couple of zombies would approach, only to be swiftly dispatched. The soldiers, gazing at the supplies, became cautious in their breathing. Bai Lu took a deep breath and stepped forward, organizing the distribution according to the list and battle records. The entire process unfolded with a terrifying orderliness, devoid of any scramble or complaint. As soldiers from various factions embraced each other, flaunting their awards, Bai Lu finally grasped the truth. Mr. Lin cared not for alliances nor for the attitudes of the four major factions. From the very beginning, he had not been negotiating with them. Rather, he was demonstrating to all that the old era had concluded. From now on, this wasteland would echo with but a single voice and a singular rule. His voice, his rule. The engines roared to life as the convoy slowly departed, leaving behind the square that had witnessed miracles. The vehicles split into four directions as they returned to their respective places amidst the ruins. Yet, Bai Lu and the others understood that their soldiers had left their hearts behind in that hallowed space. Chapter 40. The Recruitment of Free Awakeners. The tail lights of the convoy eventually vanished at the edge of the ruins, carrying away the last vestiges of noise. All that remained in the square was the lingering warmth of extinguished bonfires, scattered bones, and empty bottles. Nightingale and the dozen or so free awakeners behind her stood like forgotten sculptures, solitary in the vastness of the empty square. They had participated in the celebration, yet throughout, they felt as though separated by an invisible wall, unable to penetrate the fervent atmosphere. An exceedingly pragmatic question loomed like a cold blade against each throat. Having feasted to their fill, what the next meal? After experiencing the indulgence of limitless roasted meat and beer, how could they return to gnawing on dry bread and drinking murky water? No one could endure such a fate. Both Nightingale and the man known as Scarface understood this all too well. Lin Mo was their sole option. All remaining gazes, whether filled with awe or anticipation, instinctively fixed upon the indistinct figure at the entrance of the convenience store. Lin Mo moved, casually waving his hand. With a whoosh, dozens of boxes of instant noodles, biscuits, and canned goods appeared, forming a small mountain, casually adorned with a dozen cigarettes. "This is your reward." Lin Mo's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Take it and leave." As his words fell, the slight warmth that had just risen in the square instantly froze. "Leave?" The drunken haze evaporated from Scarface's face. He stared fixedly at the pile of supplies, capable of driving any awakener to madness, as the flesh upon his face twitched violently. "What do you mean? Are you treating us like disposable rags?" The crowd behind him erupted into agitation, the anger of being toyed with and discarded rising within them, igniting a fire in their bellies that had just been filled with meat and wine. "Damn it. Are we being dismissed with just one meal? Who do you think you are?" Nightingale remained still, not even glancing back at her agitated companions. She merely fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, observing the unwavering calmness etched upon his face, as if the turmoil around him held no relevance. Lin Mo disregarded the clamorous complaints, not sparing Scarface a second glance. His gaze traversed the night, landing solely on Nightingale. "Or do you have other thoughts?" Scarface intended to hurl further insults, but was silenced by Nightingale's piercing, icy glare. She stepped forward, approaching the pile of supplies, yet rather than examining the food, she raised her head to meet Lin Mo's shadowed visage at the store's entrance. "We do not wish to leave." Her voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear in the stillness of the square. "We desire to stay and work for you." Scarface stood stunned, and the free awakeners behind him fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Ignoring her companion's reactions, Nightingale continued, her pace unhurried, yet each word struck like a solid bet. "Though the tech park has been conquered, it now stands deserted. It won't be long before scavengers swarm in like flies drawn to blood. If those machines and supplies are not guarded, they will be cleared out or destroyed within a day." She paused, lightly pressing her red lips together, her eyes aflame with fervor. "The four major factions have just departed. They will return to recuperate and cannot come back in the short term. We're the only ones capable of returning there immediately." At the entrance of the convenience store, Lin Mo's perpetually impassive expression finally exhibited a hint of a smile. He had awaited these words. "You will serve as the captain." Lin Mo's words were succinct and definitive. The weight that had hung in Nightingale's heart finally lifted. She felt no surprise, merely nodding gently. "From this moment forth, you are no longer free awakeners." Lin Mo's voice remained soft, yet bore an undeniable authority. "You are my first direct action team, codenamed Nightblade." Nightblade. Nightingale silently repeated the name in her mind, sensing something profound severing her from her past struggles for survival. "What about us?" Scarface ventured hesitantly, momentarily unable to process the magnitude of this transformation. Lin Mo did not allow him the chance to finish. He raised his hand once more. This time, what materialized in the square was not food. With a resounding thud, a brand new diesel generator, gleaming with metallic luster, landed heavily on the ground, accompanied by several barrels brimming with diesel. Following this, a black military-grade hardshell case dropped, its lid popping open to reveal a folded small reconnaissance drone and a matching control tablet. Lastly, a dozen shiny military walkie-talkies, exuding a chill of industrial precision, appeared. Scarface's eyes widened in astonishment. A generator and a drone. These are precious items that only the core elites of the four major factions can afford in this wasteland. 100 times rarer than food and weapons. "These are your equipment," Lin Mo's voice echoed calmly. "Now, take your rewards and new gear, and head straight to the tech park. Clear the dormitory area to serve as a temporary stronghold." I demand that you scrutinize the entire compound meticulously. I wish to know the gender of even the most inconspicuous mouse that might slip inside. The operation of the generator should be well understood by Nightingale. As for the drone and communicator, I expect you to conduct your own research. Indeed, a trace of irrepressible excitement infiltrated Nightingale's voice as she abruptly turned to address her companions, who were utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Everyone, account for the supplies and prepare to depart. Yes, Sister Nightingale. Yes, Captain. The response was a fervent chorus, resonating with enthusiasm. Scarface was the first to surge forward, tenderly caressing the cold exterior of the generator as though it were beloved, his face contorting into a grin of sheer delight as he muttered, "This is truly magnificent." Observing the group as they eagerly transported supplies, swiftly organized themselves, and drove off in their dilapidated vehicles, propelled by an unprecedented zeal toward the direction of the tech park. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and slowly lowered the roller shutter. With a clatter, the cacophony and fervor of the outside world were sealed away. Inside the shop, tranquility returned. On the counter sat a laptop, its screen illuminating a comprehensive and intricate set of industrial blueprints, exuding an ethereal blue glow. Complete process and technical documentation for the Thor 7 high-energy battery production line. This was, indeed, the most significant yield of his meticulously orchestrated operation. A genuine smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips. With this, he could return to the real world, utilizing the gold stored in the dimensional warehouse as seed capital, and, anchored by this revolutionary high-energy battery, establish a commercial empire that truly belonged to him. Chapter 41. The Launch of the Commercial Empire. News on the wasteland sometimes travels faster than the wind, especially when it pertains to sustenance, clean water, and the hope of survival. Have you heard? The owner of that small shop, Lin, has taken a Nightingale and her crew. Not just that. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He provided them with a generator and a drone. My goodness, those are treasures only the 4 major factions possess. Following Lin means having meat at every meal. This rumor spread like wildfire throughout the entire settlement. The veracity of the gossip was difficult to discern, yet it ignited a feverish flame of madness in the eyes of every survivor. Soon, a throng of ragged individuals, emaciated yet fervently hopeful, gathered in the square outside the shop, fixating intently on the tightly shut roller door. Lin Mo did not require them to act as philanthropists. With a clatter, the roller door opened, and the blinding sunlight compelled everyone to squint involuntarily. Lin Mo's silhouette appeared at the entrance, calmly observing the multitude of eyes. A blend of greed and yearning. He did not produce any food. My rules reiterated. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the ears of each listener. I require items of value, electronic components from the old world, documentation, special metals, anything you deem valuable. Exchange what you find for your right to survive. With that, Lin Mo retreated into the shadows, saying no more. Zhou Yuan had been dispatched to the Ark, following by Lu, as that was a far more pivotal piece on his chessboard, not to be squandered here. Yet, the wasteland was never short of individuals willing to barter everything for survival. Lin Mo swiftly identified a middle-aged man with a keen gaze and remnants of grease stains on his arms from the crowd, appointing him as the temporary overseer. You will be in charge of verifying the goods. Thus, a rudimentary yet efficient trading market commenced. A survivor trembled as he presented several circuit boards salvaged from a junked vehicle, placing them on a makeshift counter fashioned from a wooden crate. The temporary overseer picked one up, scraping the dust off with his fingernail to scrutinize the chip model, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. 3 boards for a packet of biscuits. No, these are military-grade boards in excellent condition. They should fetch at least a pack and a half. The survivor pleaded desperately. The overseer barely lifted his eyelids, dismissively pushing the circuit board back. Next, the color drained from the survivor's face as he struggled for several seconds, ultimately deflating like a punctured ball, accepting the packet of biscuits and retreating to the side. Lin Mo sat within the shop, watching as relics of the old world were brought in, quietly storing them within the dimensional warehouse. Time ticked by. The countdown on the light screen, visible only to him, silently approached 0. Dimensional transit, cool down complete. Lin Mo raised his head, glancing at the square. The line of those waiting had not diminished. Rather, it had grown longer, stretching several hundred meters like a greedy python. He did not immediately choose to return, but instead addressed the temporary overseer. Trading will conclude promptly at 5 o'clock. Tardiness will not be tolerated. The overseer jolted at his words, mustering every ounce of strength to bellow toward the longing crowd. Lin, the boss, has spoken. Trading will conclude at 5 o'clock sharp. If you haven't had your turn, Please return tomorrow. Lin Mo then picked up the communicator, calling for Nightingale. Send 2 individuals over. After the trading concludes, take the overseer to the tech park and arrange accommodations for him. This temporary overseer has decent capabilities and a fundamental understanding of the old world S items. He is a valuable asset. Lin Mo had no qualms about nurturing another mouth to feed. This was merely a matter of a few words for him, yet it left the overseer trembling with excitement. So overwhelmed that he turned and, without hesitation, knocked his head 3 times against the ground, blood seeping from his forehead where it met the gritty surface. Oblivious to the pain, his face alight with joy and gratitude. The surrounding survivors watched with envy, their eyes glistening with longing. Once these trivial matters were settled, Lin Mo redirected his focus to the laptop. His fingers glided over the touchpad, meticulously reviewing the complete documentation for the Thor 7 high-energy battery production line. All that transpired in the wasteland was merely a lever to pry open another world. The true battlefield lay in reality. At precisely 5 o'clock, the command to conclude trading was executed coldly by the 2 Nightblade team members dispatched by Nightingale. The survivors departed, satisfied with their acquired food, casting glances of reverence toward the 2 team members. Those who did not secure a trade, though disappointed, dared not cause a ruckus, merely hoping for better fortune the following day. The square fell silent once more. Lin Mo rose, shutting the laptop and storing it within the dimensional warehouse. With a thought, the air around him began to warp, light being drawn and folded by an unseen force, forming a blurred vortex. In the blink of an eye, the dim sky and swirling dust of the wasteland vanished, replaced by the brilliant lights of the city at dusk and the bustling sounds of traffic. He had returned. 2 hours remained until his meeting with the boss behind Suwon. Lin Mo glanced at his jacket, now dusted with remnants from the wasteland, and frowned slightly. The evening's meeting would involve a transaction of hundreds of millions in funds. He required an appropriate ensemble. Entering the most upscale mall in the city center, Lin Mo made his way directly to a top-tier Italian menswear boutique. "Sir, welcome. How may I assist you?" The saleswoman greeted him with a professional smile, though a flicker of disdain passed through her eyes as she appraised his ordinary attire. "I would like to select a tailored suit," Lin Mo replied calmly. Half an hour later, when Lin Mo emerged from the fitting room, the air in the store seemed to freeze for a moment. The tailored, deep gray suit impeccably accentuated his tall, slender frame, and the physique honed through countless trials was enveloped in luxurious fabric, exuding a restrained yet formidable aura. He was no longer the proprietor of a small convenience store, but had ascended to the stature of a true magnate. With that, Lin Mo approached the cashier's desk, casually retrieving his bank card. The sales associate, who moments ago had exhibited a hint of reserve and arrogance, now displayed a glimmer of eagerness in her eyes upon witnessing the successful transaction, smiling and attempting to engage Lin Mo in conversation. Yet, Lin Mo, indifferent to her overtures, departed without so much as a backward glance. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the tranquil Shinshin tea house, a nondescript white van came to a halt before the crimson entrance, starkly contrasting with the establishment's refined ambience. Suwon awaited at the entrance, having exchanged her alluring qipao for an impeccably tailored black business suit, her long hair meticulously styled in an elegant updo, exuding an air of astuteness and competence. As Lin Mo emerged from the driver's seat of the van, Suwon approached him briskly. "Mr. Lin," her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Lin Mo remained silent, striding to the back of the van to open the cargo door. With a single hand, he reached inside, grasping the handle of a black metal box as effortlessly as if lifting a briefcase, and nonchalantly extracted it. Following closely was a second box. Bang! Bang! The 2 heavy metal containers, so weighty they caused the ground to tremble, were placed casually at his feet. The corners of the boxes had begun to warp under the strain of their contents. Suwon's pupils dilated in shock. 300 kilograms of gold, divided into 2 boxes, each weighing 150 kilograms, and he, with a single hand, bore it with ease. This transcended the limits of human capacity. Taking a deep breath, Suwon forced down her astonishment and stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed. "The boss is waiting for you." Once again, they entered the courtyard. Yet the atmosphere was starkly different this time. Previously marked by elegance, it now bore a chilling severity. In the shadows of the courtyard lingered an almost palpable coldness, akin to a coiled serpent, professional and lethal. Their destination was no longer the lakeside tea room, but a study nestled deep within the main building. Inside the study, devoid of superfluous decor, stood a spacious mahogany desk, its walls lined with books exuding the scent of ink. Seated behind the desk was an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional Chinese gown, his hair flecked with gray, engrossed in a bound ancient text. He resembled a retired professor, gentle and benign. However, upon lifting his gaze, the sharpness in his eyes, magnified by his reading glasses, conveyed an ability to pierce through the very soul of a person. Su-wan bowed deeply before him. "Old Tang, Mr. Lin has arrived." The elder, referred to as Old Tang, acknowledged her with a soft grunt, closing the book and placing it neatly aside. His gaze shifted to Lin Mo, scrutinizing him from head to toe with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. Devoid of any discernible emotion, Lin Mo met his gaze with calm composure. He then bent down, grasping both metal boxes, and made his way to the desk. Thud! He placed the two boxes heavily upon the venerable mahogany surface, which emitted a groan under their considerable weight. 300 kilograms of goods, Lin Mo said, locking eyes with Old Tang, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Please verify." Old Tang's eyebrows arched slightly. His gaze lingered on the boxes, which appeared on the verge of collapsing the desk, before returning to Lin Mo's youthful yet inscrutable face. Where did this formidable figure emerge from? Chapter 42, Yuanqing Technology. The study fell into a profound silence. Old Tang's eyes remained fixed on the two metal boxes, slightly deformed under their own weight, for a full 10 seconds. He refrained from touching them. Instead, he slowly picked up the internal phone on the desk and pressed a button. "Yin, please come here." Soon, a knock echoed on the door. Su-wan entered, followed by a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor. His name was Yin, Old Tang's most trusted appraiser, capable of discerning gold from jade and reading hearts through mere glances. However, what stood out most was the slight bulge at his temples, indicating he was more than just an appraiser. He carried a silver briefcase, bowing respectfully to Old Tang upon entering. "Old Tang, Yin, please assess Mr. Lin's goods." Old Tang instructed, his tone neutral. "Understood." Yin approached the desk, opening his briefcase to reveal various precise testing instruments. He donned pristine silk gloves, his movements meticulous and ritualistic. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the handle of one of the metal boxes, preparing to maneuver it to the floor for examination. He focused his energy and exerted force. However, the box did not budge. Yin's face drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood his own strength. Even a robust man would be no match for him. Yet this box felt as if it were welded to the desk. What on earth was contained within? "Just open it," Old Tang said, his demeanor unflappable. Yin reached out to lift the lid. Neatly arranged gold bars lay quietly within the box. Yin's breath caught in his throat. He forced himself to avert his gaze, retrieving a gold bar and scanning it with a portable spectrometer. A string of data flashed across the screen, purity 9999. He then employed a small electronic scale, placing the gold bar upon it. 50,002 grams. Yin's actions remained professional as he meticulously inspected each bar. The first box contained a total of 300 bars, each result flawless. Suddenly, Yin understood why he had struggled to lift the box. 300 pounds was no trivial matter. The second box was quickly examined as well. Old Tang. Both boxes contained 600 bars in total, weighing 300 kilograms, with purity all meeting standards, Yin reported. Old Tang nodded lightly, waving his hand. Yin, as if released from a great burden, bowed and exited alongside Su-wan. Once more, the door to the study closed, leaving only Old Tang and Lin Mo within. "For this batch of gold, the highest price I can offer is 820, totaling 246 million. Before you arrived, Su-wan mentioned you were interested in acquiring a battery company." Old Tang's fingers interlaced atop the desk, his body leaning forward slightly. In an instant, his aura shifted dramatically, transforming from a gentle elder to a lion surveying its unsuspecting prey. "I can provide that for you." He picked up a tablet, swiping the screen before presenting it to Lin Mo. Displayed on the screen were the profiles of 3 companies. The first, Tianheng Energy, a publicly traded company specializing in lithium batteries, held a decent market share. However, recent technological stagnation had led to a steep decline in stock prices, and ongoing shareholder disputes had created a quagmire. A total investment of over 200 million could secure a 7th stake. The second, Jinpeng Industries, an established lead-acid battery manufacturer, lagged in technology and had suffered consecutive years of losses. Nonetheless, the factory's land, situated within the third ring, held significant value. The asking price was 500 million, and these funds could serve as a down payment. The third, Yuanqing Technology, a fledgling company established 3 years prior, focused on graphene batteries. It had received subsidies but failed to commercialize its technology, leading to a broken capital chain and a 6-month production halt. The facility was in the suburbs, boasting the most complete hardware facilities. This option was the cheapest, with a flat price of 180 million, including land and buildings. Old Tang scrutinized Lin Mo's eyes, seeking to discern even the slightest ripple of emotion. I wonder how Mr. Lin intends to choose. Lin Mo, without so much as a glance, provided his answer. Yuanxing technology. Old Tang's pupils contracted imperceptibly. He had envisioned several possibilities. Lin Mo might choose Tianheng, leveraging absolute power and wealth to crush the bickering shareholders and assert dominance, subsequently inflating the topic, raising stock prices, and cashing out handsomely, transforming the 200 million into 4 or 500 million. Alternatively, he might select Jinping, purchasing the land and leveraging connections to alter the land use and pivot into real estate. However, what was entirely unanticipated was Lin Mo's choice of Yuanxing technology, a decision made almost impulsively. A mere shell of a company, devoid of any value beyond its dilapidated factory and crumbling production lines. What utility does this entity possess? It cannot be leveraged in the stock market, nor can it be utilized for real estate speculation, unless the other party has no need for the technology, market, or even the assets of this company. What he seeks is merely a legitimate shell capable of housing his own endeavors. This notion deepened Tang Lao's sense of the inscrutable nature of the young man before him. Mr. Lin, have you made up your mind? He inquired in a solemn tone. This is it, Lin Mo declared, his tone brooking no dissent. Very well, Tang Lao replied, refraining from further commentary, as he picked up the phone and began issuing directives in Lin Mo's presence. Legal Department, prepare the complete equity transfer agreement for Yuanxing Technology. Finance Department, immediately establish a project team to handle the accounting for this batch of gold through the cleanest channels. Notify Lawyer Wang to bring all documents to see Mr. Lin in 1 hour. One call after another was made. A vast and intricate gray empire commenced its rapid operation surrounding the 300 kilograms of gold and a company on the brink of bankruptcy. Lin Mo remained silent, his countenance betraying no emotion. Within less than an hour, a knock echoed at the study door, and Suwan entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a briefcase and exuding an air of seriousness. Tang Lao, Lawyer Wang has arrived. Mr. Lin, this is Lawyer Wang Zheng, our finest legal expert. Lawyer Wang offered a respectful nod to Tang Lao before turning to Lin Mo, presenting his business card with a professional smile. Good day, Mr. Lin. Lin Mo did not accept the card and merely nodded. Let's begin. For a brief moment, Lawyer Wang's smile faltered but quickly returned to normal. He realized that the young man before him was indeed of a caliber that warranted direct communication with Tang Lao. Lawyer Wang opened his briefcase, extracting a substantial stack of documents and neatly arranging them on the other side of the desk. Mr. Lin, this is the entire equity transfer agreement for Yuanxing Technology, along with the asset inventory and debt statement. We have completed all preliminary reviews. You will use this batch of gold as collateral, with Tang Lao's trust fund advancing the full acquisition amount, and the proceeds from the subsequent disposal of the gold will be used to settle the accounts. The entire process is completely legal and compliant. Here is the agreement for your review. Lawyer Wang spoke rapidly and clearly, each word radiating absolute professionalism. He had anticipated that the young Mr. Lin would inquire in detail or even summon his team for review. However, Lin Mo merely picked up the stack of documents, flipping through them at an astonishing speed. It was not reading. It resembled more a confirmation of the page numbers. A few seconds later, he set the documents back on the desk. Pen. Lawyer Wang was momentarily taken aback. Su Wan, too, was astonished. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to examine it more closely? She could not help but remind him. This is a multi-hundred million acquisition. Any subtle difference in the terms could involve tens of millions in interest. No need. Lin Mo took the pen offered by Lawyer Wang and signed his name at the bottom of the document. Chapter 43, An Unconventional Introduction. After signing, Lin Mo casually tossed the pen on the desk. Now, I'm the owner of this company. He turned to Lawyer Wang, his gaze calm and unwavering. I give you 2 hours. First, I require a complete list of all current employees of Yuanxing Technology, from executives to janitors, including their positions, salaries, and all records of rewards and punishments since their employment. Second, immediately freeze all company accounts and seal all physical assets. Without my command, not a penny or a piece of paper is to leave the company. Third, notify everyone that there will be a general assembly at the suburban factory tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Lin Mo's tone held no fluctuations, yet it conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. Late arrivals or absentees will be considered as having voluntarily resigned. For a fleeting moment, Lawyer Wang's mind went blank. He had dealt with numerous billionaires and handled countless urgent mergers, yet he had never encountered someone who acted with such decisiveness. No transition period. No restructuring gatherings. No insincere pleasantries. Just commands. Cold, firm, and uncompromising commands. Yes, Mr. Lin, I will take care of it at once. Lawyer Wong instinctively straightened up to respond. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. It was only after speaking that he suddenly realized he was Tang Lao's subordinate. Yet he had been entirely overwhelmed by the young man's presence. He instinctively glanced at Tang Lao, seeking guidance. Yet Tang Lao merely waved his hand nonchalantly, as if it were entirely natural. Since Mr. Lin has spoken, you should follow his instructions. Zets, Tang Lao, Lawyer Wong, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, bowed deeply and almost hurriedly exited the study. Tang Lao, Mr. Lin, I will assist Lawyer Wong, Su Wan said, displaying her acumen as she bowed and exited, leaving the space for the two true magnates. Mr. Lin, Tang Lao finally spoke. The acquisition price for Yuanqing Technology is 180 million. What do you intend to do with the remaining gold? Lin Mo handed over a pre-prepared note. I need 5 million in cash. The remainder, I would appreciate if you could safeguard it for now, until I have managed the internal affairs of Yuanqing Technology, at which point it can be transferred to the company account. Tang Lao regarded Lin Mo, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Mr. Lin, once the funds are in hand, do you not plan to acquire a more suitable vehicle? No rush. Lin Mo replied with a smile, interrupting him. That truck serves its purpose well. It can carry goods and people alike. Once I have truly revitalized Yuanqing Technology, I can change vehicles then. A person capable of casually producing hundreds of millions worth of gold, yet who harbored an attachment to a dilapidated cargo truck, was either profoundly eccentric or possessed a vision and understanding far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Most critically, he was so confident that he could resurrect a company on the brink of collapse. Tang Lao increasingly perceived the young man before him as a bottomless ancient well. Before long, Su Wan entered, pushing a small cart bearing 2 unmarked black boxes, which she respectfully set at Lin Mo's feet. Mr. Lin, here is the 5 million in cash you requested. Good. Lin Montauk nodded, rising to acknowledge Tang Lao with a slight tilt of his head, a gesture of respect, before lifting the boxes and turning to leave without a word of pleasantry. Mr. Lin, take care. Tang Lao's voice resonated from behind. Su Wan quickly followed, escorting Lin Mo to the entrance of the tea garden, her eyes widening as she watched him nonchalantly toss the 2 boxes filled with 5 million in cash onto the passenger seat. He then closed the door and started the engine of the white cargo truck, which contrasted sharply with the luxury vehicle surrounding it. The roar of the engine gradually faded away, and Su Wan released a long breath. She hurried back to the study, where Tang Lao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the ancient banyan tree in the courtyard, lost in thought. Tang Lao, do we truly intend to engage in a deep collaboration with this Mr. Lin? Su Wan's voice carried a hint of concern. His background is shrouded in mystery, and his manner is excessively domineering. I have investigated his background. Just days ago, his life seemed unremarkable, yet suddenly, he revealed wealth beyond our imagination. I worry. Worry about what? Tang Lao slowly turned, resuming his seat behind the desk that symbolized authority, his expression calm. Destroy all the information you have gathered. Not a single byte should remain. Furthermore, convey my message that from now on, our people are forbidden from investigating Mr. Lin in any manner. Violators will face severe consequences. Understood. Su Wan felt a chill run down her spine. I have taught you before. Tang Lao took a sip of the already tepid tea, his voice as lifeless as the beverage itself. To be a broker, one must possess the awareness that comes with the role. Knowing too much can be detrimental to oneself. He chose Yuanqing not for the purpose of inflating stock prices, nor for the acquisition of land. He possessed his own assets, needing to utilize Yuanqing as a facade to make a grand appearance before the world. Those capable of presenting such assets wield a power that could easily crush us. Thus, it is imperative to handle the gold with care. Any request from Mr. Lin must be met without hesitation. As for everything else, I shall remain oblivious and uninvolved. Indeed, I comprehend. The following day, at 8:45 in the morning, the atmosphere at Yuanqing Technology's factory, located on the outskirts of the city, felt oppressive, akin to the surface of a sea before a tempest. Hundreds of employees were summoned to the largest production workshop, gathering in small clusters, whispering to one another, their faces etched with anxiety and speculation. Have you heard? The company has been entirely purchased by a mysterious tycoon. Moreover, I heard from a colleague in the administrative department that last night, the finance department and all executive offices were physically sealed by a team of lawyers. Seals were plastered on the doors. What exactly is the new owner-esque background? This grand spectacle today, could it possibly indicate massive layoffs? My mortgage is due next month. At the forefront of the crowd stood several company executives, led by CEO Zhao Kunda. Zhao, with his rotund belly, feigned calm as he adjusted his crooked Hermes tie. Yet his trembling fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. What is all this fuss about? What kind of display is this? He turned around and sternly reprimanded the murmuring employees behind him. I've spoken with Lawyer Wang sent by Tang Lao. It's merely a routine stock transfer. The new owner will undoubtedly rely on us, the veterans who understand technology, management, and the market. Straighten your backs. Don't let the newcomers underestimate us at Yuanqing. However, despite his words, he felt utterly uncertain. That lawyer named Wang Zheng, like a robot, remained impervious to any attempts at familiarity, merely informing him in a cold tone. At 9 o'clock, the new owner wishes to meet everyone. Just then, the roar of an engine approached. All eyes turned toward the factory's open doors. They had envisioned countless scenarios for the new owner's arrival. Perhaps a Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by black-clad bodyguards, or a low-key yet luxurious Maybach. At the very least, it should have been a flamboyant Ferrari or Lamborghini. Instead, a white, mud-speckled delivery van screeched to a halt with a flourish at the factory entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The door swung open. A tall young man, clad in a well-tailored dark gray suit, stepped out from the driver's seat. The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What is this? A performance art piece by a top-tier billionaire? Or has a delivery man mistakenly arrived at the wrong location? Lin Mo disregarded the bewildered, absurd, and incredulous gazes cast upon him. Holding a folder, he strode directly into the crowd. He did not approach CEO Zhao Kunda, who had been preparing a speech, nor did he ascend the makeshift podium symbolizing the transfer of power. Instead, he casually positioned himself at the center of all the employees. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, and the murmurs faded into silence. Then, he opened the folder in his hand. The entire workshop was hushed, with only the rustling of paper stirred by a gentle breeze. Zhao Kunda. Lin Mo pronounced the first name. Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly forced a warm smile, adjusting his suit as he hurried forward. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Zhao Kunda, the founder and CEO of Yuanqing Technology. I know the company inside out, from every screw to each client. Before he could finish, Lin Mo interrupted, still not lifting his gaze. Where's your office? Zhao Kunda's smile froze, his subsequent words caught in his throat. He hesitated, instinctively pointing to an independent office building nearby. The third floor, the room with the best view is. Lin Mo finally raised his eyes to meet Zhao's, his expression devoid of any emotion. You have 10 minutes. The workshop was so silent one could hear a pin drop. Gather your personal belongings. Then Montauk paused it, then delivered the final word. Leave. Chapter 44, Reckoning. All of you leave. Depart. A single word, cold and unyielding, allowing no room for negotiation. The expressions of the hundreds gathered in the first workshop were frozen in that instant. Shock, disbelief, absurdity, and a hint of covert satisfaction. Zhao Kunda's smile completely vanished. His corpulent body trembling with rage and humiliation, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver from the rush of blood. What did you say? His voice was hoarse. Lin Mo paid him no heed. He didn't even glance at Zhao Kunda again, merely lowering his head to check the time on his wrist. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. His calm tone and precise timing held more lethal power than any roar. This is insurrection. This is outrageous. Zhao Kunda finally erupted, waving his hefty arms, spitting as he spoke. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that a mere handful of filthy riches grants you the right to act as you please? He abruptly turned to the other executives, whose faces were equally pale, seeking allies. Everyone, you've all witnessed this. This is the true face of the new owner. A betrayal of trust, a destruction of bridges. Without me, Zhao Kunda, without us veterans, Yuanqing Technology is nothing but a pile of scrap metal. He knows nothing about technology, nothing about management. However, the scene he envisioned, with everyone rallying against the new owner, did not materialize. The finance director instinctively took a step back, bowing his head. The sales manager's gaze wandered, pretending to inspect the ceiling lights. Everyone fell silent. In the midst of this suffocating awkwardness, a somewhat frail figure stepped forward from the executive ranks. It was a man in his 50s, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, his hair slightly graying, dressed in a faded blue work uniform that clashed with the surrounding suits. His name was Chun Jin-song, the company's chief engineer, a pure technical expert. Mr. Lin. Chun Jin-song adjusted his glasses, his voice slightly hoarse yet steady. May I pose a question? Lin Mo finally shifted his gaze away from his watch to focus on a man. Speak. Did you acquire Yuanxing because you are optimistic about our team's research achievements in the field of graphene batteries? Chen Jinsong's tone carried the last remnants of a technician's stubbornness and hope. Although we have not yet commercialized, we have made groundbreaking progress in material composition and structural design. Just a bit more time, and funding will yield results. Graphene batteries? Lin Mo interjected, flipping to another page in the folder he held. Yuanxing Technology, Chief Engineer of the R&D Department, Chen Jinsong. The project has spanned 3 years, consuming all company research funds and government subsidies, totaling 78 million. The results, laboratory samples, have an energy density of 120 Wh/kg, barely half that of mainstream ternary lithium batteries. The cycle life is under 300 cycles. The charging rate is 0.5 C, requiring over 2 hours to fully charge. Safety rating, D, with a severe risk of thermal runaway. With each data point Lin Mo recited, Chen Jinsong's complexion paled further. All of this is the most core and confidential internal data of Yuanxing Technology. How could he possibly know? Lin Mo closed the folder with a soft snap, the sound reverberating sharply in the hushed workshop. He gazed at the pallid Chen Jinsong and delivered his verdict. Your skills are utterly worthless. Chen Jinsong's body trembled violently, nearly losing his balance. All his pride and determination were thoroughly shattered by that seemingly casual remark. You madman, you're nothing but a lunatic. Zhao Kunda, nearby, continued to howl in a fit of hysteria. You know nothing. You're destroying Yuanxing. Finally, Lin Mo shifted his gaze back to him. Destroying Yuanxing? No. It is only in your hands that Yuanxing would meet its demise. I will lead Yuanxing to a rebirth, completely revolutionizing the entire battery industry. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Revolutionize the industry? On what grounds? Just because you drive a dilapidated truck and have ousted the company's founder? In the crowd, skepticism, ridicule, and anxiety began to brew. This fellow must be insane. Who's he think he is? The reincarnation of Jobs? It's over. Yuanxing is finished. Better start looking for a new job tomorrow. I bet he's just a wealthy second generation trying to play entrepreneur, clueless about the manufacturing sector. Zhao Kunda seemed to find the situation the most amusing, laughing so heartily that his flesh quivered. Ha ha! Revolutionize the industry? With you? Let me tell you, without my connections and channels, you won't even sell a single battery. Just wait for bankruptcy. I can't wait to see the day you beg me on your knees. Lin Mo paid no heed to Zhao Kunda's tirade. Engaging with such a person was a waste of life. He lowered his head and turned to the next page of the folder. Wang Wei. Another name was called out. In the crowd, the finance director, who had instinctively stepped back moments ago, suddenly stiffened. Wang Wei, with a smile more grotesque than a cry, hurried forward, his voice trembling. Zhao Zong, he was just confused. Please don't take it to heart. I know the company's finance is better than anyone. What do you need? In July last year, you embezzled 3 million in our D funds to purchase 3 vehicles for executives. Lin Mo's voice was monotone, devoid of inflection. Wang Wei's smile froze on his face. In March this year, you inflated equipment procurement expenses by 2.7 million, and the accounts remain unsettled. Wang Wei's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green. Lin Mo closed the folder and lifted his head. Make up the deficit and then get lost, or you'll find yourself behind bars. Wang Wei's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over. All was lost. This young man was not here to negotiate. He was here to settle accounts. Zhao Kunda's laughter ceased abruptly. Disbelief etched on his face as he glanced between Wang Wei and Lin Mo, his mouth agape. Lin Mo did not pause. His gaze swept to the next target, the sales manager with shifty eyes. Lu Feng. Lu Feng trembled, cold sweat instantly saturating his shirt's back. You sold battery semi-finished products to your uncle's shell company at a price 30 below cost, causing a direct loss of 5.6 million to the company. Same directive. Make up the loss and leave. Human Resources Director, Zhou Jing, a middle-aged woman with a meticulously crafted appearance, turned ashen. You took advantage of your position to place 7 relatives in the logistics department, collecting high salaries without ever showing up for work. Return the salaries and leave. One name after another, one scandal after another. Lin Mo's voice was like a cold, mechanical judge, accurately listing each person's name along with their seemingly impeccable crimes. Every executive called out felt as though they were stripped bare and tossed into the snow, utterly exposed. There was no defense, as all Lin Mo spoke were facts. No pleas for mercy, for on that youthful face, no trace of compassion could be found. The workshop was enveloped in an eerie silence. The ordinary employees, who had previously been whispering to each other, now held their breath, afraid to even exhale. They watched as the high-ranking executives, who usually held themselves with such arrogance, now appeared pale and despondent, as if their very spines had been wrenched from them. Amidst the confusion and trepidation, there was also a profound sense of relief. Finally, they thought, you two have come to this. At last, Lin Mo recited the final name. The once formidable Yuanqing technology executive team now resembled a group of defeated roosters, huddled together, devoid of any prior bravado. Zhao Kunda's face drained of color. He stared at Lin Mo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Lin Mo did not spare a glance at the so-called executives, his gaze settling on the distraught chief engineer, Chen Jinsong. Chen Jinsong met his gaze. I didn't embezzle a single cent, he croaked, attempting his last defense. I know, Lin Mo replied coolly. A flicker of faint hope rekindled in Chen Jinsong's eyes. Your issue is not greed. Lin Mo's next words plunged him into despair. It is incompetence. You have consumed the most resources in the company over 3 years, producing nothing but a pile of rubbish that even you cannot justify. A chief engineer like you has caused more damage to Yuanqing than all of them combined. Therefore, you too must leave. Chapter 45. No empty promises, just cash. The two words incompetence shattered Chen Jinsong's last remnant of resolve. He staggered backward, his eyes vacant, murmuring incoherently, unable to articulate his thoughts. The entire workshop was so silent that one could hear the heavy breathing of every individual. If the earlier dismissal of Zhao Kunda and his corrupt executives had brought a sense of concealed satisfaction to the ordinary employees, now, even the one individual who was not greedy and devoted solely to technology, the chief engineer, had been so ruthlessly cast aside. What remained in their hearts was nothing but an icy chill and fear. Who will be next? Everyone kept their heads down, afraid to meet the gaze of the young man standing at the center, terrified that their name would be the next called. Lin Mo's gaze slowly scanned the sea of faces beneath him. Production line, group leader, Li Jiangguo. Among the crowd, a man in his 40s, slightly portly, trembled violently, the color draining from his face. He shakily raised his hand. Last month, there were 23 equipment malfunctions, 17 of which were due to your negligence while on duty. Having left your post early. Leave. Warehouse department, Zhang Suihua. A plump middle-aged woman turned pale, her lips moving as if she wished to say something. Embezzlement. Stealing company materials to sell. Don't think no one knows about those copper wires and aluminum scraps. Leave. Logistic support, Lu Kuan-yu. Leave. Every individual called out was notorious within the company, relying on their seniority, often cutting corners and slacking off, immune to reprimand. Yet, confronted with the irrefutable records, they could not muster even a word of defense, only able to shuffle away from the scornful, disdainful gazes of hundreds, making their way toward the exit. Within minutes, nearly 1/5 of the workshop's personnel had been dismissed. The remaining few hundred stood in stunned silence, the air thick with an unprecedented tension. Lin Mo closed that proverbial death note of a folder. He did not speak again, but turned and, under the puzzled stares of everyone, walked straight back to the white van. He opened the passenger door and pulled out a black briefcase. Then a second. Bang, bang. The two heavy cases were casually dropped onto the concrete floor of the workshop, the dull thud causing every heart to skip a beat. What was he doing? Could it possibly be severance pay? A fleeting glimmer of hope was immediately engulfed by a wave of profound unease. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lin Mo opened one of the boxes. There were no gold bars, no documents, only neatly stacked bundles of fresh red banknotes, imbued with the scent of ink. At that moment, the breath of the entire workshop seemed to halt. Without pausing, Lin Mo proceeded to open a second box. Again, it was filled to the brim with red notes. 5 million in cash laid bare before everyone. Its visual impact far more visceral and immediate than any number in a bank account. Some employees nearby could even catch a whiff of that intoxicating, unique aroma of ink. This money is for you. Lin Mo brushed the dust off his hands, his tone remaining remarkably calm. For us? A young technician in the crowd instinctively questioned, his voice dry. Indeed, Lin Mo scanned the room. Those who had just been dismissed had embezzled, withheld, and squandered far more than this amount. I am merely distributing a portion that rightfully belongs to you in advance. He paused before delivering a statement that sent the entire assembly into a frenzy. From today onwards, those who remain will see their salaries increased by 50%. The wages owed to you by Zhao Kunda will be settled in full before we resume work. Now, everyone line up to receive a bonus of 10,000 each. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone thought they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Not only would the owed wages be paid, but there would also be a salary increase of 50%, a bonus of 10,000. Was this a dream? It took several seconds for the crowd to finally process the news. Oh, someone was the first to shout, the pin-up emotions erupting like a volcano. Lin Dong is amazing. I can't believe it. A 50% raise. This isn't a dream, is it? Damn, 10,000. This covers my child's tuition for the next semester. I'll follow Lin Dong wherever he goes. Anyone who dares speak ill of Lin Dong, I'll take them on. All prior anxieties, fears, and doubts were incinerated in that moment, replaced by fervor, excitement, and an exhilaration potent enough to shatter the workshop's ceiling. They gazed at the young man, standing beside the money boxes, as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. What does it mean to have vision? First, to ruthlessly eliminate all pests and refuse, and then, in a most direct and blunt manner, to deliver tangible benefits right to your face. No empty promises, no grandiose speeches. The actions speak louder than words. This was more effective than any impassioned oration in winning hearts. Form an orderly line. One at a time, someone shouted, and the frenzied crowd instantly fell into order. A long line spontaneously formed in front of the money boxes, each person wearing an expression of nearly ecstatic joy. The first to receive the money was a young mechanic, trembling as he clutched the thick bundle of red notes, confirming it multiple times before hastily stuffing it into his bosom and bowing deeply in Lin Mo's direction. Thank you, Lin Dong. Once the first received, the second and third followed suit. A chorus of heartfelt gratitude erupted, resonating throughout the spacious workshop. For the lower-tier employees, the tangible cash and solid promises of salary increases represented the greatest fairness and justice. Amidst this fervent sea, an incongruous voice unexpectedly broke the harmony. Lin Dong, may I ask a question? The voice was soft, almost timid, yet it silenced the bustling workshop instantly. All activity ceased as everyone turned to the source of the voice. A bespectacled young man, appearing rather refined, stepped out from the line, still clutching his recently acquired 10,000, his palms slick with sweat. Who are you? Lin Mo's gaze settled on him. I'm Sun Lei, an assistant engineer in the R&D department, previously working under Chief Engineer Chun on material testing. Sun Lei took a deep breath, summoning his courage. Lin Dong, I sincerely appreciate your decision to increase our salaries and provide bonuses. However, he adjusted his glasses, the anxiety in his eyes unmistakable. However, the executive tier of the company has been nearly obliterated, with even Chief Engineer Chun dismissed. Our Yuan's Xingkeji now lacks a brain and core technology. The graphene battery project, which we take pride in, seems worthless in your eyes. What will we produce next? Without products, there can be no revenue. We can't expect you to keep funding us indefinitely, can we? Chapter 46, Parameters of an Epic-Making Product. Sun Lei's question, once posed, rendered the previously lively workshop utterly silent. The jubilant expressions on the employees' faces froze. Indeed, no matter how generous the boss, the company must be self-sustaining. This new Lin Dong has ruthlessly decimated the executive layer, even rendering the seemingly impressive graphene project as inconsequential. What will the company rely on moving forward? Surely, we cannot truly expect the boss to financially support hundreds of people indefinitely, for a month, for a year, for a lifetime. All eyes once again fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo regarded the young man named Sun Lei, a hint of discernible approval flickering in his eyes. You are Sun Lei? Yes, Lin Dong. Sun Lei replied nervously, clutching the 10,000. Excellent. You have touched upon the most crucial point. Lin Mo eschewed lengthy explanations or grand visions. He simply turned and returned to the dilapidated delivery van. Shielded by the driver's compartment, he concentrated, and a palm-sized square, glistening with metallic coldness, materialized in his hand. This is the Thor 7 battery from the apocalyptic era. Lin Mo re-entered the crowd, gently placing the metallic square on a meticulously cleaned workbench. This is the answer. His gaze swept across the bewildered faces, finally resting on Sun Lei and a few other technicians. From today forth, Yuan Xingkeji will produce only one product. Lin Mo's finger lightly tapped the metallic surface. Its name is Yuan Xing Wanhao. Sun Lei and several technicians instinctively gathered around, their eyes filled with the unique curiosity and scrutiny of engineers. Is this a prototype? Sun Lei adjusted his glasses, cautiously inquiring. Lin Dong, what are its core parameters? Lin Mo's response was succinct and direct. Energy density, 400 Wh/kg. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify. Sun Lei's pupils constricted to the size of perilous pinpricks. The technicians behind him collectively gasped, their expressions morphing from professional curiosity to sheer shock and disbelief. 400? Sun Lei's voice faltered, as if someone had seized his throat, nearly believing he was hallucinating. Lin Dong, are you certain it's 400 Wh/kg? Not a slip of the tongue? I'm certain. Impossible. Sun Lei nearly shouted, all reverence and tension evaporating, replaced by professional instinct. This is utterly impossible. Lin Dong, I am not questioning you, but this data defies the laws of physics. The world's top laboratories have only achieved a maximum of 350 Wh/kg. Moreover, the performance is exceedingly unstable. It cannot be mass-produced within 3 to 5 years. The best batteries available on the market cap out at 260 Wh/kg. Your 400, it is not technology, it is theology. Beside him, an assistant engineer could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he echoed, "Indeed, Director Lin. Taking such large strides may lead one to overlook the fact that energy density is fundamentally constrained by the capacity of the positive and negative electromaterials." His words abruptly ceased, for Lin Mo's next utterance loomed over him like an unseen mountain, silencing all his impending doubts. Fully laden with a cycle life of 5,500 times. If the earlier claim of 400 Wh/kg seemed like a fanciful dream, then this astonishing figure of 5,500 cycles was akin to a mythical tale of Pangu creating the world. The entire technical team was utterly astounded. What a jest! The national standard merely demands 1,000 cycles. 5,500? What does that even imply? By the time it reaches the end of its life, the battery would still perform as if it were brand new. What about the charging rate? What of safety? These two aspects are critical. No matter how high the data, a mere spark could lead to disaster. That would not be a battery, but a bomb. In the face of a tsunami of skepticism, Lin Mo wore not a hint of impatience. This was the reaction he sought. If this group of technicians remained indifferent to such astonishing data, it would only confirm that they were truly incompetent. Do we have testing equipment in the workshop? Lin Mo's gaze returned to Sun Lei. Yes. Sun Lei answered without hesitation, the quality inspection lab on the second floor. It's equipped with a complete set of battery performance testing devices. Then let us proceed with the tests. Lin Mo stepped aside, gesturing for them to go ahead. Utilize your most professional equipment and your most stringent standards to verify whether my claims are mere bluster or grounded in truth. Sun Lei was utterly taken aback. He had considered the possibility that the other party might present a forged report or obfuscate with commercial secrets. Yet, he never anticipated that they would be so forthright and confident, allowing them to conduct an on-site test. All colleagues from the technical department, R&D department, and quality inspection department, follow me, Sun Lei shouted, as if invigorated, dashing forward, his hands trembling with excitement as he carefully cradled the distant star No. 1 as if it were a priceless treasure. He then pivoted sharply and led the charge toward the laboratory on the second floor. A dozen technicians rushed after him, each eye gleaming with fervor. The remaining employees in the workshop exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss as to what was transpiring. However, they could distinctly sense the astonishing enthusiasm erupting from the usually taciturn technicians. In less than half an hour, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Sun Lei was the first to rush down, his glasses askew on his nose, his white lab coat smeared with black grease, and his hair a disheveled mess. Yet, he was in a state of extreme exhilaration, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He dashed to Lin Mo, gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. Instead, he extended a pair of trembling hands, presenting several sheets of A4 paper still warm from the printer. They were the testing reports. Lin Mo did not even lower his gaze to inspect them. No need to show me. Just announce the results. Sun Lei nodded vigorously. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the curious employees in the workshop who had craned their necks to listen and roared. The testing results are in. His voice trembled with overwhelming excitement. Yet it reverberated like thunder, resonating in every corner of the workshop. He raised the report high, as if proclaiming a divine edict. Energy density. Sun Lei paused, and the workshop fell into a profound silence, every breath held in anticipation. 4017 VHKG. He bellowed the first figure. Under a violent 5C charging and discharging test, after 500 cycles, the capacity degradation was another breathless pause. 0.3. Puncture. Short circuit. High temperature. All safety tests passed. The battery did not experience thermal runaway. No fallos. No explosions. With each data point Sun Lei shouted, the technicians behind him trembled with elation. Their gazes toward Lin Mo could no longer be described merely as reverent awe. My heavens, is this for real? What extraterrestrial technology is this? The battery industry is about to be revolutionized. With this battery, Yuanqing technology will ascend to the pinnacle of the global battery industry. Are we not saying that our company is destined for greatness? Those remaining employees in the workshop, even if they could not comprehend the specifics of the data, could perceive the near-manic admiration on Sun Lei and the elite technicians' faces. They instantaneously understood that seemingly unremarkable metal block was a veritable gold mine. After Sun Lei finished his announcement, he could no longer contain the tumultuous waves of emotion within. He approached Lin Mo, eschewing any superfluous words or grandiloquent phrases. He merely bowed deeply, executing a standard 90-degree bow. Lin Mo stood there, calmly accepting the gesture, his gaze sweeping over the entire assembly. Now, are there any questions? Chapter 47, An Epic of Change. The workshop fell into complete silence. In the next moment, a resounding chorus of affirmation flooded the factory. No questions. Director Lin, we will heed your every command. Let us go. From this day forth, if you direct us east, we shall not venture west. Lin Mo turned to the HR employee, still dumbfounded beside the cash box, and instructed, disperse the funds and ensure proper registration. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Everyone must arrive on time. Having said that, he turned and strode away, reseating himself in the driver's seat of the white delivery van amidst hundreds of fervent gazes. The engine roared to life, and the van sped away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Inside the vehicle, Lin Mo picked up his phone and dialed Su-Won's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin, Su-Won's voice was respectful yet tinged with caution. Su-Won. Lin Mo's tone revealed no emotion. I need you to handle 3 matters. Please proceed. First, I will send you a technical document. Apply for patent protection in the name of Yuanqing Technology as swiftly as possible. All technical details must be classified as top secret. There was a brief pause in Su-Won's breath on the other end. She instantly realized that this was Lin Mo's true purpose in choosing Yuanqing as a front. This young man truly had something of substance to offer. Understood. I will contact the top patent attorney team under Elder Tang immediately. Second, Lin Mo continued, reach out to the best headhunting firms. I require a top-tier professional manager to oversee the daily operations of Yuanqing Technology. Additionally, help me recruit a batch of the nation's foremost battery industry experts, allowing them to set their own salary expectations. Su-Won's expression sharpened, to purge the old and swiftly replace them with a premier team. This Mr. Lin's methods are rapid enough to leave one breathless. Understood, she compelled herself to keep pace with his rhythm. The third matter. Lin Mo's voice paused momentarily. I wish to hold a press conference. A press conference? Su-Won was taken aback. Yes. Lin Mo's voice finally carried a hint of mischief. Invite every technology and finance media outlet you can. Inform them that Yuanqing Technology will unveil a product that will revolutionize the entire new energy era. The date is set for 3 days from now. The first 2 tasks must be completed prior to the conference, and for expenses, consult Elder Tang. Beep. The call ended. Su-Won held her phone, momentarily frozen. What's wrong? Elder Tang looked up from the ancient text in his hands. Elder Tang. Su-Won swiftly approached the desk and recounted Lin Mo's 3 requests verbatim. For the first time, a visible change washed over Elder Tang's face. He remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, his voice imbued with a complex sense of emotion. I have underestimated him. Tang stood up and approached the window, gazing into the distant sky. As he suggested, we would leverage all our connections and resources, regardless of the cost, to assist him. I suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of surprise would he unveil to us in 3 days? A single phone call stirred the undercurrents of the entire city. The vast machinery under Tang's command began to operate with a terrifying efficiency. Within half an hour, the nation's premier international patent law firm received the encrypted technical documents. The chief attorney, a venerable industry titan in his 60s, stood up from his chair after perusing the first page, toppling the nearby purple clay teapot. Within an hour, 3 leading headhunting firms received the same commission. The target, the foremost players and technical experts in the battery industry. The demand, at any cost. The budget, unlimited. Signed, Yuan's Xinkuji, Yuan's Star Technology. During an emergency internal meeting, the partners of the 3 firms bluntly posed the same question. What is Yuan's Star Technology? As the invitations, sent under the auspices of Tang's public relations company, flooded the inboxes of major media outlets, the entire tech and finance circles erupted in a frenzy. At the editorial office of New Wave Finance, the editor-in-chief slapped the printed invitation onto the desk with a crisp sound. Yuan's Star Technology? A press conference in 3 days? Unveiling a product that would revolutionize the era of new energy? He surveyed the seasoned journalist around him, his tone laced with incredulity. If memory serves, This company had ceased production for 6 months, hadn't it? Could they possibly have developed a new product? An old journalist, who had covered tech for a decade, adjusted his glasses. Editor-in-chief, I checked. Yuan Star just completed a share transfer yesterday, with buyer information completely confidential. However, it was backed by Tang's trust fund. Quite a substantial move. The editor-in-chief furrowed his brow. The situation seemed more complex than it appeared. But so what? A younger journalist scoffed, rolling his eyes. Every year, dozens of companies claim they will revolutionize or disrupt the market. In the end, they either deceive investors or swindle subsidies. What makes Yuan's Star Technology any different? Just a gimmick, 100% gimmick. Regardless of whether it's a gimmick, let us see what unfolds. The editor-in-chief made a decisive statement. I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Dispatch our sharpest journalists and prepare some incisive questions. A similar scene played out across various media outlets, television stations, and online platforms. Doubts, ridicule, and the thrill of watching a spectacle quickly brewed. Was this the final cry of a dying company? An expose. Did a mysterious tycoon acquire Yuan's Star Technology? A monumental gamble or a grand deception? 3 days later, we would witness the birth of a commercial farce. Eye-catching reports swiftly seized the headlines in the tech section, thrusting the nearly forgotten Yuan's Star Technology back into the limelight. At the top floor of the Tianjin Energy headquarters, in the CEO's office, a man clad in a bespoke suit stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city below. He was Zhou Zhen, the helmsman of Tianjin Energy, the very first choice Tang had presented to Lin Mo. Mr. Zhou. A secretary knocked and entered, presenting a meticulously compiled public sentiment report. There's been quite a stir over at Yuan's Star Technology. Zhou Zhen took the report and casually flipped through 2 pages. A sneer of disdain curling his lips. Revolutionize an era? With that fool Zhao Kun to mess? He tossed the report onto the desk. Have we ascertained who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Not yet. The confidentiality level is quite high. We only know it's related to Tang. The secretary replied softly. Zhou Zhen's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. He indeed knew how to conduct business. Even such worthless assets could find a buyer. Mr. Zhou, should we prepare a response? The market's attention is quite focused on them. Prepare a response? Zhou Zhen chuckled, as if hearing a joke. Why bother? It's merely a performance by a clown. All we need to do is sit back and watch them self-destruct. He paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Notify the PR department. As soon as their press conference concludes, I want an in-depth analysis written immediately. I intend to make it abundantly clear what constitutes a genuine technological barrier and what is mere hubris for show. I want that mysterious buyer lurking in the shadows to understand that entering the realm of new energy isn't solely a matter of wealth. Chapter 48, The Professional Manager. After departing from Yuan's Star Technology, Lin Mo proceeded to gather some supplies before heading to the apocalyptic world. He first contacted the forces of Panshur and Ark via walkie-talkie, instructing them to bring crystals and gold for trading. He also assigned them a new task to transport batteries from the Tianqiong Technology Park's warehouse and, under Zhou Yuan's guidance, dismantle the production lines. He decided to invite Nightingale as well, partly to provide them with fresh supplies and partly to facilitate an encounter between Nightingale and the 4 major forces. Lin Mo understood that relying solely on Nightingale's dozen or so awakened individuals could not secure the entire Tianqiong Technology Park. Moreover, he did not intend to monopolize the resources. Having acquired the crucial production technical data, the remaining batteries and other materials were, in fact, secondary. It would be more prudent to have the 4 major forces act as transporters, moving batteries to exchange for supplies, thereby further winning their allegiance. Additionally, Lin Mo tasked Nightingale with recruiting more awakened individuals. The current dozen was simply insufficient. He required the number to multiply tenfold, aiming for 100. This left Nightingale astounded. 100 awakened individuals. What was the purpose of this? However, Nightingale understood that some matters were best left unasked, especially since Lin Mo possessed limitless resources and could easily recruit. The challenge lay in personnel assessment. Notably, the cool-down time for this traversal, as anticipated, had transformed into 9 hours, bringing them ever closer to infinite traversal. During this journey, Lin Mo remained for over 10 hours, in addition to the 4 major forces. The survivors from the ruins also brought him substantial goods. Not only did he acquire conventional gold and crystals, but various scrap materials as well. In total, Lin Mo secured over 200 kilograms of gold and 30 crystals from this transaction. He stored the gold in the dimensional warehouse and directly absorbed the crystals. Lin Mo's powers were once again enhanced. The capacity of his dimensional warehouse reached 4,000 cubic meters, while his telekinetic ability allowed him to lift 300 kilograms. Furthermore, he could compress and accelerate metals further. A coin, after being accelerated by Lin Mo's telekinesis, could achieve the power of a rifle. Subsequently, Lin Mo returned to the real world, had a stable sleep, and drove his white delivery truck to Yuan's Star Technology. The factory district of Yuan Star was bustling with unprecedented activity. Employees, who had previously been morose, now walked with vigor, their faces alight with uncontainable smiles. A cash bonus of 10,000 yuan and a 50% salary increase had invigorated them. Such tangible benefits proved far more effective than any motivational rally. Sun Lei, accompanied by a dozen technicians, plunged into the second-floor laboratory and did not emerge again. They resembled explorers who had discovered a new continent surrounding the Yuan's No. One battery as they conducted a series of astonishing tests. Every so often, the workers in the downstairs workshop could hear exclamations and strange sounds emanating from the laboratory. Heavens! The low-temperature performance degradation is less than 1%. How is that possible? The high-rate discharge curve is as smooth as a straight line. My God, this battery is alive. It absolutely has life. The other employees in the workshop, unable to comprehend the technical jargon, could nonetheless feel the fervor. They knew that the company was truly on the brink of transformation. Lin Mo chose to disregard the overly enthusiastic technicians. He was seated in the former office of Zhao Kunda, having replaced the grand executive chair with a simple one. He abhorred the sensation of being ensnared. The telephone on the desk rang, revealing a call from Suwan. "Mr. Lin, there's news regarding the professional manager you requested." Her voice was imbued with both excitement and a hint of gravity. 3 headhunting firms have leveraged their most prestigious networks and, remarkably, all recommended the same individual. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Mo displayed little reaction. "Speak." Viang Yi. Suwan's tone shifted to one of solemnity as she uttered the name. 3 years prior, she had been the executive vice president of the nation's foremost new energy giant, Fengqi Power, holding a position of considerable influence. During Fengqi Power's most illustrious years, nearly all market strategies, technological introductions, and overseas expansions bore her imprint. She was known in the industry as the Iron Lady, characterized by her fierce methods and keen insight. Universally recognized as a top-tier strategist, Lin Mo lightly tapped his fingertips on the desk. If she is so formidable, why did she depart? There was a brief silence on the line. Due to her overwhelming achievements, the founder of Fengqi Power was somewhat small-minded. He feared that Jiang Yi's stature might eclipse his own and resorted to some less than honorable tactics to force her out. Since then, she has vanished from the industry, and no one knows her whereabouts. The headhunting firms exerted considerable effort to reconnect with her through her former personal assistant. Lin Mo comprehended the situation, a once-crowned sovereign now sequestered. "Where's she?" She mentioned she might consider re-emerging, but only after assessing you and your company in person before making her decision. Suwan's tone carried a note of apprehension. "Mr. Lin, Jiang Yi is exceptionally proud and exceedingly pragmatic. Given the current state of Yuansheng, I fear." "Have her come," Lin Mo interjected decisively. "Now." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." After ending the call, Lin Mo rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay a somewhat dilapidated factory area, framed by distant, rolling green hills. An hour later, a black Audi A8 silently glided to a halt outside the office building. The car door opened, revealing a pair of long legs clad in tailored black trousers. Following closely was a woman dressed in a well-fitted suit, her short hair impeccably styled, and her face adorned with minimal makeup. She appeared to be in her early 30s, while her features were not classically beautiful. Their combination exuded an astonishing aura of competence and resolve. Her gaze was icy, surveying the surroundings with unabashed scrutiny and disdain. She was Jiang Yi. Suwan trailed behind her, observing the subtle contempt she exhibited towards everything around her, and felt a wave of anxiety. This woman was even more formidable than anticipated. "Mr. Lin is in the office on the 3rd floor," Suwan said cautiously, guiding her. Jiang Yi remained silent, striding directly into the office building in her high heels. "Knock. Knock, knock." Suwan rapped on the office door. "Come in." Jiang Yi entered and immediately spotted the man standing by the window. He was quite young. This was her first impression. Dressed in casual attire, he stood tall, exuding a tranquil demeanor. Yet beneath that calm exterior lay an inscrutable depth. "Ms. Jiang, please take a seat." Lin Mo gestured towards a sofa opposite him. Jiang Yi opted not to sit, her gaze sweeping the office before returning to Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, time is of the essence. Let us dispense with pleasantries." Her voice, akin to her gaze, was both cold and resolute. The headhunting firm conveyed that you acquired this near-bankrupt company with intentions to launch a groundbreaking product. I wish to understand the foundation of your confidence. Su-won stood beside her, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety. This was not a promising start. Lin Mo regarded her with an impassive expression. My foundation lies in my ability to present what others cannot, such as Viang Yipirisit Her Demenor Assertive. For instance, a product capable of rendering all battery manufacturers obsolete. Lin Mo's tone was flat, as though discussing a trivial matter. Yet to Jiang Yi, this sounded like sheer fantasy. She laughed, a cold, scornful laugh. Mr. Lin, I admire your confidence. However, if I may be candid, in my decade of experience, I have encountered numerous young individuals like you, brimming with dreams of revolutionizing the world. Some brandish polished presentations, others wave fabricated lab reports, boasting of their grasp on the future. The inevitable result has always been the same. They become the industry's jesters. She stepped forward, fixing her gaze squarely on Lin Mo. The reason I agreed to meet you is to ascertain one truth. What sets you apart from them? Before I contemplate wagering my career on a company that appears to be a mere farce, I require tangible evidence. Not concepts, not data, but something palpable, something visible. The air felt as if it had solidified in that moment. Su-won felt her heart racing. She had never witnessed anyone dare to speak to Lin Mo in such a manner. She feared he might respond as he did with Zhao Kunda, coldly dismissing her with a single word. Yet, Lin Mo simply regarded Jiang Yi, maintaining his gaze for what felt like an eternity. Just as Jiang Yi anticipated an outburst, Lin Mo unexpectedly smiled. Excellent. He turned and walked towards the door. Follow me. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before following suit, with Su-won hastily trailing behind. She was unaware of Lin Mo's destination, but she sensed that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 49. Let Facts Speak. On the second floor, the Quality Inspection Laboratory. As the door swung open, a peculiar amalgam of sweat, machine oil, and sheer exhilaration assaulted the senses. A dozen technicians clad in white lab coats were gathered around a testing device, akin to fervent acolytes, fixated on the fluctuating data on the screen, murmuring incantations. Steady. It's holding steady. 5C discharge sustained for 1 hour. Noble ulti fluctuations. A miracle. This is undeniably miraculous. Sun Lei stood at the center, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot, yet he radiated an extreme state of euphoria. Mr. Lin. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, Sun Lei approached him with the fervor of a zealot. Mr. Lin, you must see this. We just completed a full-load high-intensity pressure test. All data far exceeds theoretical values. This is nothing short of extraterrestrial technology. His voice trembled with excitement, his eyes full of adoration as he looked at Lin Mo. Jiang Yi stood at the entrance, observing the scene with a cold, critical eye. The rundown equipment, the chaotic environment, a group of seemingly deranged technicians. Her disdain deepened. Show me your testing reports. Lin Mo instructed Sun Lei. Of course. Sun Lei eagerly rummaged through a pile of documents, producing several sheets of A4 paper still warm from the printer and presenting them to Jiang Yi with the reverence of a sacred offering. Ms. Jiang, please take a look. This is our freshly minted testing report, every data point validated through over 3 repetitions. Jiang Yi accepted the papers, glancing at them briefly. Energy density, 4017 Wh/kg. Full load cycles of 500, capacity degradation at 0. 3. Puncture, short circuit, high temperature tests. All passed, with no thermal runaway. She gazed at the series of numbers on the paper, her expression remaining inscrutable, though the derision in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. Forging data is indeed a specialized craft. She nonchalantly tossed the report onto the nearby laboratory bench. Her voice icy. This report is riddled with flaws. Firstly, energy density and cycle life are inherently contradictory. The higher the energy density, the more unstable the material structure becomes, thereby resulting in a shorter cycle life. 400 Wh/kg energy density with over 5,000 cycles? Are you writing a science fiction novel? Secondly, safety. Batteries with high energy density exhibit more vigorous and violent internal chemical reactions. You dare claim it has passed all violent tests? Unless what you filled it with is holy water. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fervent atmosphere in the laboratory. Sun Lei and his team of technicians were taken aback. They had been so engrossed in the astonishing data that they had forgotten how ludicrous it was under the existing theoretical framework. No, it's not forged. We obtained it ourselves. Sun Lei's face flushed as he desperately defended. Every piece of data is genuine. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yi surveyed the equipment in the lab, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. This was derived from these 2-decade-old relics? What are your testing standards? Are the operational processes standardized? Have environmental interferences been eliminated? Any lapse in any segment could lead to significant deviations in data. With each question she posed, Sun Lei's complexion paled further. He had to concede that her inquiries were irrefutably professional. Their equipment was indeed outdated, and the testing was undeniably lacking in rigor. They had become so awed by the battery's performance that they had forgotten the most fundamental principles of scientific research. Sun Lei opened his mouth but could utter not a single word. A profound silence enveloped the laboratory. The technicians, who had previously been fervently enthusiastic, now hung their heads like a group of children caught in wrongdoing. Suwon stood nearby, her heart sinking to the depths. It was over. This woman had seized upon their Achilles heel. Lin Mo's team was being thoroughly criticized before a true industry giant. This recruitment effort appeared destined for failure. Yet, Lin Mo's countenance betrayed no sign of emotional fluctuation. He merely looked at Jiang Yi. How do you wish to conduct the tests? Jiang Yi seemed to have anticipated his question. Very simply, she extracted a USB drive from her handbag. Inside is a battery testing protocol I devised during my tenure at Fengqi Power, codenamed Hell Mode. Its rigor exceeds national standards by more than 5-fold. I intend to run all tests on your battery according to my protocol. Moreover, I must personally supervise, and my team will perform the operations. After a pause, she added, the equipment must also be replaced. There should be an internationally certified third-party testing institution in this city. I want the battery sent there for evaluation. Her demands were extraordinarily stringent. This was no longer a verification process. It was a provocation. Suwon's heart sank further. This task was utterly impossible to accomplish. Setting aside the challenge of finding such an institution, merely scheduling an appointment would take several days. With the press conference in 3 days, there was simply no time. Very well. Lin Mo's response left everyone in stunned silence, including Jiang Yi. All the follow-up remarks she had prepared were abruptly stifled by those 2 words. She had expected Lin Mo to haggle, to lament the lack of time, to seek various excuses. Yet, to her astonishment, he agreed so decisively. Suwon. Lin Mo turned to his side. Contact Old Tang. I need to borrow the laboratory of Zhonka testing, and I need it now. Suwon's eyes lit up. Zhonka testing. That was the most authoritative third-party testing institution in the country, boasting the world's top-notch equipment and technical team. With Old Tang's influence, arranging this would be a trivial matter. Yes, I'll handle it immediately. Suwon promptly took out her phone and excitedly dialed the number. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in Jiang Yi's gaze. She was well aware of Zhonka testing. It was a place even Fengqi Power found difficult to schedule. Who was this young man, able to secure such a favor? In less than 10 minutes, Suwon hung up the phone and briskly approached Lin Mo. Mr. Lin. Everything has been arranged with Old Tang. Professor Li Weiguo, the chief engineer at Zhonka Testing, will personally receive us. They will clear all appointments and keep the laboratory open for us 24 hours. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Li Weiguo, the titan in the field of battery testing. He would personally attend to them. Things were beginning to take an intriguing turn. Let us go. Lin Mo picked up the far star now, one from the table, and led the way out, to a place that will silence you. As Jiang Yi watched his retreating figure, the derision in her eyes was replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Perhaps this young man was indeed different from those she had encountered before. Chapter 50. Production Line Transformation Plan. Zhonka Testing Center, located in the city's high-tech development zone, stood as a futuristic silver-gray edifice. It is a revered sanctuary that all battery manufacturers regard with both reverence and trepidation. Each testing report issued here holds the power to determine the fate of a product, or even the rise and fall of a company. Upon the arrival of Lin Mo and his entourage, the venerable Professor Li Weiguo, with his graying hair, awaited them at the entrance alongside his core team. Mr. Lin, Old Tang has already made the necessary arrangements. Li Weiguo extended his hand, his face reflecting the scholarly rigor and a hint of curiosity. He was keen to discover what sort of individual could compel Old Tang to exert such significant influence, clearing the entire laboratory schedule to assist him. Professor Li, I appreciate your assistance. Lin Mo shook his hand, his response succinct and to the point. Jiang Yi followed closely behind, witnessing the deference shown by this titan she had only encountered at top-tier industry summits, deepening her astonishment. Without unnecessary pleasantries, they proceeded directly into the core laboratory. The equipment within was worth millions, including dust-free environments with controlled temperature and humidity, precision robotic arms, and high-speed analytical instruments, all showcasing the professionalism and authority of the facility. Sun Lei and his team trailed at the back, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Marveling at everything in sight, their eyes nearly insufficient to absorb the wonders. Is this the legendary Agilent third-generation electrochemical workstation? My heavens! That's the Malvern Laser Particle Size Analyzer. I've only seen that in textbooks. They whispered excitedly, only calming down after their assistant engineer tugged at their sleeves several times. It was utterly embarrassing. Compared to this, their own laboratory seemed like a refuse heap. Miss Jiang, we may begin. She nodded and handed her USB drive to Li Weiguo's assistant. Proceed according to the protocol within. All tests must run simultaneously. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the far star No. 1 battery, the focal point of everyone's attention, was carefully placed into the testing chamber. Numerous probes and sensors were affixed to its surface. The laboratory's large screen was instantly filled with a multitude of complex data streams and curves. Hell mode, activate. With the assistant's command, the testing commenced officially. The first test, extreme rate charge and discharge testing. Charge rate, 10C. In the laboratory, a collective gasp echoed through the air. Even the seasoned Li Weiguo furrowed his brows tightly. 10C. This was no longer a test. It was tantamount to murder. The finest batteries available on the market can endure a charge rate of merely 5C. To subject it to a current of 10C without immediate explosion or combustion would be an extraordinary feat of technology. All eyes were fixated on the temperature curve displayed on the large screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A minute passed. The temperature curve merely inclined slightly before, stabilizing firmly below the safety threshold of 45 degrees Celsius. How could this be possible? A professor beside Li Weiguo exclaimed in disbelief. How had its internal thermal management system achieved such stability under a 10C rate? Li Weiguo's Gaza transformat antireli. He stared intently at the screen, his eyes behind the lenses shimmering with astonishment. Continue. Jiang Yi's voice was devoid of emotion. The second test, high and low temperature cycling. Temperature range, minus 40 degrees to plus 80 degrees. The third test, composite salt spray corrosion test. Duration, 100 hours. The fourth, free fall from a height of 12 meters while fully charged. The fifth, one bizarre test after another was executed in succession. The entire laboratory was enveloped in silence, save for the beeping of the instruments. Everyone held their breath. Sun Lei and his team were drenched in sweat, their hearts racing as if they would leap from their throats. Although they had witnessed the battery's might, Jiang Yi's hellish regimen was simply too terrifying. They feared that the battery might not withstand any one of the trials. Time ticked away minute by minute. An hour, 2 hours. When the final puncture test was completed, the steel needle piercing through the battery, the data on the screen remained as stable as ever. The laboratory descended into a profound silence. Professor Li Weiguo slowly removed his glasses. He gazed at the impeccably generated test report on the screen, his lips trembling as he finally uttered 3 words. A new era. The group of experts behind him appeared ashen, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. The theories they had devoted their lives to studying, the knowledge systems they had constructed, were shattered by this report in an instant. As for Jiang Yi, she stood quietly, her expression still impassive, yet her tightly clenched fists, with knuckles turning white, betrayed the tumult within her. She had lost, utterly defeated. Her pride in her expertise and the experience she relied upon had become a mere jest in the face of this small battery. She slowly turned to face Lin Mo, the young man who had remained composed throughout. Her gaze was no longer one of scrutiny or criticism, but rather a blend of astonishment, confusion, and a hint of reverence. Taking a deep breath, she approached Lin Mo. I'm in. There were no superfluous words, only these 3. However, she had one more question. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Can such a product truly be mass-produced? What about the costs? This was her last vestige of rationality as a professional manager. No matter how stunning the laboratory results, if they could not be produced at a reasonable cost on a large scale, they held no commercial value. Lin Mo did not respond. He merely retrieved another USB drive from his pocket and handed it to her. This contains the complete production process for the Yuanqing No. 1 and the modification plan for the production line. Your first task is to transform Yuanqing Technology's dilapidated production line into one capable of mass production as swiftly as possible. As for the costs, Lin Mo paused. They will only be 10% higher than the current Main Street batteries. Boom! If the earlier test report had overturned Jiang Yi's worldview, then this statement was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb atop the ruins of her beliefs. Only a 10% increase in cost to produce a product that outperformed its contemporaries by decades? This was no longer mere commerce. It was mythology. With trembling hands, Jiang Yi accepted the USB drive. She understood that this small device contained secrets potent enough to reshape the entire industrial landscape of the world. Without hesitation, she accepted the position of CEO of Yuanqing Technology. Her demeanor transformed instantly, from one of shock and confusion to one of fervent ambition, ablaze with determination. I understand. She turned to Sun Lei and the technicians who were still in a state of shock. Sun Lei, is it? From now on, you will serve as the Chief Technology Officer, CTO, of Yuanqing Technology, overseeing both the R&D and technical departments. Everyone, return to the company with me immediately. We have less than 2 days to memorize every detail on this blueprint without food or sleep. The Queen had returned. Sun Lei and the others jolted to attention, instinctively straightening their postures. Yes, CEO Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Yi seemed to recollect something, glancing at Lin Mo with a furrowed brow. Director Lin, I have reviewed the plan. The production line modifications require a batch of specialized alloys and high-precision sensor components, which are not standard parts and must be custom ordered from 4 manufacturers. The fastest lead time is at least a month. What will we present to the media at the press conference in 2 days? Just a PPT? Chapter 51. Wait for my news. Jiang Yi's inquiry abruptly quelled the fervor in the room. Indeed, no matter how impressive the technology or flawless the plan, without materials and components, everything was mere talk. The press conference was just 2 days away, with the eyes of the world's media upon them. If they could only present a data report and a few pages of a PPT, Yuanqing Technology would become the subject of ridicule. The specter of a century scam. The label of PPT vehicle manufacturing would cling to the company, impossible to shake off. Even if they had a prototype, the external world would question its production costs. The excitement that had once animated Sun Lei and the technicians instantly froze on their faces. CEO Jiang was correct. Those core components, especially the pre-sintering equipment for high-nickel cathode materials and the specialized ceramic nozzles for membrane coating, were not readily available domestically and would have to be imported from Germany or Japan. Sun Lei's brow knitted tightly, his tone heavy with anxiety. Even if we place an order immediately and expedite air freight, it would take at least half a month for delivery. 2 days is simply impossible. The atmosphere in the laboratory plummeted from euphoric heights to dismal depths. Suwon's heart raced as she cast a worried glance at Lin Mo. This predicament was more formidable than any before. This was no longer an issue solvable by money or connections. It was an objective law of industrial manufacturing, a limitation of physical time. Shall we postpone the press conference? Suwon kościstwi suggestive. This seemed to be the only viable solution at present. No. Lin Mo's response was succinct and unequivocal, leaving no room for negotiation. Everyone was taken aback. Not postponing? Then what shall we do? Are we to go up and deliver a monologue? Jiang Yi also looked at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with confusion. She could not comprehend why this young man was so obstinate on this critical issue. In her view, a successful leader should be capable of assessing the situation and adapting, rather than persisting in the face of the impossible. Director Lin, I understand your desire to demonstrate our resolve to the market swiftly. Jiang Yi urged herself to remain calm, adopting a more tactful approach. However, a commercial launch event is no trifling matter. We must present tangible evidence sufficient to silence all skeptics. Otherwise, all the advantages we have painstakingly established in the laboratory will vanish into thin air during the presentation. We have finally acquired a formidable trump card. It would be folly to play it prematurely when the timing is not yet ripe. Her analysis was logical and objective, delivered with calm composure. Any rational business owner would likely find themselves persuaded by her words. Yet Lin Mo, evidently, is no ordinary individual. He paid no heed to Jiang Yi's counsel and simply turned to Sun Lei, stating, focus solely on the production line modifications. I will handle the core components. Please compile a list of the corresponding parts and send it to me. By tomorrow at the latest, I will bring the items over. Your task is to ensure that the first production line is operational and produces the initial finished product before the launch. Understood? Lin Mo's words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, failing to create even a ripple, instead sinking heavily into the unfathomable depths. The entire laboratory was engulfed in silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Sun Lei opened his mouth, his expression more sorrowful than that of someone in mourning. Tomorrow? To procure those high-precision components that require international customization and can take months to schedule? This is no longer mere bravado. It is akin to spinning fantastical tales. Jiang Yi's brow furrowed tightly for the first time, forming a deep crease. The flicker of confidence she had just nurtured was instantly shattered by his proclamation. She suppressed the absurdity rising within her, mustering her remaining professional poise to speak word by word. Mr. Lin, this is no laughing matter. The modification of the production line demands precision at every juncture. Those components are not merely a financial concern. They embody the pinnacle of modern precision engineering. Every screw, every sensor adheres to stringent tolerance standards. This is not akin to purchasing cabbage at a market, where one can simply assert availability. Her voice betrayed a hint of fatigue and disappointment she herself had not recognized. She had hoped to find a leader capable of conjuring miracles, only to discover an alarming naivety regarding the critical execution aspect. I said, I will handle it. Lin Mo offered no further explanation. He turned to Professor Li Weigua, still in a state of shock, and nodded. Thank you, Professor Li. My CEO will discuss the subsequent collaboration with you in detail. With that, he strode out of the laboratory, leaving a room full of bewildered individuals in his wake. Madman, Jiang Yi muttered through clenched teeth as she watched his retreating figure. Yet she had no choice. She was already aboard this vessel. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened once more, as if the previous moment of uncertainty had never occurred. Sunlei, present. Ms. Jiang, you have half an hour to compile the most detailed list of the core components you just mentioned, including models, parameters, and tolerance requirements. Everything. Then, bring your team and follow me back to the company. Regardless of whether he can procure the items by tomorrow, we will prepare meticulously for all that we can. Even if we are to perform a farce, I shall ensure it is the most professional and realistic farce. The queenly aura within her surged forth once again. Half an hour later, at the base of the Far Star Technology office building, Sun Lei rushed downstairs, breathless, to hand Lin Mo a printed list just as he was about to enter the vehicle. Mr. Lin, here it is. A total of 37 core components, along with over 20 types of special alloy materials. Lin Mo accepted the pages, glanced through them briefly, and stuffed them into his pocket. Await my instructions. With that, he shut the car door, and the white cargo van roared to life, swiftly vanishing at the end of the road. Jiang Yi stood by the office window, watching the van disappear, rendered speechless for a long while. She could not discern whether staking her career on this seemingly unreliable individual was a stroke of genius or folly. Lin Mo drove the vehicle to a convenience store. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. In the next moment, he found himself amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world. The air was thick with the scent of decay and dust. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and began to rally his team. Bai Lu, bring Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming, and gather additional personnel. Chapter 52. Dismantle what is lacking. The wind among the ruins carried an eternal taste of dust. Within 20 minutes, 3 modified off-road vehicles, kicking up clouds of dust, arrived precisely at the convenience store's entrance. The doors swung open, and Bai Lu, donned in a practical combat uniform, was the first to disembark. Behind her followed engineers Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming, still clad in oil-stained work attire, evidently summoned directly from some maintenance project. Several fully armed Ark warriors swiftly established a perimeter, their movements practiced and devoid of any superfluous sound. Mr. Lin, Bai Lu approached the rolling shutter door and succinctly reported, all personnel are accounted for. Lin Mo nodded and handed over the list filled with densely packed model parameters. Retrieve these items from the tech park. Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming stepped forward to accept the pages. After a mere glance, their expressions shifted dramatically. They exchanged incredulous looks. High-precision pressure sensors? Wang Chongming's finger traced a line of text, his voice trembling slightly. And this, a specialized ceramic nozzle with a tolerance requirement of within 0.001 millimeters, intended for precision coating of membranes. Zhou Yuan's breathing grew heavier. These components were the very essence of the Thor 7 production line, each a veritable masterpiece of craftsmanship. They could not fathom Lin Mo's intention for such items. In a world where electricity had utterly collapsed, these components, which represented the pinnacle of human industrial achievement, were akin to mere scrap metal. Your task is to procure every item on this list. Without exception, Lin Mo's tone brooked no dissent. If there are spare parts in the warehouse, that would be ideal. If not, his gaze swept over the 2 engineers. Then dismantle the production line and remove the components. Dismantle the production line? Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming's hearts raced. Those were 2 complete production lines, embodying the highest technological standards before the calamity. All for a few components? It was akin to burning a priceless masterpiece for warmth. Is there a problem? Lin Montauk inquired. And no. Zhou Yuan snapped to attention, instantly realizing the implications. Lin Mo's intentions were beyond his comprehension. If Mr. Lin required it, then not only would he dismantle components, but he would even melt down the entire production line if necessary. Even if such an act appeared wasteful, what of it? Without power, even the finest production line was merely a heap of scrap. Ensure the task is completed. Wang Chongming immediately concurred. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded. Bai Lu, you will lead the team in assisting them. Once the items are located, deliver them directly here. Understood. Bai Lu asked no further questions and turned to issue commands. The convoy quickly resumed its course, racing towards the tech park with a new mission. As the dust kicked up by the convoy had yet to settle, Lin Mo grasped the walkie-talkie on the counter, switched to a public channel, and pressed the talk button. This is Lin Mo amidst the static. His voice reached the ears of the upper echelons of the four major factions. The trading period has commenced. Bring your gold and crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Without further ado, he released the button. After a moment of silence, the walkie-talkie crackled with a series of responses, each tinged with suppressed emotions. The Rock Fortress acknowledges. Scorpion will head over immediately. The Hive acknowledges. The Lighthouse acknowledges. The Ark acknowledges. Communication terminated. Lin Mo switched to an encrypted channel. Nightingale. Boss, I'm here. The voice of the Nightingale resonated immediately, clear and steady. How is the recruitment progress? We have preliminarily screened 30 awakened individuals, all of whom are relatively reputable lone wanderers amidst the ruins. As per your instructions, we are conducting the second round of loyalty assessments, having them organized into groups to clear the scattered zombies around the outskirts of the tech park. Excellent. Lin Mo expressed satisfaction with this efficiency. Remember, I do not nurture waste, nor do I support ingrates. As long as they are willing to work, they shall have as many resources as they desire. But the rules must not be broken. I understand, boss. Within 3 days, the complete roster for the Nightblade will be delivered to you. Lin Mo set down the walkie-talkie, waiting in silence. He had no need to supervise. The execution capability of the Egret and the ambition of the Nightingale were his criteria for selection. He merely needed to sit there, serving as the ultimate rule-maker and resource distributor, and that sufficed. In less than an hour, the engines roared from all four directions of the ruins, almost simultaneously. Scorpion took the lead, leaping from a rugged armored pickup truck, followed by several stone warriors, who hoisted 2 heavy metal boxes. Boss Lin, Scorpion's boisterous voice vibrated through the air. This is all the stock we have accumulated during this period. Following closely was Wasp, his expression still complex. Yet his actions were earnest, placing the boxes on the ground. The sister of the Egret, the commander of the Ark, also personally led a team. Last were the members from the Lighthouse, who maintained a scholarly restraint, yet looked towards the convenience store with a sense of reverence. The metal boxes were opened, revealing bars of gold and glimmering crystal cores that were meticulously counted before being casually stored away by Lin Mo into his dimensional warehouse. The representatives from the 4 major factions lined up obediently, exchanging their pre-ordered supplies. White rice, chilled steaks and lamb, cigarettes and cigars, beer and liquor, along with various pharmaceuticals. There are even boxes upon boxes of walkie-talkies and drones. Lin Mo's rule was simple. As long as one could present gold and crystal cores, they could pre-order whatever supplies they desired. If he was unable to procure something, he would inform them in advance. This practice garnered increasing respect from the 4 major factions. Fair prices and abundant goods made business with Lin Mo exceedingly agreeable. The ordinary soldiers and awakened ones from the 4 factions felt their quality of life gradually improving, rendering them increasingly reliant on Lin Mo's supply. To exaggerate, if the leaders of the 4 factions were to conspire against Lin Mo at this moment, the first to oppose would be their own soldiers. The transactions proceeded smoothly. This time, Lin Mo amassed nearly 300 kilograms of gold and 42 crystal cores. As everyone departed with satisfaction and reverence, and the square returned to silence, Lin Mo held the 42 crystal cores in his hand. A surge of icy energy coursed through his palm into his body, cleansing every extremity. Each absorption felt like a leap in the hierarchy of life. He could distinctly perceive his mental field expanding rapidly, with both the precision and strength of his telekinesis multiplying exponentially. The previous limit of 300 kilograms for his telekinesis was effortlessly surpassed, now exceeding 400 kilograms. He even felt that with a mere thought. He could compress a steel plate into a sphere of exceedingly high density. The internal space of his dimensional warehouse also expanded to 5,000 cubic meters. More gold, more supplies could now be carried with him. He was becoming ever stronger. When the distant sound of engines returned, Lin Mo opened his eyes. The Egret and Zhou Yuan had returned. The back of several off-road vehicles was filled with precision components wrapped in anti-static foam, each exuding the brilliance of industrial aesthetics. Boss Lin, all 37 core components and 23 types of special alloy materials on the list are here, without exception. The egret approached the entrance. Her voice as crisp as ever. Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming followed her, their faces etched with exhaustion, yet underscored by the exhilaration and excitement of completing an extraordinary task. Very well, Lin Mo rose. With these items, the dilapidated production line in the real world could undergo a transformation in the shortest time possible. Jiang Yi and her team would possess a stage capable of astonishing the world. Chapter 53. Working Through the Night. Night. The factory grounds of Far Star Technology were ablaze with light. What should have been a tranquil workshop was now a cacophony of noise. The harsh sounds of metal cutting, the arcs of welding, and the engineer's shouts intermingled with professional terminology, creating a frenzied symphony. Jiang Yi stood on the second-floor platform, overlooking the bustling scene below. She had changed from her tailored suit into the blue overalls worn by the workers, yet her aura remained unapproachable. She had been here for over 10 hours, her eyes bloodshot, and her voice hoarse from incessantly issuing commands. The hydraulic calibration of machine number 3 will be completed in 5 minutes. Sun Lei, keep your team on track. Double-check the material list. All pre-laying of pipelines must be concluded by 3 in the morning. I don't care what methods you use. I want to see a skeleton of the production line, ready to install core components by dawn. Her directives were clear, decisive, and devoid of any emotion. The entire technical team, under her high-pressure demands, operated like a spring wound to its limits, each person working beyond their capacity. Sun Lei, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes, clutched a blueprint filled with revisions and staggered over to Jiang Yi. Manager Jiang, Wei Yi pushed all preliminary work to the brink. His voice carried a profound weariness and helplessness. But without those core components, everything we're doing is merely constructing a hollow facade. What will we present to Director Lin tomorrow? The clamor in the workshop seemed to quiet at that moment. All the technicians eavesdropping slowed their movements. Indeed, they were toiling tirelessly, sleepless, yet the key to success lay beyond their hands. That sense of impotence washed over the morale that had just been forcibly invigorated. Jiang Yi did not look at him, her gaze still fixed on the nascent production line below. Then let it become the most robust and precise hollow framework in the world. Her voice was soft, yet it caused the surrounding air to thicken. My job is to do the best with the existing conditions. His job is to provide the conditions. If he fails to do so, that would be my misjudgment, and I will resign immediately, admitting my error in judgment. But until then, anyone who dares to slack off will be the first to go. Sun Lei shuddered, no longer daring to utter another word. He immediately turned and rushed down the platform, reinvesting himself into the work. Just then, a deep engine roar grew louder, penetrating the workshop's din. A beam of headlights sliced through the night at the factory. The white van had returned. Everyone inside and outside the workshop halted their work. Countless gazes converged on the slowly halting white van at the workshop door. The door swung open, and Lin Mo stepped down from the driver's seat. He appeared no different than usual, his expression calm, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Jiang Yi stood on the second-floor platform, instinctively tightening her grip on the railing. The cold metal did nothing to diminish the warmth of her palms. Sun Lei and a group of technicians unconsciously gravitated towards the entrance, each face reflecting tension and anticipation. Intermingled with a hint of despair they were reluctant to acknowledge. Lin Mo remained silent as he approached the rear of the truck and pulled open the heavy compartment door. With a resounding clang, the door swung open, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. Contrary to their expectations of an empty space, the compartment was filled to the brim with boxes of various sizes, each meticulously wrapped in professional-grade shockproof foam and anti-static bags. A unique scent, a blend of freshly manufactured machinery and oil, wafted into the air. Sun Lei's eyes immediately reddened. He nearly tumbled forward in his haste, trembling hands tearing apart the seal of the nearest box. Upon opening it, he discovered a silver-white nozzle of astonishing complexity, its surface gleaming with the characteristic lustrous sheen of ceramic. Special ceramic nozzle. Sun Lei's voice was as rough as if it had been sanded down. The tolerance is 0.001 millimeters. Yes, this is it. Cradling the nozzle like a rare gem, he carefully lifted it from its confines. The surrounding technicians surged forward, eagerly opening the other boxes. It's a high-precision pressure sensor array. I've only seen images of this in industry brochures. One exclaimed. And this, a servo motor. These special alloys. The composition ratios match the list exactly. The smelting process is impeccable. Exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout the workshop, replacing the previous stillness and lethargy with an almost frenzied enthusiasm. They realized that what Lin Mo had brought back was not merely the items on their list. Each piece was the pinnacle of performance, the utmost in quality, with the finest tolerances. This was no longer simply a matter of having or not having. It was as if they had been handed a dreamlike, top-tier configuration. Jiang Yi's body swayed slightly. She observed the technicians, akin to pilgrims reverently caressing the components, then turned her gaze to the young man who remained unfazed throughout. She had thought herself prepared for the worst, ready to face a professional farce. Yet unexpectedly, he had brought a myth to her very doorstep. Approaching Lin Mo, she asked nothing, no inquiries about the origins of these materials, nor how he had managed to procure them, because she understood that the answers were now irrelevant. She merely cast a deep, penetrating glance at him before pivoting sharply to face the astonished technical team. Her voice, no longer hoarse, resonated with unprecedented clarity. "What are you all waiting for? The materials have arrived. Sunlay, gather your team and immediately commence the installation of the core drive shaft. Team 2, begin the pre-calibration of the high-precision sensor arrays. Team 3, all alloy components, proceed to the welding station in accordance with the blueprint. Everyone, let's get moving. I want to see this production line operational before dawn." "Yes, Director Jiang." A thunderous chorus of affirmations reverberated through the workshop, shaking the very air. The pent-up frustrations and feelings of helplessness that had lingered all night transformed into an explosive drive. They all went mad with enthusiasm, akin to a swarm of adrenaline-fueled worker ants, diving into their tasks with an efficiency that far surpassed previous efforts. The once empty production line was now rapidly being filled with the vital organs and nerves representative of human industrial achievement. Cutting, welding, assembling, and debugging. Each step flowed seamlessly into the next. No one complained. No one felt fatigued. A fierce fire burned in every person's eyes. They were in the process of crafting a miracle. Lin Mo did not intrude upon their fervor. He simply parked the truck aside, leaning quietly against the door as he observed the unfolding spectacle. Time raced by amidst the cacophony of machinery and the shouts of workers. As the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky, Sunlay tightened the last high-strength bolt, and the entire production line finally completed its metamorphosis just before daybreak. It stood there, quietly imposing, its silvery metallic body reflecting a cold yet captivating sheen in the morning light, brimming with a sense of power and futurism. Jiang Yi, Sunlay, and all the sleepless technicians stood before the production line, fatigue etched on their faces, yet their eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. Jiang Yi approached the main control panel of the production line and glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It was precisely 6 o'clock in the morning. She turned to Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, shall we proceed with the startup test?" Lin Mo nodded. "Let's begin." "Understood." Initiating the FAR Star number 1 startup procedure. The first trial production process is now commencing. Chapter 54. Trial production successful. Jiang Yi's finger pressed firmly on the virtual start button of the control panel. A low hum of electrical current resonated throughout the workshop, no longer the shrill screech of antiquated equipment, but a deep, powerful roar. The entire silver-gray production line awakened like a massive steel beast, with hundreds of indicator lights illuminating in sequence, forming a flowing ribbon of light. No longer the sporadic operation of earlier testing phases, the entire production line now harmoniously initiated all its modules from start to finish. The robotic arms, with unparalleled precision and smoothness beyond human capability, retrieved pre-processed high-nickel cathode materials and silicon carbon anode powders from the raw material storage, depositing them into the fully enclosed vacuum mixer. Vacuum level in Mixer 1 is normal. Speed has reached rated value. Special adhesive injection initiated. Flow control precision at 0.01 milligrams. A technician intently monitored the screen, his voice hoarse yet loud. No one responded. All eyes were captivated by the flowing production line. The thoroughly mixed black slurry was accurately pumped into the coating module. The special ceramic nozzle, cherished by Sunlay, began to vibrate at an imperceptibly high frequency, evenly spraying the slurry onto the delicate copper and aluminum foils. Coating thickness detected at 5 micrometers. Error, 0. My heavens! The engineer in charge of the module rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the real-time feedback data. Such a flawless coating process had only been seen in theoretical descriptions within the internal technical manuals of Germany's top manufacturers. Next, the electrode sheets, after undergoing ultra-high temperature rapid drying, entered the stacking station. Dozens of small robotic arms flitted about with such speed that they seemed to leave behind afterimages, stacking the positive sheets, negative sheets, and separators coated with the special ceramic layer together at an astonishing pace. The entire process flowed seamlessly. embodying the unique violence and precision of industrial aesthetics. Stacking complete. Cell density exceeds design standards by 3%. Entering the packaging station. Laser welding initiated. A blinding white light flashed as the silver alloy casing was perfectly sealed. Every heart in the workshop raced as they held their breath. Thus far, everything had progressed as smoothly as a dream. Yet they knew the most critical step was approaching: formation. This was the initial charging and discharging of the battery, activating the internal chemicals, transforming it from a lifeless metal box into a heart capable of storing energy. This step carried the highest risk. Countless samples in laboratories had failed at this juncture, succumbing to thermal runaway, ultimately becoming heaps of scrap metal or even bombs. Electrolyte injection complete. Pressure normal. Formation program initiated. Entering initial charging phase. Sweat beaded on Sun Lei's forehead as he clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the temperature and pressure curves on the control panel screen. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The curves remained as steady as a ruler-drawn line. In the workshop, everyone instinctively held their breath, not daring to exhale. Just then, a series of beeps pierced the tense silence. A piercing alarm abruptly resonated throughout the workshop, shattering the silence. On the main control console screen, the curve representing the internal pressure of the battery surged violently from a previously stable value, skyrocketing upwards. A vivid red warning box materialized. Warning: abnormal internal pressure, exceeding safety threshold. What on earth is happening? Jiang Yi's expression changed dramatically as she darted to the console. Steady. Everyone, remain calm. Sun Lei's face turned pale, but he forced himself to regain composure, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with such speed that they left a blur, feverishly extracting the underlying data streams. It is indeed the peak response during the formation of the SEI membrane. Sun Lei comprehended the situation. This was the intense chemical reaction unleashed when the electrolyte first interacted with the anode material, leading to the creation of the solid electrolyte interface. In traditional battery manufacturing processes, this phase is gradual and gentle. However, the material system of the Farstar No. 1 was excessively dominant, compressing this process to mere seconds, releasing energy sufficient to obliterate the casing of any battery available on the market. It's over. A young technician's legs buckled beneath him, murmuring disconsolately. Everyone's hearts sank to the depths of despair. Was it true that miracles could never be replicated? Yet, just as despair settled in, the frenzied pressure curve, after reaching a certain peak, astonishingly plummeted at an unprecedented rate. Within seconds, it stabilized once more within the safe green zone. The shrill alarm ceased abruptly. An eerie silence enveloped the workshop, as if a pin drop could be heard. Sun Lei stared blankly at the screen, his mouth agape. As it endured, it withstood the energy shock, rendering the deformation rate of the alloy casing to 0. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the production line, his voice transformed by sheer astonishment. It succeeded. With that exclamation, at the end of the production line, a gleaming silver metal cube, securely grasped by a robotic arm, slowly emerged before everyone. It hovered serenely in mid-air, its surface as smooth as a mirror, edges sharply defined. It resembled a piece of art from the future. This was the very first Farstar No. 1, produced by this entirely new production line. After a brief moment of silence, a primal yell erupted from the crowd. In the next instant, a tsunami of cheers engulfed the entire factory. We did it. We succeeded. My heavens. We truly achieved it. Several masters who had toiled through the night could no longer contain their emotions, embracing the young workers beside them, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Workers hurled their wrenches and tools into the air, fervently hugging and shouting, releasing the pent-up fatigue and anxiety of the entire night. Sun Lei's legs weakened, and he slowly slid down against the control console, gazing at his hands, laughing and crying like a fool. Jiang Yi stood at the center of the crowd, enveloped by the fervent waves of enthusiasm. She watched as the battery, still warm from mechanical contact, was delivered to the testing station, her body trembling with uncontrolled excitement. She had triumphed. No, they had triumphed. She stepped forward, cradling the battery in her hands under the gaze of the multitude. It felt heavy. This was not merely a battery. It embodied her ambition, the hopes of this collective, the weight of a new era about to unfold. She raised the battery high, addressing the jubilant employees. We did it. The cheers reached a crescendo. Lin Mo leaned against the door in the distance, observing the almost frenzied spectacle before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a while, the fervor gradually subsided, and from the peak of excitement came a tide of exhaustion. Yet every face radiated genuine smiles and pride. Jiang Yi resumed her steely demeanor, weaving through the crowd until she stood directly before Lin Mo, presenting him with a flawless battery. Mr. Lin, our first product, a successful endeavor. Her voice carried a hint of reverence she had not even realized. She did not wait for Lin Mo's praise, but glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It was 6:37 a.m. Less than 27 hours remained until the press conference. Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened, becoming aggressive once more. I will devise a comprehensive press conference agenda and speech that will make Zhou Zhan of Tianheng Energy regret not having knelt to plead for collaboration. Chapter 55. Live disassembly at the press conference. Lin Mo took the battery in hand. It felt slightly heavy, its surface smooth and cool, as if it encapsulated the chill of dawn. He offered no further commentary, simply passing the battery to Su Wan for safekeeping. This action itself was the highest form of acknowledgement. Jiang Yi's chest heaved slightly as she forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, turning to face the employees who were nearly dozing on their feet. Everyone dismissed. Go rest. The cafeteria is serving hot meals 24 hours, and accommodations have been arranged. Take a hot shower and sleep soundly. At 4 p.m., all personnel are to gather for the final mobilization before the press conference. No one cheered, for they lacked even the strength to do so. A weary yet exhilarated group supported one another as they departed the workshop. The entire factory, at long last, returned to a state of tranquility after the fervent uproar. Only Jiang Yi, Lin Mo, Su Wan, and the determined Sun Lei remained, refusing to succumb to fatigue. You should rest too, Jiang Yi urged Sun Lei. No, Ms. Jiang, I'm not tired. Sun Lei's eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness, ablaze with fervent excitement. I must attend the press conference. I want to see it with my own eyes. Jiang Yi refrained from further persuasion. She understood the exhilaration that followed the creation of a miracle firsthand. She turned to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, shall we discuss in the conference room? Let us speak here. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the pristine production line. This was their foundation. Jiang Yi nodded, no longer adhering to formalities. She dragged over a toolbox, plopping down on it without regard for the grease on her work attire. My preliminary proposal is to divide the press conference into 3 segments. First, data presentation. We'll use that report from the Zhonka Testing Center to directly confront them with all parameters, establishing the first layer of impact through authority. Second, physical demonstration. We'll conduct extreme testing on the first product we produced last night. Puncturing, short-circuiting, high temperatures, anything brutal. We'll confront them with a visual shock that will upend their perceptions. Third, future prospects. We will announce our production capacity plans and preliminary collaboration intentions, signaling to the market that this is not a conceptual product, but an industrial product capable of immediately altering the landscape. Her speech was rapid, her thoughts clear, each segment targeting the crux of the matter. Sun Lei listened, his blood boiling with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously. This combination of strategies would revolutionize the entire industry. Just then, Su Wan's phone vibrated unexpectedly. She glanced at it, and her expression shifted instantly. Ms. Jiang, Mr. Lin, you must see this. She handed her phone over. On the screen was a freshly emerged financial news notification. Its title dark and bold, dripping with malice. Zhou Zhan, CEO of Tianheng Energy. The so-called super battery is an industry scam. I advise investors to steer clear of the capital farce of Farstar Technology. The news content was an exclusive interview. Zhou Zhan, adopting the demeanor of an industry leader and elder, lamented and criticized the exaggerated claims of Farstar Technology. He asserted that, based on his insider information, Farstar Technology's production line had long been abandoned, and the technical team was merely a hodgepodge, lacking even the most basic qualifications for battery production. They are unable to produce even a single qualified sample. Tomorrow's press conference is merely a meticulously orchestrated PPT ruse aimed at harvesting the unsuspecting investors. Tianheng Energy will never align itself with such a company, devoid of technological foundation and commercial ethics. I hereby call upon the entire industry to collectively resist these actions that disrupt market order. At the end of the article, there was appended a photograph, seemingly captured from an unknown source, showcasing the dilapidated production line of Yuansing Technology before its transformation, starkly contrasting with the gleaming, modern workshop of Tianheng Energy. The press release is scheduled for 6:30 in the morning, coinciding with the moment of their trial production success. This is no longer mere commercial competition. It is a blatant execution by public opinion. Zhou Zhan's intention is to entirely nail Yuansing Technology to the shameful pillar of deception before the press conference commences. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a freezing point. Sun Lei, who had just moments ago sported a flushed face, now appeared pallid. His lips trembled as he exclaimed, How can they so baselessly defame us? In contrast, Jiang Yi's expression had settled into an eerie calm. She picked up her phone and meticulously read the entire exclusive interview twice, missing not a single punctuation mark. Then, she smiled, a chilling, bone-deep smile imbued with fierce aggression. A farce? A PPT scam? She rose and approached the production line, her hand gliding over the cold metal surface. He was right. We indeed have to stage a farce. She suddenly turned, her eyes ablaze with a fervor akin to wildfire. Director Lin, I request a change in the press conference plan. Lin Mo lifted his eyelids, signaling her to continue. The original plan is cancelled. Jiang Yi's voice was resolute. We will not disclose data in advance. We will not showcase samples beforehand. Tomorrow's press conference will feature no product introductions. Sun Lei was momentarily stunned. Then what will we do? Live broadcast. Jiang Yi enunciated with precision. Set up cameras throughout this workshop. Broadcast this production line to the entire world. We will produce a brand new Yuansing number 1 live, commencing from the raw material input. Once produced, we will immediately conduct a hell mode test. After testing you, she pointed at Sun Lei, will dismantle in front of everyone. Boom. Sun Lei's mind bust. Blank. Dismantle? Take this perfect work of art and reduce it to a pile of parts before the eyes of the world? Didn't Zhou Zhan say we were hollow shells? A scam? Then I shall completely disassemble the product before him. I want everyone to witness how each sensor, every weld, and every layer of membrane is composed. I want Tianheng Energy's technicians to kneel before the screen, meticulously copying our work. This is not a press conference. Jiang Yi's voice echoed through the spacious workshop, resonating with a chilling madness. This is a public execution. She turned to Lin Mo, awaiting his final verdict. Lin Mo finally stood up from the toolbox. He did not comment on the plan's merits or flaws. He merely asked, can the media and live streaming platforms handle this? Absolutely. Jiang Yi replied without hesitation. Any issue solvable by money is no issue at all. I guarantee that by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, at least 500 media outlets and major live streaming platforms will simultaneously broadcast our suicide press conference. Good. Lin Mo nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. The call was swiftly answered. It's me. Please prepare an invitation letter and deliver it to the headquarters of Tianheng Energy, addressed to Zhou Zhan. Inform him that I have reserved the central seat in the front row for him at the Yuansing Technology Press Conference. Chapter 56. The product remains untouched. Yet public opinion takes the lead. There is a moment of silence on the other end, as if digesting Lin Mo's calm yet weighty words. Lin Mo did not rush, merely listening to the faint sound of static on the line. Understood, Director Lin. The voice on the other end carried a hint of suppressed excitement, assuring him that his exact words would be delivered to Zhou Zhan's desk without omission. After hanging up, Lin Mo placed his phone back into his pocket. Throughout the entire exchange, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely arranged an inconsequential dinner. Beside him, Jiang Yi felt the fiery rage within her, which had been on the verge of erupting, miraculously subside, transforming into a sharper, colder determination. She refrained from further words and swiftly walked towards the workshop office. There, a hard battle awaited her command. Sun Lei watched Jiang Yi's departing figure and then glanced at Lin Mo, still leaning against the door, feeling somewhat bewildered. The earlier sense of indignation and anger had now been replaced by a far greater, almost absurd thrill. Live streaming the production line, dismantling the battery before the eyes of the world, inviting the sworn enemy to the front row to watch. This was no longer a matter of audacity. It was sheer madness. Yet, he found that not only did he not feel fear, but rather his blood surged with warmth. In the CEO's office of Tianheng Energy, Zhou Zhan had just concluded a video conference with several investment firms, his spirits soaring. The public opinion fire he ignited was burning even more fiercely than anticipated. Within a mere morning, Yuansing Technology had transformed from an industry rising star into synonymous with capital deception. The headlines of major financial media outlets were nearly monopolized by his exclusive interview. He didn't even need to deploy any online trolls. Self-serving media and so-called industry experts had spontaneously begun to berate Yuansing Technology. He lifted a cup of premium Da Hong Pao tea prepared by his secretary, savoring a sip with satisfaction. In his view, this war was already over. The young man named Lin Mo and that ungrateful Jiang Yi were likely hiding in that dilapidated factory, frantically pondering how to conclude this affair. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. His chief assistant hurried in, an odd expression on his face. President Zhou, Yuansing Technology has sent an invitation. An invitation? Zhou Zhan chuckled, reclining in his expansive executive chair, arching an eyebrow with interest. What? Seeking a private truce? Too late. The assistant shook his head, presenting a finely crafted black and gold invitation with both hands. No, they invite you to attend tomorrow's product launch. Zhou Zhan accepted the invitation and opened it. Inside, there were no extraneous pleasantries, only a few lines of succinct printed text, along with a handwritten, deliberately bolded seat number. A1, front row, center. At the bottom of the invitation, a handwritten postscript read, "I have reserved the central seat in the front row for you." The signature bore only a single surname, Lin. Zhou Zhan's smile gradually froze. He read that line repeatedly, a complex surge of humiliation mixed with a hint of provocation rising from the depths of his being. This was not a truce. It was a declaration of war. A declaration so audacious that he had never before encountered. Good, splendid. Zhou Zhan slammed the invitation down on the table, laughing in fury. Who's he think he is? An ignorant clown? Go reply to them. Zhou Zhan stood, walking to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window to gaze down at the city skyline. Tell them I accept this invitation. Not only will I attend, but I will also bring the media along. I want to witness firsthand how they intend to perform this farce before me. The assistant's face paled as he sensed the situation spiraling out of control. However, he dared not oppose Zhou Zhan's will, bowing his head in acquiescence and swiftly exiting the office. On that very afternoon, the entire narrative of public opinion across the internet erupted into a frenzy due to two starkly contrasting responses. Initially, the official account of Tianheng Energy boldly declared that CEO Zhou Zhan would be attending the press conference of Yuanqing Technology at their invitation, with the intention of exposing industry fraud and upholding market integrity. Shortly thereafter, the official account of Yuanqing Technology, after a day of silence, finally issued their first and only response. It was a poster, the backdrop of which featured a sleek, silver-gray, futuristic production line. The poster contained no products, no data, only a few striking lines of text. We will not hold a press conference. We will only conduct a public demonstration. From a grain of sand to a battery, the entire process will be live-streamed with no reservations. Is it a myth or a joke? Tomorrow at 10 a.m., globally live-streamed, we await your presence. This announcement detonated like a bomb, igniting the curiosity of all. No press conference? Live-streaming production? On-site disassembly? What kind of maneuver is this? Just moments ago, netizens were vehemently condemning Yuanqing Technology as a fraud. Yet now they flock to the comments under the official account. Wow, are they really that bold? Are they cornered and about to self-destruct? I'm beginning to feel a tinge of curiosity about what kind of confidence they possess to dare such a stunt. This public relations strategy is absolutely brilliant. Regardless of the product's merit, this gimmick is utterly captivating. I will definitely tune in tomorrow. Others cautioned, don't be foolish. This is clearly a desperate gamble, attempting to garner the last shred of sympathy through sensationalism. The public discourse was thoroughly polarized. One faction viewed this as a last-ditch effort from Yuanqing Technology, a meticulously orchestrated act of self-destructive publicity. In contrast, the other faction was irresistibly drawn to this unprecedented, almost mad confidence, developing a keen interest in the event. What began as an internal industry dispute rapidly transformed into a focal point of public attention, fueled by both parties' provocations. Within the confines of Yuanqing Technology's facility, Jiang Yi ended her last call confirming technical details with a live-streaming platform. She rubbed her throbbing temples, gazing at the live-streaming equipment being set up outside the window and the media vehicles coming and going, her expression betraying no hint of satisfaction. She understood that she had wagered all her chips on the fleeting hours of tomorrow morning. A victory would elevate her to unprecedented heights, while a defeat would plunge her into irretrievable despair. She turned to exit the office, spotting Sun Lei conducting final checks and adjustments on the production line alongside several core technicians, each bearing an expression of resolute excitement. Subsequently, Jiang Yi approached Lin Mo, surveying him from head to toe before suddenly speaking. Director Lin, your attire may not suffice to command the stage tomorrow. Chapter 57. Clothes Make the Man. Lin Mo glanced down at his t-shirt and jeans, which appeared casual and comfortable in the brightly lit workshop. Yet, on the highly scrutinized stage of tomorrow's event, such attire could signify recklessness and a lack of confidence. He was no longer merely Lin Mo. He was also the chairman of Yuanqing Technology. You are correct. Lin Mo readily conceded, demonstrating his openness to constructive feedback. Jiang Yi refrained from further prattling, directly opening the car door to take her place in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the white delivery truck pulled into the underground parking lot of the city's most prestigious luxury goods mall, surrounded by an array of high-end vehicles. The incongruous white van attracted numerous curious glances. Jiang Yi paid no mind. leading Lin Mo straight into a Min-S bespoke tailoring shop that displayed no merchandise in its windows. The interior boasted a sophisticated darkwood decor, permeated by the mingling scents of leather and cashmere. An elderly master tailor, his hair grizzled and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, attended to them. Jiang Yi bypassed the ready-made styles and directly addressed the tailor. "We require a suit to wear tomorrow. Time is of the essence." The tailor adjusted his glasses, his tone calm yet accommodating. A deep gray, single-breasted, with a peaked lapel, Jiang Yi spoke rapidly, as if issuing commands. The fabric must convey authority without being ostentatious. Exuding strength. The tailor's gaze swept over Lin Mo, quickly assessing his physique from shoulder width to leg length within mere seconds. This gentleman has an excellent foundation. He can carry it well. He turned and selected a few sample from a row of fabric swatches. "How about these Italian VBC high twist wool options?" Jiang Yi picked up a swatch, feeling its texture between her fingertips. "This one will do." What followed was a meticulous yet efficient process of measuring and fitting. When Lin Mo emerged from the fitting room clad in a suit that had been exquisitely tailored, even Jiang Yi experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. The garment perfectly accentuated his tall frame, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, the deep gray fabric enhancing his fair complexion and instilling a sense of composure within him. The aloofness and latent brilliance previously hidden beneath his easygoing exterior were now entirely unleashed, transforming him from a young man running a convenience store into a decisive figure capable of commanding the entire situation. "Very impressive," Jiang Yi genuinely praised. Just then, a mocking voice shattered the shop's tranquil ambience. "Oh, who do we have here?" "It's the illustrious Mr. Lin. Tell me, does the money from your convenience store suffice to purchase a mere scrap of fabric?" Wang Hao sauntered in, draped around Zhang Qian. Upon seeing Lin Mo's transformed appearance in the fitting mirror, Zhang Qian initially froze, then her face contorted with an even more pronounced disdain. She tightened her grip on Wang Hao's arm, flaunting a massive diamond ring on her finger. "Wang Hao, don't be so harsh," she chided, her tone laced with malicious glee. "Lin Mo is now a big boss. He even dined at Yunning last time." She appraised Lin Mo's suit with a disdainful smirk. "But that outfit doesn't come cheap, does it, Lin Mo? I hope you're not borrowing from loan sharks just to keep up appearances. Have you paid off that debt of over 300,000 yet?" Each word struck at Lin Mo's most painful past. Yet, that was merely history. The current Lin Mo had long since cast aside such trivialities. In fact, had he not encountered Zhang Qian and Wang Hao here, he might have completely forgotten about them. Wang Hao, buoyed by his girlfriend's adulation, cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Mo before swaggering over to the tailor, pointing to a suit hanging on the wall. "Priced in the 6 figures. Wrap that one up for me. Oh, and by the way, my father's birthday is next month. Make him suit as well. Using the finest material. Money is no object." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring everyone in the shop could hear him. Throughout this, Lin Mo remained silent, calmly observing his reflection in the mirror, as if this pair of clowns before him were merely 2 buzzing flies. Such disregard infuriated Zhang Qian more than any retort could. She had anticipated Lin Mo's embarrassment, anger, and humiliation, yet he displayed none. He couldn't even be bothered to muster an extra expression for them. Jiang Yi observed the entire exchange. She turned her head, silently inquiring with her gaze towards Lin Mo. His lips moved slightly, almost inaudibly forming 3 words, "ex-girlfriend." Jiang Yi instantly understood. She stepped forward slightly, her gaze lingering on Wang Hao for a couple of seconds. "You must be General Manager Wang of Hongda Construction, your father, right?" Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear present. Wang Hao, basking in Zhang Qian's admiration, straightened his chest proudly upon hearing this. "Indeed, you possess some discernment," he replied, assuming Jiang Yi recognized him as a wealthy heir and sought to ingratiate herself. Zhang Qian elevated her chin with an air of self-importance, directing a scrutinizing gaze towards Jiang Yi, as if appraising whether the latter was worthy of conversing with them. Jiang Yi, however, paid no heed to Zhang Qian and continued her discourse with Wang Hao, her tone as unremarkable as discussing the weather. "I recently perused a due diligence report concerning Hongda Construction. The report indicates that your company has encountered a rupture in its financial chain regarding the real estate project in the Southern District. To bridge the gap, your father, Wang Defa, has misappropriated 300 million in specialized bank loans. Unfortunately, that loan is due for repayment on the 15th of next month." With each word from Jiang Yi, the color drained from Wang Hao's face. "I estimate that Hongda's liquid assets are now below 20 million. Therefore, Has your father been frequenting social gatherings, seeking loans from others? I've heard he has even explored avenues for private capital, with interest rates that must be quite steep, I presume? Boom. It felt as though something in Wang Hao's mind had exploded, leaving a void. The lineage he prided himself on and the capital he flaunted were shattered by Jiang Yi's nonchalant remarks, revealing the rotting core beneath. Such matters were the company's top secrets. He had only gleaned fragments of information by eavesdropping on his father's phone calls. How could this woman possess such intimate knowledge? Zhang Qian's smile froze on her face. She was oblivious to terms like financial chains and specialized loans, yet she could discern Wang Hao's expression, a blend of fear, despair, and disbelief, reminiscent of the look Lin Mo had when he received calls demanding repayment. Her heart sank instantly. You're talking nonsense. Who are you? How dare you investigate our company? Wang Hao finally snapped back, his voice a facade of authority. These are open secrets in the industry. Is there even a need for investigation? Jiang, he couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. She turned to the utterly stunned tailor and said, "We'll take this suit. Additionally, please prepare 2 sets of top-quality Egyptian cotton shirts and 3 ties according to these measurements." She retrieved a business card from her bag and placed it on the counter. The bill, along with the garments, should be delivered to this address by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Someone will settle the payment with you. Chapter 58, I welcome your presence. The tailor withdrew his assessing gaze, respectfully accepting the card and gingerly placing it on a nearby velvet tray. Understood, Ms. Jiang. It will be delivered punctually by 9 tomorrow morning. Viang, Yi nodded, not glancing back at the now ashen-faced couple, and turned to Lin Mo. Let us go. It's time to head back. Lin Mo removed his suit jacket and handed it to a nearby attendant, changing back into his original attire. Throughout the entire process, he didn't cast so much as a glance in Wang Hao and Zhang Qian's direction. This utter, bone-deep disregard felt like a red-hot iron branding itself on Wang Hao's pride. All his newly minted sense of superiority was obliterated by Jiang Yi's mere words. And now he had to endure the humiliation of being treated like air. Just as Lin Mo and Jiang Yi were about to exit the store, a surge of desperation and madness compelled Wang Hao to lunge forward. Instead of blocking them, he seized the business card from the velvet tray as though it were a lifeline. He needed to ascertain the true identity of this woman. The black card was sturdy, its edges embossed with a subtle gold. 2 striking entries pierced his vision. Far Star Technology. CEO Jiang Yi. Far Star Technology, Wang Hao muttered, initially in confusion. But then the name collided with the countless headlines he had scrolled through on his phone that day. The very company denounced by Zhou Zhun of Tianheng Energy as an industry scam, about to unveil a PPT at a capital farce. It was them. Ha ha ha. An uncontrollable, almost maniacal laughter erupted from Wang Hao's throat. He laughed until he doubled over, nearly brought to tears, as though he had just heard the century's most ludicrous joke. The tailor and staff regarded him with expressions of bewilderment, as if he were a madman. Zhang Qian, startled by his sudden reaction, cautiously leaned in to read the card, and then glimpsed the screen of Wang Hao's phone. It displayed Zhou Zhun's exclusive interview, the title bold and dark. Zhou Zhun, CEO of Tianheng Energy. The so-called super battery is an industry scam. I advise investors to steer clear of the capital farce at Far Star Technology. Zhang Qian's mind buzzed. Fear, embarrassment, and despair were swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of absurdity and euphoric relief. The rigidity of her face melted away, transforming into a vibrant, even more acerbic demeanor than before. So it turns out they're just a pair of frauds, she said, linking her arm with the now resolute Wang Hao. I thought they were some big shots. You scare me to death. The color returned to Wang Hao's face, not only restored but flushed with exhilaration. He flicked the business card with his fingers, regarding Jiang Yi and Lin Mo with the disdain one reserves for refuse. Ms. Jiang, is it the CEO of Far Star Technology? What rubbish about Honda Construction did you hear from some street vendor-esque tabloid? Quite the tale you've spun. You almost had me fooled. You, the head of a scam company unsure if you'll survive tomorrow, dare to investigate my family's company? His confidence surged as he reveled in the feeling of having regained his footing, believing he held the power of life and death over them. Lin Montauk, he said, adopting a tone of mock pity. I thought you had landed some wealthy patron, but look at you now, entangled with a female fraudster. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. Zhang Qian cackled. Wang Hao, don't be so harsh. This is what they call a strong alliance. A collaboration in deception. What a pity. Tomorrow Zhou Zhun will expose you both in front of the entire world. I can't wait to see how you'll pay for those suits worth hundreds of thousands. Jiang Yi observed their performance with a calm countenance, her expression devoid of emotion. She felt as though she were watching 2 clowns on stage, fervently performing but with the wrong script. Until Wang Hao stepped directly in front of her, almost jabbing his finger in her face. I tell you, now at once kneel and apologize. Otherwise, with a single call, I can have the industrial and tax authorities shut down your pathetic company tonight. Jiang Yi remained unmoved. It was Lin Mo who acted. He made no extraneous movements, merely stepping sideways to stand precisely between Jiang Yi and Wang Hao's advancing finger. Towering half a head taller than Wang Hao, his presence replaced the aggressive visage with a silent wall of solidarity. The bluster of Wang Hao collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting. He was compelled to look up to meet Lin Mo's gaze. The anticipated fury, panic, and defense were absent, replaced by an unsettling calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. What do you want? Wang Hao instinctively took a step back, attempting to bolster his courage. Want to hit me? Go ahead. I dare you. Lin Mo disregarded his bluster. He simply regarded Wang Hao with a tone of detached observation. You believe Farstar technology is a scam? This was not a question. Wang Hao paused, then sneered. What else could it be? The whole world knows you're frauds. You'll be done for tomorrow. Zhang Qian interjected sharply. Is there even a need to ponder? If he isn't a fraud, what is he? Lin Mo, you truly seem to be regressing. Treating a con artist as if he were a treasure. Lin Mo's gaze finally shifted from Wang Hao's face to Zhang Qian's. With a mere glance, all of Zhang Qian's biting remarks became lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. It was a look akin to that cast upon a stranger, devoid of any emotion, neither love nor hate, nor even disdain, resembling the indifference one might exhibit toward a stone or a tree by the roadside. The sheer, utter disregard sent a chill coursing through her. Lin Mo averted his gaze and redirected it towards Wang Hao. The veracity of Hongda Construction's financial plight. Whether indeed your father was embezzling loans, none of it mattered. After a brief pause, he imparted an unforgettable suggestion to Wang Hao. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. At the Dongxing Industrial Zone, Factory Number 3 of Yuanqing Technology. I cordially invite you to bring along your media acquaintances. With that, he turned away from the two stunned figures, subtly gesturing to Jiang Yi. Let us depart. Jiang Yi cast a deep glance at Lin Mo before stepping in line behind him. The two exited the bespoke shop, never once glancing back. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The master craftsman and the staff dared not breathe, quietly retreating to the workspace, leaving the petrified couple alone. Wang Hao remained hunched forward, his expression shifting from a snarl to disbelief, and finally to a blank stare. Lin Mo's final words echoed incessantly in his mind. Welcome to come? To bring the media? What does he mean? A fraud on the brink of public execution, inviting his greatest adversary to witness the spectacle? It defied all logic. What on earth was Wang Hao implying? Zhang Qian's voice trembled, sensing that the situation had spiraled once more out of control. How the hell should I know what he means? Wang Hao snapped back to reality, crumpling the business card in his hand and flinging it to the ground with fury. A wave of humiliation, far more intense than when his true colors had been exposed, engulfed him. Lin Mo's calm demeanor, his indifference. That flippant invitation felt like an invisible slap, leaving him dizzy. It was not a provocation. It was a condescension, a powerful figure dismissing a weaker one. Too contemptuous to even offer an explanation. Damn it, a fraud, a soon-to-be bankrupt fraud. What right does he have to speak to me like that? Wang Hao raged, pacing frantically within the shop. Who did he think he was? Did he believe he had triumphed? Fine, very well. You want me to come? You want me to witness your downfall? He abruptly halted, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied malevolence. I will go. Not only will I attend, but I will also rally every media contact I know. I want to sit in the front row to witness firsthand how your production line crumbles. To see how President Zhou strips away your dignity layer by layer. I will expose to everyone what you, Lin Mo, truly are. He seized Zhang Qian's wrist with a grip so fierce it elicited a cry of pain from her. Let us go. Contact them now. Chapter 59. Tomorrow. I shall watch you weep. Wang Hao dragged Zhang Qian out of the bespoke shop that had stripped him of his pride. As the cold outdoor breeze hit him, his heated mind, fueled by anger and humiliation, began to cool slightly. Yet, the raging fire in his chest showed no signs of abating. Wang Hao, slow down. You're hurting me. Zhang Qian stumbled, feeling a sharp pain in her wrist, unable to suppress her complaint. Wang Hao abruptly released her hand, turning back with bloodshot eyes glaring at her. Pain? You care about pain? When I was humiliated like a dog in there, where were you? His mind was consumed with Lin Mo's infuriatingly calm visage. That invitation, I welcome you to come, bring your media friends, stabbed deeply at his most sensitive spot. It was not a provocation, nor a display of power. It was an outright dismissal, a show of charity from someone who deemed him unworthy of consideration. It was akin to an adult regarding a petulant child, choosing not to engage, casually tossing him a sweet to play with instead. That feeling was 100-fold more agonizing than Jiang, he publicly revealing the skeletons in his company's closet. I was just caught off guard, Zhang Qian said, shrinking back under his glare, defensively explaining. Who knew that woman was so formidable that she could uncover all the ins and outs of your company? What good does that do now? Wang Hao raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Was it really about that woman being formidable? No, it was about the two of them, a female fraud and a lackey, supporting her. They were about to meet their doom. Yes, they're both frauds. Zhang Qian quickly agreed, cautiously relinking her arm with his. Wang Hao, don't be angry. Lin Mo is just a madman, driven to desperation by President Zhou, spouting crazy words to frighten us. Frighten me? Wang Hao scoffed, his expression twisting back into one of fury and grotesqueness. Who did he think he was? What was he? To intimidate him? He pulled out his phone, his fingers swiftly navigating the screen, searching through his contacts. Did he not welcome me? Did he not invite me to bring the media? Very well. I shall oblige. I will turn this into a spectacle for him. He wanted the entire city to witness how Lin Mo's female fraud would grovel and plead at the press conference. He found a number and dialed it. After a few rings, a somewhat slick voice answered. Oh, young Master Wang, what brings you to think of me today? Is there a vehicle in need of evaluation? Cut the nonsense, Li Gu, Wang Hao commanded with an undeniable tone of authority. There's a job tomorrow morning. Are you in? What job? Li Ying quiet. Whatever you say. Young Master Wang, I wouldn't dare refuse. Dongqing Industrial Zone, Yuansheng Technology, do you know it? Li Gu on the other end hesitated. Yuansheng Technology? The fraud from today's news about the super batteries? Precisely. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. They are hosting their so-called press conference tomorrow at 10 in their shabby factory. I want you to assemble every person you can. Paparazzi, streamers, independent media. Bring them all. Li Yi hesitated. Young Master Wang, this situation is quite large now. Even President Zhou from Tianheng Energy is personally involved. We small media outlets might not even get through the door. Not get in. Wang Hao scoffed. Rest assured, their chairman personally invited me and even encouraged me to bring friends. Just tell the people at the door you are my friend, Wang Hao, and they'll let you in and arrange a good spot for you. Is that true? Has their chairman lost his mind? Li Gu clearly found it hard to believe. I don't care what is going on in his head. Just tell me if you can make it happen. Wang Hao's voice turned frigid. Upon completion, this is the sum. He made a gesture, although the other party couldn't see it. 500,000? Li Ji's voice shot up in surprise. 500,000. Just as a deposit. Wang Hao's tone brimmed with frenzied delight. Tomorrow, your only task is to shoot relentlessly, to smear them mercilessly, capture their humiliation, broadcast their disgrace. I want the name Yuansheng Technology to become a complete joke. Once their company collapses, I'll give you another 500,000. No problem, young Master Wang. Just leave it to me. Li Ji's breathing turned heavy, and he declared, forget about finding someone. I will personally lead the team tomorrow. I guarantee that I will capture the moment when their boss breaks down in tears. A complete 360-degree coverage. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao felt a significant portion of his pent-up frustration dissipate. He could almost envision the scene at tomorrow's press conference. Lin Mo and Jiang, he would be besieged on stage by furious investors and journalists, resembling two wretched rats scurrying across the street. Meanwhile, he, Wang Hao, would be seated in the front row, legs crossed, savoring the spectacle. At that moment, his phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, the smug expression on Wang Hao's face abruptly faltered. It was his father, Wang Defa. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself to answer the call. You little rascal, what trouble have you stirred up this time? As soon as the call connected, Wang Defa's booming voice thundered in his ear. Dad, I haven't caused any trouble, Wang Hao replied, casting a guilty glance at Zhang Qian beside him. Haven't he caused any trouble? Hongda's stock price just inexplicably plummeted by 2 points. After much inquiry, I discovered that you were out there arguing with someone, nearly jeopardizing our company's financial stability. Wang Defa's voice trembled with rage. Wang Hao's face turned pale. He had not anticipated the tremendous impact of Jiang Yi's words reaching the capital markets so swiftly. Dad, let me explain. It was an accident. A female swindler was spouting nonsense. I don't care if she is a swindler. Wang Defa beluit, listan karefuli, Wang Kao. You know better than anyone the current state of the company. At this critical juncture, if you cause me any more trouble, I swear I will break your legs. Get back here immediately. Dad, please don't hang up. Wang Hao panicked, knowing that if he returned now, he would miss tomorrow's grand performance. Thinking quickly, he said, Dad, this is an opportunity. What nonsense opportunity? That female swindler, her name is Jiang Yi. She is the president of Yuanxing Technology, the same company that is set to hold a PPT press conference today. Wang Hao explained in a rush, tomorrow, they will be publicly exposed by President Zhou of Tianheng Energy and will be utterly finished. I offended them today, and they must despise me. But think about it. Once they collapse tomorrow and everyone realizes they are frauds, who will believe what they said about our company today? Everyone will see it as two swindlers cornered and lashing out. We can shift all the blame onto them, claiming they fabricated rumors to undermine Hongda in order to secure financing. This way, not only can we clear our name, but we might also garner sympathy. The stock price might even rebound. There was silence on the other end of the line. Wang Hao knew his father was intrigued. Wang Defa had spent his entire life navigating the business world and was adept at turning the tables. After a long pause, his father's deep voice finally came through. Are you certain that Yuansheng Technology will definitely fail tomorrow? Absolutely. Wang Hao replied emphatically. President Zhou of Tianheng Energy himself said so. It can't be false. Experts across the internet are condemning them. They're doomed. Good. Wang Defa's voice dripped with ruthlessness. Tomorrow, you will go. But remember, speak less and observe more. Don't act like a brainless fool who gets used by others. Understood, Dad. Wang Hao's heart surged with joy. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply. Gazing at the city's neon lights in the distance, a cruel smile spread across his face. Lin Mo, Qiangyi, do you think this is the end? No. It is merely the beginning. Tomorrow, you will learn the consequences of crossing Wang Hao. I await your tears. Chapter 60. The eyes of the world are upon this. The following day, at 9 in the morning, the Eastern Industrial District, normally overlooked save for the occasional truck driver, had suddenly become the focal point of the city and even the nation. At the entrance of Yuanxing Technology's Factory No. 3, a throng of reporters and onlookers had gathered, blocking access to the premises. Black business vehicles, media vans emblazoned with various logos, and the entourages of internet influencers nearly choked the roads leading to the factory. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and a palpable sense of impending confrontation. Cameras, like a dense thicket, were aimed at the factory's closed doors. Lao Lu, what do you think Yuanxing Technology is up to today? Do they really have the audacity to proceed? A middle-aged reporter, carrying a camera, nudged a colleague beside him. The man known as Lao Lu was a seasoned journalist from Financial Channel, accustomed to the tempests of the business world. He adjusted his glasses and, observing the scene that rivaled a major celebrity press conference, scoffed. Up to something? I'd say they're committing corporate suicide. Lowering his voice, he added, what kind of man is Tianheng Zhouzhen? If he personally steps in to denounce this as a scam, it's practically a foregone conclusion. Yuansheng Technology is likely trying to stir up some final publicity before their demise, hoping to deceive anyone they can. I think so too. A live stream production line? What a ridiculous idea, the younger reporter chuckled. If the machinery starts up and explodes, it could become the biggest live streaming disaster of the year. Not far off, a young girl wearing a baseball cap and holding a selfie stick was excitedly live streaming to her audience. Hello everyone. Your host, Xiao Tang, has arrived at the front line of the battlefield. Do you see? Behind me is the center of today's discourse, the press conference of Yuanxing Technology. There's so many media friends here. The atmosphere is super tense. The legendary industry mogul Zhou Zhan and the mysterious chairman of Yuansheng are both expected to appear today. Is it a century-old scam or the dawn of a new myth? Family, make sure to follow along. Xiao Tang will immerse you in the drama and witness history unfold. The live chat exploded with comments. Front row for the drama. I've got my little stool ready. Fraud. They must be frauds. Can't wait to see their company collapse on the spot. I feel like there's a twist in the air. If they dare to play this way, they're either mad or genuinely have something up their sleeves. Who cares? Let us see a fight. I love this kind of spectacle. At that moment, a stir rippled through the crowd. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, escorted by several Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles, slowly approached and stopped at the factory entrance. The door opened, revealing Zhou Zhan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair neatly combed, flanked by assistants and bodyguards. He wore a gentle and confident smile, as if he were not attending a confrontation, but rather gracing his own coronation ceremony. In an instant, the flashbulbs erupted like a storm. Reporters surged forward, like sharks sensing blood. President Zhou, can you confirm if you have concrete evidence of Yuanxing Technology's fraud? President Zhou, with Tianheng Energy's stock price rising today, does it indicate that the market has cast a vote of no confidence in Yuanxing Technology? President Zhou, what are your thoughts on Yuanxing Technology's self-destructive live streaming behavior? Zhou Zhan paused, smiling at the cameras, his demeanor calm and regal. Dear media friends, please remain calm. His voice echoed through countless microphones, resonating across the venue. I am here today not to attack anyone, nor to flaunt anything. I come as an elder who has toiled in this industry for half a lifetime, to witness firsthand whether we should earnestly engage in research and development or resort to sensationalist antics to attract attention. As for the truth, I believe it will reveal itself shortly. His words were impeccably crafted, showcasing his stature as an industry leader while once again branding Farstar Technology as a fraud. The journalists on site nodded in unison, deeply impressed by the demeanor of this magnate. Just as Zhou was about to enter the venue, a flashy red Ferrari came to a halt nearby. Wang Hao, draping an arm around the meticulously groomed Zhang Qian, strutted down with an air of arrogance. Today, he had deliberately donned an ensemble of luxury brands and sported sunglasses, embodying the persona of a successful individual. The entourage of media friends he brought along, led by a greasy middle-aged man named Li Gu, quickly surrounded him, feigning interviews. Young Master Wang, I hear you were personally invited by the chairman of Farstar Technology to attend this press conference? Young Master Wang, what is your relationship with Farstar Technology? Do you have confidence in their live broadcast today? Wang Hao removed his sunglasses, deliberately elevating his voice to ensure those around could hear. As for our relationship, I wouldn't say it's anything significant. It's just that Chairman Lin of Farstar and I have a bit of a personal rapport, he remarked nonchalantly, as if he and Lin Mo were the best of friends. And regarding confidence, well, of course, I hope they succeed. After all, it's not easy for young people to start a business. However, in business, one must remain grounded and not always seek shortcuts, he added, his words laced with veiled sarcasm. Some of the uninformed media members genuinely believed he was an important guest and turned their cameras toward him. Zhang Qian, entwined with his arm, basked in a sense of vanity. She provocatively scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of Lin Mo and Jiang He, eager to witness their imminent embarrassment. Zhou cast a disdainful glance at Wang Hao, perceiving this spoiled scion, reliant on his family's wealth, as nothing more than a buffoon unworthy of comparison to him. Ignoring him, he strode directly into the venue. Wang Hao, with Zhang Qian in tow, swaggered in, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon entering the factory space, everyone was taken aback. This was hardly a venue for a press conference. There was no opulent stage, no dazzling lights. Instead, they were met with a vast expanse, steeped in industrial ambience. The audience area was simply divided into several sections, facing not a podium for speeches, but a complete, silver-gray production line that exuded a chilling metallic sheen. Adjacent to the production line stood numerous high-definition cameras, capturing every intricate detail. The enormous LED screen displayed not the company logo or promotional videos, but the live feed of the production line and various complex parameter monitoring interfaces. The atmosphere in the venue was eerily silent. All present were rendered speechless by the sight before them. What is this? Are they really going to live-stream battery production here? Have they lost their minds? Did they truly achieve this? Although I am not versed in battery production, this production line certainly appears legitimate. Goodness, if Farstar has indeed developed a new generation of batteries, our presence here today is truly fortuitous. For the first time, a subtle change crossed Zhou's expression. He had envisioned many possibilities, such as the unveiling of a rudimentary prototype or merely a PowerPoint presentation. Yet he had not anticipated that they would actually showcase a complete production line before the world. This audacious resolve stirred an inexplicable unease within him. Wang Hao and Zhang Qian found their places not far from Zhou's reserved seat. They're just putting on a show. Wang Hao scoffed at the production line, dismissively curling his lip. I'm curious to see what tricks you can pull. Zhang Qian, her grip tightening on his sleeve, felt an unsettling inkling that things were not unfolding as they had anticipated. Time ticked away, second by second. At precisely 10 o'clock, all the lights in the venue abruptly dimmed. The gaze of the world converged upon this moment. Chapter 61. The chairman is dashing. In the darkness, only the emergency exit signs at the front of the audience emitted a ghostly green glow. Nearly 1,000 journalists and guests instinctively held their breath. Countless online viewers were riveted to their screens. This press conference, heralded as the duel of the century, was finally about to commence. A faint hum of electricity filled the air. A spotlight suddenly descended from the ceiling. Yet it illuminated not the center of the stage, nor any podium, but rather the quietly imposing, futuristic silver-gray production line. Under the spotlight, the cold metallic body reflected a captivating sheen, each component appearing exquisitely precise, imbued with a sense of power. The live broadcast cameras swiftly captured this moment, projecting every detail of the production line onto the massive LED screen for all to see. The online chat exploded with comments. Wow, it really is a production line. This is so cool. The aesthetic is impressive. regardless of its authenticity. Just looking at it is worth the price of admission. Oomph. It's just a pretty facade, useless in practice. Let us wait for the explosion. Within the venue, murmurs of speculation filled the air. Zhou Jun, seated in the exclusive front row center, gazed intently at the production line, his brow furrowed. As a leading expert in the field, he discerned discrepancies with a mere glance. The layout of this production line differed from any lithium battery production line he had encountered. The structure of many modules exceeded his understanding. Particularly, the complexity of the spray head at the coating station resembled a work of art, deepening his sense of unease. At that moment, the sound of sharp high heels echoed in the silent venue. Another spotlight illuminated the source of the sound. Jiang Yi, clad in a well-tailored black business suit, stepped forward with a poised and confident stride. Her face adorned with subtle makeup, her gaze sharp, she radiated the commanding presence of a queen poised for battle. She did not approach any designated podium, but instead walked directly to the front of the production line and halted. The flashbulbs erupted once more in a frenzy. "It's her. That's the woman from yesterday," Zhang Qian exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Yi. Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Yi, wishing he could obliterate her with his eyes. Jiang Yi grasped the microphone handed to her by a staff member, her calm gaze sweeping across the audience. Her eyes briefly met those of Zhou Jun and Wang Hao, without a hint of recognition, as if they were merely ordinary spectators. Distinguished guests, esteemed media friends, and everyone watching the live broadcast, good morning. Her voice resonated clearly through the sound system, filling the factory. "I am Jiang Yi, CEO of Far Star Technology. I understand that many of you present here, as well as those behind the screens, are not here to witness a product launch. You have come to witness a farce, to see how deception is unveiled." Her words were direct and piercing, devoid of any evasion. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated her opening remarks would be so unreserved. Zhou Jun's lips curled into a cold smile. He was eager to see what else this woman could conjure. In the past 24 hours, Far Star Technology had faced a barrage of skepticism, ridicule, and vitriol. Some labeled them a mere PPT company, others branded them a capital scam, and many asserted that they could not even produce a single qualified battery. Jiang Yi paused, surveying the crowd. "Today, we do not intend to defend ourselves with any grandiose rhetoric or complex PowerPoint presentations, because facts speak louder than words." She turned slightly, extending her hand to point towards the massive production line behind her. "Thus, we have resolved to unveil our production line and core technology to you without reservation. We will demonstrate how a Far Star #1 battery is manufactured from the most fundamental raw materials. Now let us welcome Mr. Lin Mo, the chairman of Far Star Technology." As her words concluded, the third spotlight illuminated the other side of the stage. Lin Mo's figure emerged into view before all. Dressed in a tailored deep gray suit, he eschewed a tie, casually leaving the collar of his shirt unbuttoned. The attire accentuated his tall stature, presenting a blend of a decisive leader's steadiness with a hint of youthful insouciance. His face bore no expression, his gaze tranquil as still water, and he approached with deliberate calmness. Unlike Jiang Yi, he did not stand at the forefront of the production line. Instead, he casually walked to a control panel situated midway along the line, leaning lightly against it. His eyes swept across the audience below. There was Zhou Jun, his face a mask of derision, Wang Hao, his eyes brimming with malice, and Zhang Qian, her complexion ashen. Finally, his gaze settled on the primary live camera, facing him, as if he were looking at every individual behind the screen. In that moment, the entire venue, both online and offline, descended into an eerie silence. This young man was unervingly composed. His calmness seemed almost excessive. Confronted by the predatory industry giants below, surrounded by countless malevolent lenses, and facing the skepticism of the entire internet, he appeared as an outsider, a mere observer, as if everything unfolding before him bore no relevance to him. This profound tranquility and disregard ignited a peculiar fury within Zhou Jun and Wang Hao. How dare he? How could a soon-to-be disgraced charlatan maintain such composure? The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted once more with Lin Mo's appearance. "Wow, this chairman is incredibly handsome. He could debut as a star. What an extraordinary aura. Is he really a fraud? I'm starting to doubt it. Wake up, you infatuated fools. What does good looks matter? Don't con artists always look respectable? Why isn't he speaking? Why is he just standing there? It feels like he is looking at me. I'm in awe of his presence. Regardless of today's outcome, this man has etched himself in my memory." Lin Mo's entrance lasted less than a minute. Yet, his unique aura, seemingly transcending all, indelibly imprinted itself upon the hearts of everyone present. He uttered not a word, yet it felt as though he had articulated everything. This left those eagerly anticipating his flustered missteps and disgrace feeling as if they had struck a blow against cotton, utterly powerless. Chapter 62, Live Streaming from Sand. Lin Mo remained quietly leaning against the control panel, as though the true star of the conference was not him, but the production line beside him. Jiang Yi did not rush him. She allowed everyone ample time to absorb and scrutinize this young chairman. It was only when the murmurs in the audience gradually subsided that she spoke again. I understand there are many questions. For instance, why is our chairman so young? Is our technology truly authentic? Or are we here to showcase to the world today? All the answers will be revealed on this production line. Upon finishing, she handed the microphone to Lin Mo. He accepted it and finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly throughout every corner via the sound system. Welcome to this press conference. A simple greeting, devoid of superfluous formalities. As our CEO stated, today we shall focus solely on one thing. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the audience, gesturing towards the production line beside him. Live production. No sooner had he spoken than he pressed a control button on the console. Buzz. The previously silent production line sprang to life in an instant. Hundreds of indicator lights illuminated in succession, forming a dazzling cascade of colors. The robotic arms slowly ascended into standby mode. The entire factory reverberated with a deep, powerful hum. Now, please direct your attention to the large screen. Jiang Yi's voice timely interjected, taking over the narration role. All eyes converged on the enormous LED screen above the stage. The screen was divided into several sections. The main image featured a close-up of the production line's first workstation. Under the lens, several massive transparent hoppers were clearly displayed. What you are currently observing are the fundamental raw materials required for the production of our Farstar No. 1 battery. Jiang Yi's voice was confident and steady. In the left hopper resides highly purified silicon dioxide, the core material for our battery's anode. In the center is spodumene, from which we will extract the lithium needed for the battery's cathode. The right hopper contains high-purity graphite powder. With each introduction of a material, corresponding chemical formulas and textual explanations appeared on the screen. The audience was left astounded. What is this operation? Starting a press conference with an introduction to sand and stones? This was entirely contrary to their expectations of a high-tech unveiling. Zhou face displayed unabashed mockery. Leaning towards his assistant, he scoffed quietly. What a show of pretentiousness. What purpose does presenting raw materials serve? Surely they can't demonstrate steelmaking live? It was utterly ludicrous. His assistant chuckled in agreement. What you say is true, Mr. Zhou. I believe they've run out of tricks and are resorting to this method to stall for time. Wang Hao laughed uproariously, leaning towards Zhang Qian to boast. Did you see that? I told you they were frauds. Now, they're even giving a chemistry lesson. Will they next invite a physics teacher to explain the law of conservation of energy? Zhang Qian burst into laughter, her earlier unease dissipating. She felt Wang Hao was right. This was undoubtedly a ploy by fraudsters to buy time. The livestream's barrage was filled with various jests. Did I enter the wrong livestream? Isn't this the Farstar Technology press conference? How did it turn into science? Host, please fast forward. I want to see the explosion segment directly. From a grain of sand to a battery? I initially didn't believe that title. Now I'm starting to think they might actually begin with sand. However, just as everyone presumed this was merely a tedious science show, the production line stirred. The robotic arm at Workstation 1 precisely grasped the predetermined weight of raw materials from several hoppers and deposited them into a fully enclosed apparatus resembling a furnace. The screen displayed data indicating that the internal temperature of the device soared to a staggering figure in an instant. What was occurring was the ultra-high temperature gasification, purification, and targeted recombination of the raw materials. Jiang Yi's voice, akin to a calm AI, narrated without any emotional inflection. Through our unique plasma bombardment technology, we can decompose these fundamental mineral raw materials into atomic states within seconds, eliminating all impurities to yield silicon, lithium, and carbon elements with a purity of up to 999,999. Concurrently, during this process, we will implement special lattice structure modifications on the silicon atoms, forming our proprietary three-dimensional porous silicon-carbon framework. This will be pivotal for the Farstar No. 1 battery, endowing it with ultra-high energy density and stability. Each word she uttered detonated like a bomb in the minds of all the technical experts present. Ultra-high temperature gasification purification, plasma bombardment, atomic level targeted recombination, three-dimensional porous silicon-carbon frameworks. Such terminology is often encountered solely within the pages of cutting-edge scientific journals or the realms of science fiction. To apply these theories, which are exceedingly difficult to realize even in laboratories, directly to industrial-scale production lines. How could this possibly be? The smile on Zhou Zhen's face had entirely frozen. He abruptly straightened his posture, his gaze piercing into the rapidly fluctuating data streams on the screen. The expressions of the senior technical executives from Tianheng Energy behind him had drastically changed as they frantically pulled out their phones, seemingly searching for something in a frenzy. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, one executive muttered, his lips trembling. This technology remains confined to the theoretical validation stage, even in the most advanced laboratories of Germany and Japan. How could they have achieved industrialization already? Zhou's assistant also sensed the anomaly and anxiously glanced at Zhou Zhen. Ignoring him, Zhou Zhen's eyes, akin to those of a hawk, remained fixed on the next station of the production line. He needed to witness firsthand whether this was genuine or merely a meticulously orchestrated deception. He was convinced this had to be a ruse. This must be a pre-recorded video. Chapter 63. This must be an animation. Zhou Zhen's body had unconsciously leaned forward, departing from the comfort of the backrest, adopting an angle that he himself found somewhat taxing. His eyes were relentlessly locked onto the screen. There, a simulation animation depicting the interior of the plasma bombardment chamber was demonstrating the atomic-level recombination process in a manner of astonishing complexity. Silicon atoms, lithium atoms, carbon atoms swirled like a chaotic, colorful nebula, thoroughly dispersed in a terrifyingly high temperature and energy field. Following this, an invisible force began to screen and purify. The dimly colored atoms, representing impurities, were ruthlessly expelled, collected through a separate channel. What remained were the luminous, pure atoms, which under the guidance of another force, began to rearrange and recombine. Particularly, those silicon atoms, no longer merely piled together, actively constructed a three-dimensional lattice structure under the influence of an unusual force field. It was as if countless invisible nanomechanical hands were employing atoms as building blocks to erect a grand edifice in a microcosm. Boss, this animation is astonishingly lifelike. The assistant leaned in, whispering in an attempt to alleviate the stifling atmosphere. He could not comprehend the intricate data, but he sensed the increasingly frigid aura emanating from his superior. Animation. Zhou Zhen's voice was somewhat hoarse. He did not turn around, merely squeezing out two words through clenched teeth. Indeed. The assistant forced a smile. It must be a pre-recorded video, perhaps crafted by a Hollywood special effects team, right? Otherwise, how could they depict atoms so clearly? They simply aimed to dazzle us laymen. Zhou Zhen remained silent. He fervently wished this were merely a video. He hoped more than anyone that this was a fabrication. Yet, the expressions of the technical executives behind him, the foremost experts at Tianheng Energy, conveyed a harsh reality. This was not animation, at least not entirely. From the other side of the screen, the rapidly scrolling real-time data streams could not be fabricated. Temperature, pressure, energy spectrum analysis, elemental purity. Every data point corresponded perfectly to the progression of that animation. The logical fluctuations of those data, the complex algorithms that sent shivers down one's spine, were beyond the fabrication capabilities of any special effects team. Investigate. Zhou Zhen lowered his voice, issuing orders to the technical director behind him. I want information on the three-dimensional porous silicon-carbon framework. Investigate the plasma bombardment purification. I must ascertain where these elements originated. The technical director's complexion was graver than Zhou Zhen's, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Boss, I've already looked into it. His voice trembled. These concepts do exist. However, they remain confined to the forefront of theoretical physics and materials science literature. There are no more than 5 laboratories worldwide capable of realizing such technology, and the samples they produce are measured in milligrams. To achieve industrial-scale production, his unspoken conclusion was all too evident. Zhou Zhen's heart sank incrementally. Could it be that he was genuinely mistaken? Did such geniuses, who defy fundamental laws, truly exist in this world? No, impossible. It must be a deception. They must have concocted a grand illusion by means unknown to him. He was resolute. If it were a ruse, there would surely be a flaw. At that moment, Jiang Yi's voice rang out again, calm and clear. All right. Our raw material purification and structural recombination have been completed. As you can see, through the preceding steps, we have obtained silicon-carbon anode materials with a purity of up to 999,999 and high-activity lithium elements. The entire process took 45 seconds. 45 seconds. The minds of those present with expertise buzzed in disbelief. Traditional purification processes, from or to high-purity materials, require a series of complex chemical and physical procedures, including crushing, screening, acid washing, and calcination, spanning days. Yet they achieved this in just 45 seconds. This was no mere enhancement of efficiency. It was a dimensional onslaught. Now, these materials will proceed to the next station for mixing and stirring. As Jiang elaborated, the robotic arms on the production line sprang to life once more. Beneath the furnace-like apparatus, a glimmering black powder and a bright silver substance were funneled into two distinct sealed conduits. The camera followed the conduits to the next module, which appeared even more intricate, housing multiple chambers for stirring. How pretentious! Wang Hao, upon witnessing this, finally discovered an angle to attack. He loudly scoffed at Zhang Qian and the surrounding media. After all that, isn't it just a mixer? They speak so grandiosely, invoking atoms and plasma, yet in the end, it's still about mixing ingredients together? What distinguishes this from a dough mixer in our kitchen? Zhang Qian immediately echoed, exactly. I thought it was going to be something extraordinary. Turns out it's just grinding sand and stones into powder, adding some water, and mixing. I thought they were concocting elixirs. Their voices were not subdued. Many around them heard. Some journalists and spectators, already overwhelmed by the technical jargon, nodded, perceiving Wang Hao's words as sensible. Indeed, no matter how lofty the preceding claims, in the end, it all returned to traditional steps of mixing, coating, and encapsulating, right? The live stream's comments began to echo this sentiment. Laughing so hard, after all that boasting, I thought they were going to hand-roll atomic bombs. Yet it's just a mixer. Dispersed, the earlier part was CG. Now, this is the real deal. The truth will be revealed soon. I said, how could it be so exaggerated? It must be a scam. Upon hearing Wang Hao's remarks, rather than feeling agreement, Zhou Jin shot him a glance of disdain, akin to observing a fool. Fool! If the preceding technology is authentic, then this mixer is certainly no ordinary mixer. Indeed, Jiang Yi's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. You may perceive stirring as a straightforward process. However, within the Farstar No. 1 procedure, this step is equally crucial. On the screen, the main image transitioned to a cross-sectional view of a mixer. We employ ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion technology. Traditional mixing utilizes mechanical force to blend different particles together. However, this method fails to avert the phenomenon of aggregation among particles, nor does it achieve a molecular-level uniform fusion. In contrast, our technology employs high-frequency ultrasonic waves within a vacuum environment to simultaneously aerosolize powdered electromaterials and our specially formulated adhesive. This allows them to permeate and merge seamlessly at the most microscopic level. The resulting slurry exhibits a uniformity and stability that surpasses traditional processes by several magnitudes. This is also one of the critical factors contributing to our battery's exceptionally long cycle life and remarkably low internal resistance. As Jiang Yi's words resonated through the air, the technical director behind Zhou Jun staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. Ultrasonic aerosol fusion, he muttered, his lips trembling. This concept, proposed by BASF in Germany 3 years prior, had been shelved due to excessive energy consumption and equipment requirements. How could they possibly? Zhou Jun's face shifted from rigidity to a deep pallor. If the first technology could be dismissed as an exaggeration of theory, this second revelation was a solid blow to his face. He was acutely aware that Tianheng Energy had participated in the initial assessment of BASF's project. No one understood better than he the formidable challenges in realizing such technology. This cannot be genuine. It had to be a fabrication. A video pre-recorded. Yes, it must be. They had transformed the launch venue to resemble a factory and were playing a convincingly deceptive video, making everyone believe they were witnessing live production. This ruse was flawlessly crafted. Chapter 64. How dare he agree to this? Zhou Jin abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He had found it. He had finally uncovered the flaw in this deception. Since it was merely a video playback, every angle and shot must have been prearranged. If he posed a request that they could not fulfill, this charade would be exposed on the spot. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. He rose abruptly from his seat, interrupting Jiang Yi's presentation. President Jiang, please wait a moment. His voice, amplified by a spare microphone handed to him by an assistant, resonated throughout the venue. All spotlight attention shifted instantaneously from Jiang Yi to him, igniting a flurry of astonishment among the audience. No one expected Zhou Jun to challenge them publicly at this moment. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, is this about to get heated? Here it comes. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Zhou Jun is incredible. Confront them directly. Unmask them. Got my snacks ready. I can't wait for the show to begin. Jiang Yi paused her explanation, calmly regarding Zhou Zhan, as if she had anticipated this very scenario. Lin Mo remained leaning against the control panel, his eyelids not even fluttering, as if the industry titan before him was merely an inconsequential passerby. Wang Hao and Zhang Qian, however, wore expressions of unbridled joy, believing Zhou Zhan was about to decisively settle the matter. President Zhou, do you have any guidance? Biang Yi inwuited, her tone measured and composed. Guidance? Not all, Zhou Zhan scoffed. I merely have a small query. He pointed towards the enormous LED screen above the stage. The technologies you are showcasing are indeed astonishing, even revolutionary to our understanding. However, how can I be certain that what we are witnessing is occurring on this production line before me, and not a meticulously crafted promotional video? His words detonated like a bomb in the crowd, exposing the most significant doubt that lingered in everyone's minds. Indeed, how could they prove this was not a video? Zhou Zhan observed the perplexity etched on the faces around him, and his smirk widened. He knew he had seized upon their Achilles heel. He had to press the advantage and deliver a decisive blow to validate your claims and alleviate the concerns of all media friends present and online viewers. His gaze, sharp as an eagle-s, locked onto Jiang Yi. I demand that you immediately cease the video playback. Then, either I or any media representative present shall randomly select an angle, and using a camera we have brought, we will conduct a live shoot of your production line, projecting the footage onto the big screen. If you can accomplish this, I, Zhou Zhan, will publicly apologize for all my previous statements. If you cannot, he paused, his voice rising dramatically, then I ask you to immediately halt this farcical charade. As Zhou Zhan's declaration lingered in the air, the entire venue fell into a suffocating silence. All eyes converged on Jiang Yi and Lin Mo on stage. It was a deadlock, a scheme that could not be unraveled. If Yuansing Technology was indeed playing a video, they could not possibly accept this demand. A refusal would equate to a confession, solidifying their reputation as frauds. Zhou Zhan's countenance was already adorned with a victor's smile. The Tianheng Energy executives behind him exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their expressions regaining their former arrogance. This farce would inevitably culminate in farce. Wang Hao was so exhilarated he was trembling, nearly leaping from his seat. Did you hear that? President Zhou has spoken. Let it go live. Do they dare? They certainly won't, he proclaimed to Zhang Qian, his voice loud enough for those in the front rows to hear. I told you they were frauds. They've been caught now. Let's see how they wriggle out of this. Zhang Qian's earlier unease evaporated, replaced by a sense of vindictive delight as she envisioned Jiang Yi's imminent panic and disgrace. The livestream comments exploded with fervor. General, President Zhou has cornered them. So ruthless. He has stripped them bare. Look at the CEO's face. Is it a bit pale? She must be feeling guilty. It's over. The grand deception may collapse right here. Brothers, witness history. Yuansing Technology is naive. If you're going to pull a PPT scam, keep it discreet. Why orchestrate such an event? Now, they haven't even harvested a single leak. The nearly 1,000 journalists present raised their cameras high, poised to capture the moment of this revelation. The atmosphere felt suspended as time ticked by slowly. Jiang Yi did not respond immediately. She merely stared at Zhou Zhan, her gaze devoid of any tremor, unnervingly calm. This tranquility inexplicably dulled the thrill of victory coursing through Zhou Zhan. He could not comprehend why, at this juncture, this woman remained so composed. By what right? Just as everyone expected Jiang Yi to refuse or concoct an excuse to delay, the young man who had been leaning against the control panel since the conference began made a move. Lin Mo slowly straightened up. He did not look at Zhou Zhan or anyone else. He simply stepped forward, moving steadily to the front of the stage, taking the microphone from Jiang Yi's hand. The spotlight shifted once more, illuminating him. His deep gray suit accentuated his stature, making him appear even more imposing. Very well, Lin Mo finally spoke. His voice was not loud, perhaps even somewhat bland, yet it resonated clearly through the sound system to every corner of the room. Just those two simple words, however, detonated like thunder in everyone's minds. What? He agreed? Zhou Zhan's victorious smile instantly froze, then shattered into fragments. The executives of Tianheng Energy behind him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from disdain to astonishment. Wang Hao's mouth hung open, the words of the imminent fraudster choking in his throat, causing his cheeks to flush crimson as if he were on the verge of suffocation. In the live broadcast room, the overwhelming tide of mockery and vitriol seemed to have been abruptly halted, plunging the atmosphere into several seconds of silence. Everyone was utterly bewildered by Lin Mo's nonchalant response. This was illogical. It completely defied the script they had anticipated. A fraudster, when confronted with damning accusations that could ruin him, should be in a state of panic, should resort to desperate denials, and should not dare to agree so brazenly. How could he have the audacity to consent? What gave him the right to acquiesce? A ludicrous thought, absurd enough to make Zhou Zhan himself chuckle, surged uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Could it be that all of this was, in fact, true? Chapter 65. Mr. Zhou, please come to the stage. No. Zhou Zhan abruptly pinched the palm of his hand, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. This was impossible. It had to be a trick, a display of bravado. They must have a backup plan, one far more cunning than he had conceived. Zhou Zhan forcibly suppressed the tumult within him, straightened his back, and fixed Lin Mo with a sharper gaze. Very well. Chairman Lin indeed possesses courage. Zhou Zhan's voice, strained by his effort, came out hoarse. Since that is the case, let's not waste anyone's time. He turned to his team, beckoning a middle-aged man carrying the most advanced live broadcasting camera. Lao Zhang, come on up. The cameraman, known as Lao Zhang, was the chief photographer of Tianheng Energy. Having followed Zhou Zhan for over a decade, specializing in capturing various cutting-edge equipment and experimental processes, his experience unparalleled. Lao Zhang swiftly ascended the stage, carrying the machine. Chairman Lin, General Manager Jiang. Zhou Zhan reclaimed the floor, gesturing towards Lao Zhang's equipment. This is our own Tianheng camera, 4K ultra-high-definition live broadcast quality, with no delay or editing capabilities. I believe using it for filming should suffice for fairness. Yes? Of course. Jiang Yi stepped forward, smiling politely as she answered on Lin Mo's behalf. We welcome any form of oversight. She turned to the staff at the side of the stage and made a gesture. Soon, a staff member approached with a spare high-definition data cable. This is the backup interface from our live broadcast control station. It can be directly connected to the big screen. Mr. Zhou, please proceed. Each of Jiang Yi's movements was calm and poised, exuding grace as if this were not a life-and-death confrontation, but rather a routine technical exchange. The more she acted this way, the more Zhou Zhan felt a deepening unease. He felt as if he had struck an invisible energy field with a punch, all his force effortlessly dissipated by the opponent's casual demeanor. Very well. Zhou Zhan gritted his teeth, realizing that there was no turning back now. He approached Lao Zhang, lowering his voice to a volume audible only to the two of them. Isuing rapid instrucciones. Wait, follow my directions. Film where I tell you to film. Zoom in closely on every detail, leaving no screw unexamined. I want to see what tricks they can conjure. Understood, Mr. Zhou. Lao Zhang notet solemne. Zhou Zhan straightened and scanned the entire production line, like a hungry wolf searching for weaknesses in its prey. His gaze ultimately settled on the most complex ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion device, just completed with the mixing process. In his view, if there were any segment of the production line that might be the core of a deception, it was undoubtedly this one. Atomic-level purification sounded mystical, but the process was entirely closed off, difficult to verify. Yet this mixing was the crucial link, as long as he could prove that the slurry here was counterfeit. Everything preceding it would be rendered absurd. Right there. Zhou Zhan pointed directly at the device. I want you to immediately redo the mixing process. My camera must film the interior of this ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion machine throughout. This demand was even more stringent than the previous one. He not only wanted random filming, but also specified the production process. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. He felt Mr. Zhou had finally found a crux. Yes, precisely. Step by step. Press them until they reveal their flaws. The hearts of everyone present raced again. However, Lin Mo's reaction surpassed all expectations once more. He didn't even glance at the device Zhou Zhan pointed to. He merely nodded casually at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi understood immediately, picking up the microphone and projecting her voice clearly across the venue. No problem. However, Mr. Zhou, standing down there, you may not see clearly. She paused, then made a gesture that drew gasps from the audience. Why not have Mr. Zhou and your cameraman come up on stage, standing beside our production line, to verify our every operation up close? I believe this would better assuage everyone's doubts, wouldn't it? Boom! The entire venue erupted. Madness. The two individuals from Yuanying Technology were undoubtedly insane. Not only had they acquiesced to every unreasonable demand, but they had also voluntarily invited their greatest adversary to stand right in their core territory. This was no longer confidence. It was audacity. Zhou Zhan's mind buzzed, blanking out. All his contingency plans, all his speculations, were shattered by this earth-shattering move. Go up. Stand beside the production line. He looked at the calm young man on stage and the smiling woman. An unprecedented chill coursing through him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. For the first time, he found himself wavering in what he had always believed to be true. To go up or not to go up. Ascending the stage meant he would be drawn into the opponent's rhythm as a challenger. He would be scrutinizing something he deemed a fraud under the gaze of the entire world. If it turned out to be real, he would become the biggest laughingstock of the century. Conversely, declining would signify fear, signifying that he was rattled. His earlier righteous accusations would similarly transform into a farce. Mr. Zhou, please. Jiang Yi's voice rang out again, polite yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Below the stage, countless cameras were already trained on Zhou Zhan, flashes illuminating the space, capturing every subtle change in the expression of this industry titan. The ecstasy on Wang Hao's face had frozen. He didn't understand the complex technology, but he could read the atmosphere. The development of events had completely spiraled out of Zhou Zhan's control. What is happening? Why isn't Mr. Zhou going up? Zhang Qian anxiously tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve, her voice quivering slightly. How the hell should I know? Wang Hao growled irritably, his gaze fixed on the stage. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of the world, Zhou Zhan stirred. He realized he had no avenue of retreat left. Taking a deep breath, he took heavy steps onto the very stage meant for him to judge his opponent. His chief cameraman, Lao Zhang, closely followed behind, burdened with the hefty equipment. Jiang Yi and Lin Mo observed them approach like two hosts, calmly watching their advance. Lin Mo even nodded slightly at Zhou Zhan, a gesture akin to a greeting. This posture made Zhou Zhan feel less like an arbiter here to expose a fraud and more like a junior coming to observe and learn. The intense humiliation deepened the pallor of his complexion. Let us begin. He nearly forced those 3 words through clenched teeth. Chapter 66. I heard the sound of stock prices crashing. Very well. Lin Mo refrained from unnecessary chatter, turning back toward the control console, his finger gently tapping the virtual screen. On the production line, the recently purified silicon carbon anode material and highly active lithium elements were reintroduced into the ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion machine by the robotic arm. Old Zhang, zoom in. Aim at the feed inlet and observation window. Zhou Zhan commanded sternly. Old Zhang immediately hoisted the camera, pressing it almost against the equipment, directing the lens toward the palm-sized quartz glass observation window. The director, exhibiting utmost professionalism, swiftly switched the main display screen to the live feed captured by Old Zhang's camera. In an instant, the gaze of the entire world converged through this unembellished, slightly shaky lens upon that small window. Inside was a pitch-black vacuum chamber. 2 streams of differently colored powders were injected from separate conduits. Suddenly, a low, inaudible hum resonated, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. The next moment, a scene unfolded that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The 2 powders, upon entering the chamber, appeared to lose all gravity, hovering in mid-air. They did not merge but began to spin rapidly like 2 living nebulae. Following that, they were pulled apart and torn asunder by an invisible force, disintegrating instantaneously into billions of minuscule particles, transforming into 2 billowing clouds of vapor. My heavens! An executive from Tianheng Technology behind Zhou Zhan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Zhou Zhan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Is this truly ultrasonic vacuum atomization? They have actually accomplished it. But it does not end here. Just as the 2 clouds of vapor formed, dozens of minute nozzles along the chamber's inner wall simultaneously ejected a transparent liquid adhesive. Upon entering the vacuum environment, these adhesives were atomized into a finer aerosol. The 3 distinct mist formations, composed of different substances, did not collide or coalesce in that confined space. Instead, guided by a peculiar force field, they commenced a flawless molecular-level infiltration and fusion. The black silicon carbon mist, silver lithium mist, and transparent adhesive mist intertwined, rotated, and permeated, ultimately coalescing into a droplet suspended in mid-air, exhibiting an astonishingly uniform deep gray metallic luster. The entire process flowed with an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a surreal sci-fi film. There was no cacophony of mechanical stirring, nor the dust clouds typical of traditional methods. Only an exquisite silence and unparalleled precision prevailed. The real-time data displayed on the side of the large screen indicated that the droplet's particle size distribution, uniformity, and viscosity had reached terrifyingly perfect values that theoretically should not exist. Crack! The assistant beside Zhou Zhan fumbled, dropping the tablet, which shattered upon impact. Yet he remained oblivious, gazing alongside everyone present, with mouths agape at that seemingly extraterrestrial substance. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted into frenzy. What am I witnessing? Is this a special effect? No, This is President Zhou's live broadcast. It's real. This is not science. This is magic. It is absolutely magic. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I declare, Yuanqing technology is phenomenal. Tianheng Energy is finished. I can already hear the sound of their stock prices crashing. Zhou Zhen's body trembled slightly, his lips quivered, and the face that was once filled with confidence and authority was now dominated by a singular emotion. Fear. The purest form of terror that arises when one's worldview is mercilessly shattered. No, this cannot be. Zhou Zhen finally uttered a murmur akin to a delirious whisper. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. He staggered back a step, seemingly desperate to escape the suffocating stage. At that moment, the young man who had leaned against the control console throughout the ordeal moved. Lin Mo slowly approached, passing by Zhou Zhen and reaching the equipment. He did not glance at Zhou Zhen or anyone else. He merely extended his hand and gently tapped a sensing area on the device's exterior. Hum. The machine ceased its operation. The suspended perfect slurry was precisely directed into the pipeline for the next process. Then, Lin Mo turned around, calmly gazing at the dazed Zhou Zhen. He picked up the microphone and uttered a phrase that Zhou Zhen would never forget. President Zhou, do you see clearly now? Would you like to do it again? Lin Mo's tone was as nonchalant as if he were simply asking whether to refill a glass of water. Yet, to Zhou Zhen's ears, this statement cut deeper than any sharp ridicule, more piercing than any dagger. Do it again? To present his face, once more to be struck? Zhou Zhen's body swayed. He felt a rush of metallic sweetness in his throat, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Chief cameraman Old Zhang, at some point, had let his camera droop, the lens now aimed to the ground. Below the stage, the executive team of Tianheng Energy was in utter disarray. Quick, contact the company. Tell the traders to sell off all our associated company stocks at any cost. Hurry, it's over, all over. The project in the South City, we just invested $5 billion into it, using our battery technology as collateral for the loan. The chairman. Everyone looked toward the stage at the forlorn figure. They realized that from this day forth, the era of Tianheng Energy had come to an end. And all of this was faithfully recorded by countless cameras on site, spreading across the globe. At that moment, Wang Hao's phone began to ring frantically. Trembling, he glanced at the caller ID. Father, Wang Defa. He didn't need to answer to know the storm of fury awaiting him on the other end. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to the stage. The production line had not halted due to this farce. The perfect slurry had already entered the coding station. The large screen switched angles. A thin, gossamer-like copper foil was being fed into a narrow passage. Immediately after, a device, intricately designed like a printer's nozzle, swept over the copper foil at high speed. There were no traditional blades, no crushing. What was ejected beneath the nozzle was not liquid, but a layer of electrode, mist composed of countless tiny droplets. This mist adhered to the surface of the copper foil with near-perfect uniformity, instantly forming an electrode coating with a thickness accurately measured in nanometers. The magnetic levitation atomization coating technology's thickness deviation is less than 0.1 microns. Jiang Yi's calm narration echoed through the venue. Each word propelled Tianheng Energy further down the path of destruction. Zhou Zhen could no longer endure. Like a defeated rooster, he stumbled off the stage in a frenzied escape. He even forgot the promise he had made to apologize publicly. No one attempted to stop him. There was no need. The fact had already delivered the loudest slap in the face. Just then, a financial journalist in the audience shrieked in horror. Tianheng Energy. Hong Kong stock. Within 3 minutes of opening, it suspended. Chapter 67. Why didn't we do this earlier? That scream instantly shattered the eerie atmosphere of the entire venue. Everyone snapped back to reality at the sound. Countless journalists instinctively turned towards the sound, and there they beheld a bespectacled young financial reporter. Clutching his phone with a deathly grip, his complexion ashen and his forehead drenched in cold sweat, as though he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. Tianheng Energy, the Hong Kong stock market. It has triggered a circuit breaker. He repeated the phrase, circuit breaker, for those entrenched in the realms of capital and media. The significance of those two words was unmistakable. It was not merely a decline, it was a collapse, a catastrophic free fall, irrevocably sentenced to death by the market. Boom! The entire venue descended into chaos. Hurry, check it out. Immediately. My goodness. It's true. Within 3 minutes of opening, a staggering plunge of 70. The circuit breaker has been activated. Not just Tianheng. All stocks associated with Tianheng Energy have crumbled. It's over. My friend just invested heavily yesterday. Cries of alarm. Wails of despair. The frantic clattering of keyboards and the incessant ringing of phones coalesced into a tumultuous torrent. No one paid heed to the production line on stage, still operating quietly, nor did anyone care to acknowledge the remarkable technology of magnetic levitation and atomization coding. The cold, harsh reality manifested as a plunging green candlestick on the screen, delivering a crushing blow to all present. In that moment, an old dynasty fell in the most brutal and public manner imaginable. Wang Hao sat in a daze, his phone incessantly vibrating, as if it were playing a mournful dirge for him. He did not answer. He could not. He even dared not glance at the screen displaying his father's call. Mechanically, he turned to Zhang Qian beside him. Zhang Qian's face was even paler than his, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She looked at Wang Hao, her gaze devoid of the previous admiration and affection, replaced instead by a complex amalgamation of fear, resentment, and confusion. She realized she had placed her bet incorrectly. Wang Hao. Zhang Qian's voice was faint as a whisper, laced with a sob. What shall we do? Wang Hao remained silent. What could he do? He was utterly powerless. He felt like a clown, a fool who had been toyed with from the beginning, yet still believed himself to be the most laughable jester in the world. Summoning his courage, he tremulously unlocked the still vibrating phone. You little beast, look at the mess you've made. Wang Defa's voice, distorted and hoarse from extreme anger, erupted from the receiver, nearly piercing Wang Hao's eardrum. It's over. Everything is over. The stock price has collapsed. The bank's collection calls have bombarded my phone. All our partners are distancing themselves from us. Wang Hao, didn't you say they were frauds? Didn't you say they were doomed today? Huh. You better come back alive. If I don't break your legs today, I won't bear the Wang surname. Smack. The call was abruptly terminated. Wang Hao's hand fell limply to his side, the phone slipping from his grasp, the green candlestick on the screen resembling a venomous thorn, piercing deeply into his eyes. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yi's voice once more resonated. Through the sound system, it clearly overshadowed all the clamor. Next, we will proceed with stacking, welding, electrolyte injection, and packaging processes. Due to time constraints, we will not demonstrate each step. Her words momentarily snapped the frenzied reporters back to reality. They lifted their heads, vacantly gazing at the stage. At the end of the production line, a transparent robotic arm delicately grasped a palm-sized, silver-gray battery that had already been packaged. The robotic arm slowly moved, placing the battery on a display stand at the center of the stage. The spotlight illuminated the battery, which lay there quietly, its shell emblazoned with two simple words, Distant Star. Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Yi's voice resonated like a final decree. From a grain of sand to a complete Distant Star #1 battery, the entire process took 15 minutes and 23 seconds. This broadcast concludes here. Thank you all for your witness. With that, she performed a slight bow to the audience. Then, she turned and walked towards the young man who had remained quietly at the control console throughout. Lin Mo stood upright, without casting a glance at the audience. He merely nodded gently at Jiang Yi. The two of them, one after the other, crossed the stage under the watchful eyes of all and entered the heavy metal door to the backstage. They did not look back. They departed, leaving behind a collapsed empire, a boiling capital market, and the debris of a bygone era scattered across the ground. The new king had ascended the throne, even disinterested in casting a glance at the corpse of the old king. As the backstage door swung shut, it seemed to sever two worlds. Outside was a tumult of chaos and madness, while inside, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Yi exhaled a long sigh. The regal aura that had been taut finally relaxed. She walked to the nearby rest area, slipped off her high heels, and felt the soft carpet beneath her bare feet. Her entire being unwinding. It's over, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of exhausted relief. No, this is just the beginning. Lin Mo's voice came from behind her. Jiang Yi paused, then smiled wryly and shook her head. Indeed, for Tianning Energy, it was an end. But for Distant Star Technology, everything was merely commencing. Just as she was about to respond, her phone in her pocket vibrated furiously, as if it were eager to leap out. Upon taking it out, she saw a screen filled with numerous missed calls and message notifications. There were messages from company executives, partners, previously dismissive investment institutions, and countless unfamiliar numbers. She swiped the screen and casually opened one message. General Manager Jiang, this is Lu Ming from Sequoia Capital. I previously failed to recognize your greatness. Please grant me another opportunity. We are willing to invest in Distant Star at a valuation of 500 billion. Jiang Yi expressionlessly deleted the message. Just before the press conference, this Lu Ming had belittled her business plan to nothing. Now, a valuation of 500 billion, where was he when it mattered? Chapter 68. Insufficient production capacity. Focus on high-end first. Jiang Yi stared at the screen filled with nearly frenzied messages, her fingers tingling. General Manager Jiang. This is Feishuan Capital. A valuation of 500 billion is too low. We offer 600 billion. Hello, General Manager Jiang. I'm the chairman of BYD. I wonder if it would be possible to schedule a time to discuss the application prospects of distant star batteries in the new energy vehicle sector. General Manager Jiang. This is General Wang from DJI. Our high-end models require your batteries. Apple, Tesla, Huawei. Names that resonated with prominence now appeared on her phone screen in a seemingly humble manner. This is the taste of victory. A sweet flavor potent enough to drive anyone to madness. Director Lin. Jiang Yi suppressed the tumultuous excitement within her, turning to Lin Mo, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. We did it. The whole world desires our batteries. We must immediately expand production. Consumer electronics, energy storage stations, aerospace. We should plant the distant star flag in every energy-dependent field. Her vision painted a grand and magnificent blueprint, a new energy empire that seemed to rise over the horizon. Lin Mo remained silent. He merely walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the lounge, gazing at the media vehicles and various personnel that continued to gather outside, calm as he inquired, "How many batteries can that production line produce in a day, operating 24 hours?" Jiang Yi's excitement was extinguished in an instant by this question. She was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the production line, which can only be described as a work of art and has revolutionized the entire industry, currently exists in a singular form. She quickly calculated in her mind, a harsh figure materializing before her. At the pace of producing 1 unit every 15 minutes, operating 24 hours a day, that amounts to 96 units. Of course, the production line's processes are not linear. Under normal circumstances, producing 400 batteries a day should be feasible. 400. This number, dwarfed by the towering demands of orders in the tens, or even hundreds of millions, appears as insignificant as a speck of dust. It's hardly enough to equip even a single electric vehicle. The fervor that had engulfed her moments ago rapidly dissipated, giving way to a chilling sense of reality. They wield the sharpest swords in the world, but realized they possess the strength to strike just once. Thus, what we face now is not merely the market, but a hellish abyss. Lin Mo turned around and incisively pinpointed the crux of the issue, the hell of production capacity. Everyone desires what we have, yet we cannot supply it. Once we fail to meet market expectations, the very force that has elevated us to the pedestal today could just as swiftly rend us to shreds tomorrow. They will accuse us of hunger marketing, technological deception, and of deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Jiang Yi's expression grew grave. She understood Lin Mo's implication. Today's press conference, seemingly an endpoint, was in fact merely the inception. The true battle has now commenced. What shall we do? She earnestly inquired. It is quite simple. Lin Mo stepped before her, extending a single finger. Rather than dispersing our limited production capacity like pepper across a wide area, ultimately leaving everyone unsatisfied, it would be more prudent to concentrate all efforts on penetrating a single point. Which point? The one with the highest value. Lin Mo's response was devoid of hesitation. Electric vehicles. He approached the table and picked up the sample of the Yuxing No. One battery that had been taken off stage. A smartphone battery sells for 300. A car battery can fetch 30,000 or even 300,000. The same production capacity yields 10-fold or even 100-fold profits. Our aim is not to sell Yuxing batteries to everyone, but rather to instill in everyone the understanding that only the most elite vehicles deserve to utilize Yuxing batteries. Jiang Yi's breath quickened abruptly. She instantly grasped Lin Mo's strategy. This was not merely a commercial choice. It was a brand-building endeavor. From the outset, Yuxing technology is to be firmly established at the pinnacle of the pyramid, transforming it into a symbol of status, a totem of technology. Jiang Yi nodded vigorously, her eyes rekindled with determination. I will contact General Wang from BYD immediately. He is the leader in domestic new energy. Collaborating with him, our starting point will be the highest. That is acceptable. You may devise a specific plan. Lin Mo's demeanor remained composed. Although the direction was now clear, Jiang Yi felt a resurgence of helplessness rather than excitement. Contacting General Wang, and then what? Signing a 100 billion order, only to inform him, with a production line that can only produce 400 batteries daily, to please queue for delivery 10 years hence? That would not be collaboration. It would be mockery. Director Lin, Jiang Yi's voice dwindled, tinged with difficulty. Our issue remains production capacity. Establishing a new production line, from ordering equipment to constructing the factory and commissioning it, would take at least a year. We cannot afford to wait. The predicament she depicted was an insurmountable chasm for any manufacturing enterprise. No matter how advanced the technology, without mass production, it equates to nothing. The greater the commotion generated today, the more ferocious the market backlash will be when future production cannot keep pace. The fall from grace often occurs overnight. Jiang Yi clutched her phone tightly, the names flashing on the screen no longer appearing as opportunities, but rather as death warrants. She felt as though she were holding a mountain of gold, yet trapped on a deserted island, witnessing the prosperity across the shore, but lacking a vessel to cross. This sensation was more tormenting than being questioned by the world before the press conference. Who said we must build it ourselves? Lin Mo's voice suddenly pierced through her thoughts. Jiang Yi jolted her head up to look at Lin Mo, her face marked with confusion. If not to build it ourselves, can it simply descend from the heavens? Lin Mo paid no heed to her bewilderment, instead returning to the floor-to-ceiling window and gesturing towards a certain direction below. There lies the Tianheng Energy Industrial Park. Tianheng Energy has just declared bankruptcy. Lin Mo's tone was calm, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. However, their factory has not gone bankrupt, and while their equipment may be outdated, it is still available. With a mere replacement of core components, it can be operational, akin to how we are modifying the Yuxing production line. As for the necessary components, I will find a way. Additionally, Tianheng's workers are readily available skilled labor. Lin Mo turned back, delivering the final conclusion. I want you to acquire the production facilities of Tianheng Energy. Chapter 69. Seize the opportunity. Jiang Yi's mind momentarily blanked for 3 seconds. Just moments ago, she was engulfed in despair over the hell of production capacity. And now Lin Mo had presented her with a shocking, utterly incomprehensible proposal. Acquire Tianheng Energy's facilities? She instinctively countered. Director Lin, that is impossible. Although Tianheng Energy's stock price has plummeted, it has not formally declared bankruptcy. Even if it were to go bankrupt, it would have to undergo a lengthy liquidation process. Asset evaluation, creditor meetings, and public auctions. This entire process would take at least 1.5 years to complete. By then, the opportunity would have passed. Each of her statements adhered to the ironclad rules of modern commerce, the processes enshrined in textbooks. The collapse of a colossal commercial empire requires the following rules and timelines to dissect its carcass. Who says we must wait? Lin Mo turned to face her, his expression unperturbed. Rules are merely instruments to constrain the weak. We are now the architects of the rules. He stepped closer to Jiang Yi, pointing at her phone, which was still vibrating furiously. The most anxious parties are neither us nor the ailing Zhou Zhun, but rather the major banks, the principal creditors of Tianheng Energy. Every step of Tianheng Energy's expansion was underpinned by astronomical bank loans. Now that it has collapsed, its stock price has turned to waste paper. And the greatest fear lies with those banks that lend it money. Their loans have transformed overnight into colossal bad debts. They are more eager than anyone else for someone to step forward and take over the mess that is Tianheng. Even if it means only recovering 10% of their costs, it is better than losing everything. Jiang Yi was no fool. With just this one prompt from Lin Mo, she immediately understood the crux of the entire logic chain. Cut off the source. The impact of their press conference today has not only severed Tianheng Energy's technological foundation, but also shaken the confidence of the entire capital market in it. Once confidence falters, banks will swiftly withdraw their loans and enforce liquidation. At that moment, Tianheng becomes a carcass roasting over a fire. And the banks are the hungry ghosts wielding knives and forks, eager to carve away something to mitigate their losses. And Yuxing technology must now play the role of the one providing the cutlery. Understand. Vang, Yi se bidet quicken herchist having violently. The flame doused by reality reigniting with greater ferocity. I will contact Tianheng's board immediately. No. Lin Mo shook his head. Do not contact Tianheng. They are no longer qualified to negotiate with us. Instead, contact the bank that provided the largest loan to Tianheng. Inform them that Yuxing Technology is interested in acquiring all of Tianheng Energy's assets in the Southern Industrial Park to assist them in recovering their losses to the greatest extent possible. Jiang Yi's fingertips trembled slightly. This strategy is ruthless. Bypassing the debtor and engaging directly with the principal creditor seemed a plausible course of action. However, Lin Mo's assertion rang true. At present, Tianheng Energy was in utter disarray, wholly unqualified to partake in such negotiations. Resolute, Jiang Yi dispelled any lingering hesitation, moving to the adjacent desk to commence a research. Meanwhile, within the disheveled confines of the chairman's office at Tianheng Energy's headquarters, chaos reigned supreme. Exquisite purple clay teapots lay shattered, while a multitude of torn documents littered the floor. Zhou Zhun gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently, reminiscent of a decrepit bellows. His bloodshot eyes were fixated on the enormous LCD screen mounted on the wall. The graph depicting Tianheng Energy's precipitous decline had crystallized into a harrowing green line, an emblem of demise. Circuit breaker. This term, once a source of derision aimed at foolish competitors, now felt like a searing iron pressed against his visage. Why had it come to this? Zhou Zhan, utterly despondent, sank into the leather sofa, repetitively chewing on this meaningless phrase, grappling with incomprehension. The images of the machine, the ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion, and the slurry suspended in midair replayed vividly in his mind. Every detail etched with clarity. Was it a hoax? He yearned for it to be a fabrication. Yet, old Zhang's footage, captured directly on the equipment, left no angle or shadow to manipulate. It was filmed by his most trusted photographer, employing the most reliable apparatus available. The shrill ring of a crimson encrypted phone shattered the silence. A direct line to the upper echelons of the bank. Zhou Zhan's body jolted involuntarily. He stared at the phone, as though it were a venomous serpent poised to strike, hesitating to extend his hand. The incessant ringing felt like a relentless beckoning towards his guillotine. Eventually, he mustered the strength to rise, inching towards the device to lift the receiver. Hello. His voice emerged dry and hoarse, alien to his own ears. Mr. Zhou. The voice on the other end was dispassionate, even frigid, none other than President Li, the head of the credit department at Jianxing Bank, who typically fawned over him, always addressing him as Chairman Zhou. President Li, rest assured about the funding. Mr. Zhou, I 1T around the bush, Li interjected bluntly, per our loan agreement. The abnormal fluctuations in your company stock have triggered the margin call and asset collateral clauses. Our risk control department requires you to immediately repay a total of $7.2 billion in principal and interest. Zhou Zhan felt as though his heart was gripped in a vice. President Li, allow me to explain. This is merely a temporary technical adjustment, a malicious short sell. We will soon, Zhou Zhan. Li interrupted him again, directly invoking his name, his tone dripping with impatience and disdain. Enough with the implausible excuses. We are adults here. Tianheng Energy has lost all value. Your era has ended. These words pierced Zhou Zhan's eardrums, rendering him icy with despair. His hand, clutching the receiver, pulsed with visible veins, yet no words would escape his lips. He recognized the stark truth in Li's proclamation. The silence on the other end stretched for several seconds, seemingly allowing him to digest this harsh reality. Then, Li's voice returned, devoid of any emotion, like an announcement unrelated to him. However, the factory you possess still holds some value. Zhou Zhan's head snapped up, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Just half an hour ago, we received a very sincere acquisition offer. Yuanying Technology is willing to acquire all assets of Tianheng Energy in the Southern Industrial Park, including the factory, equipment, and land usage rights. These words paralyzed Zhou Zhan. What did you say? Li, anticipating his reaction, maintained an unwavering tone, devoid of any fluctuation, merely stating, I said, Yuanying Technology has submitted a letter of intent to our bank. They are prepared to acquire all assets of Tianheng Energy in the Southern Industrial Park, including the factory, equipment, and land usage rights. Mr. Zhou, you should comprehend the implications of this. A thunderclap resounded in Zhou Zhan's mind, as if a heavy hammer had struck his skull. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and he steadied himself against the desk. Yuanying Technology. Lin Mo, the young man who had obliterated the empire Zhou Zhan had painstakingly built over a lifetime in a mere hour. He not only sought victory, but aimed to devour Zhou Zhan's very remains. An indescribable wave of humiliation and fury surged through Zhou Zhan, shattering his rationality. He dreaming. A primal roar erupted from his throat, spittle flying onto the microphone. Tell him, even if I set the entire factory ablaze, turning it into a heap of scrap metal, I will never sell it to him. Not a single screw will remain for him. Zhou Zhan is not finished yet. His anguished cries echoed throughout the office. Yet, on the other end of the line, a prolonged, suffocating silence ensued. This silence was more wounding than any rebuttal. After what felt like an eternity, Li's voice resurfaced, stripped of the last vestige of courtesy, replaced instead by the raw, unyielding force of a creditor. Zhou Zhan, you may not yet grasp the situation. The Southern Industrial Park was the core asset you pledged when applying for the largest loan from our bank. According to the agreement, when your company faces significant operational risks, with asset values plummeting below the loan principal and interest, we, the bank, have the unilateral right to dispose of the collateral to recover the loan. Therefore, this matter is not up for negotiation. nor are we seeking your consent. We are here to inform you. The word inform shattered the last remnants of Zhou Zhan's pride. He opened his mouth to protest, only to find himself rendered speechless. He was no longer the Chairman Zhou who could stand toe-to-toe with the bank president, but rather a pitiful debtor, susceptible to liquidation at any moment. Additionally, Zhou Zhan, I advise you to maintain your composure. Li's tone now bore an edge of warning. Yuanying Technology is currently the only buyer in the market capable and willing to take on this mess. If you cooperate, we might negotiate a respectable price to prevent an embarrassing loss. Should you choose to resist or engage in any irrational actions, such as the arson you just mentioned, Li paused for effect. Then we will have no choice but to initiate the forced liquidation process. At that point, your assets will be auctioned off at a pittance, and you will be left to grapple with enormous penalties and legal liabilities. You will possess nothing and be buried in debt, with no chance of redemption. I hope you act wisely. With a click, the call ended. Zhou Zhan clutched the phone, frozen in his stance, his expression one of bewilderment. To inform you. We are here to inform you. These words reverberated in his mind, obliterating the last vestiges of his dignity. Mechanically, Zhou Zhan placed the receiver back onto the phone, raising his gaze to survey the office he had fought for a lifetime to acquire. The Italian handcrafted leather sofa, the Hainan Wangwali wood desk, and the priceless Zhang Daqian masterpiece adorning the wall. Once, these items were his medals, tangible proof of his success. Now they appeared so foreign, so profoundly ironic. They no longer belonged to him. A profound sense of debilitation instantaneously drained him of all his strength. He could no longer maintain his footing, staggering backward to collapse onto the sofa behind him. Anger? No. The seething rage capable of incinerating reason had been utterly extinguished by the cold, unfeeling words of President Li during that phone call. What he now experienced was a deeper, more despairing emotion, resignation. It was a resignation so complete, so devoid of hope, that it felt as if the relentless wheels of time had crushed him, leaving him unable even to groan. He had lost utterly, lost in a manner that left him battered and bruised. He felt an impulse to laugh, to mock his own foolishness and arrogance. Yet, as he tugged at the corners of his mouth, he discovered that his facial muscles were entirely beyond his control, producing only a series of wheezing sounds, akin to a deflated drum. Throughout his life, he had pursued the winds of fortune, calculating the hearts of men, skirting the edges of rules. He believed himself to be the cunning hunter orchestrating his moves, only to realize, from a moment that youth named Lin Mo appeared, he was merely the prey, unwittingly stepping into a trap while still considering himself clever. No, he was not even worthy of being called prey. That young man had perhaps never regarded him at all. He had merely blocked the other's path, and thus was casually kicked aside. Nothing more. In the lounge of Yuan's Xinkuji, Jiang, he had just concluded a brief yet effective video call. On the other end was President Li of Jinxing Bank, who had just delivered the final ultimatum to Zhou Zhan. President Li, our patience is finite. This acquisition intention is valid for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, we will seek alternative solutions, such as establishing our own factory. In the video, the banker, who had been imposing before Zhou Zhan, now bore beads of sweat on his forehead. He nodded repeatedly, his tone tinged with a hint of servility. Rest assured, President Jiang, our bank will exert every effort to facilitate this cooperation. It is the best outcome for both parties. This is not cooperation, Jiang calmly corrected him. This is your only chance to mitigate losses. With that, she unilaterally severed the communication. Setting down her tablet, she exhaled deeply, her heart, which had quickened from tension and excitement, finally beginning to stabilize. Everything was happening too swiftly, too astonishingly. From the groundbreaking press conference to the abrupt collapse of Tianheng Energy, and now, turning the tables to compel the bank to submit. This entire sequence had unfolded in less than 2 hours. The marketplace was akin to a battlefield. Yet she had never witnessed a blitzkrieg so rapid, so merciless. Every move Lin Mo made seemed meticulously calculated, each step interlocking seamlessly to strike at the core. In the face of absolute technological superiority, the empire of Tianheng Energy, built on capital and connections, crumbled like a sandcastle at a mere push. She turned a glance at the figure by the window. Lin Mo stood there, quietly observing the throngs below, as if the recent game that dictated the fate of a 100 billion empire bore no relation to him at all. Director Lin, Jiang Yi's voice carried an unrecognized reverence. The bank has agreed. They will immediately apply pressure on Zhou Zhan. Lin Mo did not turn, merely responding with a faint You will handle the remaining matters. Me? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Director Lin, won't you make an appearance? Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. You are the CEO of Yuanxing. Such trivial matters are for you to decide. Trivial matters? Viang, yi protested. You're referring to activities involving hundreds of millions, even billions in funds, as trivial? Chapter 71. The essence of corporate culture is simple, distributing wealth. Jiang Yi swallowed hard. She gazed at Lin Mo's excessively youthful and unervingly calm face, suddenly feeling parched. Acquiring the core assets of a publicly listed company that once boasted a market value exceeding $1 trillion was, in his eyes, merely a triviality. This extreme indifference towards money and power was more disconcerting than any technology he had showcased on stage. What manner of person was he? How many more cards did he hold close to his chest? Very well, Director Lin. Jiang Yi suppressed the tumult within her, regaining her composure as a professional manager. I will ensure all details are managed properly. Lin Mo acknowledged, then turned his attention away from the matter as if it had been entirely resolved. He proceeded toward the production workshop. The atmosphere in the workshop was electrifying. Almost all the employees remained, congregating in small clusters. Their faces flushed with uncontainable excitement as they refreshed their phones for news updates. Each notification, every headline proclaimed the monumental achievement they had just participated in and accomplished. Tianheng Energy collapses. Yuanxing Keji ascends to glory. Redefining batteries. A press conference ignites a global earthquake in the energy sector. Who was that man? The mysterious helmsman behind Yuanxing Keji. These titles, once only dreamt of, had now materialized into reality, with them as the protagonists. Each individual felt a profound sense of pride and belonging stirring within them. Sun Gong, we really did it, a young assistant researcher exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he clutched Sun Lei's arm, shaking it vigorously. Sun Lei, the newly appointed technical director of Yuanxing Keji, could hardly conceal his own exhilaration. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Initially, when he witnessed Lin Mo's decisive actions in dismissing the entire executive team, even the technical director, he believed Yuanxing Keji was doomed. Yet the trajectory of events had left him utterly bewildered. He had thought Lin Mo was merely a wealthy heir seeking to start a business. Instead, he was a true dragon. He had launched a devastating strike, directly rewriting the rules of the battery industry. At that moment, upon hearing the assistant researcher's cheers, Sun Lei felt pride swell within him, yet a hint of anxiety lingered. With Yuanxing Keji on the brink of soaring, was he truly qualified to be the technical director? Just then, Lin Mo approached. His mere presence silenced the entire workshop. Every action ceased, and all heads turned in unison to face him. Those gazes were a mix of excitement, admiration, and fervor. Everyone has worked hard. Lin Mo surveyed the room, his expression devoid of any excess. Today's press conference was a resounding success. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. I know that during this time, many of you have been anxious, worried whether I am a fraud, concerned about losing your jobs. Some have doubted, some have wavered, and others have contemplated giving up. Lin Mo's tone remained flat, as though discussing a trivial matter. Yet among the crowd, many heads instinctively bowed. They had indeed harbored doubts. Faced with the overwhelming public relations offensive from Tianheng Energy, many had feared the company might not endure this day. I will not shortchange anyone who has placed their trust in me. Lin Mo paused, then uttered a statement that froze the entire space. Starting this month, the salary of every employee present here will be doubled. Doubled. The workshop fell into a deathly silence. All eyes widened, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Just days before the press conference, they had undergone a 50% salary adjustment. Now, another doubling? This meant that in less than half a month, their wages had tripled. What did that even entail? Once an assistant engineer earning a monthly salary of $10,000, now suddenly finds his remuneration soaring to $30,000. A technical director, previously drawing an annual salary of $500,000, now revels in a staggering $1,500,000. This is no mere salary increase. It is a blatant push towards a mountain of wealth. A moment of silence lingered for 3 seconds. Then, an explosive exclamation echoed through the air, resembling the sound of a broken gong. Immediately, the entire workshop erupted into chaos. Oh, did I hear that correctly? Mr. Lin, please say it once more. 3 times. My salary has tripled. This cannot be a dream. The cacophony of cheers, shrieks, and incredulous roars coalesced into a tremendous wave of sound, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the workshop. A few youthful employees, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced one another, leaping and bouncing, tears streaming down their faces. They no longer had to worry about next month's mortgage, nor fret over the cost of formula for their children. They could even begin to envision a future they had previously deemed unattainable. At that moment, notions of corporate culture and lofty ideals appeared utterly insignificant. Nothing could sway the hearts of people more effectively than such a raw, unfiltered monetary reward. When the compensation is sufficient, not even the prospect of overtime seems burdensome. They would willingly devote their very lives. Sun Lei stood frozen, his body trembling slightly. He observed the frenzied group of subordinates before him, and the calm young man standing in the center of the crowd, and the last remnants of doubt in his heart dissipated entirely. He finally comprehended the caliber of the leader he was following. What he offered was invariably far more than one could ever envision. Lin Mo paid no heed to the employee's jubilation. He merely beckoned to Sun Lei before turning and entering the adjacent control room. Sun Lei inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and hastily followed suit. The soundproof door of the control room slowly closed, effectively isolating them from the uproar outside. Following Lin Mo, Sun Lei felt his heart racing in his chest. "Mr. Lin, your actions, they are beyond words," he struggled to articulate, realizing his vocabulary fell short. "Is what they deserve," Lin Mo replied succinctly. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down at the euphoric employees below, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "With money, one can purchase loyalty, but not creativity, and I require both." He turned to indicate that Sun Lei should take a seat in the adjacent chair. "Mr. Sun, the celebration has concluded. We must discuss the forthcoming tasks." "Yes." Sun Lei promptly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he transitioned into work mode. "The Tianheng Energy Industrial Park in the southern city will soon belong to us," Lin Mo stated with directness. Sun Lei's pupils dilated. This news struck him with greater shock than the earlier announcement of the salary increase. That was the production headquarters of Tianheng Energy, one of Asia's largest power battery manufacturing bases. It was so easily within reach. "I need you and your team to immediately establish a special task force." Lin Mo wasted no time allowing him to process the shock, issuing directives without delay. "Review the technical materials I provided, and in conjunction with Tianheng's existing production lines, devise the fastest and most cost-effective transformation plan." Chapter 72. Actively reducing dimensions, yet still crushing. Sun Lei's breath hitched. He immediately grasped Lin Mo's intentions. However, a new challenge loomed in his mind. "Mr. Lin," he began somewhat hesitantly, "I have examined their public data on Tianheng's production lines. While they are extensive, the technological architecture remains conventional, or rather, aligned with current mainstream solutions. Their core processes still rely on traditional wet mixing, blade coating, and mechanical lamination, which cannot produce the Yuanqing No. 1. If we wish to modify it, all the core components would need to be custom-made, leading to excessively long cycles, likely comparable to constructing a new production line from scratch." Sun Lei articulated a technician's most rational judgment. The last transformation of the Yuanqing production line relied on core components that Lin Mo had brought back. What about similar components for this occasion? He pondered. There likely aren't any. If there were, Mr. Lin would have surely brought them for direct modification. Sun Lei concluded, expecting Lin Mo to urge him to devise solutions or grant him more time. However, Lin Mo shook his head, who said we must undertake a comprehensive overhaul. Sun Lei was taken aback. Lin Mo approached the control panel, pulling up the core process flowchart for the Yuanqing No. 1 battery. The chart was densely annotated with hundreds of critical procedures and corresponding technical parameters. "Our Yuanqing No. 1 is a groundbreaking product, the pinnacle of battery industry craftsmanship," Lin Mo noted, his finger gliding over the module for ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion. "However, the market demands a sufficient quantity of products." He turned to Sun Lei, proposing an idea that reverberated in the latter's mind. "What if we forego vacuum atomization? We could simplify this step, utilizing Tianheng's existing mixing equipment, but optimize the formulation and process by incorporating some of our unique catalysts and additives. Could we produce a mixture superior to all commercially available battery slurries, albeit a tier below our perfect slurry?" Sun Lei's mouth fell slightly agape. Lin Mo's finger then shifted to the magnetic levitation atomization coating module. "What if we forego magnetic levitation? We could modify Tianheng's blade coating equipment, replacing it with a more precise blade head. Combined with our secondary grade slurry, could we achieve electrode coatings with uniform thickness far exceeding industry standards, yet not reaching our nanometer level precision?" With each statement Lin Mo made, Sun Lei's eyes brightened more. He comprehended. He fully understood. This was not merely a modification. It was a dimensional reduction. It was an active choice to relinquish a portion of the most advanced and difficult-to-implement technologies, utilizing existing equipment to produce a youth version or a weakened version of the Yuanqing battery. This battery might exhibit performance only 70% or even 60% of the perfect Yuanqing number 1. Yet, even with such performance, it would still possess a crushing advantage over all existing lithium batteries on the market. The most crucial aspect was that the engineering modifications required to achieve this goal would decrease exponentially. They would not need to custom-make those expensive and time-consuming core devices, merely requiring localized, critical modifications and optimizations to the existing production line. This timeline would shrink from a year to a month, or even less. Mr. Lin, Sun Lei's voice trembled with excitement. I understand. We can launch 2 series. 1, produced on our own production line, the ultra-performance Yuanqing S series, exclusively for the highest-end automotive and aerospace sectors. The other, the Yuanqing A series, produced after modifications to Tianheng's production line, slightly lower performance, but at a much lower cost with massive production capacity. We can seize the mid-range market and completely obliterate the competition. One series high-end, the other low-end, a dual-pronged assault. One responsible for establishing the brand and occupying the technological high ground, the other for advancing and capturing market share. This strategic combination will render the entire new energy market impervious to competition. Is this plan feasible? Lin Mo asked calmly. Feasible. Extremely feasible. Sun Lei suddenly leapt to his feet, pacing in excitement. I will gather the team immediately. In 3 days. No, within 2 days. I will present you with a complete transformation plan and a performance evaluation report for the weakened battery. What had once seemed an insurmountable chasm now transformed into a dazzling avenue of opportunity under Lin Mo's guidance. Observing Sun Lei's rekindled determination, now almost impatient, Lin Mo nodded. This was precisely the effect he sought. A true leader does not compel subordinates to move mountains. Rather, he reveals to them that, indeed, they may choose to navigate around them. As Jiang Yi concluded the preliminary handover agreement with the bank and pushed open the door to the control room, she was met with a breathtaking scene. The entire research and development center resembled a hive invigorated by a potent stimulant. All the technical personnel were gathered around a colossal electronic whiteboard, fervently engrossed in animated discussions. Sun Lei stood at the center, swiftly jotting down various parameters and formulas on the board, while vociferously debating with those around him. The atmosphere was electrifyingly intense, with no hint of fatigue on anyone's face. Only a distinctive exhilaration and fervor that accompanied the conquest of technical challenges. This stood in stark contrast to the relaxed euphoria she had observed upon her departure. It was a higher form of unity, a steel-like team spirit forged by a common goal. The young man who had instigated all of this sat quietly on a corner sofa, holding a tablet, seemingly oblivious to the fervor unfolding around him. Jiang Yi approached him gently, presenting her tablet. Mr. Lin, the bank has approved our acquisition offer and initiated the asset preservation procedure for Tianheng Energy. This is the preliminary draft of the agreement. They have almost accepted all our conditions. Her voice still carried a touch of incredulity. She had never witnessed such humility from a party in a negotiation. The bankers, usually perched high on their pedestals, appeared almost desperate, as if they were pleading, please, buy from us. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo raised his head from the tablet, glanced at the agreement, and lost interest. I have said before, you have full authority to decide these matters. He casually shut the tablet and added, I just discussed a proposal with Sun Lei. Please follow up on it. I have no further business, so I shall take my leave. If anything arises, send me a message, and I will respond upon seeing it. With that, Lin Mo stood up. The affairs concerning Yuanqing were essentially wrapped up. The subsequent dealings would merely involve commercial collaborations and interactions with the authorities, all of which Jiang Yi could manage until a final decision was required, at which point he would step in. Now, he needed to procure materials and then return to the Apocalypse era to continue his treasure hunting. Chapter 73, A Frenzied Procurement, Returning to the Apocalypse Era. Jiang Yi stood holding her tablet, watching Lin Mo walk away, momentarily taken aback. She opened her mouth, but ultimately shook her head in resignation, redirecting her focus back to the steaming draft of the agreement. Forget it. She had grown accustomed to her boss's style of operation, or rather, she was making an effort to adapt. Lin Mo exited the doors of Yuanqing Technology and entered an unremarkable white cargo van. He did not linger in the city, but drove directly to a vast wholesale center in the suburbs. The 5,000 cubic meters of dimensional warehouse sounded merely like a number. However, when it came time to fill it, The volume of supplies it represented was beyond the capacity of any retail supermarket. Lin Mo required wholesale quantities, vast enough to sustain a small outpost's long-term consumption. Half an hour later, the cargo van parked in the lot of the global warehouse wholesale market, one of the largest material distribution hubs in the city, where countless trucks entered and exited, delivering tons of goods to all corners. Lin Mo donned his sunglasses and walked directly into the market management office. "Hello, I need to procure a batch of supplies," he stated bluntly to a middle-aged man who appeared to be the manager. The manager raised an eyebrow, assessing Lin Mo with a somewhat indifferent demeanor. "What do you need, and how much? Register over there and wait in line for your allocation." Ignoring the manager's attitude, Lin Mo retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the desk. It contained a procurement list he had just written on the way. The manager casually glanced at the list, but his relaxed expression instantly froze. 500 tons of polished rice, 500 tons of flour, 100 tons each of frozen pork, beef, and lamb. His voice quivered with shock as he lifted his gaze, reevaluating the unassuming young man before him. Skepticism filling his eyes. This procurement volume was beyond that of a standard restaurant or small supermarket. It was akin to that of a wholesale market. "No, I haven't heard of any new wholesale market opening. Besides, who buys from a wholesale market to open another wholesale market? What kind of operation is this? Sir, are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" The manager's tone unwittingly carried a note of reverence. Lin Mo remained silent, merely shaking his bank card. The manager promptly confirmed that the young man before him was not merely wasting his time. He was indeed there to procure goods. Although the procurement method was rather outrageous, it did not matter. Money spoke volumes. "Ah, that SY felt a twitch in my eyelid today. It turns out we have a distinguished guest. Please hold on." The manager immediately donned a sycophantic smile, personally serving Lin Mo a cup of hot tea. "I will coordinate right away. I guarantee we will gather your supplies with the utmost speed." For the next few hours, the entire wholesale market descended into a state of orderly chaos due to Lin Mo's list. Countless forklifts and movers were mobilized, with bags of rice and boxes of frozen meat being continuously transported from the warehouse, piled high onto dozens of massive container trucks. Lin Mo did not wait in the office. Citing quality control as his reason, he rented a temporary transit warehouse at the back of the market. As truck after truck laden with rice entered the warehouse, they quickly amassed into mountains. Once all the supplies were delivered, Lin Mo paid with remarkable ease, prompting the manager to become even more enthusiastic, insisting he would be available for any future needs with generous discounts. Lin Mo remained non-committal, dismissing others before standing before the towering piles of rice bags, casually waving his hand. An invisible force field radiated outward. In the next moment, the mountain of rice bags vanished into thin air, seamlessly absorbed into the dimensional warehouse. The entire process was quiet and efficient. In addition to staple foods and meats, Lin Mo procured vast quantities of other supplies, tons of cooking oil, salt, and sugar, walls of assorted canned goods, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles. Supplies sufficient for a large hospital, including medications, medical devices, antibiotics, bandages, and medical kits. Had it not been for the subpar conditions in the apocalypse world, Lin Mo might have even considered contacting medical device companies to order large machinery. Additionally, he ordered 10 tankers worth of diesel and gasoline, directing them to a designated location before surreptitiously siphoning off the fuel. The 5,000 cubic meters of expansive space gradually filled with these materials, symbols of modern civilization. When the last box of antibiotics was stored in the warehouse, Lin Mo surveyed the internal space, noting approximately 1/10 remaining. He chose not to continue procuring food, but instead drove to another large hardware, construction materials, and industrial raw materials market. High-strength alloy steel plates, specialty cement, industrial-grade bearings, various types of cables, and fiber optics were among his purchases. He even acquired several small CNC machines and 3D printing equipment. The items he procured increasingly leaned towards production and construction rather than mere consumption. Once the dimensional warehouse was completely packed to capacity, Lin Mo drove back to the small convenience store in his still-empty cargo van. The city's neon lights flickered behind him, outlining two distinctly different worlds, yet seamlessly interconnected through his presence. He pulled up the roller door and stepped into the familiar darkness. Shifting, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The world before him began to twist and fold, the clamor and splendor of the modern metropolis receding like a tide. In its stead lingered that familiar atmosphere, intermingled with decay and dust, a harbinger of doom. He had returned. Lin Mo stood in the shadow of the convenience store, quietly acclimating to the sensory shock brought on by the transition between two realms. The subtle scent of blood and char in the air heralded the eternal struggle of this land, an unending theme of strife and death. Lin Mo grasped the intercom resting upon the counter, first tuning into the encrypted channel reserved for Nightblade. He pressed the call button. Nightingale. Almost instantaneously, a response crackled through the device. "Boss, I'm here." Nightingale's voice was clear and crisp, tinged with an irrepressible thrill. "How is the situation at the tech park?" "Lin Montak in Kviot. All is proceeding smoothly. We have thoroughly cleared the entire area and transformed the dormitory building into a temporary stronghold. The generator is functioning normally, providing us with lighting and basic power supply." Nightingale's report was succinct yet effective. "As per your instructions, we have repaired the surveillance and alarm systems in the park, establishing 3 defensive lines centered around the dormitory area. Nothing can escape our watchful eyes." She paused before continuing her update. "In recent days, a total of 11 groups, comprising over 300 scavengers, have attempted to infiltrate the park. We captured some and expelled others. Those whose hands were stained with innocent blood have been executed on the spot." Chapter 74. The god of resources in the wasteland has returned. Nightingale's tone was calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet Lin Mo could discern the decisive ruthlessness within her words. "Excellent." Lin Mo was pleased with her execution of orders. "What a personnel recruitment. The first batch of 30 reserve members has successfully passed the loyalty assessment, all performing admirably. We now have 43 official members in Nightblade. Each has been assigned weapons and communication devices, and they have undergone basic drills and tactical training." "Good." Lin Mo affirmed her efforts directly. "You have done well, surpassing my expectations." On the other end of the intercom, Nightingale's breath seemed to catch momentarily. The boss's praise invigorated her more than any material reward. "Send someone to the square. I have brought you supplies." "Yes, boss." After concluding his conversation with Nightingale, Lin Mo switched to the public channel. This frequency encompassed the upper echelons of the 4 major factions. He uttered no superfluous words, merely pressing the call button. "I have returned. Transactions proceed as usual." These concise declarations landed like depth charges, detonating simultaneously within the command centers of the 4 factions. At the Rock Stronghold, the Rock King was listening to reports of patrol losses when that familiar voice echoed through the intercom, causing him to leap from his chair. At the Hive, the enigmatic Bee Queen was observing a group of awakened individuals engaged in combat training through one-way glass. Upon hearing the voice, she slowly turned. At the Lighthouse, the sage set down an ancient tome, adjusting his spectacles. At the Ark, the woman known as Captain, sister to the Egret, paused her tactical simulations at the vast sand table. He has returned. The man who single-handedly altered the landscape of the ruins has returned after 2 days of silence. After a brief lull, responses erupted over the intercom. Rock received, came the exuberant voice of Scorpion, filled with excitement. Hive received. Lighthouse received. Ark received. Their replies were swifter and more urgent than before. Previously, Lin Mo had made daily appearances in the apocalyptic world, a routine the 4 factions had grown accustomed to. However, this time, in preparation for the conference, Lin Mo had been absent for 2 days, immediately unsettling the 4 factions. While they had certainly benefited from the substantial supplies traded with Lin Mo from top to bottom, they relished their newfound comfort. Yet, the reality remained that supplies would eventually dwindle, and after having savored the delights of beef and the pleasures of drink, no one wished to revert to life as it once was, even though only 2 days had passed since his last appearance. Murmurs of discontent were already surfacing among the 4 factions. Some speculated that the powerful Lin Mo was dissatisfied with the transactions and would no longer return. Others even suggested that Mr. Lin had met with misfortune. Amidst the swirling rumors, anxiety took hold. Now that Lin Mo had returned, the leaders of the 4 factions collectively exhaled in relief. They dared not contemplate the dire consequences should Mr. Lin truly vanish from their midst. Lin Mo switched off the public channel, awaiting in silence. He resembled a lofty fisherman, casting bait into the water, drawing in all the ravenous fish. He needed no proof of his power nor intimidation. The resources he wielded constituted the most unyielding rule of this wasteland. Within 20 minutes, the convoy sent by Nightblade arrived at the square, led by the scarred-faced brute. Upon seeing Lin Mo again, the defiance that once marked his countenance was replaced by genuine reverence and fervor. "Boss," he saluted, standing at attention and executing a somewhat unrefined yet heartfelt military gesture. Lin Mo nodded and gestured. A cascade of canned beef, seafood lamb chops encased in thermal boxes, beverages, beers, and peanuts, as well as several brand new portable generators, formed a small mountain before him. This is your reward and supply. The scarred man's eyes glistened with gratitude. The bounty sufficient to elevate Nightblade's standard of living to new heights. Thank you, boss, he shouted, having struggled to contain his excitement. Inform Nightingale to proceed without restraint. If personnel are insufficient, continue recruiting. The supplies are ample. Yes. After dispatching Nightblade's convoy, the trading teams from the 4 major factions began to arrive in succession. This time, they brought even more gold and crystal cores than before. The trading process unfolded with an almost tedious smoothness, counting, receiving, settling accounts, and departing. The representatives of the 4 factions behaved like the most obedient schoolchildren in Lin Mo's presence. Once all had left, the square fell silent once more. Lin Mo assessed his gains from this exchange. Over 500 kilograms of gold and 63 crystal cores. Without hesitation, he absorbed all the cores. Boom! An unprecedented surge of immense energy erupted within him. His mental force field expanded wildly, akin to an inflating balloon. The limit of his telekinetic power effortlessly soared from 400 kilograms to 500 kilograms. Simultaneously, the internal space of his dimensional warehouse expanded to 6,000 cubic meters. This absorption of crystal cores not only enhanced Lin Mo's numerical capabilities, but also unlocked new abilities. His earliest awakened spatial power, in addition to the dimensional warehouse, now permitted short-range displacement. In simpler terms, he could teleport. He could flicker within a 20-meter radius at will, based on the mental energy consumed. He could execute this teleportation at least 30 times before exhaustion set in, greatly enhancing his survival capabilities. While his telekinetic power did not unlock new abilities, the increase in intensity bolstered his combat prowess. Lin Mo had tested this. When concentrated on a single coin, he could propel it to supersonic speeds. The key was that he could control approximately 50 coins at once, single-handedly delivering the firepower of a small squad. Reveling in the surging power within, Lin Mo felt immense satisfaction. This was the fundamental law of the wasteland. Subsequently, Lin Mo contacted the Ark via intercom, for he had inquiries for Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming regarding the locations of the other production lines for the Thor No. 7 batteries. The limited production capacity of Farstar technology necessitated additional components to activate more production lines, thereby accelerating the expansion of Lin Mo's commercial empire. Moreover, the Thunder God 7 battery is evidently a mature technology. Lin Mo is curious to know whether the Tianqiong Company ever possessed superior batteries. Chapter 75. More than just batteries, but also behemoths. The intercom was lifted, and the hissing sound of electricity resonated sharply within the quiet convenience store. Lin Mo tuned into a dedicated encrypted channel, an urgent line of communication that Bai Lu had specifically left for him during their previous transaction with Arkansas. He pressed the call button. "Ark, this is Lin Mo." Without unnecessary pleasantries, his voice calmly pierced the airwaves. There was a moment of silence on the other end, seemingly confirming the authenticity of his voice. Soon, Bai Lu's crisp yet slightly tense response came through. "Mr. Lin, we have received your call. What is your command?" "Have Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming meet me at the square immediately." "Understood. I will arrange it right away." Bai Lu's reply was devoid of hesitation. Lin Mo switched off the intercom, leaning against the counter, awaiting their arrival in silence. He harbored no concerns about rejection in this desolate wasteland. His name alone carried the weight of supreme authority. The night breeze swept across the empty square, stirring up a few scraps of paper. Ark's convoy arrived swiftly, a modified armored SUV halting at the edge of the square. The door swung open, and Bai Lu leapt out first, followed closely by a dozen fully armed guards, as well as Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. The two hastened towards him, brimming with gratitude. Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming, once the technical backbone of Tianqiong Company, felt a profound appreciation, especially Zhou Yuan, who had been on the brink of desperation, facing starvation or death by zombies. It was the Thunder God 7 battery that had turned his fortunes, securing Lin Mo's protection, and now he had joined Ark, becoming a valued guest. As for Wang Chongming, his previous status at the lighthouse had been bearable, but far inferior to his current standing. Their present circumstances were solely due to Lin Mo's influence. Because Lin Mo required information on the Thunder God 7 battery, they had found themselves in a position of privilege. Naturally, they dared not delay when called upon. Lin Mo approached the entrance of the convenience store, halting before the two men. He got straight to the point, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuation. "The components we salvaged are quite useful, but I require additional parts." Wang Chongming inhaled deeply, stepping forward as the former chief engineer. "Mr. Lin, Aside from the Tianqiong Technology Park, our company has 3 other production bases in the city. His voice was somewhat hoarse. However, their conditions are far from optimistic. Wang Chongming knelt down, sketching a rudimentary map in the dirt, outlining several circles. One is in the northern heavy industrial district, one of the areas most densely populated with zombies, which we refer to as the Black Tide. Virtually no one emerges alive from there. The second is a logistics transfer port in the western suburbs. At the time of the disaster, the population density was immense, and it has now become a dead city. The third is further away, nearly bordering the neighboring city. Given the current state of transportation, reaching it is exceedingly difficult. Each location represented despair. Venturing to those places was akin to courting death. Lin Mo listened, remaining non-committal, before inquiring, what other technologies does Tianqiong Company possess besides the Thunder God 7 battery? Upon hearing Lin Mo's second question, Wang Chongming and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions becoming complex. It was Wang Chongming who spoke first, his tone imbued with the meticulousness characteristic of technical personnel and a nostalgic reminiscence of past glories. The Thunder God 7 was at the time our most successful and cost-effective commercial product. However, there are indeed more advanced models. Lin Mo did not rush him, merely listening intently. The Thunder God 8. Wang Chongming articulated the name, noting that its energy density is thrice that of the 7, equipped with instantaneous overload output capabilities, specially developed for certain specialized equipment. The technology is fully matured, but the challenge lies in its core materials being exceedingly rare and the manufacturing process exceedingly complex, resulting in a low yield and high costs. Thus, the company has retained only a small-scale production line for special orders at the logistics port in the western suburbs, the very dead city he had just mentioned. An energy density 3 times that of the 7. In Lin Mo's world, that would be tantamount to extraterrestrial technology. If it were to break down, it wouldn't just be one company, Tianning Energy, but rather all energy providers that would falter. And what lies beyond that? Lin Mo pressed further. Beyond that is the Thunder God 9. Wang Chongming's tone took on a somewhat ethereal quality, referring to a prototype still confined to the laboratory. According to the company's design philosophy, it is intended to be a revolutionary energy source. However, when the disaster struck, the project was only halfway through, and the core research team, along with all experimental data, is sealed within the Tianqiong Research Center in the capital. He paused before adding, "We are over 1,000 kilometers from the capital in a straight line. Even if all 4 major factions were to mobilize, they couldn't reach that far." The Tianqiong Research Center. Lin Mo mulled over the name. A distance exceeding 1,000 kilometers is no trivial matter, even under normal circumstances, let alone in this apocalyptic world where the order has collapsed and the land is teeming with zombies. In the short term, there is little hope for the Thunder God 9. To venture there would not be an adventure. It would be suicide, regardless of how many resources Lin Mo might offer. The 4 major factions would remain unyielding. No matter how enticing the resources, one must have a life to enjoy them. As the atmosphere grew heavy, Zhou Yuan suddenly rubbed his hands together, speaking with fervor. "Mr. Lin, what Wang has mentioned pertains solely to the batteries. But Tianqiong Company is not merely a battery supplier." Lin Mo glanced at him, nodding to encourage him to continue. Zhou Yuan's voice rose with excitement. Tianqiong Company has long secretly established multiple application departments, developing various cutting-edge devices centered around the Thunder God battery as the core power source. Such as? Lin Mo's interest was piqued. The pioneer, Zhou Yuan gestured animatedly. Before the disaster, environmental pollution and resource depletion were global challenges. Thus, the company invested heavily to launch a project codenamed Pioneer. Pioneer? Yes. Zhou Yuan nodded vigorously. It's about utilizing our leading energy technology to develop a series of specialized engineering equipment capable of functioning in extreme environments. The goal is deep-sea mining and construction in hazardous settings. Wang Chongming, standing beside him, bore a complex expression, one of pride and nostalgia belonging to a technician. He took over the narrative, his demeanor becoming significantly steadier. Zhou Yuan is correct. The ultimate product of the Pioneer project is a miniaturized multifunctional engineering mech, Pioneer number 1. Mech. The term caused Lin Mo to pause momentarily. Is not a combat weapon, Wang Chongming quickly added, concerned Lin Mo might misunderstand. It is designed to replace human labor for high-precision tasks in environments of intense radiation, extreme pressure, and vacuum. For instance, constructing bases, laying pipelines, and collecting samples. Its height is approximately 6 meters, operated by a single individual, and it employs an all-electric drive system, powered by 3 paralleled Thunder God 8 batteries. Theoretically, a single charge can sustain it for 72 hours of intense operation. 6 meters tall, all electric, 72 hours of operational endurance. These details swiftly coalesced in Lin Mo's mind into a vivid image. Even if it was not designed for combat, with minor modifications, it could undoubtedly become a formidable weapon of war. Chapter 76. I want them all. Mech. In Lin Mo's mind, the term stirred waves of intrigue. 6 meters tall, fully electric, capable of 72 hours of high-intensity operation. Should such a device materialize in his world, it would undoubtedly keep any nation's military department awake at night. It was designed for construction, yet in but a fleeting second, Lin Mo conceived numerous methods of transforming it into a harbinger of death. By outfitting it with heavy alloy armor, replacing the engineering arm with a rapid-fire Vulcan cannon, and attaching a few missiles, this contraption would march into battle as a walking steel reaper. Lin Mo even harbored suspicions that the Celestial Company had initiated this project with military applications in mind. Where is it? Lin Mo's voice betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. The excitement and nostalgia that once graced Wang Chongming and Zhou Yuan's faces instantly faded, replaced by a bitter semblance. Mr. Lin, the core research and development base for the Pioneer Project is not located in this city, Wang Chongming replied, shaking his head with a heavy tone. It resides in the neighboring Haizhou city, where an independent experimental facility was established specifically for the Pioneer Project. Prior to the catastrophe, it was one of the most highly classified locations of the Celestial Company, on par with the lab of Thor No. 9. Haizhou City. Lin Mo echoed the name. Indeed, Zhou Yuan interjected, providing further details. The straight-line distance from here to Haizhou City is approximately 200 kilometers. Before the catastrophe, it took just over 2 hours to drive there. However, that highway is now completely choked with abandoned vehicles and wandering corpses. 200 kilometers. For the survivors in this apocalyptic wasteland, such a distance was almost insurmountable. It signified the need to traverse dozens of towns overrun by zombies, unpredictable road damage, the potential encounter with more fearsome, mutated creatures than ordinary zombies, and the stretching of supply lines to an infinite length, where even the slightest mishap could spell total annihilation. Even following the remnants of the former highway would be fraught with peril. We once attempted this. Wang Chongming's voice carried a tone of resignation. In the early days of the disaster, the company as higher-ups organized a convoy to clear a path to the Haizhou base and retrieve those devices and data to combat the zombies. The convoy was well-equipped, manned by retired military personnel. Yet, after their departure, we never heard from them again. Mr. Lin, think twice, Bai Lu echoed from the side, understanding better than anyone the implications of the 200-kilometer wasteland. The Ark's reconnaissance team had ventured only 30 kilometers at their furthest, and on that occasion, they lost a third of their personnel and returned in disarray. To journey to Haizhou, it was not madness, it was a death sentence. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before posing another question. How many pioneers are there at the Haizhou base? Wang Chongming was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Mo was still considering this. After recalling, he responded uncertainly. Before the catastrophe, 3 prototypes of the first batch had just been assembled and calibrated, ready for final extreme environment testing. However, I cannot ascertain if they were damaged. The laboratory still has enough components to assemble another 10 units and a complete production line. As long as the lab hasn't been entirely destroyed, we should be able to piece together a few. 3 ready units, 10 sets of components, 1 production line. Lin Mo's heart raced uncontrollably for a moment. If he could bring this technology back to his world, the ensuing sensation would surpass that of the Thor No. 7 battery by 100-fold. He must acquire the Pioneers. Not only the Pioneers, but also the Thor No. 8 and No. 9 batteries. As a child would choose all options, Lin Mo would certainly demand them all. All right, I understand. Lin Mo's voice regained its calm as he waved Bai Lu away. You may return. Mr. Lin. Bai Lu hesitated, sensing an impending storm in Lin Montak's tranquility. Ignoring her, Lin Mo turned and retreated into the shadows of the convenience store, slowly lowering the roller shutter, isolating himself from the outside world. The sound of the armored vehicle's engine roared to life in the square before gradually fading away. Within the off-road vehicle, Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming fidgeted restlessly, uncertain whether their earlier words had afforded them opportunity or summoned trouble. Mr. Lin wouldn't truly consider going to Haizhou, would he? Zhou Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, whispering to Bai Lu. Bai Lu clenched her fists tightly, offering no answer. She was unsure, but an unsettling premonition gripped her. The man who could effortlessly procure mountains of resources would undoubtedly not lightly abandon his pursuit. Thus, the question arose, if Mr. Lin truly intended to venture to Haizhou, how would the Ark navigate that? Inside the convenience store, Lin Mo settled into a chair, initiating a mental simulation. Could he accomplish this solely by himself? His teleportation ability endowed him with remarkable mobility and survival skills, while telekinesis could clear minor obstacles. Yet the 200-kilometer distance posed a tremendous physical strain. Should he encounter a massive horde of zombies or be ensnared by a formidable mutated creature, he too would be plunged in peril. Undertaking this alone was far too risky. Most critically, upon departing the convenience store, he would be stripped of any absolute defensive measures. Moreover, even if he reached Haizhou and located the pioneers, the return journey would still span 200 kilometers. The round trip would render survival probabilities perilously close to zero. What if he relied on existing forces? Nightblade? They were all awakened individuals, but their numbers were too few. Tasking them with a decapitation or infiltration mission was feasible. Yet sending them on a 200-kilometer armed expedition would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. The four major factions? Lin Mo dismissed this notion outright. The Stone, the Hive, the Lighthouse, and the Ark. They were scarcely more than survivor enclaves of modest scale, neither meriting the designation of a warlord. Their personnel composition was complex, and their equipment varied. While they could defend their territory, dispatching them on a lengthy trek would surely lead to a futile endeavor. Not to mention Haizhou. Even breaching the logistics port in the western suburbs proved exceedingly challenging. The Celestial Tech Park was manageable due to its relatively short distance and the presence of only a few thousand zombies inside, provided the openings were controlled appropriately. The four factions could handle it. But Haizhou and the logistics port were entirely different, with difficulties escalating exponentially. Lin Mo's fingers lightly tapped the table. He required manpower, not dozens, nor hundreds, but thousands, even tens of thousands. What he sought was not a horde of ragtag scavengers, but a genuine, disciplined, well-equipped army with unwavering resolve. To sustain such a force, not only vast resources were necessary, but also a solid rear base. Infrastructure, agriculture. Centering around the convenience store, he envisioned extensive construction efforts to erect a fortified stronghold, gradually expanding outward, ultimately transforming it into a large bastion, assembling his own troops, and excavating every valuable asset from the ruins of this apocalyptic era. This process would not be swift, yet it would certainly not be sluggish. With resources in hand, there would be no shortage of individuals willing to assist him. As for construction materials, Lin Mo could easily procure them from any building materials market upon his return. Additionally, acquiring machinery like excavators was merely a matter of uttering a few words. The primary challenge lay in the potential attraction of zombies during the construction of the stronghold. But this could hardly be deemed a problem. After all, the soldiers and awakened individuals of the four major factions were idly waiting. They could be tasked with safeguarding the construction efforts. With a preliminary concept in mind, Lin Mo seized the intercom to contact Nightingale. Chapter 77. Infrastructure Maniac. Building a city from scratch. Nightingale. Boss, I'm here. Nightingale's response was nearly instantaneous. I have a new plan. Lin Mo cut straight to the chase, stating that he intended to construct a stronghold centered around the square where the convenience store was located. The other end of the intercom fell into a brief silence. Nightingale was evidently taken aback by the grandiosity of this plan. In a wasteland, finding a sturdy building to serve as shelter is already considered a stroke of luck. Yet, Lin Mo aims to create an entirely new stronghold from scratch. I require manpower, Lin Mo continued, not just soldiers. I need engineers, builders, electricians, plumbers, anyone who has worked in construction or industry prior to the catastrophe. Your task is to locate these individuals. Their backgrounds and pasts do not concern me. As long as they possess the necessary skills and are willing to pledge their loyalty to me, they shall all be recruited. As for their compensation, they will receive 3 hearty meals a day, and once the stronghold is established, they will each have a place of their own. Nightingale's breath quickened as she suppressed her astonishment and promptly responded, "Understood. I will get on it immediately. Furthermore, it is advisable to prepare for the potential transfer of all equipment and supplies from the tech park at a moment's notice." "Yes, boss." After concluding the call with Nightingale, Lin Mo's finger lingered on the public channel button for a moment before he pressed it decisively. Within the command centers of the 4 major factions, everyone held their breath. "I am Lin Montauk." His voice resonated clearly through the airwaves to the ears of every high-ranking official. "I intend to establish a permanent trading point and safe zone in the central square. From tomorrow, large-scale construction will commence at the Rock Stronghold." The cup in the hands of the Rock King shattered with a loud crack. In the depths of the hive, the queen abruptly rose. Atop the lighthouse, the sage adjusted his glasses, his expression one of incredulity. In the Ark's command room, The captain and the egret exchanged glances, each reading the tumultuous storm brewing in the other's eyes. A permanent point, large-scale construction. Did he comprehend the vast resources required to sustain such a project? During the construction period, I require security. Lin Mo's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if stating an established fact. I need you to dispatch soldiers and awaken ones to defend against zombie incursions. In exchange for your services, I will provide supplies including, but not limited to food, medicine, and tobacco. The scale will be twice that of the previous assault on the tech park, with daily settlements. Lin Mo's words struck like an invisible hammer, forcefully impacting the hearts of the leaders of the four major factions. At the Rock Stronghold, the Rock King slammed his fist onto the metal table, producing a dull thud. What does he take us for? His private guard? His chest heaved violently, clearly incensed by Lin Mo's commanding tone. Yet, Scorpion beside him remained remarkably calm, picking up a magazine that had fallen to the ground, wiping it leisurely. Boss, what else can we do? Scorpion retorted, highlighting the crux of the current situation. Mr. Lin's compensation is double that of the assault on the tech park, with daily settlements. Before Mr. Lin's arrival, our men were still fighting over moldy rations, barely managing to fill their stomachs. Now even ordinary soldiers can enjoy beef, canned goods daily, and the awakened ones are smoking more than anyone else. All of this is thanks to Mr. Lin. Now he wishes to build a city. Do you think we can stop him? The Rock King opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He could not hinder it. If he dared to utter a single denial, tomorrow, his most elite warriors would abandon the rock and head to the square to serve as Lin Mo's security. This was the reality. In the Arts command room, the captain and the egret remained silent for a long while. Sister, he intends to construct this city. The egret's voice was tinged with dryness. I see that, the captain replied, his tone calm, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He possesses the capability. That boundless supply of resources is his greatest assurance. No one can resist the temptation of a full meal. What shall we do? The egret asked with concern. Once his stronghold is established, will we still have a say? The captain turned to face his sister. Yes, as long as we remain of value, we will always have voice. He requires personnel to guard the construction site. We shall send our most elite. He needs technical experts. We will send Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. He wishes to build a city, and we will assist him. He desires the match from the Haizhou base and the distant capital's research center. His strength is ultimately limited. He will need assistance. And our task is to become the indispensable support he seeks. The captain's decision was both resolute and clear. Simultaneously, the Hive and the Lighthouse made the same choice. Refusal? No one dared to take that risk. Lin Mo did not even need to issue threats. Merely displaying that mountain of resources was enough to dismantle any form of alliance or resistance. In the convenience store, after sending out the notification, Lin Mo locked himself in the darkness. He did not ponder the current feelings of the leaders of the four factions. Their choices had been anticipated from the outset. For the four factions, there was no alternative. Now, Lin Mo needed to contemplate more practical matters. Constructing a city was not akin to stacking blocks or piling sand. He retrieved a stack of clean wrapping paper from beneath the counter and swiftly sketched on the back with a pen. Using the convenience store as the focal point, the entire central square would serve as the core area. The first step was to build a wall. It must be a wall, not a fence or barbed wire. A true city wall capable of withstanding a large-scale zombie tide and capable of enduring impacts from heavy mutated creatures. A preliminary estimate suggested a height of at least 10 meters and a thickness no less than 3 meters. The wall should be constructed of reinforced concrete, with high-strength alloy steel plates embedded within as a framework. This was a monumental undertaking, requiring an astronomical amount of rebar, cement, and gravel. Yet for Lin Mo, this was not a problem. All he needed was a sufficiently large warehouse and an extensive procurement list. As for manpower, that was even less of an issue. Lin Mo raised the roll-up door. At this moment, dawn was just breaking, casting a gray light over the silent city. Outside the roll-up door stood hopeful scavengers, who had retrieved various potentially useful items from the ruins, eager to exchange them for sustenance at Lin Mo's place. Lin Mo wasted no time, getting straight to the point. I am recruiting workers. All survivors willing to trade labor for food are welcome. There is but one requirement. They must be able to work. As for compensation, 3 hearty meals a day, with meat. The survivors in the square, upon hearing the words hearty meals and with meat, could hardly believe their ears. Was this truly not a dream? Chapter 78. Work commences 8 hours later. Silence. After a brief moment of stillness, an explosive clamor erupted. The survivors in the square erupted into a frenzy, as if drops of water had been thrown into boiling oil. Hearty meals? And meat? Did I hear that correctly? Is he serious? He must be lying. In this world, where could such good fortune exist? You must be new here. This is Mr. Lin. A presence even the four major factions dare not provoke. If he says it's true, then it is undoubtedly true. Doubt, desire, and madness interwove across every grimy face. They had witnessed too many lies and betrayals, ready to draw blades for a mere fragment of bread. Lin Mo offered no explanations. He merely observed the ragged yet vibrantly alive individuals before him with calm composure. He raised his hand and casually waved. With a crash, several boxes of luncheon meat appeared. The cacophony of the square abruptly ceased at that moment. Every breath was held, all gazes fixated on the boxes of canned goods, throats involuntarily bobbing up and down. The news will spread. Lin Mo's voice shattered the silence. Inform everyone you know. We are recruiting workers here in the square to build the stronghold. Those willing to come, please register now. For those unwilling, I do not press. He paused, pointing at the boxes of canned goods. These are the rewards for disseminating the news. 1 can per person. Take your belongings and set forth. In 8 hours, construction will officially commence. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds. In the next moment, the nearest tall and lean man, as if awakened from a slumbering beast, snatched up a can and dashed into the depths of the ruins. He was eager to share this good news with his family hidden within the crumbling edifice. With one person leading the charge, the rest quickly followed suit, racing toward every corner of the city with frenzied excitement. There would be plenty to eat. There is meat. This news pierced through the shroud of despair that enveloped the city of ruins like a radiant beam of light. Countless survivors, who had been huddled in dark corners, clinging to life, displayed the same incredulous expressions as those in the square upon hearing this announcement. Then, they all began to inventory their meager possessions, preparing to assist Mr. Lin with the work. The grand celebration following the conquest of the Celestial Technology Park by the four major factions was still a topic of lively discussion. The scavengers who had missed the opportunity to partake reminisced about the endless barbecue and beer, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Finally, it was their turn. Meanwhile, once the scavengers in the square dispersed, Lin Mo turned and walked back to the convenience store, picking up the walkie-talkie. He first contacted Nightingale. Gather all your personnel. Assemble in the square in 8 hours. Prepare to receive the first batch of construction workers and supplies. Understood, boss. Nightingale's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Next, Lin Mo switched to the public channel. A crackle of static filled the air, and all high-ranking officials in the command centers of the four factions instinctively straightened their backs. In 8 hours, construction will commence at the central square. I need your defensive forces fully positioned before work begins, establishing the first line of defense on the outskirts. In 8 hours, I will disburse the first day's wages. With that, Lin Mo ended the communication. There was no negotiation, no request, only a notification and a command. Lin Mo did not linger in this apocalyptic world. He pulled down the rolling shutter and chose to traverse once more. After a familiar sensation of weightlessness, the city's cacophony enveloped him again. This time, Lin Mo returned with urgency and a heavy burden. He required not only cement and rebar, but also a significant amount of construction machinery. These items were not inexpensive. Hence, Lin Mo needed to approach Old Tang to liquidate some gold. With this thought, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Old Tang had quite the network. He could certainly arrange the construction materials and machinery Lin Mo needed. New items were not necessary. Anything operational would suffice. As for whether this would raise suspicion, given that they were already in possession of the Pulsar No. 1, it would be ludicrous for Old Tang not to harbor doubts. Yet, even if he did suspect, what would be done? Lin Mo took out his phone and called Su-Won directly. I have a batch of goods. Lin Mo got straight to the point. On the other end, Su-Won immediately shifted into work mode, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Lin, how much is there this time? Lin Mo assessed the inventory in the dimensional warehouse. This time, he had brought back 500 kilograms of gold, in addition to the 300 kilograms he had acquired when dismantling production line components, totaling 800 kilograms. 800, Lin Mo replied. 800? Su-Won's voice quivered slightly. She thought she had misheard. 800 kilograms of gold, at the current market price, amounted to over 600 million in cash. The previous 300 kilograms had already left her and Old Tang in shock for quite some time. Just a few days later, and now there was 800 kilograms. Su-Won suddenly recalled that when Lin Mo first approached her, he had mentioned he would be processing a ton of gold each month. It seemed Lin Mo had understated the situation. I need to report this to Old Tang immediately. Su-Won's voice regained its professional decorum, though her speech quickened. Understood. Lin Mo hung up the phone, and before long, a strange encrypted number called in. It was Old Tang. Mr. Lin, it's me. Old Tang's voice was as steady as ever, devoid of any emotion. I have heard from Xiao Su about this matter. The price remains the same as last time, 820. How'd that sound? That works. Lin Mo's response was concise. Besides cash, I also require some additional items. Please specify, Mr. Lin. Cement, rebar, more is better. Additionally, construction machinery, excavators, bulldozers, cranes, large generator sets. I don't need them to be brand new. Secondhand will suffice, as long as they are functional. With each item Lin Mo listed, the weight of Old Tang's breathing grew heavier. After he finished, a long silence enveloped the line from Tangshan. If the 800 kilograms of gold had merely astonished Old Tang at Lin Mo's financial prowess, this procurement list elicited a sense of perplexity. The combination of these items was not indicative of simple personal needs. This was infrastructure development on a grand scale. Mr. Lin, the quantities you require are substantial, and gathering them all at once will take some time. Old Tang's voice carried an inquisitive tone. Old Tang, this may be a problem for others. Lin Mo's tone carried a hint of amusement, but I believe it is not an issue for you. I expect to see results within 6 hours. Chapter 79, This is not business. This is choosing sides. The busy tone echoed in the quiet study after the call ended. Su Wan, holding her phone, felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. She glanced at Old Tang, who was seated in his armchair with his eyes closed, her voice tinged with undeniable concern. Old Tang, what Mr. Lin is requesting is far beyond ordinary business. Cement, rebar, and so many heavy machinery. Su Wan's breath quickened. This exceeded our operational scope, and the sheer volume made it impossible to procure through normal channels in such a short time. Moreover, it would easily attract attention. Old Tang slowly opened his eyes, not looking at Su Wan, but rather fixating on the venerable banyan tree outside the window. Xiao Su, did you think it was inconspicuous when Mr. Lin presented Pulsar No. 1? Old Tang's tone was calm, but sent a shiver down Su Wan's spine. A person capable of casually revealing revolutionary battery technology. One who can manipulate a trillion-dollar giant like Tianheng Energy. Do you believe those at the top would overlook him? Old Tang lifted a cup of tea, gently blowing on it. Since he held that press conference, he has been under the spotlight, and those above have taken note of Mr. Lin. Our minor actions pale in comparison to what he is undertaking. Su Wan's lips moved, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Old Tang, are you implying that? This is not business. Old Tang set down the teacup with a soft clink. This is about choosing sides. A figure like Mr. Lin either remains hidden or, once revealed, inevitably stirs the winds of change. What we can do now is not to speculate on his intentions, but to fulfill his every request to the best of our abilities. Old Tang turned to look at Su Wan. Whatever he desires, by any means necessary, must be gathered within 6 hours. Inform the suppliers that prices can be adjusted upward by 30%, but the items must arrive immediately. If absolutely necessary, we can halt our engineering teams for a few days to redirect their equipment. Understood, I comprehend. Su Wan took a deep breath, suppressing all her doubts and anxieties. She knew Old Tang had made a decision. This was a high-stakes gamble, with the fate of the Tang family hanging in the balance for decades to come. Lin Mo hung up the phone, not lingering in place. He drove the unremarkable cargo van toward the suburban global warehouse wholesale market once more. Half an hour later, when the white van came to a stop in front of the management office, the yawning manager immediately stood at attention. Boss Lin, you're back again. The manager's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. Ever since Lin Mo presented that list comparable to military procurement, his stature in the market has risen significantly. I am quite satisfied with the previous items, Lin Mo announced as he alighted from the vehicle, handing over yet another list. The manager accepted it with both hands. Glancing at it briefly, his eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. This new list was even more absurd than the last. The quantity of staple foods and meats had tripled. In addition, there was a considerable increase in vegetables, fruits, seasonings, and even several hundred cases of liquor and 1,000 cartons of cigarettes. At the bottom, a line of small text read, tents, military beds, work uniforms, safety gloves, and helmets, 5,000 sets each. The manager's hand trembled as he held the list. Mr. Lin. Boss Lin, what is this? Prepare the items as per the list. The finances are not an issue. Lin Mo replied, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Yes, I'll attend to it immediately. The manager dared not utter another word and dashed towards the warehouse area. The entire wholesale market was once again engulfed in a frenzy of activity due to Lin Mo's presence. He had retained the same transit warehouse as before. Standing in the expansive warehouse, he observed truckloads of supplies being brought in, accumulating into mountains. When the last box was received into the dimensional warehouse, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Wan. Mr. Lin, All the items you requested are in place, stored at the abandoned industrial park in the east of the city, ready for handover at any moment. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It had been 5.5 hours since he made the call. Tang Lao's efficiency exceeded his expectations. With 3 hours remaining until his scheduled transit time, he was just about to grab a bite when his phone rang again. It was Jiang Yi. Lin Mo answered the call. Chairman Lin, Jiang Yi's voice sounded somewhat grave. Speak. We just received a call. Jiang Yi spoke rapidly, indicating urgency. From the Ministry of Energy. Lin Montauk paused momentarily. So it had finally come to pass. A Director Zhang specifically wishes to meet with you. Jiang Yi continued. He is very interested in our Yuansheng No. 1 battery and the subsequent production capacity planning. When? Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. He will personally lead a team to our Yuansheng technology. Jiang Yi's tone carried a hint of pressure. Chairman Lin, the individual coming is of high rank. It may not be easy to handle. Understood, Lin Montauk replied calmly. Prepare for the reception as usual. I will manage the rest. Got it, Jiang Yi responded quickly. Also, the acquisition of the Tianheng Energy Production Park is progressing, and the first tranche of funds needs to be allocated. What amount do you suggest? How much is needed? The initial sum is 300 million. Very well, I will take care of it. Lin Mo ended the call and reached out to Su Wan, indicating his intent to visit Tang Lao at the Jingxin Tea Garden. Su Wan promptly informed him that Tang Lao was already at the tea house and that Lin Mo could go directly there. Upon arriving at the Jingxin Tea Garden, Lin Mo could sense a significantly more serious atmosphere. Several more security personnel had been stationed at the entrance, all of them imposing figures. Su Wan was already waiting at the door, and upon seeing the familiar white delivery van approach, she immediately went to greet him, feeling somewhat contemplative. This Mr. Lin was indeed intriguing. He could casually produce billions worth of gold, yet chose to drive a delivery van. If it were someone else, they would at least opt for an executive vehicle like a Maybach, if not a Lamborghini or Ferrari. But Mr. Lin did not. He simply drove around in a cargo truck. However, Su Wan understood that individuals like Lin Mo could not be judged by conventional standards, and she dared not inquire further. Lin Mo opened the van's cargo area, revealing several boxes, and said to Su Wan, "The items are here. Please arrange for them to be moved inside." Of course. Su Wan promptly began organizing the logistics, leading the way. In the reception hall, Lin Mo encountered Tang Lao. With a warm smile, Tang Lao remarked, "Mr. Lin, I have successfully gathered the items you requested." Lin Mo returned the smile. "Thank you for your efforts, Tang Lao." Tang Lao personally brewed a cup of tea for Lin Mo, the fragrant aroma wafting through the serious atmosphere. "Mr. Lin, the quantity of items you requested is quite substantial and varied," he said, pushing the teacup towards Lin Mo with deliberate slowness. "I leveraged some personal connections to assemble this within such a short time." Lin Mo picked up the teacup, observing the tea leaves swirling within without taking a sip. "Thank you for your diligence. It is only fitting. After all, with this much gold involved, I too have benefited." Tang Lao chuckled, reclining in the Grandmaster's chair. His hands crossed over his abdomen. "I am curious, Mr. Lin, why do you need so many construction materials and engineering equipment? Are you planning a grand project somewhere?" His tone was casual, as if engaging in light conversation. Lin Mo set down the teacup and met his gaze. "A friend has purchased a plot of land overseas and intends to build a manor for leisure." This explanation was riddled with inconsistencies. Who would buy construction materials domestically for an overseas manor? Yet Tang Lao clapped his hands in delight, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "I see. Young people with ambition are commendable." He then shifted the topic. "Mr. Lin, the total amount of gold is 800 kilograms, which according to our agreed price, amounts to 656 million. The equipment and materials you requested are provided at cost, totaling 180 million. Additionally, I understand that the first payment for the acquisition of Tianheng Energy is 300 million, which I have prepared for immediate transfer." Su Wan stood by, her heart racing as she absorbed the flurry of numbers. In just a few sentences, billions of funds were in motion. Tang Lao continued to address Lin Mo after deductions. "The remaining sum of 176 million, along with the amount you left with me previously, will be transferred to your account. Furthermore, to celebrate the successful conclusion of your press conference, I personally offer you 5 million. I hope you will not refuse." Tang Lao's gesture felt less like a business transaction and more like a personal favor. Lin Mo's tone remained composed. "Ha ha!" Tang Lao erupted in hearty laughter, his mirth resonant. "Mr. Lin, you are straightforward. Then I shall not hold back." He leaned forward slightly, his smile waning, replaced by a solemn expression. "Mr. Lin, this is not merely business. This is a show of allegiance." The atmosphere in the study seemed to freeze at that moment. Su Wan held her breath. acutely aware that every word Tang Lao was about to utter would determine the future trajectory of the Tang family. From the moment you unveiled the Yuanxing number one, I knew that you were no ordinary person. Tang Lao's voice was steady and powerful. Tianing energy is no match for you. This is just the beginning. In the future, the storms you stir will be 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than now. I am old and have no grand ambitions left, but the Tang family must continue. I bet on your success. Therefore, anything you require, as long as it is within my means, will be granted without hesitation. His words resonated with gravity. This was no mere investment. It was a high-stakes gamble on the future of an entire family. Lin Mo regarded the elderly man before him, pausing in silence for a moment. The people from the Ministry of Energy will come to see me tomorrow, he suddenly stated. Tang Lao, un peu de, not that. What is destined to come will always arrive. That Director Zhang is a pragmatic individual. He is not here to cause trouble. His primary concern is the production capacity of the Yuanxing number one and the significance of this technology to the national energy strategy. As long as you demonstrate a cooperative attitude and present a satisfactory production capacity plan, not only will they not pose difficulties for you, but they will also clear many obstacles from your path. Tang Lao's words affirmed Lin Mo's own instincts. I understand. Lin Mo rose to his feet, expressing gratitude to Elder Tang for his reminder. Where's the location? He inquired. In the abandoned industrial park to the east of the city. Xiaosu will guide you there, Elder Tang replied, also standing up. He added, as for the subsequent business, I will gradually involve the younger generation of the Tang family. And I hope Mr. Lin will be accommodating. This was a declaration of intent. Lin Mo said little, merely nodding before turning to exit the study. Suan quickly followed, leading Lin Mo outside. After they departed, Elder Tang stood alone by the window, watching as the white cargo van drove away from the tea house. Remaining silent for a long while, he knew that from this day forth, the Tang family's vessel was irrevocably tied to the colossal, indistinct ship that was Lin Mo. The abandoned industrial park to the east of the city had once been the industrial heart of the metropolis, yet now it lay in ruins, with rusting factories and rampant weeds. Suwon parked the vehicle in a vast open space and gestured ahead. Mr. Lin, everything you requested is right here. Lin Montauk disembarked, surprised by the sight before him. Dozens of excavators, bulldozers, and cranes were lined up neatly, resembling a congregation of slumbering steel giants. Nearby, mounds of cement and rebar, along with several large diesel generators, lay piled high. Although these machines appeared somewhat antiquated, they were all well-maintained and ready for operation. Elder Tang has gone to great lengths. Lin Montag gemacht Zinsayidi. It is our duty, Suwon replied respectfully, adding, I shall not intrude any further, Mr. Lin. Please contact me if any issues arise. Understood. Lin Montag nodded. After Suwon departed, he found himself alone in the expansive industrial park, accompanied solely by the dormant steel beasts. The wind swept through, stirring up the dust on the ground. Without delay, Lin Mo approached the nearest bulldozer. With a mere gesture, the massive yellow machine, weighing several tons, vanished into thin air, leaving only a distinct imprint on the ground. He proceeded to the second, then the third, excavators, cranes, and large generator sets. Like a silent harvester, he traversed the steel jungle, leaving behind only an expanse of vacant concrete. Finally, he approached the towering piles of cement and rebar, which too, like an apparition, were erased completely. In a mere 10 minutes, the entire industrial park reverted to the silence it had known for years. Glancing at his phone, Lin Mo noted that less than half an hour remained until the designated 8-hour mark. He climbed back into the white cargo van and drove away from the industrial park, returning to the convenience store just in time. Pulling down the roller shutter, Lin Mo silently intoned, Transport. Chapter 81. Commencement. The square transforms into a construction site. The familiar sensation of weightlessness dissipated as Lin Mo returned to the apocalyptic world. He lifted the roller shutter. Beneath the evening glow, a dense crowd awaited. At least 1,000 souls had converged from the ruins' various corners, driven by hunger and the last flicker of hope for the future, standing in quiet anticipation. At the forefront stood Nightingale and her 20 Nightblade members, forming a not-so-solid human barrier that separated the eager survivors from the center of the square. Further down the street, the forces of the 4 major factions had completed their deployment. Sandbags, barbed wire, and hastily constructed machine gun nests formed a circular defensive perimeter. All eyes were fixed on Lin Mo the moment the roller shutter opened. Emerging from the convenience store, Lin Mo surveyed the scene. He nodded at Nightingale. Clear the central area. Understood. Nightingale commanded, and the Nightblade members swiftly sprang into action, efficiently carving a path through the crowd and clearing the largest open space in the center of the square. The survivors were pushed to the periphery. Although there was some unrest, no one dared to resist under the cold gaze of the Nightblade members and the lure of food. They simply craned their necks. Their expressions a blend of curiosity, awe, and greed as they watched the man standing in the middle of the clearing. The on-site commanders of the four factions relayed live footage back to their respective headquarters. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the convenience store and waved his hand. With a thunderous sound, hundreds of bags of cement cascaded down, neatly stacked on the ground, stirring up a cloud of fine dust. With a crash, bundles of rebar, heaps of sand and gravel, and crates of tools appeared from thin air, quickly occupying a significant portion of the square. The entire area fell into an eerie silence. However, this was merely the beginning. Under the astonished gazes of all, a colossal figure gradually emerged on the other side of the clearing. Its yellow paint, massive tracks, and a blade capable of leveling anything revealed its identity, a bulldozer. Following it came the second, and then the third, the distinctive long arms of excavators. The towering masts of cranes and a dozen rectangular large generator sets materialized. A host of slumbering steel giants descended upon the desolate ground. My heavens, where did Mr. Lin acquire so many pieces of construction machinery? A middle-aged man with tattered glasses muttered in awe. Once a mechanical engineer, he now resembled a child who had just spotted his beloved toy, trembling with excitement. And a crane? Just how large a stronghold does Mr. Lin intend to build? Lin Mo paid no heed to the reactions around him. He turned to Nightingale. Let us commence. Gather the engineers and technicians to inspect the equipment and prepare to start. Have the skilled electricians activate the generators and set up the lighting equipment. I want this place as bright as day. The others were to form groups, clearing the foundation and preparing to lay the rebar. Without a moment's hesitation, Nightingale raised a megaphone, her voice resonating throughout the square. All with engineering experience, step forward. Electricians, welders, plumbers, rebar workers, concrete workers. Anyone who has done this work, stand to the left. Those who can operate excavators, bulldozers, and cranes, to the right. Those who can establish the regional power grid, stand in the center. Move it. A brief commotion erupted in the crowd, which then began to disperse. One by one, ragged and emaciated survivors stepped forward from the throng. They may have long been estranged from the tools of their trade, yet at this moment, the sight of those familiar steel giants awakened buried memories. An elderly man with graying hair approached Nightingale, his murky eyes betraying an overwhelming excitement. I spent my life as a site supervisor, understanding everything from the foundation to the roof. Nightingale appraised him with a nod. You will be responsible for technical coordination. Soon, dozens more stepped forward, declaring their trades and past experiences. These individuals became the initial core of skilled personnel for the stronghold's construction. Nightingale quickly divided them into several groups, each responsible for a designated area. The remainder were grouped according to physical strength to handle materials and clear the site. Listen up, everyone. There is but one rule here. Obey commands and work diligently. Anyone who dares to slack off or entertain ulterior motives will face the consequences. With her declaration, Nightingale snapped her fingers. Flames erupted, melting a nearby steel pipe into molten metal. All the survivors felt a chill run down their spines, quelling any rebellious thoughts. Activate the generators. At the command of the technical team leader, several former electricians rushed forward. They checked the fuel lines and connected the cables. Although their movements were somewhat rusty, they remained proficient. The long-dormant diesel generators roared to life, followed by the engines of the bulldozers and excavators. The symphony of industrial civilization resonated once more over the wasteland as the steel giants awakened. The bulldozers commenced the arduous task of clearing the square of abandoned vehicles and debris, leveling the ground for the foundational excavation. Under the guidance of their respective group leaders, the survivors donned safety helmets and gloves provided by Lin Mo and began to pry open the cracked cement surface with rudimentary tools, transporting fragments of stone. The scene of thousands laboring simultaneously was grand and awe-inspiring. Sweat soaked their tattered garments, yet not a single soul uttered a complaint. For at the periphery of the construction site, several enormous army pots had been set up, simmering thick meat broth, its overpowering aroma wafting through the air, serving as the most potent motivation for all. In the Arts Command Room, the immense screen displayed real-time footage relayed by drones, vividly capturing all that transpired in the square. The captain stood side by side with Egret, both enveloped in a profound silence. Sister, he truly wishes to build a city, Egret remarked, her voice tinged with dryness. From a moment Lin Mo announced his plans to the present roar of engines, only a few short hours had passed. This desolate wasteland, once devoid of hope, have been infused with a radically different vitality through the sheer will of one man. He is not merely constructing a city, the captain replied softly, yet with an unprecedented gravity. He is establishing a new order. Look at those survivors. They have jobs, food, and hope. And those soldiers, they are fighting to protect that hope. Everything revolves around him. Following the captain's line of thought, Egret gazed at the edge of the screen. Where Ark soldiers were using defensive fortifications to eliminate scattered zombies drawn by the noise. The zombies fell beyond the defensive line, unable to breach its threshold. Within that line lay a vibrant new world, alive with activity. Just a wall apart, two epics existed. As the evening glow gradually faded into twilight, the central square remained illuminated as brightly as day. Several high-power generators emitted a continuous roar, while hundreds of makeshift floodlights banished all shadows from the construction site. The clanging of steel, the growl of machinery, and the shouts of foremen melded into a wild symphony unique to the industrial age. The old supervisor stood atop a rise, observing the bustling scene below, the lights reflecting off his murky eyes. Sparks flew as steel rods were cut. Bulldozers pushed discarded cement slabs into deep pits, and workers shouted in unison, lifting processed steel reinforcements into the freshly dug trenches. He could scarcely recall the last time he had witnessed such a sight. After the catastrophe, survivors had hidden away, unwilling and unable to undertake large-scale construction. Yet now, in the very heart of this ruin, a genuine city wall was rising from the ground up. Get your act together. Finish quickly, and we'll eat sooner, shouted an awakened member of the Nightblade team as he stood beside enormous army pots, where chunks of meat rolled in the thick broth, the intoxicating aroma hooking every soul present. There was no room for idleness. Here, every ounce of effort meant a greater share of broth. This principle proved more effective than any whip. Beyond the construction site, at the circular defensive line, a soldier from the rock stronghold peered out, accurately dispatching a zombie lured by the noise with his rifle. The gunfire seemed trivial amidst the mechanical din. Can you smell that? The broth is absolutely divine, remarked a companion, instinctively inhaling deeply towards the construction site. The soldier eliminated 2 more zombies before speaking again. Lin Mo is indeed generous. Even these mud-legged folks will get a share. Indeed, in other places, receiving 2 panels would be considered fortunate. But with so many people, does Lin Mo have enough supplies? He should have enough. Enough chatter, the captain interjected, casting a glance towards the brightly lit area. What kind of man do you think Lin Mo is? He won T-Lac for our meager reward. Hold your position and don't let the zombies breach. Otherwise, I'll blow your heads off. At that moment, Nightingale appeared behind the defensive line. Without superfluous words, she addressed the on-site commanders of the 4 major factions. Lin Mo requests that you send a representative to settle today as compensation. As her words fell, the breaths of the 4 commanders grew heavier. Scorpion from the rock stronghold, along with the others, quickly followed Nightingale towards the center of the square. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the small shop, surveying the burgeoning construction site. The 4 representatives approached him, instinctively silent, awaiting his direction. They could sense that the cacophony of the site had become merely a backdrop to this man. Lin Mo casually raised his hand, gesturing towards the vacant space before them. With a clatter, mountains of metallic boxes appeared, stacked neatly. There were cans of luncheon meat, 24 per box, and the pile before them numbered at least 200 boxes. The pupils of the 4 representatives involuntarily constricted. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Lin Mo waved his hand again. Another small mountain emerged. Compressed biscuits, individual energy bars, and purified water followed. Then came a third and a fourth pile. First aid kits for treating wounds, antibiotics, crates of strong liquor, and hundreds of tightly wrapped cigarettes ensconced in waterproof cloth. The quantity of supplies far exceeded their expectations. During the assault on Tianxiong Technology Park, they had thought Lin Mo generous. Now, that event seemed but a mere appetizer. Scorpion swallowed hard. Having navigated the wasteland for years, he thought himself well-versed in grand spectacles. Yet this scene surpassed his comprehension. This was no mere supply. It was a treasure capable of driving every survivor from any stronghold into a frenzy. The compensation for the first day, Lin Mo finally spoke, his tone flat, devoid of emotion. You 4 factions will divide it equally. How you transport and distribute it is your concern. With that, he turned and walked back into the small shop, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The 4 representatives stood rooted, gazing at the towering pile of supplies, rendered speechless. Scorpion was the first to react, immediately shouting into the communicator, "Rock King, we've struck gold. Send the biggest trucks to us now." The news seemed to sprout wings. swiftly spreading throughout the entire circular defensive line. Compensation is here. Cans, cigarettes, liquor, everything. It's real. I saw Scorpion and the others tallying it up, and it's stacked as high as a mountain. Following Lin Mo means 3 days of meals in 9 servings. Long live. It was uncertain who shouted first, but soon cheers erupted from every position, rising and falling in waves, even momentarily drowning out the roar of the construction site. The soldiers' morale soared to its zenith in that moment. Those who had previously harbored grievances and fatigue now brimmed with renewed vigor, eager for more zombies to hone their skills against. Before long, trucks from the 4 major factions thundered in, under the command of their respective representatives, beginning to frantically load the supplies. At the Rock Stronghold, Rock King watched the footage relayed by the drone, observing his men scurrying like ants to load the boxes onto the trucks, his feelings complex. Damn it, he cursed, uncertain whom to blame. In the Ark command room, the captain observed the trucks laden with supplies, issuing orders to Egret beside him. Immediately inventory the supplies, setting aside half of the canned meat and all medications to be prioritized for the troops on duty tonight. Inform them that this is Lin Mo's compensation and a reward from the Arkansas. Yes, Egret responded promptly. The captain gazed at the screen, which still displayed the frenzied activity of the construction site, murmuring to himself, the order has begun to take shape. As the entire square basked in the joy of harvest, a sudden, frantic crackle erupted from the public channel of all communication devices. Immediately following, a scout stationed at the eastern perimeter watchtower let out a terrified scream. Warning. East Block 3. A horde of zombies is approaching. The numbers are uncountable. Chapter 83. Is Mr. Lin about to take action? In an instant, the soldiers who had been celebrating their newfound supplies found their smiles frozen in place. The survivors, drenched in sweat from their labor at the construction site, halted their movements. Fear etched on their faces. What are you panicking for? Scorpion roared, seizing the communicator. Think about the canned goods you just received. If you don't want to starve tomorrow, steady those guns. Machine gunners, prepare to fire. All awakened ones, move to the first line of defense. Almost simultaneously, the commanders of the Ark, Hive, and Lighthouse issued the same commands. The recently acquired supplies served as the most potent stimulant. The soldiers' morale surged to unprecedented heights as they swiftly assumed combat positions, pulling back their gun bolts. The dark muzzles aimed towards the ominous end of the street. Panic began to spread across the construction site. The zombies are here. Run. There are countless zombies. We're doomed. The survivors dropped their tools, instinctively seeking to flee in all directions. Stop right there. Nightingale's voice rang out, her comrades from Nightblade raising their weapons. Anyone who dares to run will die right now. Nightingale's tone was devoid of warmth. Mr. Lin was watching from behind, and the construction site was their safest refuge. If you wish to live, pick up your tools and continue working. Her words brought a slight semblance of calm to the chaotic crowd, yet fear continued to spread. At that moment, the tremors beneath their feet grew increasingly pronounced. From the end of the street, a dark tide surged forth. It was an uncountable mass of zombies huddled together, emitting guttural howls as they madly rushed towards the light and sounds of the plaza. Open fire, with Scorpion's command. Dozens of machine guns along the circular defense line unleashed a torrent of fire. The deafening sound of gunfire tore through the horde, creating gaping wounds in the mass of undead. The front line of zombies fell in droves, yet those behind continued their relentless charge, trampling over their fallen comrades. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and monstrous roars reverberated through the night sky. The soldiers of the 4 major factions displayed astonishing combat prowess, their defenses fortified and their firepower ferocious, holding the tide of zombies at bay 200 meters away. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, a relentless wave crashing forth. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a dull thud echoed from the rear of the horde. A wall facing the street crumbled under impact as a massive figure burst forth. It was a mutated zombie the size of a truck, its body encased in a hardened, carapace-like shell, resembling a rhinoceros clad in heavy armor. Awakened ones, engage. Stop it. Scorpion's eyes widened in desperation. Before his command could reach the troops, a flash of fire erupted. It was Nightingale. A searing stream of flames shot from her fingertips, instantly piercing the armored zombie skull. Flames engulfed the wound, causing the enormous body to stiffen momentarily before it rolled forward, crashing into the defensive fortifications with a resounding thud. Sandbags and barricades scattered in all directions. Yet the beast could not rise again. The pressure on the defense line lessened abruptly, and Scorpion exhaled a sigh of relief. Steady. Maintain formation. Keep firing. Nightingale's intervention had temporarily stabilized the defense at the rock stronghold. Awakened ones from other directions also sprang into action, utilizing ice shards, wind blades, and earthen walls. Their diverse abilities exploded within the horde, effectively curtailing the zombies' advance. Yet, the sheer volume of ordinary zombies was insurmountable. This situation differed significantly from the siege of the Sky Dome Technology Park. Back then, they had defended a narrow gap with a crossfire of machine guns maximized enemy casualties. Now, they faced a black tide emerging from a wide street, stretching their defense line and significantly diluting their firepower. Reload. East Zone 3. Zombies are breaking through. The communication channel filled with a cacophony of screams and cries for help as the situation grew increasingly dire. Despite the soldiers' valiant efforts, gaps in the defense were inevitable. Dozens of zombies breached the fire net, lunging toward the nearest cover and engaging in a bloody melee with the soldiers. One soldier from the Ark was toppled by a zombie, but his comrades swiftly smashed the undead skull with the butt of his gun, only for more zombies to surge forth. The entire circular defense line resembled a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a storm. At the construction site, the survivors huddled together, trembling. They watched the flashes of gunfire and the carnage on the defense line, their hopes gradually consumed by fear. Nightingale stood before them, her expression grave. Just then, Lin Mo emerged from behind the roll-up door of the convenience store. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared dozens of meters away. With several rapid flashes, Lin Mo stood atop a high point, overlooking the encroaching horde. Everyone's movements seemed to slow. Scorpion, preparing to seal a breach, caught sight of Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye. His actions momentarily halted. Mr. Lin actually stepped out of the convenience store. Is he going to take action himself? Nightingale, too, noticed Lin Mo's emergence, momentarily taken aback. It's Mr. Lin. He is about to take action. Whispers of speculation floated across the battleground. Lin Mo's figure flickered again, instantly appearing dozens of meters away, followed by two more flashes, bringing him to a high ground. Before him, a wooden crate filled with steel pellets burst open. Dozens of steel pellets, the size of fingernails, were levitated by an unseen force, slowly ascending into the air. The mechanical roar of the plaza and the fierce sounds of gunfire on the defense line suddenly seemed to lose their significance. All eyes were drawn to the swirling mass of suspended metal. Lin Mo gestured towards the horde of zombies. A piercing, high-frequency shriek instantly drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. The metal stream, composed of dozens of steel pellets, shot forth at an incomprehensible speed. The first wave of zombies at the forefront was instantly perforated and torn apart by the rapidly spinning steel. Flesh bone, and organs were reduced to a cloud of crimson debris within mere tenths of a second. Following the first wave, a second wave of steel pellets surged forth, followed by a third and a fourth. The metallic flood moved steadily from the far left of the defense line to the far right, leaving devastation in its wake. Lin Mo transformed into a human Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of firepower single-handedly. Whether ordinary zombies or the few mutated ones mixed in, there was no distinction before this metallic storm. Within 50 meters of the defense line, an absolute death zone emerged, where not a single zombie could remain whole, all reduced to mere remnants. Chapter 84. He actually has two abilities? The piercing shriek faded. Gunfire, roars, explosions, every sound vanished. The world fell into a peculiar silence, with only the dull rumble of the generator echoing like a requiem for the recent one-sided massacre. The soldiers on the defense line maintained their firing stances, but their fingers froze on the triggers, unmoving. Before them, the street once occupied by the horde now lay eerily empty. There were neither corpses nor remains. Only a dark crimson carpet intermingled with the remnants of flesh and bone, stretching from the front line for 200 meters. The air was thick with a pungent odor of charred flesh and the metallic scent of blood, a smell that nauseated the senses. A soldier from the rock stronghold gradually lowered his rifle, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Beside him, a young Ark soldier gaped, his throat emitting raspy sounds. Yet he was unable to utter a single word. Moments ago, the zombie's claw had been less than half a meter from his throat, and he had believed his demise was imminent. Yet in the next heartbeat, that very zombie, along with the entire horde behind it, was transformed into a mist of crimson. On the construction site, thousands of survivors stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the figure descending from above. Their expressions of terror eclipsed by a profound emotion, one of reverence, adoration, and the awe of witnessing a miracle. Thud! One of the closest survivors felt his legs give way and sank to his knees. This was soon followed by a cascade of similar sounds as hundreds, if not thousands, of survivors spontaneously knelt, burying their heads deeply, unable to meet the gaze of the man before them. Those who struggled to survive in this apocalyptic world understood the value of power better than anyone. What they had just witnessed transcended their comprehension of strength. It was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. "Damn it," Scorpion muttered, his voice dry as he surveyed the now desolate killing ground. Feeling cold sweat seep through his back. As the second-in-command of the Rock Stronghold, he had encountered many formidable awakened individuals, including the Rock King himself. Yet, even the Rock King could not have dispatched thousands of zombies with such precision and efficiency. "Is this metal manipulation?" the Hive-S female commander murmured, casting a glance at the scholar in the white robe, seeking an answer from him. The scholar did not respond, merely adjusting his glasses. No, Imatev, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The supply drop, the teleportation, that is a spatial ability, and that attack just now appears to be metal manipulation. But it could also be psychokinesis. Could Mr. Lin possess two abilities? Two abilities? Scorpion abruptly turned to him, his facial muscles twitching. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I am not speaking nonsense." The scholar forced himself to remain composed. "You all witnessed it. Mr. Lin teleported here. That is undoubtedly a spatial ability. But that attack," he gestured toward the blood-soaked street. "That method of accelerating metal to its utmost for an assault is pure physical interference, falling under the realm of psychokinesis or metal manipulation. It is a consensus that one person cannot awaken two abilities. The energy conflict of two distinct powers could shred steel, let alone the flesh and blood of an awakened individual. How did Mr. Lin accomplish this?" The scholar's words plunged the surrounding commanders into silence. Indeed, how could it be done? This question was destined to remain unanswered. Lin Mo's figure flickered as he returned to the ground, followed by another blink as he reappeared at the convenience store. Were it not for the corpses strewn across the ground, many would have believed Lin Mo had remained in the store all along, never having moved. "Continue," Lin Mo commanded, shattering the stillness of the scene. Nightingale was the first to regain her senses, stepping forward to address the crowd, her voice amplified across the square. "Get up." The survivors trembled, instinctively lifting their heads. "Do you still wish to eat? The construction site is not yet completed. Do you think you can lie here and wait for meat pies to fall from the sky?" Mr. Lin does not accommodate idlers. Nightingale's words were blunt yet remarkably effective. The desire for sustenance momentarily overshadowed the survivors' awe and fear. The crowd began to stir, one by one rising from the ground. The old supervisor trembled as he stood, glancing toward the front line and then at the convenience store, finally settling his gaze on the nascent foundation before him. He picked up a blueprint that had fallen, dusted it off, and shouted in a hoarse voice. "What the hell are you all staring at? Steel reinforcement team, have you finished binding the rebar for the foundation beams? Concrete mixers, why are you standing there? Keep mixing. If you dawdle any longer, the cement will harden. Anyone who wants to eat well with Mr. Lin, get your hands and feet moving." His roar awakened the senses of all present. The survivors exchanged glances, silently retrieving their tools. Fear lingered, but a new sentiment began to take root within them. As long as they followed that man, they would survive. As long as they worked hard, there would be broth to drink. This thought proved more potent than any form of motivation. The mechanical roar began anew, and the construction site regained its fervent energy. Yet this time, everyone worked with greater fervor, their eyes imbued with a newfound, indescribable resolve. At the Rock Stronghold, the Rock King observed the drone footage showing the expansive bloodstained carpet, a profound sense of helplessness surging within him. He remained silent for a long while before picking up the communicator. "Scorpion, boss, I'm here. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, all personnel at the Rock Stronghold are to unconditionally obey Mr. Lin's directives." "Understood, boss." Scorpion's response was immediate and unwavering. At the Ark Stronghold, the captain and Egret stood side by side, gazing at the screen before them. It displayed the scene of Lin Mo effortlessly obliterating the horde with a mere wave of his hand. "Captain, the replacement troops from Rock and Lighthouse have already set out." A voice called from behind. The captain shut off the projection and turned to Egret. "You should also take your people to relieve the guard." "Yes, sister." Simultaneously, at the Lighthouse Stronghold, the scholar sent his analysis report along with the on-site video back to headquarters. Soon, he received a reply consisting of just a single sentence: abandon all tests and fulfill his every demand. Chapter 85. Dinner is served. Lin Mo sat in a chair at the convenience store, replaying the events of the earlier encounter in his mind. His decision to leave the store had carried some risk, yet it was also an exceptional opportunity. There were 3 reasons for his choice to intervene personally. Firstly, The defenses of the four major factions had indeed shown vulnerabilities. If allowed to develop unchecked, they could potentially annihilate the horde but would inevitably incur losses. Should any zombies breach the construction site, it would lead to further complications. He had no time to waste on futile skirmishes. Secondly, Lin Mo required an opportunity, one that would thoroughly intimidate everyone. The provision of resources could yield temporary compliance, but only absolute power could engrave eternal reverence. This strike had not only decimated the horde, but also eradicated all potential dissenting thoughts. From that moment forth, his word would be the sole rule in this region. As for the third reason, it was to demonstrate to the leaders of the four major factions that he was not confined to the convenience store, unable to venture out. On the contrary, he could exit whenever he wished. Judging by the atmosphere on the construction site, this inaugural display had undeniably been a resounding success. The survivors were working with remarkable enthusiasm. Lin Mo even suspected that, without the engineering machinery, the survivors present could construct a massive wall with their bare hands. They had glimpsed hope. As he approached the door, Nightingale was the first to greet him. "Boss." Lin Mo nodded and instructed, "Go and clear the battlefield. Retrieve the crystal cores." "Understood, boss." The Nightingale took her orders and summoned the members of the Nightblade squad. "The boss has commanded the retrieval of all energy crystal cores." With the directive issued, the members of Nightblade sprang into action, wielding buckets and specialized tongs, donning gas masks as they advanced toward the dark Crimson Zone. As they walked, they couldn't help but reflect on their previous endeavors. Each time they had retrieved crystal cores, it had been amidst the stench of decaying corpses, relying solely on sheer determination. How different it was now, with gas masks securely in place. Observing the actions of the Nightblade members, Scorpion barked at a nearby soldier. "What the hell are you all standing around for? Get to work." The soldiers from the four major factions, jolted from their stupor, hastily set down their weapons, picked up shovels and bags, and trailed behind the Nightblade members. Noticing this, Lin Mo dispatched another batch of protective gear to assist them. Thanks to the metal storm unleashed by Lin Mo, the battlefield was littered with shattered remnants of zombies, significantly easing the difficulty of collecting the crystal cores. Soldiers scoured for the cores, while bulldozers gathered the debris, transporting it to the prepared trenches for incineration. The entire process was quiet yet efficient. In less than half an hour, the battlefield was cleared. The Nightingale approached the entrance of the convenience store, carrying dozens of buckets filled with energy crystal cores. With a flourish, the cores were poured onto the ground, forming a shimmering mound. Lin Mo glanced at the pile and waved his hand casually. The mound of crystals parted in the middle. One half ascended into the air and vanished, while the other half remained in place. "These are to be distributed among your four factions." Lin Mo's gaze swept over Scorpion and the three other commanders. The four men held their breath. "Mr. Lin, you bore the brunt of this battle. It seems inappropriate for us to take so much," Scorpion remarked, with the other three commanders nodding in agreement. At least 2/3 of the zombie tide had been obliterated by Lin Mo alone. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you participated, you have merit." Seeing this, Scorpion ceased his protests, clasped his hands in gratitude, and smiled. "Then we thank you, Mr. Lin." Scorpion understood that Mr. Lin was a man of decisive action, generous in his dealings, and there was no need for excessive niceties. The other three quickly followed suit in their expressions of thanks. To follow Mr. Lin, one simply needed to obey, work diligently, and await their reward. After distributing the crystal cores, Lin Mo turned his attention to the Nightingale, as well as to all the eager survivors on the construction site. He raised his hand. Instinctively, everyone held their breath. Then they heard that celestial voice, "Dinner." The two words ignited a powder keg of excitement. "Dinner is served." Oh! The suppressed cheer erupted instantaneously, soaring to the heavens. The survivors abandoned their tools and rushed frantically towards the massive cooking pots at the edge of the site. Members of Nightblade immediately stepped in to maintain order. "Form a line. Get in line, damn it. Anyone who dares to cut in line 1 to eat today." The survivors promptly complied, lining up in orderly queues. The large iron ladles stirred within the pots, ladling tender chunks of stewed meat and thick broth into every bowl. An elderly man, his hair snowy white, cradled his tin lunchbox, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the heaping morsels within. Without a moment's thought for the heat, he grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing while sobbing incoherently. More individuals, upon receiving their food, squatted on the ground, ravenously devouring their meals, their faces glistening with grease. The aromas of food mingled with the cries of survival, wafting throughout the square. The soldiers on the front lines also received their share. Even while the meat soup was simmering, Lin Mo had instructed the Nightingale to find a few cooks to prepare dishes on the side. Braised pork knuckles, red braised meat, beef with potatoes. The soldiers gathered around tables, each laden with 8 dishes and a soup, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, both visually appealing and delectable. Though there was no alcohol, there was an ample supply of cigarettes and beverages. A soldier from the rock base, lifting a piece of tender beef, squinted in bliss. This is absolutely divine. I thought a can of meat for lunch would suffice, but I never expected Mr. Lin's meal to be this exquisite, all freshly cooked. Damn it, I can't even recall the last time I had beef with potatoes. Brothers, eat up, with strength. We can help Mr. Lin keep watch. The soldiers, while swallowing their food, laughed boisterously without a care in the world. The tension and fatigue from earlier dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of comfort brought by the food. The Rock King, Captain, and others, observing the scene of military and civilian camaraderie in the square through their respective channels, felt a complex mix of emotions, yet remained powerless. What would they do? Should they issue orders forbidding the soldiers from eating? That would be tantamount to courting death. An hour later, everyone had eaten their fill. Leaning against the wall, they rubbed their round bellies, faces glowing with a satisfaction unseen since the apocalypse began. Strength was gradually surging from their stomachs to their limbs. The old supervisor stood up, patting his belly, and bellowed with vigor. "Have you all had enough?" "We're full," echoed a chorus from over 1,000 voices, shaking the very air. "If you're full, then get your asses up and get to work." The old supervisor grabbed the blueprints and strode towards the center of the construction site. "We're not sleeping tonight. Let us aim to finish pouring all the foundations before dawn." "All right." The survivors voiced no complaints. They picked up their tools and returned to their posts with renewed energy. The mechanical roar resumed once more. Simultaneously, the rotational troops from the 4 major factions arrived. They gazed at the remnants of the communal meal on the tables, inhaling the lingering, delicious aromas, swallowing hard. Had they known the food would be this good, they would have requested to be among the first to arrive. Chapter 86. Shooting holes must be on the city walls. At 1 in the morning, the rotational troops arrived at the outskirts of the square under the cover of darkness. The truck engines fell silent as soldiers leaped from the cargo beds, instantly spotting their departing comrades. The first batch of duty soldiers sported round bellies, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their faces adorned with satisfied laziness. The air was still thick with the lingering sense of meat and tobacco, sharply stimulating the new arrival's senses. "Damn it, look at them. He's certainly eaten well." One soldier, just disembarking, couldn't suppress the urge to swallow. "Well, it's more than just decent." A nearby soldier from the Rock faction, having just finished the handover and preparing to return to sleep, chuckled as he patted the newcomer's shoulder. 8 dishes and a soup. Even a Rock King's meals aren't much better. But don't worry, brother, Mr. Lin will surely take care of you. With that, he hummed a tuneless melody as he climbed back onto the truck headed for the base. The 4 new commanders gathered their troops, preparing to organize the defense. When the Nightingale approached, flanked by several Night Blade members, she said nothing, simply instructing her subordinates to place a few open cardboard boxes in front of each faction's position. Inside the boxes were packs of brand new cigarettes. A little perk from Mr. Lin for the night shift brothers. 1 pack each to keep you alert. Grab another when you finish your first. There's plenty. The Nightingale's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every soldier's ear. A momentary silence enveloped the positions. This was soon followed by an uncontrollable wave of excitement. "Holy crap, we get cigarettes right off the bat. Mr. Lin is truly generous." The 4 commanders immediately began distributing the cigarettes. "You all heard that. It's a reward for Mr. Lin. 1 pack each. No one is allowed to take more." On the defensive line, soldiers who had previously harbored some resentment and drowsiness found their spirits instantly lifted upon receiving the fresh packs of cigarettes. They tore open the packaging, lit them up, and inhaled deeply. Wisps of pale smoke curled upwards, their faces lighting up with expressions of bliss. Soon, all along the circular defense line, flickering lights began to appear as the soldiers enjoyed their well-deserved respite. The soldiers leaned against the sandbag barricades, smoking and engaging in light-hearted conversations. The slight discontent stemming from missing a substantial meal dissipated like mist. They gazed reverently at the brightly lit convenience store at the heart of the construction site. Following Mr. Lin, there was hope for a brighter future. Indeed, hunting zombies meant having meat to eat and cigarettes to smoke. Such privileges were hard to come by. The morale soared to new heights amidst the swirling smoke. At 3 in the morning, the clamor on the construction site not only persisted but intensified. The survivors, invigorated as if by an elixir, toiled tirelessly. The energy derived from food transformed into primal motivation within their bodies. "Hurry, hurry, The last truck is coming. The concrete mixer was ready. The first pit was prepared for pouring. The old supervisor stood atop a height, his voice slightly hoarse yet brimming with enthusiasm. He observed the workers carefully placing the meticulously tied rebar into the excavated trenches, while in the distance, several massive concrete mixers rumbled closer. This feeling of creation reignited the long-dormant fervor within him. Buzzing filled the air. As the diesel engines roared, the first mixer commenced its work. The gray concrete slurry flowed through the lengthy conveyance pipes, being precisely poured into the prepared foundation pit lined with rebar. Experienced workers plunged vibrators into the concrete to expel air bubbles, ensuring the foundation's solidity and strength. The pouring had begun, signifying the true heartbeat of this city of hope. All activity halted as everyone focused on this historic moment. The gray slurry filled the trenches, smoothing the scars of the wasteland and also filling the voids in their hearts. A brand new beginning was being molded by their hands. "What are you all staring at? Get back to work," the old supervisor bellowed, snapping everyone back to reality. The first pit was completed, but there were still the second and third pits to pour. All foundations must be finished before dawn. "Understood," the survivors echoed in unison. Turning back to their tasks, no one complained, no one voiced fatigue. Having filled their bellies and glimpsed hope, their strength seemed to have multiplied from thin air, seemingly inexhaustible. At that moment, a member of the Night Blades approached the old supervisor. "Mr. Lin is looking for you." The old supervisor paused momentarily, then dusted off his soiled clothes and swiftly made his way toward the convenience store. Unease stirred within him, wondering what this inscrutable Mr. Lin required of him. Was it dissatisfaction with the slow progress of construction? Or perhaps issues with the quality of workmanship? The roll-up door was open, and Lin Mo sat in a chair at the entrance, with Nightingale standing beside him. The old supervisor approached and respectfully came to a halt. "Mr. Lin, you call for me?" Lin Mo nodded, bypassing pleasantries, and directly handed over a new blueprint. "The foundation pouring looks good. However, modifications are needed for the wall section." The old supervisor quickly took the blueprint, and as he studied it under the light, his pupils dilated in shock. This new design was far more intricate and precise than the previous one. The wall remained 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, unchanged. However, at the 5-meter mark from the ground, a series of densely packed holes was clearly marked on the blueprint. Each hole was meticulously drawn, narrow on the inside and wider on the outside, forming standard firing ports. "What is this?" The old supervisor's fingers traced the lines on the blueprint, his voice trembling. This was no ordinary wall. It was a nascent form of a war fortress. The interior of the wall required the inclusion of these firing ports and internal passages. The top would feature battlements and lookout towers, with provisions for cable conduits to facilitate the installation of cameras and searchlights. Lin Mo's tone was flat. "I want this wall to not only repel zombies, but also to inflict harm upon them." The old supervisor's breath quickened. Having spent his life working with steel and concrete, he understood the implications of this blueprint all too well. This was not merely a civilian structure. It was a standard military defense fortification. "Mr. Lin, the difficulty of construction." The old supervisor hesitated. "You need not worry about manpower or materials," Lin Mo interrupted. "I only require results." The old supervisor fell silent. He lowered his gaze back to the blueprint, and after a moment, raised his head with newfound determination. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will complete the task." With that, he clutched the blueprint and dashed back to the construction site, as if delaying even a second would be a transgression. In the ensuing hours, the old supervisor transformed into a different person. He summoned all the technical personnel, meticulously explaining the construction key points in accordance with the new blueprint. The inclusion of firing ports and internal passages necessitated radical modifications to the wall's steel structure to ensure that the internal passages would not compromise the overall structural integrity. Reinforcements would be required in several areas. The production and securing of molds had become exponentially more complex than before. Yet, no one voiced dissent. The better the wall was constructed, the safer they would be, for Mr. Lin had stated that those involved in the construction would secure a place in the new city. Chapter 87. This is the life worth living. As dawn broke, the outlines of the ruins emerged in the morning light. The searchlights in the central square continued to shine, competing with the rising sun. On the construction site, the cacophony that had persisted throughout the night reached its zenith. The survivors, with bloodshot eyes, bore no signs of fatigue, only an exhilarating fervor. All foundation pits had been completed with concrete pouring. The old supervisor stood atop a freshly poured foundation, the cement still warm beneath his feet, clutching the new blueprint as he shouted at a group of technical experts. "Templates. Have you all understood the templates? The dimensions of the firing ports, narrow inside, wider outside. Calculate the angles precisely. A fraction off, and I'll have your skins. The internal passages of the wall, 2 meters wide and 2.5 meters high, necessitated reinforced rebar structures, for this was an area meant for passage. The stair templates must also be prepared simultaneously to facilitate the later movement of ammunition and personnel. Dozens of former engineers and seasoned craftsmen clustered around the blueprints, their expressions intensely focused. They were crafting peculiar molds from cut wooden boards and steel, which would be secured between the wall's rebar framework. Once the concrete was poured, these molds would create standard firing ports and internal passages. The difficulty of construction was elevated to an entirely new level compared to simply erecting a wall. Yet, not a single soul complained. They gazed at the fortress-like wall depicted in the blueprint, fully aware that with every inch of fortification, their prospects for survival grew brighter. In the distance, a massive crane gently lifted the first completed segment of the wall's rebar framework. It was a colossal steel structure, 10 meters long and 5 meters high, with a complex internal design that included provisions for firing ports and passages. The first wall segment is ready. Steady. Align it with the embedded foundation components. Slow down. The old supervisor, from his elevated position, commanded with a voice hoarse yet brimming with suppressed excitement. The immense steel framework, under his guidance, was precisely placed atop the poured foundation, seamlessly connecting with the embedded rebar. The moment the rebar framework settled into place, the construction site erupted in thunderous cheers. "It's up! The wall is up!" they exclaimed. "Ha! The wall I built with my own hands." The survivors waved their tools, jumping with joy, tears glistening in their bloodshot eyes. On the defense line, soldiers who had rotated and stood entranced, watching the spectacle unfold. They stood guard throughout the night, listening to the thunderous roars. And only at this moment did they truly comprehend the monumental transformations occurring at this construction site. "Good heavens, they're actually building it," murmured a soldier, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "If this wall is completed, I dare say that not even zombies nor tanks could breach it. What is this? I heard from the first batch of brothers on duty that Mr. Lin merely waved his hand last night." The soldier lowered his voice, gesturing with his hands. Thousands of zombies just vanished in an instant, not a single complete corpse left behind. The soldiers nearby gasped in astonishment, their gazes toward the small convenience store now filled with awe. Just then, the savory aroma of food wafted through the air. It wasn't team meat soup. It was steaming bowls of rice porridge, freshly steamed meat buns, and large basins of stir-fried pickled vegetables. "Breakfast is served. Come and eat." Nightingale's voice rang out. The workers immediately set down their tools and formed an orderly queue. This time, no one devoured their food ravenously as they had the previous night. They ate leisurely, their faces reflecting a serene happiness. The soldiers on the defense line were also allotted their breakfast, each receiving 4 large meat buns and a bowl of hot porridge. More than enough. A young soldier took a hearty bite of half a bun, the rich flavor of meat causing him to squint in delight. "Damn, this is how life should be lived," he exclaimed, eliciting a chorus of agreement from his companions. "Indeed, I've gotten used to only 2 meals a day. This unexpected breakfast feels a bit strange. The filling in these meat buns is truly generous. It seems that only here with Mr. Lin can we enjoy fresh meals. I'll go get some soy milk and fried dough sticks." As the roll-up door of the convenience store opened, Lin Mo stepped out. The bustling construction site fell into a more subdued hush at his arrival. The old supervisor jogged over, a triumphant smile plastered on his face. "Mr. Lin, see? It's absolutely according to the blueprints. Not a single detail amiss." Lin Montauk nodded. "Well done. Continue constructing the subsequent walls to this standard. I'm not well-versed in technical matters, so keep a close eye on things. You can count on me," the old supervisor assured, thumping his chest. "With you providing food, these lads are brimming with energy. I guarantee we'll have the wall framework erected within 3 days." Lin Mo said no more and turned to Nightingale at the entrance. "I will be away for a while." Nightingale's expression turned serious. "Boss, how long will you be gone?" "Approximately 12 hours, Lin Mo replied, meeting her gaze. "During my absence, you are fully responsible for everything here. The construction progress must not halt, and you must coordinate the defense of the 4 major forces as well." "Understood." Nightingale responded decisively. "We will continue recruiting personnel. No need to worry about having too many. As long as they pass cross-verification and are confirmed reliable, they can start working. Those with technical skills will receive preferential treatment. The workers' dormitories will be arranged properly, and we must pay attention to sanitation. Let us add more showers." "All right, boss." Nightingale affirmed once again. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the bustling construction site and then to the soldiers stationed at the circular defense line in the distance. "I'm leaving. Please take care." With that, Lin Mo turned and descended back into the convenience store, pulling down the roll-up door. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was just past 6 in the morning, leaving him less than 4 hours until the scheduled meeting. At 9 o'clock, Lin Mo was jolted awake by his phone alarm. After freshening up, he drove his unremarkable white delivery van into the morning rush hour traffic, heading toward the Yuanqing Technology headquarters. Half an hour later, the van parked beneath the Yuanqing Technology office building. Jiang Yi had been waiting at the entrance, clad in a sharp business suit, though her tightly clasped hand betrayed her inner tension. Spotting Lin Mo disembarking from a van, she hurried over. Director Lin, Director Zhang, and the others have already arrived, waiting in the conference room upstairs. Chapter 88, The Bottom Line. Lin Mo nodded and followed Jiang Yi into the building. The atmosphere within the company felt markedly different from usual. Employees walked with an air of caution, the air thick with solemnity. At the door of the conference room stood 2 young men dressed in black suits, standing tall and expressionless. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Jiang Yi approach, they merely exchanged glances, neither obstructing their entry nor offering any acknowledgement. Jiang Yi pushed open the door. Inside the conference room sat 3 individuals. At the helm was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a square face and meticulously combed hair, though dressed casually. An aura of authority surrounded him that could not be concealed. He was Director Zhang from the Energy Department. Behind him sat a young man and woman, rapidly jotting down notes. As Lin Mo entered, Director Zhang's gaze fell upon him. A rather ordinary young man, dressed casually, revealing no special attributes. Yet he was the one who had stirred the entire energy sector, causing the collapse of Tianheng Energy overnight. Director Zhang, this is Mr. Lin Mo. The chairman of Yuanqing Technology, Jiang Yi, introduced him. Hello, Director Zhang. Lin Mo extended his hand. Director Zhang rose and shook his hand, the gesture precise and firm. Mr. Lin, quite impressive for your age, he remarked politely, though his eyes were filled with scrutiny. As they took their seats, Jiang Yi began presenting the company's development plans and the performance parameters of the Yuanqing No. 1 battery. Director Zhang listened intently, occasionally nodding, while the 2 young people behind him hardly lifted their heads, scribbling furiously in their notebooks. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Yi concluded her presentation, and a brief silence enveloped the conference room. Mr. Lin, Director Zhang finally spoke, his gaze fixed directly on Lin Mo, bypassing Jiang Yi. I have reviewed the technical report, and it is astonishing, even revolutionary, one might say. He leaned slightly forward, hands clasped on the table. I wish to ascertain the reliability of the technology's origins. Can you guarantee the subsequent technological upgrades? This question was quite pointed, causing Jiang Yi's heart to leap to her throat. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. Director Zhang, the origins of the technology are a trade secret. I am unable to disclose that. However, I can assure you that I have complete control over this technology, and there are no patent disputes. The roadmap for future upgrades has already been planned up to the 5th generation. Lin Mo's response was impeccably careful. Behind him, Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened. The 5th generation? When was that planned? How could she have been unaware of this? Director Zhang shared her thoughts. As a representative of the official sector, he had prepared thoroughly before coming. To be frank, the technical parameters of Yuanqing No. 1 were extraordinarily impressive, even bordering on shocking. With double the parameters of existing battery products, electric vehicles would see their range directly doubled under equivalent specifications. Moreover, the safety was so high that it was astonishing. Even if a vehicle crashed, the battery would not ignite or explode. Such a remarkable product was already beyond global expectations with its 1st generation. And now, Lin Mo was claiming plans for a 5th generation? What extraordinary parameters could that entail? Director Zhang could not help but lock eyes with Lin Mo for several seconds before shifting the topic. All right, let us discuss production capacity. You have already begun taking over Tianheng Energy's manufacturing facility, and I have reviewed your plans to restore all production lines within 3 months. What is your perspective on this timeline? Too slow, Lin Mo replied bluntly. The equipment is readily available. With minor modifications, it can be utilized. The employees are all experienced. There is no need to rehire them. They can resume their positions after some training. The entire process can be completed within a month. The only factor that could potentially hinder progress is certain administrative approval processes. Lin Mo subtly tossed the issue back. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of Director Zhang's mouth. Mr. Lin, you are straightforward. There is no need for concern regarding the approval processes. The Ministry of Energy will establish a special task force to monitor your project throughout its course, facilitating special arrangements. I have come today to offer you reassurance. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, we do have a condition. Here it comes. Both Lin Mo and Jiang Yi were acutely aware that this was the crux of today's meeting. Please, Director Zhang, go on. The technology behind Yuanting number 1 holds immense significance for the nation's energy security strategy. Director Zhang's voice grew solemn. We hope that Yuanting technology can engage in deep collaboration with the state. The government will invest to establish a new joint venture company to jointly develop and produce the Yuanting series of batteries, with the state holding a 51% stake, thus maintaining controlling interest. Naturally, we will not overly interfere in daily operations and technological research. Your team, led by you, Mr. Lin, will remain in charge. In return, the state will provide comprehensive policy support for this new company, including but not limited to tax reductions, land supply, and access to procurement channels from all military and state-owned enterprises. He spoke slowly, yet the essence of his demand could be succinctly summarized in one phrase: to subsume Yuanting technology. Although the terms were generous, it undeniably required Lin Mo to relinquish the most crucial aspects of his enterprise. Jiang Yi anxiously glanced at Lin Mo, her palms clammy with sweat. Yet Lin Mo merely smiled. He lifted the teacup before him, gently blowing on it without taking a sip. Director Zhang. His voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Your proposal is commendable, but it seems you have misunderstood a fundamental point. A barely perceptible frown crossed Director Zhang's brow. Lin Mo set down the teacup and raised his gaze to meet Zhang's. I am not here seeking assistance from the state. Rather, I am presenting an opportunity to the state. An opportunity to seize a leading position in the new energy revolution. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze at that moment. The two young aides behind Director Zhang paused, their pens suspended in disbelief. Jiang Yi felt her heart racing, almost leaping from her chest. The expression on Director Zhang's face gradually darkened. He had encountered countless business magnates, all of whom approached him with utmost caution, if not outright servility. Never had he seen a young man as audacious as Lin Mo, ignoring the varied expressions around him. Lin Mo continued. Controlling interest is non-negotiable. Yuanting technology will forever have me as its sole shareholder. As for collaboration, he extended a finger. I can establish a new sales company dedicated to handling military and national strategic project orders. This company will have Yuanting technology holding 90 of the shares, while you will retain 10. That is my bottom line. Chapter 89. I am not here to negotiate conditions with you. The temperature in the meeting room seemed to plummet to freezing point. The two young aides behind Director Zhang paused, leaving a small ink mark on the paper. They lifted their heads, their expressions rigid. Jiang Yi, seated beside Lin Mo, felt as though her breath had ceased. Her mind was a blank slate, echoing only Lin Mo's calm, yet earth-shattering proclamation. I am presenting an opportunity to the state. How dare he utter such words to the director of the Ministry of Energy? Director Zhang's expression visibly darkened. The muscles in his face tightened, and the authority cultivated through years of high office transformed into a palpable pressure that enveloped the entire room. He did not erupt in anger, but instead let out a short, cold laugh. Young man, it seems you do not fully grasp your situation. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Without the support of the state, without our nod of approval, do you believe your batteries can exit this building? Any step in the technical review, safety standards, production licensing, or environmental assessment could reduce your Yuanting technology to a pile of scrap metal. I acknowledge that your technology is impressive, but in this country, mere technology is insufficient. He leaned slightly forward, enunciating each word. Without us, you are nothing. This was a blatant threat. It was the most direct and effective oppression of capital by the system. Jiang Yi's palms were now drenched in cold sweat. She instinctively wanted to say something to ease the tension, but found her throat dry, unable to produce a sound. Lin Mo, however, appeared entirely unfazed by the mounting pressure. He leaned back in his chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Director Zhang, you still fail to comprehend. Lin Mo picked up the teacup on the table, this time taking a sip. I understand everything you mentioned. Approvals, processes, and regulations are designed to restrict ordinary individuals, not someone like me. He set the cup down with a soft clink. Because rules are established by the strong. Lin Mo raised his gaze, calmly locking eyes with Zhang. And I happen to be the one capable of drafting new rules. Do you believe your approval processes are more significant than allowing the nation to liberate itself from energy constraints in the next era? Director Zhang's pupils constricted slightly. Lin Mo did not allow him time to respond, continuing with fervor. The fifth-generation technology one just mentioned is not mere rhetoric. Its energy density is 3 times that of Yuanting number 1. Its charging speed can fully charge a heavy truck in 5 minutes. Moreover, it is no longer just a concept on paper. It has already entered the prototype testing phase. Jiang Yi abruptly turned to Lin Mo, her eyes wide with shock. The fifth generation truly exists? And it has entered the prototype testing phase? How had she been completely unaware? Director Zhang and his two aides also exhibited expressions of disbelief. The technical parameters of Yuantane No. 1 were already enough to disrupt the market. Tripling the energy density in charging a heavy truck in 5 minutes? What does that imply? It means that fuel vehicles will be swept into the annals of history. The entire national energy strategy, transportation system, and even military equipment landscape will undergo a seismic transformation as a result. Are you serious? Director Zhang's voice wavered for the first time. There is no need for me to deceive you. Lin Mo's tone was calm. Furthermore, this is not the end. As long as I desire 6th generation, 7th generation technologies will continually emerge from my hands. Not just batteries, but other innovations as well. Now, do you still believe you are in a position to negotiate terms with me using those so-called processes? Lin Mo stood up, looking down at him from a position of authority. My technology can be placed in Huaxia or any other nation. To my knowledge, many have already presented me with irresistible offers, permanent tax exemptions, independent industrial parks, and even a willingness to amend their patent laws for me. The reason I remain here is that I stand on the soil of my own country. Yet my patience is finite. Lin Mo's words struck Director Zhang like a hammer to the heart. A threat? This was the true threat. To leverage the entire future of the nation's energy strategy against him alone. Director Zhang felt his back dampening without his awareness. The power and status he took pride in appeared utterly insignificant in the face of the transformative technology wielded by his counterpart. He wanted to retort, to chastise the audacity of the young man. Yet when he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to articulate a single word. For Lin Mo spoke nothing but the truth. If this technology were to fall into foreign hands, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. This was a responsibility he could not bear. Even the entire Ministry of Energy would find it impossible to bear. The press conference was held in Huaxia, and the factory is located here. Yet, they turned to the public and declared that Yuan Xingkeji had relocated abroad. The magnitude of public outrage this would incite is beyond imagination. In the reception room, an oppressive silence reigned. The only sounds were the heavy breaths of the two recorders, taut with anxiety. 90% is my bottom line. Lin Mo's voice shattered the stillness. I must hold a controlling stake in that sales company. This is not only to safeguard my interests, but also to ensure the smooth implementation of subsequent technologies. You may assign personnel to oversee finances and audit all orders, but the decision-making authority must remain in my hands. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he glanced at his watch. I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't linger. General Jiang, please see me out. He rose to leave. This was no longer a negotiation, but rather an unilaterally issued ultimatum. Viank, Yi stood frozen, her mind a tumultuous haze, unsure how to respond. Mr. Lin, please wait. Director Zhang abruptly stood, his tone tinged with an urgency he was unaware of. He understood that if Lin Mo were to walk out that door, the initiative would be irrevocably lost. Just then, a brief vibration emanated from the black phone in his assistant's pocket, a device not typically used by him. The assistant's complexion shifted, and he quickly produced the phone, respectfully handing it to Director Zhang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Director Zhang's expression turned grave. He gestured to Lin Mo to hold on, then retreated to a corner to answer the call. Yes, sir. Understood. I comprehend. His responses were succinct, yet beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Moments later, he ended the call. Everyone in the reception room turned their gaze toward him. Taking a deep breath, Director Zhang slowly returned to Lin Mo, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The previous air of authority, anger, and helplessness had vanished, replaced by a mix of reverence and confusion. Mr. Lin, he began again, his voice somewhat hoarse. That was an order from above. We fully agree to all your conditions. Furthermore, the state will provide you with all the support you require, with no limits imposed. Chapter 90, I want bullets. The atmosphere in the reception room became stagnant. Director Zhang's words detonated in Jiang Yi's mind like a heavy bomb. Full agreement? Unlimited support? The contrast was so stark it left her bewildered. Just moments ago, tensions had been palpable, as if they were prepared to devour Yuan Xingkeji whole. Yet, after a single phone call, they had transformed into an unconditional capitulation and support. Who had made that call? What had been said? Director Zhang regarded Lin Mo, his demeanor no longer one of scrutiny and pressure, but rather imbued with a complexity he could scarcely comprehend. Mr. Lin, I was indeed short-sighted, he conceded, lowering his stance. Your vision and scope far exceed my imagination. The higher-ups have made it clear that the Yuan Xingkeji project is of paramount strategic importance to the nation. Our Ministry of Energy, along with all relevant departments, will open the highest-level green channel for this. The two young aides behind Director Zhang were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed him speak in such a nearly humble tone. Lin Mo's expression remained largely unchanged throughout. He returned to his seat, as if everything that had transpired was merely a trivial interlude. Director Zhang has come to understand. This is beneficial for you, the Ministry of Energy, and the nation. His tone was flat, devoid of any triumph or smugness. He was merely stating a fact. This demeanor only reinforced Director Zhang's conviction that Lin Mo was not attempting to coerce the state, but rather genuinely desired to work unimpeded. Then, regarding collaboration, Director Zhang ventured. Proceed as I have outlined. Lin Mo interjected, lifting his teacup. Establish the sales company. I will hold 90%, while you contribute through channels and policies for the remaining 10. Absolutely. Director Zhang promptly assented, anxious that Lin Mo might reconsider. All approval processes will be completed by the end of today. The renovation of the production park can commence at your convenience. Any equipment and personnel needed can be listed, and we will coordinate. It seems we have reached a consensus, Lin Mo stated, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Director Zhang inhaled deeply, adjusting his emotions, his expression turning complex before transforming into a solemn courtesy. Indeed, Mr. Lin, he extended his hand once more. To a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration, Lin Mo echoed as they shook hands. The ensuing atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. What had been a negotiation was now a directive. Director Zhang proactively inquired about all potential difficulties Yuan Xingkeji might encounter when taking over the Tianheng Energy Park. From import permits for equipment modifications to the household registration arrangements for technical workers, as well as subsequent land planning for expansion. He assured Lin Mo that all issues would receive solutions from a specialized team within 24 hours. After seeing Director Zhang and his entourage off, Jiang Yi closed the reception room door, feeling slightly disoriented. Director Lin, Jiang Yi began, but Lin Mo interrupted. You will follow up on the subsequent contracts. The terms will be, as I specified. We must maintain absolute initiative. Understood. Jiang Yi instinctively nodded. The daily operations of the company will still be your responsibility. Lin Mo concluded and strode directly toward the exit. Where are you headed? Just a matter to attend to. Lin Mo's figure vanished through the doorway, leaving Jiang Yi alone in the empty reception room, her mind still in disarray. Lin Mo exited the Yuan Xingkeji building and entered a white cargo van. He did not start the engine immediately, but instead retrieved his phone and dialed a freshly saved number. This was the business card handed to him by Director Zhang's assistant before they left the reception room, containing only a phone number, said to be a 24-hour hotline capable of addressing any issues Lin Mo might raise. The call connected almost instantaneously. Mr. Lin, Director Zhang's voice came through, laced with a deliberate warmth and caution. He was currently seated in the car returning to the ministry, replaying every detail of their earlier conversation in his mind. Director Zhang, let's dispense with pleasantries. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Since this is the highest priority support, I would like to make my first request. Go ahead, Director Zhang responded. His attention piqued. He suspected Lin Mo's initial request might revolve around the handling of Tianheng Energy's billions in bad debts or the state's intervention in relations with foreign suppliers. Please proceed, he urged. We will do our utmost to cooperate. Leaning against the driver's seat of the cargo van, Lin Mo gazed out the window and stated, I want bullets. A prolonged silence enveloped the line. Director Zhang instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear, checking the screen to confirm the call had not dropped. Mr. Lin, he ventured cautiously, uncertainty lacing his tone. What did you just say? The signal is a bit poor. I didn't catch that. I said I want bullets. 1 million rounds of 7. 62 millimeters rifle ammunition. 500,000 rounds of 12. 7 millimeters heavy machine gun ammunition. And let's have some grenades as well. Better safe than sorry. On the other end of the line, an overwhelming silence prevailed. Director Zhang felt his palms dampen with cold sweat. He had anticipated that Lin Mo would request money, policies, or rare production materials. He never expected the request to be for arms, and in such staggering quantities. This has far exceeded the realm of principal violations. It is brushing against the most sensitive boundaries of the nation. Mr. Lin, the voice of Director Zhang was notably dry and strained. This is inconceivable. Firearms and ammunition are subject to the highest level of state regulation, and private possession is strictly forbidden. This is a grave offense. Furthermore, the quantity you are requesting is staggering. I am aware, Lin Mo replied, his tone devoid of any turbulence. That is precisely why I am seeking your assistance. You stated earlier that you would provide all the support I require, without any restrictions. Currently, this is what I need. Director Zhang's mind raced as he attempted to comprehend Lin Mo's intentions. Bullets? What would someone involved in new energy batteries want with ammunition? This is an utterly absurd demand. He even began to suspect that Lin Mo was probing the state's sincerity in a manner beyond his understanding. Mr. Lin, is this request not a bit excessive? Director Zhang struggled to find the right words. Is it inconvenient? Lin Mo's tone revealed no hint of emotion. If the control over finished products is stringent, then providing raw materials would suffice. I can process them myself. The silence on the other end of the line persisted for a full minute. Lin Mo did not rush him, simply waiting in quiet anticipation. Finally, Director Zhang's voice broke the stillness once more. I need to report upwards. Chapter 91. Finished products are not possible, only raw materials. The call ended, yet Director Zhang's hand remained poised at his ear. The phone screen dimmed. The two young recorders in the back seat dared not breathe. This is what they could overhear. Bullets. 1 million rounds of rifle ammunition. 500,000 rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition. And grenades. This young man named Lin was neither jesting nor testing. He genuinely desired these items. A chill crept down Director Zhang's neck, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out. He had held high office for many years and had dealt with countless thorny issues, yet none had been as outrageous or insane as the demands made in that phone call. No, he is from the Ministry of Energy, not the military. Are today's youth truly so audacious? Stop the car, Director Zhang rasped. The black sedan gradually pulled over to a deserted intersection. You two get out. He instructed the two young aides behind him. They seemed to have received a reprieve and promptly exited the vehicle. Only Director Zhang and the driver remained inside. The driver's lips quivered slightly. He too wished to exit. Director Zhang retrieved a black phone from the armrest, inhaled deeply, and dialed an unmarked number from his contacts. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. There was no sound on the other end, only a profound silence, as if awaiting his words. Chief. Director Zhang straightened his back instinctively, his voice lowered to a near whisper, filled with reverence. Mr. Lin has presented his first request. The silence continued on the other end. Director Zhang licked his cracked lips and recounted the request with great difficulty. He needed a batch of supplies, 1 million rounds of 7.62 rifle ammunition, 500,000 rounds of 12.7 heavy machine gun ammunition, and several grenades. With each word he uttered, he felt a fresh bead of cold sweat form on his back. When he finally finished, the car was once again enveloped in suffocating silence. Director Zhang could even hear the rapid thumping of his own heart, tense and anxious. He had no idea what the person on the other end was thinking, nor could he predict whether he would face wrath or something else entirely. This request transcended mere violation. It was unequivocally criminal, a serious offense. A good half-minute passed. Finally, an aged yet robust voice resonated from the other side. Understood. I will assign someone to follow up on this matter. You need not be involved further. Director Zhang's mind went blank, a buzzing noise filling his head. Agreed? They actually agreed? He thought he might have misheard. Chief, Director Zhang instinctively protested. This is not compliant. Should anything arise, there would be no turning back. You do not understand? The voice on the other end replied coolly. With the technical specifications of the Yuanshan No. 1, Lin Mo would be welcomed as a distinguished guest in any country. Should he join forces with those on Wall Street for short selling, he could amass substantial profits and significantly impact our stock market. After all, prior to the press conference, we were entirely unaware of this product's existence. He could leave, and no one could stop him. Yet he did not. He held a press conference instead. This indicates that the young man possesses a sense of patriotism. We need not fully ascertain the origins of his technology. We only need to confirm one thing. Do not let the patriot feel disheartened. Consider this call as never made. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Your task is to assist Yuanshan Technology in resolving commercial and policy challenges. Understood? The elder's voice concluded the final word before hanging up. Director Zhang clutched the phone, stunned in his seat. The sunlight streaming through the car window, failing to provide any warmth. You do not understand. Do not let the patriot feel disheartened. These two sentences echoed repeatedly in his mind. He indeed did not understand, but he comprehended the command. This young man named Lin was under far greater scrutiny from above than he had anticipated. He had thought he was merely here to supervise or negotiate, yet in reality, he was merely a conduit, a firewall responsible for isolating commercial and policy matters from those of true significance. Inside a white cargo van, Lin Mo set his phone down. He started the engine, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he gazed quietly at the Yuanshan Technology building. 5 minutes later, his phone rang again. This time from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Lin, came a steady male voice, age indeterminate, monotone and devoid of emotion. Your request has been approved by the higher-ups. Finished products cannot be provided, only raw materials. Please provide a delivery address and a convenient time. There are no doubts, no tests, only the most direct execution. Between 10 and 12 tonight, Lin Mo relayed an address, one he had long since identified as the largest warehouse in an abandoned logistics park on the city's outskirts. Received. The other party confirmed succinctly. Due to the unique nature of this batch of materials, we will ensure all transport processes are handled discreetly, leaving no trace. Additionally, we will provide you with a new phone and a dedicated liaison available 24 hours a day. Should you have any commercial-related inquiries, you may use that phone directly. Understood. While we have fulfilled your request, we have our own stipulations. I ask you to listen carefully, Mr. Lin. Proceed. For the newly established commercial company, we require a 49% stake, with Yuanshan Technology holding 51%, and no shares may be transferred to other companies or individuals. Should you wish to divest, we must be the first to take over. As for Yuanshan Technology, we will not interfere, but should you wish to transfer any shares, we ask that you prioritize us. I trust you understand my meaning. Absolutely. I will coordinate with Jiang Yi regarding the new company. We can sign the contract directly then. Although we believe you will not act recklessly, we still feel compelled to remind you that your request is extraordinary. Please exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, not a single material will leak to the market. We trust you. Then, may our cooperation be fruitful, Mr. Lin. May our cooperation be fruitful. The call ended. Lin Mo tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and closed his eyes, reflecting on the events of the day. From the initial tension to the subsequent unconditional concession, culminating in the final decisive execution call, the progression of events was both unforeseen yet entirely logical. The counterpart has elevated their stake in the new company from 10% to 49%, which may appear as a demand for benefits, yet it signifies a more profound entanglement. The agreement to provide raw materials for ammunition is a gesture of assurance, a tacit acknowledgement that while we are aware of your secrets, as long as your roots remain here, we could turn a blind eye to the rules. Lin Mo silently approved of this. He relished dealings with astute individuals. Regardless, the objective had been achieved. In the apocalyptic world, establishing his own power and safeguarding his territory necessitated an ample supply of ammunition. With sufficient bullets, the new city could truly transform into a fortress, and its walls would never falter. Only then could Lin Mo assemble an expedition team to retrieve what he desired. Next, it was time to procure a lathe. Chapter 92, If it can't be done, let Old Tang handle it. The vehicle roared to life, and the white cargo van merged into the flow of traffic. Lin Mo did not return to the convenience store. The raw materials for the bullets would only arrive tonight. Before that, he needed to prepare the equipment for processing these materials. He dialed Su Wan's number once more. Mr. Lin, Su Wan's voice remained as respectful as ever. I require a new batch of items, Lin Mo stated directly. Let us meet at the usual place. I'll bring the list. Understood. Old Tang is also at the tea house, she replied. Ending the call, Lin Mo turned the vehicle around, heading towards the Jingxin tea house. Half an hour later, the familiar white cargo van came to a halt at the entrance of the tea house. Su Wan was already awaiting him, but today she was accompanied by another individual. A woman in her mid-20s donned a well-tailored business suit, her long hair neatly tied back. Her features were exquisite, yet her expression was cold. Upon seeing Lin Mo alight from the vehicle, her gaze scrutinized him from head to toe. Mr. Lin, this is Tang Keqing, the eldest granddaughter of Old Tang. So what introduced? In the future, some affairs of the Tang family will be handled by Miss Keqing. Tang Keqing extended her hand, her voice as frigid as her demeanor. Mr. Lin, a pleasure to meet you. Lin Mo shook her hand briefly, the touch icy, parting almost immediately. Hello. The three entered the tea house, the atmosphere more solemn than during Lin Mo's previous visit. In the reception room, Old Tang still sat in his grand chair, but today he was not brewing tea. Instead, he perused a document. Mr. Lin has arrived. Please take a seat, Old Tang said, placing the document aside and offering a warm smile. Lin Mo sat down, sliding a new list across the table. Once again, I must trouble Old Tang, he remarked. Old Tang did not glance at the list, but gestured to Tang Keqing, who stepped forward to take the paper. After a mere glance, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. High-precision 5-axis machining center, CNC lathe, high-power laser cutting machine. Tang Keqing raised her gaze, her cool eyes locking onto Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, the items on this list are no trifles. Might I inquire about their intended use? I have my reasons, Lin Mo replied flatly. What reasons? Tang Keqing pressed further. Lin Mo regarded her steadily. Am I obliged to explain my actions to you? Tang Keqing's expression faltered, preparing to retort, but Old Tang interjected at the opportune moment. Ka-ching. The elderly man turned his gaze to Lin Mo, a faint smile gracing his features. The younger generation often lacks understanding. I hope Mr. Lin will not take offense. Lin Mo remained non-committal, yet his silence spoke volumes. If the Tang family's descendants were all of this ilk, he would need to contemplate seeking a different partner. Old Tang, aware of this, turned to his granddaughter, his smile fading. Ka-ching apologized to Mr. Lin. Have you forgotten my instructions? All of Mr. Lin's requirements, pricing, channels, risks, need not be reported to me. I only desire one outcome: to have what Mr. Lin needs delivered to him in the shortest possible time. Tang Ka-ching's body quivered slightly. She looked at her grandfather, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face, but ultimately, she lowered her head. Yes, grandfather. She then turned to Lin Mo and stated soberly, Mr. Lin, my apologies. Mr. Lin, does this arrangement meet your satisfaction? Old Tang inquired once more. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. Do you prefer cash or gold? Financial matters can wait. Old Tang waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Lin, I have an unusual request. Please, go ahead, Lin Mo encouraged. I've heard you are acquiring Tianheng's assets with the intention of repurposing them to produce low-performance Yuanqing batteries. Our Tang family has access to some raw materials, and I hope Mr. Lin might grant us an opportunity. The old man's tone was sincere, his posture humble. Lin Mo regarded him, pausing in silence for a moment. Very well. The single word weighed heavily. Old Tang's wrinkles instantly smoothed as a genuine smile broke forth. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Ka-ching will ensure your requirements are met. With the negotiations concluded, Lin Mo made to leave without lingering. Tang Ka-ching personally escorted him to the entrance. Mr. Lin, she spoke suddenly as he prepared to enter the vehicle. Is there something amiss? He asked. I will find a way to gather the equipment on the list. It will take 3 days. Her tone remained cold. I will arrange for a secure warehouse for the handover. I will notify you the address and time in advance. Lin Mo climbed into the driver's seat. Without glancing back, replied, Too slow. I need to see the first batch of goods before dinner. I will send you the address shortly. If you cannot manage it, consult Old Tang. Without waiting to gauge Tang Ka-ching's reaction, he started the vehicle and drove away. The white cargo van vanished into the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang Ka-ching stood at the entrance of the tea house. The early summer breeze tousling her hair, yet she felt no warmth. Before dinner, if that could not be accomplished, she was to consult Old Tang. The Manhattan even turned to look at her, as if she were merely a messenger. A sense of disdain and disregard clenched her fists. Tang Ka-ching had always been a favored daughter of fortune, an elite graduate, and upon taking over the family business, she had managed it meticulously through shrewd tactics and astute judgment, silencing those relatives who awaited her failure. She was accustomed to controlling everything, to analyzing risks and returns through data and logic. Yet today, she encountered Lin Mo, feeling utterly impotent. He had not placed her in an equal position for dialogue. Miss Ka-ching, Su Wan, standing beside her, spoke with concern. Tang Ka-ching did not respond, swiftly returning to the reception room. Inside, Old Tang was leisurely cleaning a Zisha cup with tea tongs, his movements focused, as though the conversation that had determined the fate of the family had never transpired. Tang Ka-ching strode in, her heels clicking against the floor, halting before the table. Grandfather, she said, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. Do you realize what those items on the list signify? Old Tang did not lift his gaze, continuing to rinse the teacup with hot water. It signifies risk. Tang Ka-ching's voice escalated. The items he requested have nothing to do with battery production, especially the deep drawing machine, closing machine, and special sealing machine. It's as if he has arms manufacturing written across his forehead. And his attitude, demanding the first batch before dinner. Who does he think he is? This is not collaboration at all. She inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her emotions. Grandfather, you are wagering the entire future of the Tang family on him. This is too hasty. I believe you need to reconsider.